The clan leader of the Beast God clan was slightly stunned. He took out the message fish and saw that it was Xiao Bingya's. The Beast God quickly said, "Xiao Bingya, what happened? What's the matter?" Xiao Bingya almost passed out when he heard the clan leader's words. He said in a deep voice, "Patriarch, I would like to know why you treated Mr. Zhao Hai like this today. He's very, very angry." When the clan leader heard Xiao Bingya's tone, he couldn't help but say, "Xiao Bingya, you have to know your identity. You're a member of the Beast God clan, so you should think for the people of your clan and not help an outsider." Xiao Bingya said angrily, "Is the clan leader being responsible for the clan?" Mr. Zhao Hai said that the 9 elders of the Protos sent their troops to attack us because we attacked the Lion Continent. Now that the only continent left in the Protos is the Lion Continent, they are going to attack us. If we don't send reinforcements, they might return to the Lion Continent and kill all the people we sent to attack the Lion Continent. How much loss will that bring to the Protos? Have you thought about it, Chief? Xiao Bingya was so excited that he started to roar. Normally, he wouldn't have the guts to do this. In the Orc clan, the hierarchy was very strict. He would be sentenced to death if he dared to speak to the clan leader like this. But now, Xiao Bingya was really angry, which was why he was so excited. The Beast God Patriarch and the other 2 patriarchs were stunned by Xiao Bingya's roar, and their expressions changed. They knew very well that if what Xiao Bingya said was true, and the Lion Continent was the only God clan left, it wouldn't be strange for the 9 great elders to come and fight them to the death. However, the clan leader of the Divine Beast clan came back to his senses. He immediately said, "Xiao Bingya, don't talk about such useless things. How's Zhao Hai doing? Is he really not going to help us?" Hearing the clan leader's words, Xiao Bingya said, "I don't think so. As long as you come to invite him, he will definitely be able to return. However, you must hurry. Otherwise, if Mr. Zhao Hai leaves in a rage, we will suffer a great loss." Hearing Xiao Bingya's words, the clan leader said in a deep voice, "All right, just wait for my news." After saying that, he put away the message fish and turned to the other 2 clan leaders. "What do you 2 think of this matter?" The dwarf race patriarch said, "What else can we do? Go and invite him. Zhao Hai's strength is there for all to see, and it's not something embarrassing to invite him. If Zhao Hai really doesn't care about this matter, we'll be the ones to lose. Furthermore, the 9 elders of the gods race can't do anything to him. Do you think our S-God race can win against Zhao Hai? If we really force him to stand on the opposite side, it'll only bring us more harm than good." Although the fairy chief was arrogant, she was not an idiot. She also nodded and said, "We've indeed gone too far this time. It's not a big deal to invite Zhao Hai over. Nothing is more important than the lives of our people. With Zhao Hai's help, we can hold the 9 elders here, and our people can take care of the people of the Lion Continent. We'll be able to get a good continent. The vassal races on the other continents are also on good terms with us, so we can have those vassal races infiltrate those continents. In the end, that continent will still be ours. What are you afraid of?" The leader of the orcs also nodded. "All right, we'll go and invite him. After all, we're the ones who will get the most benefits this time." The dwarf chief did not say anything. Although he was a little unhappy, he knew that they were doing this for the good of their brave clansmen. He would not object to what was best for his clansmen. The orc chieftain nodded when he saw that the 2 of them had stopped talking. "All right, let's get ready. I'll contact Xiao Bingya and ask for their exact location. Then we'll go find them." The dwarf chief and the elf chief nodded and left the orc chief's room. As soon as they returned to their rooms, they took out their messenger fish and wanted to ask Zhao Hai if the situation was as Xiao Bingya had said. However, they didn't expect that Xiao Bingya and the other 2 were as good as one person. Just now, when Xiao Bingya was talking to the Beast God clan's patriarch through the message fish, Ladina and Yeh Ta were sitting next to Xiao Bingya. They naturally heard everything that Xiao Bingya and the Beast God clan's patriarch said. The 2 of them naturally couldn't leak anything, but their expressions didn't look good. After the 2 of them put away the message fish, they looked at each other and sighed. Xiao Bingya looked at the 2 of them and knew bitterly, "What a surprise. I always thought that our 3 clans were very close. I didn't expect that we would be exposed after such a small matter." Ladina sighed and turned to look at the 2. "To be honest, after this operation, I don't plan to return to the family. I plan to stay by Master's side and take my family with me. I feel that being by Master's side is more comfortable than being in the family. At the very least, Master won't speak to me in a condescending tone, and there won't be as much scheming." Ladina's words stunned Xiao Bingya and Yater. The 3 of them had some reputation in the clan and were known as geniuses, but they knew that there were many geniuses like them in the clan. The reason why those geniuses had not become famous and had not achieved much success was not because they were unwilling to work hard, nor because they could not bear the hardships, nor was it because of the attacks of the magical beasts or the celestial race. Most of them died under the schemes of their own people. They didn't expect the world to be so dark, but the more they came into contact with the world, the more they understood. It was because they knew more that they had always been cautious in their actions. They didn't dare to be too outstanding and be hated by others. If they were tricked, they would be finished. To be honest, for those with ambitions, they might treat this kind of scheming as a fun game. If you win, you can be promoted and rich. If you lose, you can only die. On the other hand, Edna and the others were not such people. They were the kind of nationalistic youths who were bent on making their race stronger. Therefore, they were very displeased with such schemes. They had long had enough of such a life of mutual scheming. However, they couldn't escape this kind of life because they had already stepped into this circle. There was only one kind of people who could escape from this circle, and that was the dead. No matter how high your position was, as long as you entered this circle, you couldn't guarantee that you could leave unscathed. Those who could leave were all dead. However, Ladina now understood that there was a chance for him to escape this life, and that was to follow Zhao Hai. With Zhao Hai's strength, he was not afraid of the revenge of the Esgod tribe. Furthermore, they had been by Zhao Hai's side for quite some time, and they believed that they understood Zhao Hai very well. That was why they said such things to Xiao Bingya and Yeheda. Xiao Bingya looked at Ladina and said in a deep voice, "You'd better think carefully. Do you know what this means? If you really do that, let's not talk about whether your people will let you go, whether Sir will accept you, whether he will offend the dwarf god race for you. Have you thought about all these things?" "I've thought about it," Ladina nodded. "I'll tell Sir about this tomorrow. If Sir agrees, I'll think of a way to deal with the clan's matters." "Forget it," Xiao Bingya said, looking at Ladina. "I'll talk to Sir about this." "Hertha, do you want to be a part of this?" Looking at the two, Yeta smiled and said, "Okay, of course, I'm included. How can this kind of thing be without us? I don't think we need to wait until tomorrow. Let's go and find Sir now." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhao Hai's voice was heard. "Ha, you guys don't need to look for me. I've come on my own. Ha, I've been waiting for this day for a long time." The three of them were stunned when they saw Zhao Hai walk in from outside the room. They stood up immediately and bowed to Zhao Hai. "Teacher, why are you here?" Zhao Hai looked at the three of them and smiled. "I came here after hearing what you said." "Why are you surprised? Don't forget that you're on Hades. If I want to, nothing on Hades can escape my eyes." The three of them were stunned when they heard Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the three of them and smiled. "I don't eavesdrop on your conversation all the time, but today is an exception. I know that you will contact your clan leader. I just want to know what your clan's attitude is. To be honest, this attitude is a bit disappointing, but I'm really happy about your words." Xiao Bingya and the other two were a little embarrassed. "So Sir agrees for us to follow him?" "Of course I agree," Zhao Hai said with a smile. "After this battle, go and bring your family members to the ship. I'll make arrangements for them. Don't worry." Xiao Bingya looked at Zhao Hai and said with uncertainty, "Sir, can I ask you where you've placed the demons in the gods' race? From what you've said, it seems like you didn't arrange for them to go to the Ark continent. Where did they go?" Zhao Hai smiled. "This is our biggest secret. Since you asked today, I'll tell you. I've arranged for them to stay in a place that only I know and is absolutely safe. If you want to go, I can get someone to take you there. However, you have to swear to your inner demons that you can't tell anyone about this without my permission." Zhao Hai had also discovered that when one's strength reached their level, blood oaths had very little restraint on a person. However, it was fortunate that he knew about these kinds of heart demon oaths. These kinds of heart demon oaths had very strong restraints on people. As long as one was a cultivator, as long as one made this kind of heart demon oath, if one broke the oath, one would die from chi deviation. Of course, this kind of oath wasn't that safe. The most important way to make this kind of oath was that the person who made the oath had to be lower in level than you. Once a person's level was higher than yours, they could break this oath at any time. It was useless, so this oath was not that perfect. However, this oath was extremely useful to Zhao Hai. With the realm, as long as he could let Xiao Bingya and the others stay in the realm for a period of time, they would never betray him again. It was because of the realm's guarantee that Zhao Hai dared to use this oath to bind them. This kind of mental demon oath was not a native product of the Protos. It was a cultivation technique given to the Protos by Lu Wei. This cultivation technique had to be used at the same time by the person who made the oath and the person who accepted the oath. Otherwise, it would not be effective. This was also one of the ways Lu Wei controlled the Protos. Other than calling Lu Wei a god, the Protos could not disclose any other matters related to him. It was the perfect time for Lu Wei to make this oath to the God Clan. Due to the constraints of the laws of space, the members of the God Clan could never cultivate to be stronger than Lu Wei. Therefore, they had to keep all of Lu Wei's secrets, including the fact that he was collecting power of belief. Only a few people in the God Clan knew that Lu Wei was collecting power of belief from them. However, even though most of the God's race people didn't know why Lu Wei had come to the God's race's continent, this set of heart demon oath cultivation technique had been passed down. Therefore, many people in the God's world knew about it. Xiao Bingya and the rest knew about it, but they didn't expect Zhao Hai to let them find out about the oath. Although the oath had a strong binding force on those who were weaker than them, it wouldn't make them 100% obedient. In other words, as long as you did what the oath said, everything else didn't matter. For example, if you swore to keep the secret for that person, as long as you didn't expose it to the public, you would be completely free. That person didn't have the right to order you. Even if you killed that person in any way, you wouldn't be affected by the oath. This was also a way to cancel the oath. It could be said that this oath was as useful as its defect. Xiao Bingya and the others did not expect Zhao Hai to think of using this oath to bind them. To be honest, this oath seemed a little too loose. Zhao Hai looked at Xiao Bingya and the others and smiled. "What's wrong? You're not willing." Xiao Bingya quickly shook his head. "No, I'm willing. Please don't worry, sir." Ladina and Eheda also nodded. Zhao Hai looked at the three of them and smiled. "Yes, you have. After you have made the oath, you will be considered part of my Buddha family. I will ask Laura and the others to take you to see where you have been arranged." Xiao Bingya and the other two immediately started chanting in a low voice. Zhao Hai also started chanting at the same time. Slowly, the four people's voices seemed to have merged together. After a while, Xiao Bingya began to recite their vows. The vows turned into words one by one and slowly floated above their heads. Meanwhile, 3 little demons flew out of Zhao Hai's body. These 3 little demons were covered in green flames and directly pounced on the words. It didn't take long for the little devil to swallow all the words into his stomach. Then, the little devil slowly disappeared into the bodies of Xiao Bingya and the others, and the whole oath was completed. It was the first time Laura and the others had seen such a scene, so they couldn't help but be a little stunned. However, they only came back to their senses after the oath had been fulfilled. Zhao Hai looked at Xiao Bingya and the other two and said, "I'm rich. From now on, you're all members of my Buddha family. From today on, call me young master. Laura, you guys take the 3 of them to the spaces to have a look. Take a look in each space and don't hide it from them." Lola responded and turned to the 3 of them. "You 3, come with us." Yes, the 3 of them replied. Zhao Hai waved his hand and a spatial crack appeared. They entered. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile as he watched them go in. To be honest, he didn't expect Xiao Bingya and the others to follow him under such circumstances. However, this was a good thing. Zhao Hai could see that the 3 of them had some ability, and it wasn't just what they had shown. As for why they hadn't shown it, Zhao Hai didn't know, but it didn't matter. As long as they were willing to be his subordinates, it would be fine. Zhao Hai turned around and went back to his room. He believed that the Beast God clan would definitely come to find him. Although those guys from the Beast God clan weren't very good at handling things, they weren't stupid since they had been fighting the God clan for so long. After weighing the pros and cons, they would definitely come back to find him. Laura and the others were now bringing Xiao Bingya and the others into the space. The first place they went to was, of course, the Ark space. Just as Zhao Hai had said, Laura explained everything in the realm to Xiao Bingya and the others in detail. She even asked them to visit the 3 alien races and see how they were living. Xiao Bingya and the rest looked at everything in the space in a daze. They really didn't expect that there would be such a magical place. This place was simply utopia in their hearts. Zhao Hai sat calmly in his house and looked at the O'Neill family on the screen. From time to time, he would glance at the Lion Continent. He believed that the Escod race that had attacked the Lion Continent already knew about the war. From their actions, he could tell what their race had chosen. The Escod army in the Lion Continent did not make any movements. They did not attack or retreat. Instead, they guarded the cities that they had captured. Seeing this, Zhao Hai knew that the Escod race would definitely come to find him. If they did not, they would definitely ask their army to retreat. Otherwise, by the time the 9 elders returned, their army would be finished. Now that the army had not moved, it meant that the Escod race was confident in dealing with the 9 elders. With the Escod race's current strength, there was only one way to deal with the 9 elders, and that was to ask them to come out. At Zhao Hai's level of strength, numbers were no longer a problem. Even if they were surrounded by hundreds of millions of soldiers, they would still be able to kill their way through. However, there were still 3 great elders of the Escod race beside the 9 elders. As long as they were held back by the Escod army, and the Escod race did not care about casualties, it was still possible for them to keep a few of the celestial elders alive. However, the most elite troops of the Escod tribe had already gone to attack the Lion Continent. It was almost impossible for ordinary troops to hold back the 9 great elders. Not to mention strength, just the strength of one's willpower would directly affect the outcome. Zhao Hai also believed that if the 3 alien races had any brains, they wouldn't have used this method. They would have worked with him because the casualties were too great. Moreover, they couldn't kill all 9 of the Protoss elders. In the future, they would face the endless revenge of the Protoss, and the surviving great elders would become their nightmares. However, it was a different story if they asked Zhao Hai to help. With Zhao Hai's strength and the 3 elders of the Escod race, they could completely remove the 9 elders from their bodies. Even a fool would know what to do. Furthermore, Zhao Hai had made some calculations. He believed that the Escod race would definitely come to find them soon. Thinking up to this point, Zhao Hai could not help but touch his staff. There was only a single Capricorn symbol on his staff, and he wished that there would be 12 devilish constellations on it. A few hours later, Laura brought Xiao Bingya and the others out of the dimension. Xiao Bingya and the others were even more respectful to Zhao Hai now. They had seen the Arc dimension, the demonic dimension, the oceanic dimension, the goblin dimension, and the god dimension. At the same time, Laura told them that Zhao Hai didn't come to accompany her because he couldn't stay in the medium for too long. Otherwise, he would have ascended the moment he came out. When they first heard the news, Xiao Bingya and the others were really shocked. Although there were many rumors about ascension in the Shen clan, they had never seen it before. Now that they heard that Zhao Hai was about to ascend, they were truly shocked. Originally, Zhao Hai wanted to let Xiao Bingya and the others walk around the boundless space. However, Xiao Bingya and the others came out this time because they had something to tell Zhao Hai. The Beast God clan leader had contacted Xiao Bingya through a messenger fish and asked for Zhao Hai's current location. It seemed like he was going to pick Zhao Hai up personally. It was because of this news that Xiao Bingya and the others came out of the space. After Xiao Bingya finished talking, Zhao Hai turned to Xiao Bingya and smiled. "Did you say where I am now?" Xiao Bingya nodded. "They did, but I'm not talking about this place. I'm saying that young master is heading in the direction of the Golden Bull continent. I believe they will go there to find young master." Zhao Hai nodded in satisfaction. Good job. Hee, how was the tour in the space? Is there anything you like? When your family comes in the future, just arrange for them to stay there." Xiao Bingya smiled. "Young master, I'd like to arrange for my guy to stay at the Wild Dragon Island. It just so happens that they can be of some help. What do you think?" Zhao Hai chuckled. "All right, you can arrange it anywhere you want. Well, it's very relaxing over at the Berserk Dragon tribe. They don't keep idle people. They just need to find something they like to do." Xiao Bingya nodded. "Don't worry about that, young master. The people in our family aren't high-ranking officials or aristocrats. If there's nothing to do, they'll be unhappy." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Actually, you should have already realized that in the dimensional city, working is already a way to eliminate the demons. Even if people don't want to work, they will still eat and wear warm clothes. But if you want to live a better life, you have to work. This is a kind of action and a kind of motivation. Otherwise, isn't it like raising pigs?" Xiao Bingya and the others nodded. Zhao Hai turned to the three of them and said, "You three want to bring all your family members into the space. If that's all, I can give you 3 tokens to pick up people. When you get to your home, you just need to use the token to open a space crack to let your family enter the space. How about it?" Xiao Bingya and the other two were stunned for a moment before they bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, we have another request." "Go ahead," Zhao Hai said with a smile. Zhao Hai could roughly guess the request of Xiao Bingya and the others. After seeing the situation in the space, they must want more people to go in. After all, the environment in the space was too good. Just as Zhao Hai had expected, Xiao Bingya bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, we want more of our clansmen to enter the space." "Is that possible?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "I'm not against you letting more people into the realm. However, this will offend the patriarchs of your 3 races. Under such circumstances, I don't want to get into a conflict with them. How about this? Don't make too much noise. At least don't make too much noise while we're dealing with the 9 elders of the God clan." The 3 of them were overjoyed and agreed. Zhao Hai smiled and waved his hand. "Go and rest. You'll have to stay on the ship for the next few days." The 3 of them responded and left Zhao Hai's room to return to their own rooms. After the 3 of them left, Laura turned to Zhao Hai and smiled. "Congratulations, big brother Hai. You've gained 2 more helpers. These 3 people are quite strong and capable. If you train them well, they'll be good talents." Zhao Hai smiled. "That's not what I care about. Actually, there are many more talents like them in the origin space. I just want them to help me bring in more S-God tribe members." Laura and the others also nodded. There were too many races in Zhao Hai's dimension. The people from the Arc continent, the Oceanic race continent, and the Demonic race continent were all following Zhao Hai's lead. As long as Zhao Hai gave the order, there would be no lack of talents. However, if he wanted more S-God races to enter the dimension, there were only 2 ways. One was to let Xiao Bingya and the others pull people in, and the other was to let the undead creatures snatch people. Zhao Hai was currently using the former method. Zhao Hai would also use the latter method when necessary. Just as Xiao Bingya told Zhao Hai that he had sent the S-God tribe to the route to the Golden Bull continent, the Hades had already turned around and headed in that direction. Zhao Hai was going there to wait for the 3 tribe leaders of the S-God tribe. Fortunately, these 2 sea routes were not too far away, and with the speed of Hades, Zhao Hai arrived at the sea route leading to Golden Bull continent in no time. He stopped Hades and waited quietly for the 3 tribe leaders. However, it was a pity that Zhao Hai did not see the 3 patriarchs of the S-God race even after waiting for the sky to turn dark. However, Zhao Hai was not in a hurry. In any case, he had already stored the route from the Lion continent to the S-God continent in his spatial map. Even if the 9 great elders of the God race wanted to escape, they would not be able to. Zhao Hai was sitting calmly on a recliner on the deck. He had purposely made this recliner. Beside the recliner was a small table. On the small table was a cup of tea. Zhao Hai was reading a book in his hand. He seemed to be at ease. Zhao Hai had specially made this deck chair with his cane. He had always felt that it was very comfortable to sit on, and it was a good time to sit on it. He wanted to let the Esgod tribe know that he was not worried about that matter. Laura and the others didn't stand outside. Instead, Zio Bingya and the other two stood aside respectfully. The three of them were becoming more and more respectful towards Zhao Hai. They never thought that Zhao Hai would have such a magical space. To be honest, they wanted to move their entire clan into the space. At this moment, a smile suddenly appeared on Zhao Hai's face. The book he was reading was only a book on magic arrays, and it was nothing special. The reason he was reading it was to show it to the three elders of the Esgod tribe. Zhao Hai was smiling because he knew that the three patriarchs had arrived. However, Zhao Hai did not get up. He was still half lying there with a book in his hand. It was as if he did not know that the three patriarchs had arrived. After a while, a group of people flew over from the sky. Zio Bingya looked at them and turned to Zhao Hai. "Sir, you're here." This was what Zhao Hai had told them in advance. Zhao Hai had never thought of taking revenge on the Esgod tribe because of what had happened last time. It was enough to teach them a lesson, and there was no need to be so persistent. After all, Zhao Hai still wanted to cooperate with them, and before he achieved his goal, he would not go too far. However, it would be hard to say what would happen after he achieved his goal. Zhao Hai placed the book on the table and stood up. He looked in the direction the three Esgod races had come from. Now that the three Esgod races were very close to them, Zhao Hai waved his hand, and Hades immediately took to the air and flew toward the group. Soon, Zhao Hai arrived in front of the Esgod tribe. There were three of them in the lead, and the one in the middle was a lion. On his left was a dwarf, and on his right was an elven woman. The three of them sized up Zhao Hai, and Zhao Hai looked back at them. Neither of them said anything. After a while, the lion man bowed slightly to Zhao Hai. It was as if there was a steel plate hidden on his waist. It was as if it was very difficult for him to bend a centimeter. It could be said that he only bowed slightly and said to Zhao Hai, "Yaji, the chief of the Beast God clan, greets Mr. Zhao Hai." Compared to him, the dwarf was much more polite. He bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Dwarf God race Ravador greets Mr. Zhao Hai." The female elf also bowed to Zhao Hai. "Yurjuo greets Mr. Zhao Hai." The Elven Queen's attitude toward Zhao Hai was slightly better than the Beastman patriarchs, but not as good as the dwarf patriarchs. He could not figure out what she was up to. Zhao Hai could tell from their attitudes that they were closer to him. However, this did not mean that he had a good impression of the dwarf race's patriarch. It was impossible to separate the three Esgod races now. Zhao Hai also bowed to the three of them and said, "Zhao Hai greets the three of you. I didn't expect the three of you to come in person. Please come on board and have a drink." After saying that, Zhao Hai turned to the side and invited them onto the ship. The three of them looked at Zhao Hai, nodded, and landed on the Hades. Once they were on the ship, Zhao Hai waved his hand lightly and a chair appeared on the deck. Zhao Hai invited them to sit down. His door opened and Laura and the other girls walked out of the room. Each of them was holding a tray with food and wine on it. Upon seeing this, the three tribe leaders were stunned. It was obvious that this was all prepared. The three of them turned to look at Zio Haoya and the others. Zio Bingya and the others shook their heads slightly, and their expressions turned grave as they turned to look at Zhao Hai. Of course, Zhao Hai noticed their small actions. He looked at the three of them and smiled. "I would like to apologize to the three of you. The last time we were on the Esgod continent, I was only angry for a moment and left. I regretted it the moment I left, but I was too embarrassed to go back. I didn't expect the three clan heads to come here personally today. Zhao Hai is ashamed." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Yaji's face was filled with arrogance, while Lehuadorier's face was filled with shame. Yeldo's face was expressionless, but a trace of cunning flashed in her eyes. Looking at their expressions, Zhao Hai had a rough idea of what was going on. Yage thought that Zhao Hai had given in, while Lehuadorier thought that Zhao Hai was mocking them. As for Yurjuo's thoughts, Zhao Hai still couldn't guess them. Yaji glanced at Zhao Hai arrogantly and said in a deep voice, "Mr. Zhao Hai, we shouldn't have gone too far when you came to help us this time. It's just that the Protos caused too much trouble in the end, so we were especially careful. We caused a misunderstanding, Mr. Zhao Hai. Yaji would like to apologize to you here." Although he said that he was apologizing, his arrogant look made it seem like he was apologizing. NBSB Zhao Hai smiled. "You're doing this for your own safety, Patriarch. I completely understand. Why have you come to find me?" A trace of anger flashed in Yaji's eyes. She thought that she had already given Zhao Hai face by apologizing just now. Now Zhao Hai was still pretending to be confused. He really shouldn't have done that. However, Yaji also knew that it was not the time to offend Zhao Hai, so she had to say, "This time, the three of us have come to invite Mr. to the Esgod continent to join forces with our people to deal with the 9 great elders of the god race. What do you think, Mr.?" Zhao Hai smiled. "Of course I agree. I've come this time to deal with the 9 elders of the god clan. But before that, I have a request that I would like the three of you to agree to. What do you think?" The three of them looked at each other. They had not expected Zhao Hai to negotiate with them at this time. Yaji was even angrier, but she suppressed her anger and said to Zhao Hai, "Please tell me the truth, sir." "It's like this," Zhao Hai said in a deep voice. If we kill the 9 elders of the Protos this time, their ultimate weapon will become an ownerless item. I'm not greedy. Whoever kills the Protos elder will have his ultimate weapon. I believe the 3 of you won't object to this, right? The 3 of them looked at each other and finally nodded. Although they also wanted to obtain the ultimate weapons of the elders, they knew that if they did not agree to Zhao Hai's condition, Zhao Hai would not cooperate with them. Therefore, the 3 of them finally agreed to Zhao Hai's request. However, the 3 of them knew that this was not Zhao Hai's request. His request would not be that simple. As expected, Zhao Hai continued, I like to study these things, including the Protos' ultimate weapon. I mean, if I get a few of the Protos' ultimate weapons in this battle, I'd like to discuss with the 3 of you whether we can exchange our ultimate weapons for research. Of course, this also includes the ultimate weapons of your races and the ultimate weapon of the Capricorn race in my hand. If you agree, after I've studied all these ultimate weapons, I'll give you a chance. I'll give all the ultimate weapons I have to you, including this ultimate weapon of the demonic ram race. As he spoke, Zhao Hai waved his hand and an ultimate weapon appeared on the deck. It was the demonic ram armor. Although Zhao Hai's words sounded awkward, Yaji and the other 2 understood what he meant. Zhao Hai wanted to have a look at all 13 ultimate weapons. The 3 of them were originally in a difficult position, but when they thought of the conditions that Zhao Hai had stated, they felt that this was a good deal. Zhao Hai was using all of his battle suits as the price. The 3 of them knew that Zhao Hai had a battle suit from the eunuch devil race. Even if Zhao Hai didn't get a single battle suit from this battle, it was enough to take the battle suit as a reward. Yaji looked at Zhao Hai. Sir, you're going to study it for a few days. You're not thinking of getting all the ultimate weapons for research, are you? She asked. Zhao Hai shook his head and said, of course not. I can study them one by one, depending on how many ultimate weapons I have. If I can't kill a Protos elder this time, we'll use the ultimate weapon in my hand as a bargaining chip and study them one by one. If I kill a Protos elder, I'll use the 2 ultimate weapons in my hand as a bargaining chip and study them 2 by 2 and so on. No matter how many battle suits I have, I won't spend more than 3 days studying them. I wonder what you all think. Tempting. This proposal was too tempting. Yaji and the others did some calculations and found that this was a deal with no losses. How could they let go of this opportunity? The 3 of them looked at each other, then looked at Zhao Hai and said, is Mr.'s words true? Zhao Hai smiled, I'm not lying, don't worry. You'll always have more than 3 sets of armor in your hands. What are you afraid of? The 3 of them nodded at the same time. Yaji glanced at the 2 of them and the 2 of them also nodded at her at the same time. Yaji then said, in that case, we'll do as Mr. says. Zhao Hai nodded. All right, you 3 agree. I'll say whatever I want to say. We'll leave immediately. Don't let those Protos get away. Please get your guards on the ship. The 3 of them looked at Zhao Hai and then at their guards. Their guards added up to 30,000 people. How could they board the ship? Can Zhao Hai's ship fit all of them? Zhao Hai saw the confusion on the 3's faces. He smiled and said, please give the order. Don't worry, my ship can carry it. The 3 of them nodded and waved their hands, letting their guards board the ship. The 3 of them were dumbfounded. The Hades was like a bottomless pit, loading all 30,000 people into the ship. The 3 of them looked curiously at the place where the guards were staying. Everyone had a single room, which really surprised them. Just as Yaji and the others were looking at the Hades, it had already set off. When Yaji and the others came out of the rooms on the ship, Zhao Hai and the others had almost arrived at the Ares continent. Seeing this, Yaji and the others couldn't help but look at each other. They had to estimate Zhao Hai's strength. They did not have a clear understanding of Zhao Hai's strength before. However, they had a rough idea of Zhao Hai's strength since he had arrived at the Ares continent in such a short time. When Zhao Hai arrived outside the Ares continent, he didn't enter it. Instead, he turned to Yaji and the others and said, 3 clan leaders, where are we going? Let's turn around. Yaji glanced at Zhao Hai and said, let's go to the balance scale continent. Zhao Hai followed his directions and headed straight for the continent. The Hades speed had been raised to its maximum, but the ship was still calm, as if it had stopped on the surface of the sea. There was even a little breeze, which made Yaji and the others have a deeper impression of the Hades. As the boat was moving forward, Zhao Hai turned to the 3 people and said with a smile, 3 tribe leaders, I don't know much about the situation here with the Esgod tribe. Can you help me explain? Yaji and the other 2 looked at each other. Then Yaji and Yeljuo took a step back at the same time, leaving only Rehuadorler there. Obviously, they wanted Rehuadorler to explain to Zhao Hai. Upon seeing this situation, Rehuadorler laughed awkwardly. I'll explain it to Mr. Zhao Hai then. Yaji nodded and turned to Zhao Hai, sir. We would like to rest for a while. We can leave Leihua here. What do you think? Zhao Hai nodded and turned to Xiao Bingya. Xiao Bingya, I think you should take clan leader Yaij and clan leader Yeljuo to rest for a while. I'll arrange for you to stay in that room. Xiao Bingya and the other 2 responded and led Yaji and Yeljuo to their room. Yeljuo could also see that their room was definitely the second best room on the ship, but there were more than just their rooms. There were many other rooms that were the same as their rooms. After they left, Zhao Hai clapped his hands. Laura and the others then brought out a table full of wine and dishes. This time, the wine was also of good quality. Zhao Hai personally served it to Rivulet before pouring a glass for himself. Then he raised his glass and smiled at Rivulet Patriarch Lai. I can tell that you're the only one who thinks highly of me today. I have nothing else to say. Come, let's have a toast. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, a trace of embarrassment flashed across Levador's face. He also felt that Yaji's attitude today was a little too much, but he still raised his glass and said, in fact, Yaji and Yelduo don't have any ill intentions. They have always treated people like that. Please don't take offense, sir. Zhao Hai pretended to be angry and said in a deep voice, if it wasn't for the fact that I couldn't deal with the 9 elders, I wouldn't have accepted this. Forget it, let's not talk about this. I'm on good terms with clan leader Lai. We'll keep in touch more in the future. So you're flattering me, said Lehu Dorier with a smile. It's my honor to be friends with you. If you need anything from us dwarves in the future, please let us know. Zhao Hai smiled and said, it's strange. When I was on the Ark continent, I had a good relationship with other races. Whether it was the dwarves, orcs, or elves, I was on good terms with them. But why do I feel like the beast god race and the elf god race don't think I'm a good match? Lehu Dorier smiled bitterly. He knew very well that Yage and the others really didn't like Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was like a destructor of order. He had broken the balance of the Protoss. Yage and the others were afraid of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai was truly too powerful. With just him and a few others, it was as if he had annihilated the Protoss. Furthermore, the Protoss were much stronger than the S-God race. If Zhao Hai were to attack them one day, they would probably not even have the chance to fight back. It was precisely because of this that Yaji had been unwilling to have much contact with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at the expression on his face and smiled. Actually, I can't stay here for long. I don't belong here, and there are many things waiting for me to do. The reason I'm fighting the Protoss is because I want to avenge the people on the Ark continent. To be honest, I'm almost done with my revenge. If I wasn't afraid that the 9 elders would cause you trouble, I would have left long ago. Lehu Dorier looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Why do you say that, sir? Now that the strength of the gods race has been greatly reduced, even if the 9 great elders of the gods race were to return, it shouldn't have any effect on us, right? No, it's the opposite. If the 9 elders of the god clan go back, your days will be even more difficult, Zhao Hai said with a bitter smile. Lehu Dorier looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai said in a low voice, in the past, you were able to stop the god race's attacks because the god race wasn't united. Instead, it was divided into 10 god races. The first race had their own great elders. They had to make plans for their own race, so they couldn't use their full strength in each attack. On the other hand, if a single god race sent out their troops, they would have fewer great elders than you, so you could keep blocking the god race's attacks. But this time, when you returned, all of the great elders of the gods race will be gathered in the Lion continent, which is equivalent to gathering all of their strength. By then, they will have more great elders than you, and even if they have fewer ordinary troops than you, they will still be the ones at an advantage in the battle. Once he heard Zhao Hai's words, he broke out in a cold sweat. They had never thought of this problem before, but now that Zhao Hai had said it, he realized that things were not as good as they had thought. Zhao Hai looked at his expression and said, in fact, it's no longer beneficial for me to deal with the 9 great elders of the God clan. Previously, the 9 great elders of the God clan wanted to use the Thunder clan and the others to threaten me in the Golden Bull continent. However, because I had attacked the other God clans too ruthlessly, they realized that if they didn't return to help the Lion clan, the God clan would really be annihilated. Therefore, they wanted to attack you and make you retreat. Under such circumstances, they simply don't have the time to find trouble with me. They don't dare to, so I don't have to deal with them at all. I can just pat my butt and leave, but I didn't do that. Will they let you go? No matter what, you guys helped me when we were fighting the gods. Plus, you're from a higher race on the Ark continent, and you've given them divine artifacts. I'm on good terms with the other races on the Ark continent. I'm an orc prince and elder of the elves and dwarves, so I don't want to see you guys get hurt by the gods, so I decided to help you this time. Rehu Dorier quietly listened to Zhao Hai's words. He realized that Zhao Hai was right. From the looks of it, Zhao Hai really didn't want to rule over the god race. Otherwise, he wouldn't have exterminated all the god race. If Zhao Hai really wanted to leave this place, then there was no need for him to get involved in this mess. Zhao Hai looked at Ravador and smiled. Leader Lai, as the leader of a clan, you should be familiar with this term, right? Rehu Dorier was already feeling dizzy from Zhao Hai's words. Now that he heard Zhao Hai's words, he could not help but shake his head. What word? Ascension. Zhao Hai smiled. Once Rehu Dorier heard Zhao Hai's words, she was stunned and said, Ascend. You're going to ascend. As the head of a clan, he was no stranger to the term ascension. However, he did not expect Zhao Hai to not have any intention of ascending. Zhao Hai looked at Ravador and smiled. Do you think that the divine realm can accommodate me? Stunned for a moment, Rehu Dorier smiled bitterly and muttered, That's right. The 9 grand elders of Shen Fang can't do anything to you. With your current strength, the divine world can't contain you. You can only ascend. Zhao Hai smiled faintly. That's right, I'm going to ascend. Once I'm done with the matters here, I'll be ascending. As for how the divine world will look like in the future, it will be up to you, Esgod tribe. It has nothing to do with me. Lehuadorier smiled bitterly. He truly felt that Yage and the others were not worth it. Yage and the others were still worried that Zhao Hai would snatch the territory of the gods' race. He was about to ascend to the immortal world, so he did not care about the divine realm at all. With this in mind, Rehuadorier couldn't help but sigh. He poured himself a glass of wine and finished it in one gulp. Then he turned to Zhao Hai and said, I heard that you've subdued the demon race. Zhao Hai nodded and said, That's right. The Nephilims, everyone on the Ark continent, and the goblins. They have all been subdued by me. They are now in a very safe place. Maybe I will bring them along when I ascend. Once Rehuadorier heard Zhao Hai's words, she couldn't help but raise her head to look at him. Bring them to ascend. How is this possible? What if I have a few ships like Hades? Zhao Hai asked with a smile. Lehuadorier's eyes flashed as he looked at Zhao Hai. Is what teacher said true? Zhao Hai smiled. If you believe me, then it's true. If you don't, then it's fake. Those who believe in me will have eternal life. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Hai finished the wine in his glass and turned to look at the clouds in the distance. Lehuadoril stood up and stared at Zhao Hai, panting heavily. Sir, are you willing to bring us along? Zhao Hai smiled and said, I'm afraid you can't decide this on your own. I won't be leaving for a while, so you can take your time to study it. But I hope that clan leader Lai won't tell clan leader Yai and clan leader Yeldo about this. The moment he said that, he regretted it. He knew that he couldn't make the decisions in the family alone, so he didn't respond to Zhao Hai's words. At this moment, Yaji and the other four walked out of the room. However, Yaji's face revealed a smile. She smiled at Zhao Hai and said, Sir, Yaji would like to congratulate you here. I didn't expect that you would ascend. I'm really envious. Upon hearing Yage's words, Lehuadorier couldn't help but be shocked. He turned to look at Zhao Hai. He thought that only the two of them knew about the matter of ascension. It didn't seem to be the case. Zhao Hai gave a faint smile to Levadoril and gave him a reassuring look. Then he turned to Yage and said with a smile, I don't know if I can ascend or not. Chief Yage's congratulations are coming too early. Yaji said with a smile, It's not early at all. How can the divine realm accommodate you? When you ascend, you must inform me and let us all go and watch the ceremony. If we can see the scene of your ascension, my life will not be in vain. Zhao Hai smiled, I will. If I want to ascend, I will definitely inform the patriarch. Don't worry. As soon as Lehuadorier heard the conversation between Zhao Hai and Yag, his eyes couldn't help but flash. Then he turned his head and looked at Zio Bingya and the others who were standing behind Yaji and Yelduo. He now understood that Yaji had called Zio Bingya and the others into the room just now to ask them about Zhao Hai. Zio Bingya and the others had also told Yaji that Zhao Hai was about to ascend, so Yaji's attitude towards Zhao Hai had changed greatly. However, from Yaji's words, Zio Haoya and the others only told Yaji that Zhao Hai was about to ascend, but they didn't tell her that Zhao Hai could bring people to ascend. Was this because Zio Bingya and the others didn't know, or because Zio Bingya and the others knew but didn't tell her? If Bingya and the others didn't know, then there was nothing strange about this. If they knew but didn't say anything, then there was only one possibility: Bingya and the others were already Zhao Hai's men. As he thought about this, he couldn't help but take another sip of his wine. When he put down his glass, he was shocked. He was sure that Zio Bingya and the others were Zhao Hai's men. Just as he put down his wine glass, he finally understood something. Zhao Hai had only drunk with him once, but he felt close to him. He was even dissatisfied with Yaji and Yurduo and wanted to get close to him. Zio Bingya and the others had followed Zhao Hai for a long time. With Zhao Hai's methods, how could he not take care of them? In addition, with Ascension as bait, Zio Bingya and the others would definitely submit to Zhao Hai. Once he thought of this, he couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai, who was talking and laughing with Yaji. He realized that Zhao Hai was really too scary. It seemed like he had a purpose for every step he took. Even if you knew what he was up to, you couldn't stop him. It was because what he did was only beneficial to you and not harmful. He pulled everyone who knew about him into his circle of interests. As long as he had benefits, everyone would get a share. On the contrary, it was not good for anyone. Therefore, everyone who found out what he had in mind would not stop him. On the contrary, they would help him. And this was for his allies. If they were his enemies, how would they feel? As soon as he thought of the 9 great elders of the god race, he couldn't help but shiver. As the clan leader of the dwarf god race, he was no stranger to the great elders of the god race. However, when he saw the 9 great elders, he was truly shocked. If it wasn't for Dinksing and the others using those ultimate weapons, he really wouldn't believe that those people were the 9 great elders of the god race. They had already been tortured by Zhao Hai to the point where they were no longer human. At the thought of this, he immediately decided that he would never become Zhao Hai's enemy no matter what. After thinking this through, he couldn't help but turn around and look at Yaji, who was talking to Zhao Hai. He also looked at Yeldo, who was standing beside him with a relaxed smile. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He knew that Zhao Hai would never treat them as friends, and he could only be considered a friend that Zhao Hai was testing. If he could help Zhao Hai keep this secret, Zhao Hai might want him to be his friend, but if he couldn't keep Zhao Hai's secret, he wouldn't be Zhao Hai's friend. Lei Huadorier let out a long breath and poured Zhao Hai another glass of wine. He drank it all in one gulp and laughed. "Sir, this wine tastes really good. I wonder if you can give me some. If I don't drink your wine in the future, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep at night." Although he sounded like he was asking for wine, there was a sense of intimacy in his words. If he didn't treat Zhao Hai as a friend, how could he ask for wine from Zhao Hai? Would you ask for wine from a stranger? This was exactly what Latoral was trying to do to convey his thoughts to Zhao Hai. He believed that Zhao Hai would be able to understand him, as he was a smart person. As expected, the smile on Zhao Hai's face grew even wider when he heard this. He laughed and said, "If you like it, I'll give you more. This wine isn't anything good." Yeage and Yurjuo didn't suspect anything because they both knew that the dwarves were drunkards. In addition, Levadoral had always been nice to Zhao Hai, so it wasn't a big deal for him to order some wine. At that moment, a piece of land appeared on the distant sea surface. The lush green color of the land made people's spirits shake. Lei Huadorier stood up and pointed at the distant continent. He said to Zhao Hai, "Sir, that's the balanced scale continent where our dwarves live. It's the place with the richest minerals in the entire divine realm. The 9 elders of the god race attacked us because almost all of the weapons used by the beast god race and the elf god race were forged by us. As long as we're dealt with, it will be much easier to deal with the other 2 races." Yeage and Yeldo were wrong, as what Latoral said was right. The 3 major races of the S-god race were interdependent. The elves mainly produced food, the dwarves mainly produced weapons, and the orcs mainly produced horses, meat, and protective equipment. Thus, the 3 races were interdependent. However, there was one more important point for the dwarf race. Whether it was the dwarf race or the orc race, they could basically be self-sufficient in their food supply. Since they were all masters of the Protos, ordinary protective equipment was not very useful to them. However, a good weapon would be of great help to them and could allow them to kill more enemies. Therefore, almost every time the gods' race attacked, they would first attack the dwarf race. However, the 3 major races were not far away from each other, so as long as the dwarf race was in trouble, the other 2 races would immediately come to help. Thus, the dwarf race had always been safe. Zhao Hai nodded. "I know about the dwarves' weapons. They're very good. Back on the Ark continent, I had a lot of conflicts with the dwarves. At that time, the 3 alien races were incited by the Church of Light, so we didn't have much contact. In the end, I made a good deal. I brought the dwarves' weapons to the grasslands to exchange for the orcs' milk wine, and I also brought the elves' art to the humans to exchange for some living supplies. Then I'll use these to trade for ironware with the orcs and the dwarves, hee." Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, Levadoral and the others were stunned. They really did not know anything about Zhao Hai's life on the Ark continent. Now that they heard Zhao Hai's words, they felt that he was a businessman. The 3 of them looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai looked at the 3 of them and smiled. "The 3 of them are right. I'm a merchant in the human race, a very qualified merchant. Not only do I do business with humans, but I also do business with orcs, elves, dwarves, and merfolk. On the entire Ark continent, the only race I've never done business with is the Church of Light. They're also human, but I've never done business with the Church of Light because I'm a black mage. The second is the dragon race because they have always been the dogs of the god race, so I have never done business with them. The third is the magic beasts because they have nothing to do business with me." The rest laughed, but they were even more curious about Zhao Hai's identity on the Ark continent. How could a businessman have such a high position? How could he have the strength he had today? How did he do it? As he was thinking, they had already entered the Libra continent. Zhao Hai looked around and found that the continent was calm, as if there was no battle. He turned to the 3 of them in confusion and asked, "Why don't I see the 9 great elders of the Shen clan? Are they not here?" Lei Huadorier laughed bitterly. "Of course they are, but we dwarves are the same as the dwarves on the Ark continent. We are used to living in caves. When the 9 elders arrived at the balanced scale continent, they destroyed a few of our cities in the mountains. However, because they were all in caves, they couldn't be seen from the outside." Yaji also said in a deep voice, "They have never done this before. The great elders of the god clan are very arrogant. In the past, they didn't even bother to go into the cave. But this time they are acting abnormally. The 9 great elders fought guerrilla warfare with us in the cave. Therefore, most of the battles took place in the cave." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "They have no choice. This time only 9 of them came. The others didn't come. They have no choice. They don't want to waste too much energy, so killing people in the cave is the best way." They all nodded. This time, the fighting style of the 9 elders of the god clan had indeed changed a lot. It seemed that it was because they had suffered a lot from Zhao Hai. Just as he was thinking about this, a mountain in the distance suddenly exploded with a loud bang. Following that, a few human-shaped figures flew out from the mountain. "It's the 9 great elders and the grand elders of the 3 races," Zhao Hai said. "Please disembark. I won't be able to take care of the three of you in the upcoming battle." After saying that, Zhao Hai waved his hand and Wei Ji and the others got off the Pluto. Xiao Bingya and the others also got off. Even their 30,000 guards got off. They did not see how the guards got off the ship. While they were still in a daze, Zhao Hai had already charged toward the battlefield. The two sides fighting naturally saw Zhao Hai as well, and the three great elders of the S-God race couldn't help but be elated. They were currently being surrounded by Dingsing and the others, and now that Zhao Hai was here, they could save them. When Dingsing and the others saw Zhao Hai, they were stunned for a moment. Then their faces lit up with joy, and then their expressions changed again. They immediately gathered together to deal with Zhao Hai. The attitude of the three great elders of the S-God race was also a little strange. They were a little further away from Dingsing and the others, but they did not approach Zhao Hai. When Zhao Hai saw this, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. These great elders of the S-God race were really too stupid. With a powerful enemy in front of them, they still acted like this. Wasn't this clearly telling the enemy that they didn't have the same heart he would be used? Just as Zhao Hai had expected, Ding Xing's eyes lit up when he saw the actions of the great elder of the S-God race, and a hint of joy appeared in his calm eyes. Zhao Hai slowly slowed down and stopped 100 meters in front of Ding Xing and the others. The great elders of the S-God race stopped slightly to the left of Zhao Hai and the others, and the three groups formed a triangle in the air. Ding Xing looked at Zhao Hai, his eyes filled with hatred. "Zhao Hai, I didn't think that you would actually appear. Someone as hateful as you would actually come to help the S-God race. This truly surprises me. You didn't even do anything when we annihilated the Thunder race, so why are you helping the S-God race this time?" Ding Xing's words could not be said to not be venomous. His words were telling the great elder of the S-God race that Zhao Hai was definitely a cruel person. He had watched the Thunder race being exterminated by them and did not help them. Now that he had come to save them, he definitely had some motive. Zhao Hai looked at Ding Xing and smiled. "I knew I couldn't beat you, but I still ran to fight you head-on. However, the situation is different now. With the three great elders of the S-God race, I have the confidence to keep all of you here. Everyone, your days of dominance in the divine world are over. From now on, this place belongs to the S-God race." The corner of Ding Xing's mouth revealed a trace of a cold smile. "Oh, really? Why do I feel that if you can get rid of us, the entire divine realm will be yours, Zhao Hai?" Ding Xing was also not easy to deal with, and he stabbed over again. Zhao Hai understood Ding Xing's meaning. Ding Xing wanted to remind the elders of the S-God race that if Zhao Hai killed them, it would be much easier to deal with the three of them. Check and balance. Checks and balances were usually a method used by those in power, and almost all the first person in power would use it. Those who didn't know how to check and balance would never be successful. As the Grand Elder of the Central Mainland, Ding Xing was very familiar with the means of checks and balances. Naturally, he was very familiar with the use of this method. As expected, the moment Ding Xing said this, the three great elders of the S-God race looked at Zhao Hai with a strange expression. It was clear that they understood what Ding Xing meant. Otherwise, they would not have kept their distance from Zhao Hai after seeing him. Zhao Hai looked at the expressions of the elders and could not help but smile. He turned to Ding Xing and said, "There's no need for Elder Ding Xing to worry about this. I've already told the patriarchs of the three great foreign races the reason. I guarantee that I'll be able to leave the divine realm after eliminating you all. Moreover, I also have a reason that I have no choice but to leave." Zhao Hai's words immediately blocked Ding Xing's words, and the hearts of the three great elders of the S-God race could not help but relax. Zhao Hai glanced at the three great elders and said in a deep voice, "Three of you, if we lose this opportunity to deal with them, we might never have another chance. I have a reason to leave. I will leave the divine world soon. At that time, I'm afraid that only the three of you will be left to deal with the 9 great elders." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, the expressions of the three great elders of the S-God race changed. To be honest, Zhao Hai's words had hit their greatest weakness. It was still uncertain whether Zhao Hai would pose a threat to them. After all, Zhao Hai was their ally now, and if he really left, the entire gods race would be theirs. However, the gods race had always been their enemy. After tens of thousands of years of enmity, the hatred between them had long since seeped into their bones. If they did not take this opportunity to eliminate them, and if Zhao Hai really left, they would have to face these elders of the S-God race alone. When Ding Xing heard Zhao Hai's words, he knew that things weren't good. He narrowed his eyes and shouted, "Do it." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately activated the time positioning compass with all his might. The time fixing plate floating above his head suddenly moved. It spun rapidly. As he turned his head, a white light shot out from the time fixing plate. Then Zhao Hai felt the shadow in front of him change greatly. He had once again appeared in the starry sky. Zhao Hai did not panic. He looked around and realized that he was in the same space as before. A few constellations were floating in the distance. What made Zhao Hai feel strange was that there seemed to be a few more constellations in the time-fixing plate. Looking at the star constellations, he immediately understood that they were the star constellations of the battle armors worn by the three elders of the S-god race: the Aries battle armors, Libra battle armors, and the goddess armors. Zhao Hai wasn't sure if he was seeing things, but he felt that the three-star constellations were very gray, and the battle suits seemed to be struggling. Dinxing, I knew you would do this, but it's useless against me now. Have you forgotten? Zhao Hai smiled. I've broken this move before. With that, Zhao Hai's hand moved and the principal appeared. He landed on the position of the sun in the star positioning compass. This time, Zhao Hai attacked with all his might. In addition to the power of the Tao Lotus, there was a loud boom. The starry sky illusion completely disappeared. Although the illusion of the starry sky had disappeared, Zhao Hai realized that the situation was not looking too good. The three elders of the S-god race seemed to have been controlled by a time-fixing plate. They were standing there without moving, but their bodies were trembling slightly. Zhao Hai knew that the three elders of the S-god race had been suppressed by the time-fixing plate. They were currently trying to break free, but before they could do so, Zhao Hai would have to face the attacks of the 9 elders alone. Dinxing looked at Zhao Hai and laughed. Zhao Hai, not attacking us as soon as we met was your biggest mistake. Now that the 3 of them have been suppressed by me, you have to face us alone. Let's see what you can do. What's wrong? Zhao Hai smiled. Don't think that I'll be afraid of you just because you did that. Zhao Hai waved his hand, and a giant red scorpion emerged from his staff. The giant red scorpion wagged its head and tail as it went to meet the elder of the Protos. The High Elder's expression changed when he saw the red scorpion. They could recognize that it was the battle suit of the Capricorn race, and they didn't dare to underestimate it. Jin Ben immediately went up and fought with the giant scorpion. Zhao Hai ignored Jin Ben. He immediately steered the Hades towards Dinxing. Other than Dinxing, the other 9 elders of the Protos also pounced toward Zhao Hai, using all sorts of powerful moves. At this time, Zhao Hai had already sent Laura and the others into the realm. He shrunk the Hades and handed it over to Kai and the others. He waved his staff and charged towards the Lion Elder. The staff in his hand turned into a hammer, and he smashed it towards the Lion Elder. Elder Mindar of the Pisces clan and Elder Jiyu of the Cancer clan immediately came to help. The few of them were fighting, but they couldn't do anything to anyone for a while. However, Zhao Hai, who could not use his full strength, slowly fell to Chu Feng. However, he was not in any danger for the time being. At this moment, Dinxing closed his eyes, and his forehead was covered in sweat as he used all his strength to suppress the 3 elders of the S-god race. The 3 elders of the S-god race had forgotten one thing, which was that the time-fixing plate could suppress them to a certain extent. The reason why the time-fixing plate had not used this move before was that it was not an easy task to suppress them with the time-fixing plate. The energy required to suppress them was extremely powerful, and it would also affect the user to a certain extent. The 13 ultimate weapons were a set. If they faced the enemy together, they would naturally be very powerful. However, if they were to kill each other, they would have to pay a huge price. It was just like a person. If you let him fight with his left hand while you fought with yourself, the one who would suffer the most would still be himself. The logic was the same. The battle between Zhao Hai and the others had dumbfounded Ye Ji and the others. This battle was too terrifying. Although they were fighting in the sky, the aftershocks of the battle had destroyed all the trees on the mountain below. The mountain was also shaken by the aftershocks, as if it would fall down at any time. In the sky, there were waves of transparent energy ripples that even distorted the light. The scene that Ye Ji and the others saw was also distorted. Jin Ben and the giant scorpion were locked in a fierce battle, while the Hell King was busy dealing with 4 great elders of the Protos. The great elders of the Lion race, the Pisces race, and the Cancer race were all attacking Zhao Hai. They knew that as long as Zhao Hai was eliminated, the giant scorpion and the Hell King would be completely useless. However, Zhao Hai was not that easy to deal with. Although Jiyu and the other 2 had the upper hand, Zhao Hai had only retaliated a little. He had no problem protecting himself. Zhao Hai's entire body had turned into a crystal. The staff in his hand was ever-changing. It could turn into 1 or 2 weapons at any time. Under the siege of the 3 of them, he did not show any signs of defeat. Jiyu and the others could not help but feel anxious. They knew that they could not suppress the 3 elders for too long. If they could not get rid of Zhao Hai as soon as possible, they would be finished once the 3 elders broke free. Jiyu and the others had never known how powerful Zhao Hai was. Now they knew. They had still underestimated Zhao Hai. He was really too strong. As time passed, Jiyu and the others became more and more anxious. More and more sweat appeared on Dinxing's forehead, and the 3 great supreme elders of the S-god race were also shaking more and more violently. However, Zhao Hai felt that something was not right. Although he was at a disadvantage and had taken a few hits from Jiyu and the others, he was not injured. Moreover, he had been paying close attention to the situation on the battlefield. Although the Hades had stalled the 4 elders, it was not impossible for the 4 elders to leave the battlefield. As long as the other 3 helped him, he would still have a short period of time. After leaving the battlefield, they could use this time to destroy the 3 elders of the S-God race who were trapped by Fixed Star. This way, they would be able to get rid of any future trouble. However, they had not done so. Why was that? Suddenly, Zhao Hai thought of a possibility. He decided to give it a try. He immediately gave an order to Kai in his head. As soon as Kai heard Zhao Hai's order, he immediately responded and did as he was told. Jiyu and the others, who were busy fighting with Zhao Hai, suddenly saw a large group of undead creatures appear beside Dingsing. Jiyu and the others didn't show any fear. Instead, they looked at Zhao Hai with a mocking gaze. They thought that Zhao Hai wanted to use the undead creatures to deal with Dingsing. However, to their surprise, these undead creatures were not going to deal with Dingxing. Instead, they turned around and pounced toward the 3 great elders of the S-God race. Jiyu and the others were shocked when they saw the undead creatures' actions. However, it was impossible for them to stop them now. The undead creatures had already formed their domains and were charging toward the 3 elders. Yaji and the others were shocked when they saw this. They did not understand why Zhao Hai would attack the great elders of their tribe at this time. However, an unexpected scene appeared. As soon as the undead creatures' attacks hit the great elder, they heard a loud boom. The great elder's body trembled and he slowly opened his eyes. Dingxing's body also trembled and a trace of blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. This sudden change stunned Yaji and the others as they didn't understand what had happened. At that moment, Zhao Hai burst out laughing. Zhao Hai laughed as he looked at Hua Jiyu and the rest. He said in a deep voice, "I never understood why you guys didn't attack the great elder of the S-God race after suppressing him. If Dingxing could really suppress them for such a long time and allow you guys to attack as you wish, the great elders of the S-God race would have been destroyed by you guys long ago. Now I know the reason. The moment they enter the mountain and attack, they will immediately break through Ding's suppression. Ha ha ha." 3 elders, hurry up and help. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, the 3 great elders of the S-God race couldn't help but burst into laughter. The great elder of the Beastman race laughed and said, "Mr. Zhao Hai is indeed extraordinary. He was able to notice this in the middle of a fierce battle. Impressive. Let's attack." After he finished speaking, he pounced towards Dingxing, while the other 2 flew towards Jin Ben. It seemed like they were prepared to deal with Jin Ben. Jin Ben panicked when he saw the 2 of them charging at him. He immediately ran toward the few people who were fighting with the Hades, preparing to deal with the Hades, the Scorpion, and the 2 elders. At this moment, Dingxing's figure also moved and joined the battle. The Grand Elder of the Beast God clan naturally turned around to attack Dingxing and the others. Zhao Hai's expression changed slightly when he saw this. He was very clear about what the 3 elders were thinking. Even though what they were doing seemed to be right, and they wanted to focus their strength on dealing with the enemies that they could deal with, Zhao Hai felt that this was only one of the reasons. There was probably another reason that could not be exposed. The reason for this was that they wanted to borrow the strength of the elders of the God race to injure Zhao Hai. This way, even if they defeated the 9 elders of the God race, Zhao Hai would no longer be a threat to them. However, Zhao Hai was already aware of whether the 3 elders of the S-God race had such intentions. However, Zhao Hai would not allow himself to be in danger all the time, so he did not let the giant scorpion join the battle. Instead, he had the giant scorpion turn around and join him. With the giant scorpion's participation, the pressure on Zhao Hai was greatly reduced. The pressure on Zhao Hai was lifted. He could not help but laugh wildly. He increased his power. With the ever-changing weapons in his team's hands, Jiyu and the others were at a disadvantage. When Dingxing and the others saw this, their expressions changed. However, they no longer had any trump cards to use. Logically speaking, they should be the ones at a disadvantage. After all, the Hades should be able to block the attacks of 4 great elders, and it should not be a problem for the 3 elders to deal with the other 2 elders. However, this was not the case. Because of the addition of Deified, the 9 elders' attacks seemed to have been strengthened, and they were actually able to force the 3 elders of the S-God race into a disadvantageous position. If not for Hades, they would have been in great danger. Zhao Hai noticed the situation as well, but he did not say anything. He only strengthened his attacks, forcing Jiyu and the other 2 into a more difficult position. Jiyu was being suppressed by Zhao Hai until she could not breathe. Jiyu was so angry that her face turned red. She roared repeatedly and fought back with all her might. However, the difference in strength could not be made up by fighting with all her might. Jiyu and the others were slowly being put at a complete disadvantage. It would be good if they could even fight back 2 moves out of every 10 moves. Just as Jiyu and the others were at a complete disadvantage, Zhao Hai's figure suddenly disappeared from their side. The next moment he reappeared behind the Supreme Elder of the Pisces tribe, who was fighting the giant tentacles. The staff in his hand turned into a giant hammer, and he struck the Supreme Elder's back. Minkar was fighting the giant scorpion. Although the giant scorpion's attacks were not weak, it could not do anything to Minkar for the time being. Moreover, it knew that Zhao Hai was being held back by Jiyu and the others. It was not a threat to it for the time being. Therefore, it focused all its attention on fighting the giant tentacles. It did not expect Zhao Hai to attack it. Mindar felt a huge force on his back. Although his muscles vibrated a few times in a short time to dispel a part of the force, he still felt that the hammer had broken his bones. At this moment, he suddenly felt a shock force hitting his inner mansion. He had never thought that Zhao Hai would have this kind of skill. His inner mansion was shattered in an instant. He spat out a mouthful of blood. At the same time, the tentacle's long tail stabbed into his throat. After Zhao Hai hit Mindar with his hammer, he disappeared again. When he reappeared, he was in front of Jiyu and the others. Zhao Hai's actions were beyond everyone's expectations. They never thought that Zhao Hai would steal Mindar while they were busy fighting. While they were still in a daze, Zhao Hai had already succeeded. Mindar had died at the hands of Zhao Hai and the giant scorpion, and was now back in front of them. Jiyu was even angrier now. She roared and attacked Zhao Hai with all her might. Her first attack was a move that risked her life. Zhao Hai could only defend himself and had no power to fight back. At this moment, the giant scorpion charged over again, and Minkar had already disappeared into a spatial crack. The great elder of the lion tribe had to split up to deal with the giant scorpion. Jiyu was still attacking Zhao Hai with all her might. Her first attack was always with all her might. Everyone knew that such an attack would not last long. However, no one realized that Jiyu's attack was pushing Zhao Hai towards Hades. Just as Zhao Hai was getting closer and closer to the Hades, his body suddenly moved. He stopped in mid-air and did not retreat. At this time, the staff in Zhao Hai's hand turned into a sword that was aimed at Jiyu's throat. At the same time, Jiyu's fist was aimed at Zhao Hai's chest. From the way Jiyu attacked, it seemed like she did not care about her life at all. She did not even look at Zhao Hai's sword and wanted to let her fist land on Zhao Hai. If this had happened earlier, Zhao Hai would have pulled back his sword and changed his move. However, he did not do so this time. Zhao Hai's rapier thrust forward, completely ignoring Jiyu's incoming fist. A hint of panic appeared in Jiyu's eyes. His desperate move just now was all an act. He was betting that Zhao Hai would not fight him to the death when he had the upper hand. That was why he pretended to fight Zhao Hai to the death. However, he had bet wrongly this time. The reason why Zhao Hai acted as if he did not dare to fight Jiyu to the death was actually to lure him here. He could deal with Jiyu's hands and then deal with Dingsing and the others. Zhao Hai's timing was extremely accurate. It was too late for Jiyu to change her move. She could only watch as her throat collided with Zhao Hai's sword. Upon seeing this, Jiyu no longer cared about fighting Zhao Hai. Although she could not change the way she punched, she still tried her best to dodge Zhao Hai's rapier. However, she forgot that Zhao Hai's rapier could change its shape. Just as she was about to dodge the rapier, the tip of the rapier suddenly turned into a shovel. It turned from a sharp point to a sharp edge. This weapon was the kind that was not available in the immortal realm for a convenient shovel. Jiyu managed to dodge the tip of the sword, but not the shovel. His head hit the shovel and his head was cut off. Because he was too fast, his fist still landed on Zhao Hai's shoulder. However, the power was less than 50 of what it used to be. Zhao Hai borrowed the force of this punch to accelerate and charge into the battle zone of Dingsing and the others. Dingsing and the others had noticed the situation of Jiyu and the others. When they saw Jiyu forcing Zhao Hai towards them, they understood Dingsing's plan. Therefore, Dingsing and the others were prepared to attack Zhao Hai at any time. However, he did not expect Zhao Hai to have already started scheming against him when Jiyu used her desperate move. He saw that Jiyu had forced him to go to Dingsing and the others and knew what Jiyu was planning. He pretended not to know, waiting for this opportunity. When they saw that Zhao Hai had cut off Jiyu's head and that he was being attacked by Jiyu, their eyes turned red. Jin Ben and the other two supreme elders immediately attacked Zhao Hai's back. At this moment, Zhao Hai's figure suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he was in the same position as before. However, he reappeared behind the elder who was fighting with the giant scorpion. The staff in his hand had become a strengthened rapier. The rapier was pointed backward and pointed at the head of the great elder. Zhao Hai still had the impact from Jiyu's attack. The lion tribe's supreme elder was very close to him, and the sword pierced into the back of his head. The giant scorpion took advantage of this opportunity to cut off the great elder's head with its pincers. Zhao Hai stepped back and stood on the back of the giant scorpion. With a wave of his hand, the great elder's body and the armor disappeared in the air. Then Zhao Hai moved his shoulder, which had been hit by Jiyu, and stepped on the giant scorpion to kill Dingsing and the others. Dingsing and the others were stunned. They never thought that Zhao Hai would kill 3 people in such a short time. Dingsing and the others' eyes turned red, but Zhao Hai didn't give them a chance to get excited. He moved and joined the battle with Dingsing and the others. This time, Dingsing and the others were at a disadvantage. They didn't even have a chance to turn the tables. Dingsing's eyes flashed with a hint of despair. His body moved and suddenly stopped in midair, and he said in a deep voice, "Mr. Zhao Hai, please stop. I have something to say." Zhao Hai's figure came to a halt, and the next moment, the attacks of Pluto and the giant scorpion stopped as well. The great elders of the 3 major isomos also stopped when they saw this situation. The remaining great elders of the god race also stopped and gathered around Dingsing. Dingxing looked at Zhao Hai and suddenly smiled bitterly. Zhao Hai, I have no choice but to admit that provoking you was the biggest mistake we've ever made. You're really strong. I don't expect you to let us go, Dingxing said with a bitter smile. But I hope you can promise me one thing. As long as you agree, we can all commit suicide in front of you without any resistance. Zhao Hai was stunned. He looked at Dingxing and said, please speak. Dingxing looked at Zhao Hai and said, now that things have come to this, I don't expect to survive either. However, if you don't answer us, we will fight back with all our might. I believe that 1 or 2 people will be able to escape. For those who escape, we will not do anything else, nor will we seek revenge on you. We will kill everyone in the divine realm with all our might, be it civilians or soldiers. I believe that when the time comes, you will also be very smart, right? Indeed, Zhao Hai nodded. State your request. Dingxing took a deep breath. I hope you can promise us that you will leave some people for the God clan. Let the God clan carry on their great legacy. Don't be so ruthless. Zhao Hai was taken aback. He really did not expect that she would make such a request. He thought for a moment and said, all right, I promise you. I, Zhao Hai, may be unscrupulous towards my enemies, but I've always been a man of my word. I won't lie to a few dead people. All right, I believe you. I hope you can do what you say. Dingxing nodded. After saying that, Dingxing spat out a mouthful of blood and the light in his eyes slowly disappeared. When the other elders of the Shen clan saw Dingxing's state, they did not hesitate at all. Each and every one of them spat out blood and fell down. With a wave of his hand, the corpses of a few great elders appeared on the deck of the Hades. Zhao Hai looked at them and sighed, not bad, you guys are also considered heroes. After saying that, he steered the Hades and slowly flew toward Yaji's group. The 3 elders of the Escod tribe had already arrived beside Yaji's group. Zhao Hai glanced at Yaji, then turned to her and said, Chief Yage, you've seen the situation. I'll take the bodies of the grand elders of the Protos with me. 3 days later, I'll hand over their ultimate weapons to you. I hope you can study the ultimate weapons of your 3 races for 3 days. Yaji also knew that it was all because of Zhao Hai that the great grand elder of the God clan was eliminated. She nodded and said, all right, I promise you, sir. Zhao Hai nodded, and the Hades slowly disappeared in the air. After Zhao Hai left, the 3 great elders of the Escod tribe immediately gathered beside Yaji and said, Yage, what happened? What do you mean by handing over the ultimate weapon of our 3 races to him for research in 3 days? What's going on? Yaji explained the conditions that she and Zhao Hai had set. Of course, the main point was that Zhao Hai would give them all 13 ultimate weapons. The 3 great elders were stunned for a moment, but they didn't object to Yaji agreeing to Zhao Hai's condition. If she agreed to Zhao Hai's condition, they could get 13 ultimate weapons. If she didn't agree, they would be on bad terms with Zhao Hai. If Zhao Hai turned against them, it would be even more difficult for them to handle. At this time, Zhao Hai had already placed the devil armors into the origin space. With a series of notifications, Zhao Hai's origin space had 8 more battle suit seeds. The time-fixing plate, on the other hand, stunned Zhao Hai, as the notification from the time-fixing plate was completely different from the other battle suits. The prompt tone from the time-fixing plate was, discovered a team disc with a special purpose. This disc array can be used in combination with the 7-star Heaven Sealing Array disc. This disc array is incomplete. After collecting all the disc arrays, there will be a surprise. Host, please collect all the disc arrays as soon as possible. The time-fixing plate didn't produce any seeds. Zhao Hai didn't know what to do for a while. If he couldn't hand over the time-fixing plate, would Yaji and the others turn against him? However, on second thought, Zhao Hai realized that even if they were to fall out with him, so what? With their current strength, could they defeat him? Thinking of this, Zhao Hai felt more at ease. However, he did not immediately use the star positioning compass with the 7-star skylocking formation. At the same time, Zhao Hai immediately planted the seeds of the 8 different battle armors. Of course, the seeds wouldn't take 3 days to mature, but Zhao Hai still gave them 3 days. No matter what he did, Zhao Hai would always leave some room for error. The primitive combat suit had been integrated into Zhao Hai's staff. On his staff, there were 8 more constellation symbols. At the same time, 8 huge crystal beasts appeared in Zhao Hai's staff. These 8 crystal beasts were somewhat special. They all looked like scorpions, but their appearances and abilities were different. Zhao Hai was very confused. Why did they all turn into scorpions? Wasn't it supposed to be the same as his own constellation? After asking the realm, he found out that the warbeasts in the 12-star constellations could change their appearance at will. Among the warbeasts in the realm, the scorpion was the most powerful in attack, so they all changed into the appearance of the scorpion. If it was Heixiang Zhao, they could change into the appearance of their own constellation. Zhao Hai immediately ordered them to transform, and as expected, they all turned back. Zhao Hai asked the realm why it felt that the scorpion's attacks were the strongest. Zhao Hai didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the realm's response. When Zhao Hai first put the Capricorn battle suit into the space could turn him into a goat, but goats were herbivores. They were not suitable for killing and fighting, so the battle suit followed the rules of the 12 constellation battle suit and turned him into a big scorpion. Not only could the scorpion attack the enemy with its pincers, but its tail, mouth, and legs could also attack the enemy. It could be said that they had the most weapons out of all the animals. In addition, they had hard armor on their bodies, so the realm regarded them as animals suitable for fighting. Of course, scorpions weren't that powerful in real life, and their tails weren't as flexible as whips. However, they were able to do so in the realm. That was why the realm decided to shape Maju's armor into a scorpion. Zhao Hai had never thought about this before. He only realized it when all the armor had turned into scorpions. However, this was good news for Zhao Hai. He already knew what these battle suits looked like. It was equivalent to him having another attack method. Moreover, these battle suits could change their figures at will, which would only increase the variety of his attack methods. Of course, he had reason to be happy. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. 3 days later, Zhao Hai appeared in the sky above the continent. As expected, Yaji and the others were waiting there. Zhao Hai waved his hand, and 9 pieces of battle armor appeared in front of Yaji and the others. These battle armors were, of course, grown in the space. The primitive battle armors had already been integrated into Zhao Hai's staff. However, this did not mean that these battle armors were inferior to the original battle armors. In terms of true strength, these battle armors were not inferior to the original battle armors. Moreover, these battle armors were not under the control of the time-fixing plate. The time-fixing plate could not suppress these battle armors. It did not have any shortcomings because it consumed too much energy. It could be said that these battle armors were an improved version of the battle armor. Of course, the primitive battle suit's ability to be integrated into the staff and the ability to transform between the 12 constellations were also gone, but the Protoss probably wouldn't notice it. Zhao Hai took out the 9 battle suits and said to Yaji, "Chief Yage, I'm afraid I've let you down." Yaji and the others' expressions changed, and they all became nervous. They thought that Zhao Hai was going to snatch the armor, and the 3 elders had already put it on. Looking at the nervous S-god, Zhao Hai could not help but smile and say, "Don't be nervous, Chief Yage. I said I'm not doing you any favors to steal the ultimate weapon. I just have something to discuss with you. I've studied these battle suits, but there was a mistake when I was studying the time-fixing plate. The time-fixing plate actually fused with my ship. As you know, I snatched this ship from the hands of a high god of the Protoss. I don't know much about this ship, but I didn't expect the time-fixing plate to fuse with it. I can't take out the time-fixing plate now. Please forgive me, Chief Yage." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Yaji heaved a sigh of relief. To be honest, even if Zhao Hai had taken 2 more armors, Yaji would not have had any objections, let alone the star positioning compass. After all, they were the ones who would benefit from it. Yaji turned her head and glanced at the others. Seeing that everyone's expressions had relaxed, Yaji was relieved. She smiled at Zhao Hai and said, "This matter cannot be blamed on Sir. Sir, please do not blame yourself. The time positioning compass is Sir's from now on. 3 elders, please hand over the ultimate weapon to Sir." The 3 grand elders didn't say anything. They took off their battle armors and handed them to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also handed the remaining 9 battle armors to the 3 grand elders. He didn't put away the 3 grand elders' battle armors. Instead, he said to the 3 grand elders, "Elders, I've made some changes to these 9 battle armors. You can try them out. If you think the changes are okay, then I'll take these 3 armors away. If you don't agree, then forget it." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, the 3 elders' expressions could not help but change. Then they quickly chose a set of battle clothes and put them on. They had been using the armor for a long time. Although they had changed, the principle was the same. The armor didn't need to recognize an owner, so they put it on immediately. After putting on the armor, they immediately felt the difference. In the past, when they put on the armor, although it increased their strength by a lot, they always felt a sense of oppression from the armor, making them feel like they were carrying something on their back. However, they didn't feel uncomfortable wearing these battle suits. On the contrary, they felt more comfortable than ever. The power they could exert now was no less than when they were wearing their original battle suits. The 3 elders were afraid that this feeling was an illusion. They tried on the battle suit again, and the 2 of them even sparred. The result was still the same, so they were relieved. The 3 of them took a closer look at the battle suits. They looked as if they were new, and there was not a single scratch on them. This made them even more surprised. Their battle suits had been worn for who knew how many years. The first battle suit would more or less have some damage, but these battle suits were undamaged. It seemed that Zhao Hai had fixed them. The 3 of them looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. However, they still bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Don't worry, sir. There's nothing wrong with this battle suit. It's even more comfortable to wear. Furthermore, Sir has repaired it. We should be thanking Sir." Yaji, who had been nervously watching the 3 elders, couldn't help but feel relieved when she heard what the 3 elders said. The way she looked at Zhao Hai also changed, with a trace of guilt. Zhao Hai smiled at the 3 elders and said, "That's good. To be honest, I didn't use much time to study these battle armors. However, it took me a lot of effort to repair them. Fortunately, they are not damaged." This can be considered a gift from me to the S-God tribe. Everyone, I will be going to study these 3 battle armors again. 3 days later, I will be here to return them to you. Please rest assured. With that, Zhao Hai disappeared from the Libra continent with Pluto. By the time Zhao Hai appeared on the Golden Bull continent, Laura and the others had already walked out with smiles on their faces. Zhao Hai looked at them and asked in confusion, "What's wrong? Why are you laughing?" Zhao Hai smiled. "Actually, I'm not taking advantage of them. If these battle armors were in their hands, they would at most use them as ultimate weapons. It's such a waste. If these battle armors were in my hands, they could be put to greater use. The kind of person should use the kind of weapon. It's impossible for a 3-year-old child to use a hammer that weighs a few hundred pounds. Wooden swords should be what they should use. They use the battle armors from the space. It's not a burden to them at all, and their combat power has improved. The combat suits produced in the space can also be used after their strength has improved, so it's just right for them." Laura smiled and said, "Anyway, you've gained a big advantage. As for Brother Hai, didn't you say that there will be a special reward after you collect the battle suit? Let's see what the reward is." Zhao Hai smiled. "Okay, I'm very curious too. It's not the first time the realm has done something so mysterious. However, we've all benefited a lot the first time. I wonder what will happen this time." After saying that, he put the combat suit into his space. As soon as he put the armor into the space, a notification immediately came from the space. 12 constellation armors discovered: Libra armors, Aries armors, Virgo armors. A complete collection of 12 constellation armors. Zhao Hai immediately took out the time-fixing plate. As soon as he put it in the space, a notification came from the space. Special formation disk is used to supplement the formation. The formation disk is called the astrolabe, and it can add all formations, weapons, and other materials similar to the star formation to make it even more powerful. Host can combine the 7-star heaven sealing formation disk with the astrolabe, and the astrolabe with Pluto. Pluto will be able to use the power of the stars to break all formations related to the stars in the world. With the Tao Lotus and Pluto combined, Pluto's strength will be further strengthened. It will be able to use the power of all things in the world and collect all kinds of formations. It can combine Hades with the host's staff. Hades will no longer exist in the form of a plate, but can take any shape. Zhao Hai was overjoyed when he heard the notification. He never thought that there would be such a good thing, but it wasn't over yet. Just as Zhao Hai was feeling happy, another voice came from the origin space. Because the astrolabe contains star power, stars have been added to the space. Stars can appear in all spaces, and the space has been further repaired. The space has been upgraded to level 100, reaching the standard of low-level cultivation spaces. The host can purchase 50 with ordinary backgrounds and 10 with low-level cultivation backgrounds. The Universal Analysis Machine and the Universal Manufacturing Machine have been upgraded to the intermediate standard and can analyze and manufacture low-level cultivation weapons and supplies. The host can specify a certain area in the space as a level 1 time acceleration zone. At present, the time acceleration in the area is 101. Note, accelerating time is different from accelerating the ripening of crops. Accelerating the ripening of crops will only accelerate the ripening of crops, but not only can time-accelerated growth speed increase the maturity of crops, but it can also increase the growth of heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Host can also use the time-accelerated area. Cultivating in the time-accelerated area for 1 year is equivalent to cultivating in a normal area for 10 years. Host, please continue to work hard. Zhao Hai was so happy that he was stunned. He never thought that the space would be so powerful. It allowed him to reach level 100 in one go and became a low-level cultivation space. This was definitely a good thing for him, especially the time acceleration function, which would be very useful to him. Now there were many things in the space that could be turned into heavenly treasures, but unfortunately these things would take many years to grow. Now that there was this time accelerating function, the time could be greatly shortened. Zhao Hai laughed heartily. He was truly overjoyed. He had never thought that the special reward the realm had mentioned before would be a cultivation technique. This was simply too important to him. Zhao Hema said, combine everything. Heir, do the calculations immediately. See if the upgrade of the all-purpose machine and the analytic machine costs money. If the upgrade doesn't cost money, then calculate how much it will cost to buy the 50 ordinary spaces and the 10 low-level cultivation spaces. See if we have enough money on hand. Heir immediately responded. At this time, the staff in Zhao Hai's hand disappeared. Zhao Hai felt a force from the Lotus of the Way in his body being transferred into the space. Then an even greater force was transmitted from the space into his Lotus of the Way. Zhao Hai looked at the Lotus of the Way and found that it was very different from before. In the past, the Lotus of the Way had only looked like an 8-trigram pattern, but now it had changed. The 8 trigrams were still open on the Tao Lotus, but the yin-yang lake beneath it was spinning non-stop. As the yin-yang lake spun, waves of power of heaven and earth were sucked into Zhao Hai's body. A void appeared above the Tao Lotus, where specks of starlight flickered. From time to time, starlight would fall onto the Tao Lotus. The petals of the Tao Lotus trembled gently as if they were being blown by a gentle breeze, making them look extremely delicate. Then, Zhao Hai felt that the little person in his Beihui acupoint became more real, as if it was breathing. At the same time, Zhao Hai felt that his spiritual power had become stronger. The golden Dan in his dantian had also become even larger, shining with a dazzling golden light. His whole body seemed to have been baptized, and there was no discomfort anywhere. While Zhao Hai was closing his eyes and enjoying the process, a notification came from the origin space. Multiple spiritual weapons have been discovered in the space. The level of the spiritual weapon is too low, so the level of the spiritual weapon has been upgraded. The spiritual weapons with weapon spirits are books, spears, swords, hammers, staffs, bows, and whips. 6 special items have been upgraded. Because of the existence of the weapon spirit, the spiritual weapon can directly command the spiritual weapon to fight, but it will definitely obey the host's will. Zhao Hai did not expect to have so many surprises today. At that moment, the Hades disappeared from the dimension, and the staff flew out. Zhao Hai picked up the staff and looked at it. The symbol of the 12 constellations appeared on the staff. The top of the staff was no longer the original skeleton, but a lotus. The lotus had 7 pistils, and at the top of each pistil there was a small star in the shape of the Big Dipper, which was still trembling slightly. The 7 pistils were arranged in the shape of the Big Dipper, unlike the previous circle. There seemed to be starlight shimmering inside the staff, which looked very beautiful. Zhao Hai looked at the staff happily. With a wave of the staff, Hades reappeared. The ship had changed as well. The 18 levels of hell were still embossed on the hull, but there were 12 wheel-like formation discs on both sides of the ship. On each disc, there was a star constellation pattern that was constantly spinning, but the star constellations on the disc never moved. Below the boat was no longer sea water, but a huge lotus flower. The entire boat seemed to be placed on top of a huge lotus flower. Below the lotus flower were blue waves, and there were even bits of starlight shimmering in the waves. The entire boat looked like a masterpiece of heaven. Laura and the others all looked at the ship with bright eyes. They had never thought that it would become so beautiful. Zhao Hai waved his staff again, and the formation plates on the ship's sides suddenly flew out. In an instant, 12 star constellation armors flew out from the formation plates. Each armors appeared according to the attributes of their star constellations, but they could change their forms at any time. Zhao Hai nodded his head and followed Laura and the others onto the Hades. The battle suit turned back into the array board and returned to the 2 sides of the ship. The rest of the ship did not change much, but all the wind chimes hanging on the ship had become lotus flowers. Zhao Hai stood on the ship and thought for a moment. With a thought, Laura and the others realized that the Hades had changed into a different appearance. It was the appearance before the upgrade. This made Laura and the others puzzled. However, with a thought, Hades transformed into a real lotus flower. It no longer looked like a ship. Zhao Hai nodded. Hades indeed had the ability to transform like the staff. Laura and the others understood what Zhao Hai meant. They looked at the huge lotus with excitement. The lotus had 18 levels, and they were standing on the top. Under the lotus, there were blue waves rolling. Each level of the lotus was carved with 18 levels of hell, just like the number of petals. On the tip of the first petal of the lotus flower, there was a small wind chime. However, these wind chimes had the shape of small bells. Zhao Hai nodded in satisfaction and turned to Laura and the others. How is it? We don't need Hades anymore. We'll use this. What do you guys think? Lola immediately nodded happily and said, Great, that's great, Big Brother Hai. This is great, it's beautiful. The other girls nodded excitedly, their eyes looking around. Zhao Hai smiled. Let's go. I want to see what kind of cultivation technique that yin-yang star myriad transformation technique is. Laura and the others nodded and followed Zhao Hai into the room. The room didn't change much, but the space seemed to have become bigger and taller. Zhao Hai and the others looked around and didn't see much change. They entered the villa and Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, Kai show me that cultivation technique. Kai replied and a book appeared in Zhao Hai's hands. As soon as the book appeared in front of Zhao Hai, a small figure appeared on the cover. The small figure bowed to Zhao Hai and said, Greetings, young master. Zhao Hai was taken aback, but he immediately reacted. He looked at the little man curiously and asked, You're the book that was upgraded. You were originally a godly weapon given to the Church of Light by the god race. Now that you have been upgraded, you should have a new name. I think you should be called the Record Book from now on. Zhao Hai nodded and said, Did you come out because that cultivation technique is recorded inside? Let me see. Yes, replied Zhao Hai. He opened the record book and a huge paragraph of words appeared in front of Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai studied the words carefully. The words were arranged in a neat manner and the handwriting was neat. The words were not small either, making one feel comfortable reading them. Zhao Hai couldn't help but nod and read the words carefully. The book was a cultivation technique, the cultivation method of the 10,000 star technique. As Zhao Hai looked at the cultivation technique, he tried to figure out its essence. When he finished looking at the first level, he discovered a problem. According to the cultivation technique, he could only learn the first level with his current strength. He was still far from the highest level of the first level. This surprised Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai wanted to flip the pages, but he realized that he couldn't. He immediately turned his head and said, "Little Diane, why can't I flip this?" The record book immediately replied, "Young master, this cultivation technique is very special. With young master's strength, you can only learn the first level. If young master wants to force himself to read the contents of the second level, it may cause damage to his body. Little Diane suggests that you don't read the contents of the second level." Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment before nodding his head. "All right, then let's just look at this level." Zhao Hai studied the technique carefully, trying to figure out its mysteries. The more he read, the more he felt that the technique was ever-changing and had endless wonderful uses, but at the same time it was extremely complicated. After reading for a while, Zhao Hai began to practice. He had basically understood the contents of the first stage, but it was still very difficult to practice. This cultivation technique was simply too complicated. It was many times more complicated than the one he had learned before, and this was only the first stage. He had no idea how complicated the rest would be. NBSB Zhao Hai had originally felt that he was already very strong, but once he started cultivating this technique, he realized that he was still far from it. The energy in his body was originally green in color, but after cultivating this technique, Zhao Hai noticed that the energy in his body was slowly turning into a bright silver color. The energy was also flashing, like starlight. Not only had the energy changed, but it had also been compressed, making it even more suspicious. If the original energy in Zhao Hai's body was only a blue mist, the energy in his body now had become a bright silver liquid. It was at least 10 times more suspicious than before. As the energy in his body changed, Zhao Hai realized that the rejection force from the space had decreased. This puzzled Zhao Hai. He was sure that the energy in his body was at least 10 times stronger than before. How could the rejection force from the space have decreased? When Zhao Hai thought of these things, the blood and qi in his body could not help but surge. The energy in his body also became restless. Zhao Hai was shocked. He immediately calmed his mind and focused on transforming the energy in his body. After an unknown amount of time, the energy in his body had finally been completely transformed. Furthermore, it was circulating according to the circulation route of the first level of the yin-yang star myriad transformation technique. Only then did Zhao Hai let out a long breath and slowly opened his eyes. When he opened his eyes, Zhao Hai couldn't help but be stunned. The room had turned dark. Zhao Hai couldn't help but turn to look out the window and saw that the sun had risen. As soon as he turned around, he heard a surprised voice call out, "Big brother Hai, you're awake." Zhao Hai turned around and saw that it was Bailey. Zhao Hai was stunned. He looked at Barry in confusion and asked, "When did you come back, Bailey? How are your clansmen?" Barry smiled. "Big brother Hai, I've been back for 2 days. My people are all gone. This time I won't be going back to the clan. I've already made arrangements for the clan." When Zhao Hai heard what Barry said, he was stunned. "You've been back for 2 days. How come I didn't know, and what's going on outside?" Bailey pounced on Zhao Hai and said, "Of course you don't know. You've been cultivating for almost 3 days. I don't know what's going on outside. When the sky turned dark, the sky turned dark too. There were even stars. They were so beautiful." Zhao Hai nodded. He knew that it had something to do with the upgrade of the dimension, so he didn't mind. He looked at Barry and said, "What's wrong? Are you worried about me?" Bailey nodded and said, "Yes, I'm very worried, but I know you'll be fine. Otherwise, this place wouldn't be like this. Sister Lola and the others have gone to rest. Meljan was here to guard you yesterday, but today it's my turn." NBSB Zhao Hai nodded. "That's good. How's the situation in the dimension?" "Great," Bailey said with a smile. Heir has already divided all the spaces into time-accelerated areas, and the all-purpose machine and analysis machine have been upgraded. We've already bought 50 ordinary spaces, but we haven't bought 10 low-level cultivation spaces. We're waiting for your decision." Zhao Hai nodded and turned to look outside. "Let's go. Accompany me for a walk outside." Bailey nodded and followed Zhao Hai outside. Once they were outside, Zhao Hai sighed. He realized that after the upgrade, the environment here seemed to be much better than before. He looked up at the sky and saw that there were indeed stars in the sky. It looked extremely beautiful. Zhao Hai turned to smile at Barry and said, "I didn't expect that after cultivating the yin-yang star myriad transformation technique, the amount of energy in my body would decrease by a lot. However, the quality of the energy has increased by a lot. It is because of this that the space no longer rejects me. I can stay in the space for a while longer." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Bailey said happily, "Really? That's great, Big Brother Hai. We'll have more things to store in the space." "That's right," said Zhao Hai with a smile. "We'll have more time to collect our things in the realm." "Oh right, how are the O'Neill family these past few days?" Bailey smiled and said, "Very good. Although their base isn't built yet, their relocation is basically completed. Sister Becky and Sister Meljan will be leading them to the Winged Horse Tribe in the next 2 days. Brother Hai, you're too lenient with the Winged Horse Tribe. You should teach them a good lesson." "Now is not the time," Zhao Hai said with a smile. If we really teach those winged horse people a lesson, it will cause dissatisfaction among the barbarians and the thunder race. Let the O'Neill family teach them a lesson. They're really outrageous, Bailey pouted. If they were from the demon race, the great demon king would have already ordered them to be annihilated. Zhao Hai smiled. He didn't know what to say to this little witch. In the Nephilims, it was natural for the weak to submit to the strong. If you don't submit, you'll be destroyed. This was the rule of the Nephilims, but it didn't apply in all places. Seeing that Zhao Hai was silent, Barry turned to him and said, Big Brother Hai, more and more of Team Devil's members are wearing battle suits now. Their combat strength has been greatly improved. Before I came back, I went to see the Demon King. His Majesty said that if you don't want Team Devil to participate in the battle, you should let them train in the infernal realm. Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, It's not good to keep going to the hell dimension. It's no longer of any use to them. How about this? I'll talk to the Demon King tomorrow and ask the demon army to come out and join the battle. We're going to fight the O'Neill family soon anyway, so it's good to let them out and train. Bailey nodded. We've already prepared the armor for the Esgod tribe. We just need to return it to them tomorrow. After returning it to the Esgod tribe, what do we do next? Zhao Hai smiled. We'll keep the lion god race into the origin space, and then let the O'Neill family deal with the winged horse race. After we keep the winged horse race into the origin space, we'll lead the O'Neill family to the Esgod race. I want to see which one is stronger when the Esgod race's armor is against the demon armor. If the Esgod race is stronger, what methods will the O'Neill family use to deal with them? Also, we'll think of a way to sneak into the Atlantic continent. Bailey's eyes lit up. All right, let's go take a good look. I'm also very curious about the Atlantic continent. I really want to see what the people there are busy with. Zhao Hai smiled slightly and did not say anything. The main reason he went to the Atlantic continent was to see how the so-called ascending mech was used and whether it could allow him to ascend. After wandering outside for a while, they returned to their room and rested for the night. The next morning, when Laura and the other girls woke up and saw Zhao Hai coming out of their room, they were very happy. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. All right, let's eat. After you're done, you can go into the medium and learn the yin-yang star myriad changes technique. It's a pretty good cultivation technique. They all nodded. After eating the food, Laura and the others entered the medium. Everyone had to learn the star myriad changes yin-yang formula, but Zhao Hai believed that they would take longer than him to learn it. After Zhao Hai and the others entered the realm, Zhao Hai transformed Lotus Tea into the Hades' original appearance and returned to the Hades to the balanced scale continent. Yaji and the others were already waiting for him. As soon as they saw Zhao Hai, they immediately went up to him. After Zhao Hai invited them to board the boat, he turned around and said to them, Guys, I've fixed the ultimate weapon. You can use it now. After Yaji and the others thanked Zhao Hai, Yaji said, I wonder where you're going next. If there's nothing else, why don't you stay here with my Esgod race? We'll definitely treat you well. Zhao Hai smiled. You're too polite. However, I still have something to do, so I won't be staying here any longer. However, there's one thing I hope you can promise me. Please tell me, sir, Yaji said hurriedly. As long as we can do it, I'll definitely promise you. NBSB Zhao Hai smiled. When Dingsing committed suicide, I agreed to a condition. I hope that I can personally deal with the people from the Lion Continent. What do you think? Yaji pondered for a moment and said, I wonder how sir is going to deal with them. Back then, you said that you would let those gods race off. If you really want to let them off, it's better for us to do it. We have tens of thousands of years of hatred with the gods' race. We will never let them off. Zhao Hai smiled. Don't worry. From now on, there will be no more Protos in the divinity. This place belongs to you. When Yaji heard Zhao Hai's words, she was stunned for a moment before she continued, Teacher, didn't you promise Dingsing to let the gods' race go? If you don't want to break your oath, then leave it to us. Zhao Hai smiled. I'll do it myself. I'll let them go, but I won't let too many of them go. I'll just leave them a little spark. I won't leave them in the divine realm either. Hearing Zhao Hai's words and thinking about his big ship that could fit many people, Yaji and the others seemed to understand something. Yaji nodded and said, All right, we'll do as you say. You can go and deal with the people of the Lion Continent at any time. Yaji also knew about Zhao Hai's mysterious spatial ability. She nodded and led the group down from Zhao Hai's ship. As soon as they got down, Zhao Hai disappeared from the balanced scale continent and arrived at the Lion Continent. As soon as Zhao Hai appeared on the Lion Continent, he immediately attacked the Lion race. The Lion race was not in a good state. When they fought the Esgod race, they had suffered great losses. Although they had managed to withstand Esgod's attacks, they had paid a huge price. Their last hope was for their Grand Elder to return. However, Zhao Hai had come instead of their Grand Elder. This was a huge blow to them. Zhao Hai didn't show any mercy to the people of the Lion Continent, so those who retaliated were all killed. Those who didn't resist were all kept in the medium. Zhao Hai had done this many times. The undead creatures were considered veterans and they had their own consciousness. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't need to command them in such battles. The Esgod army had also received orders from Yaji and the others, so they did not participate in the attack. However, they had seen Zhao Hai's attack against the lion-like figure. That devastating attack sent chills down their spines. This was the first time they had seen such an attack method, and Zhao Hai's undead army had truly shocked them. What shocked them the most was that they didn't know how many undead Zhao Hai had. It seemed that as soon as Zhao Hai appeared, the entire lion continent was filled with undead. This really shocked them. Some of the curious S-God tribesmen did some calculations. A small city with a population of 100,000 was taken care of by Zhao Hai's undead army in less than an hour. There was not a single living thing left in the city. Be it humans or magical beasts, they had all disappeared. For every city that Zhao Hai cleared, the S-God army would occupy one. They realized that their speed of advancement could not keep up with Zhao Hai's attack speed. What surprised them the most was that the undead creatures didn't seem to know what fatigue was. They attacked non-stop, even at night. A day had passed and they could no longer see the battle between Zhao Hai and the Lion Continent's people. 2 days had passed and they had conquered half of the Lion Continent cities. However, they still had not seen the battle between Zhao Hai and the Lion Continent's people. It seemed that Zhao Hai had already finished the battle. On the third day, the S-God soldiers took over all of the lion race's continents, but they still did not see Zhao Hai. He had already left. The soldiers of the S-God race were all shocked, and they told Yaji about this. When Yaji heard the news, she was extremely shocked. She was extremely curious about Zhao Hai's strength. He had annihilated a god race all by himself in 3 days. Such combat power sent chills down her spine. Where is Zhao Hai now? Zhao Hai was now in the space. He was no longer rejected by the space. He found that the amount of energy in his body was only 1/10 of his original energy. However, this didn't reduce his attack power because the quality of the energy in his body was more than 10 times stronger than his original energy. In other words, the space would only reject him when the amount of energy in his body reached the same amount as before. He still had to wait for a long time. The attack technique of the star technique was really powerful. It could actually do this. From this point, it could be seen that the star technique was much stronger than the cultivation technique he had originally cultivated. Cultivating any kind of martial art, if one wanted to increase their level, it was directly related to the amount of energy in one's body. It was like a bucket of water. One could only complete the task by filling the bucket. Half a bucket of water was not enough. If Zhao Hai's original cultivation technique was like pouring water into a bucket, then the cultivation technique he was cultivating now was like filling a bucket with mercury, which was much heavier than water. Because of this, Zhao Hai could have a good rest in the space. He returned to the villa in the inner space and watched Laura and the others cultivate. Just as Zhao Hai had expected, Laura and the others' cultivation speed was very slow, even slower than Zhao Hai's. Although the energy in their bodies was not as much as Zhao Hai's, it took them more effort to convert the energy. Zhao Hai had spent 3 days to convert the energy, so Laura and the others would need even more time. Although Laura and the others were cultivating very slowly, there were no problems. Zhao Hai was relieved. He was now looking at the O'Neill family's base on the Golden Bull continent. The O'Neill family's base on the Golden Bull continent wasn't completed yet. After all, the base was too big. However, they had sent out quite a number of scouts to scout the area. However, they still hadn't found any spatial rifts in the 3 races, so Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry to take action. Zhao Hai's attention was now focused on the Protoss realm. When the Protoss first entered the realm, they were very unfriendly. They were trying their best to destroy the realm, but they were much better now. As more and more Protoss entered the realm, the Protoss in the realm finally understood that the Protoss were finished. There were no more Protoss in the Divine Realm. All the Protoss were here. After these people were appointed, they suddenly realized that this space was actually very good. It was much stronger than the God race's continent. They didn't borrow food here, and there were some churches in various parts of the continent. They could use the things they collected to exchange for what they wanted. It was very convenient. No one enslaved them or collected taxes from them. The nobles of the Protoss had suffered great losses in this war. They had lost their ability to rule over the Protoss, so the Protoss were really free now. The Protoss also found that in this space, you couldn't do bad things. You couldn't rob others, you couldn't steal others' things, and you couldn't beat or scold others at will, or you would be punished. The Protoss saw with their own eyes that a Protoss wanted to bully some old people, women and children who had lost their strong men. The next day, that person disappeared for a month. When he appeared in front of everyone a month later, they found that he was very haggard. When people asked him where he went, a trace of fear immediately appeared on his face. He was not willing to tell them where he had gone. Later, a thief disappeared for 7 days. When he reappeared, his expression was similar to that person's. After being asked where he was going, he said he was locked in a room. There was only a little light in the room, no one talked to him, and there was no sound around him. Although there was no lack of food there, Jian Zhen was more upset than 7 years being locked in that place. From then on, he didn't want to go there anymore. In the space, there were many such things. Many people who had done bad things were punished by being locked up in the dark room. Some of the circumstances were serious, such as rape, murder, and were directly executed. What was strange was that all the people who were punished didn't find out who had arrested them. They only felt that they had done bad things and were sent to the dark room and immediately locked up. Then a voice announced their crimes and their punishment. After that, the voice disappeared. They could only stay in the small dark room alone. The small dark room was not big, less than 5 square meters. After being announced by those who had been punished, the little black room became the most terrifying existence in the proto-space. Some people would rather die than be locked in the little black room. But the problem was that as long as they entered the small dark room, they didn't even have the right to die. As long as they had a plan to commit suicide, they would be immediately imprisoned, unable to use a trace of power. The original power in their body would also disappear completely, making it impossible for them to commit suicide. After many people were locked up in the small black rooms, the gods' race's space became quiet. It was almost to the point where no one was allowed to leave, and no one closed their doors at night. What the Protos had to do now was to go out and work every day to collect enough things, and then use them to exchange for what they wanted. They had daily necessities, books, and everything else, but no weapons. The Protos who had first entered the realm had already gotten used to such a life. They felt that this kind of life was even better and more relaxing than before. However, this didn't mean that they had forgotten their hatred for Zhao Hai. It was precisely because they hadn't forgotten their hatred for Zhao Hai that Zhao Hai hadn't appeared in the gods' race's dimension. He had only been paying attention to the gods' race and seeing how they were doing. Life at the Protos was good. Zhao Hai looked at the other dimensions and found that the people there were also doing well. The best was the space on the ark. The people there were all doing well. There were even novels and short movies, which was what Zhao Hai wanted to see. When the people on the Ark continent saw Zhao Hai's projection of the outside world, they were curious about this method. Some of them who liked to research immediately began to do so. In the end, they found that some magic arrays could record images and display them elsewhere. The smart ones naturally thought of writing some stories down, and then finding some people to play out the stories, which became short films. However, just like the first movie, these short films were silent. Even so, the lives of the people living in the Ark space had become even more colorful. For a time, the Ark space became a hot topic of magic array research. Of course, Zhao Hai would love to see such a situation. After all, there was a limit to the research done by the people of the Wild Dragon Island alone. It would be difficult for the people of the entire continent to do the research, and the results would be extremely astonishing. Compared to the space of the Ark, the space of the demonic race was completely different. The demonic race did not like to study magic arrays. They liked to study all kinds of plants. Perhaps it was due to the lack of plants in the demon realm, but the people in the demon realm loved to study plants. It had been a while since Zhao Hai last saw the demon realm. He was shocked when he saw the demon realm. He had never thought that the demon realm would become a kingdom of plants. All kinds of plants were planted in front and behind every house of the demon clan. Zhao Hai could tell that they didn't grow those plants for food, but because they liked them. However, growing crops like them did give rise to a special profession in the demon race, potioneers. This profession didn't exist in the demon race before because almost all the plants in the demon world were poisonous. They naturally didn't dare to touch those plants casually. However, it was different here. There were many plants here, and almost all of them were not poisonous. Therefore, some demon race people began to study many plants, and even people like the divine farmer who tasted hundreds of herbs appeared. Zhao Hai was happy to see such a situation. As long as they liked it, they could do whatever they wanted. Zhao Hai had also set the reward system. No matter what new magic array or medicine the people in these spaces found, they would be rewarded regardless of whether it was useful or not. The reward would be different depending on the item. Zhao Hai's mistake further ignited the passion of the other races in the realm, especially the goblins. They seemed to be born to study magic arrays. After learning how to read and understand some simple magic arrays, almost all the goblins began to study magic arrays. Zhao Hai was overjoyed when he saw how crazy the goblins were. He even gave more rewards to the gnomes. The gnomes didn't care much about food and drink, nor did they care much about where they lived. They only liked to study magic arrays, and almost all the things in their houses were related to magic arrays. Compared with the other races, the space where the Thunder race, Barbarian race, and Winged Horse race were located was a lot worse. Because they had just entered the space, they hadn't completely settled down. In addition, the Winged Horse race people were reluctant to move into the space, so it seemed a bit chaotic. Zhao Hai didn't care too much about this situation. He didn't try to meddle with the situation. He didn't want to give the other races the impression that he wanted to interfere. After all, the 3 races were special. On the 3rd day after Zhao Hai exterminated the lion race, Laura and the others had also cultivated the first stage of the star technique. Of course, they had only cultivated the circulation route. With the energy in their bodies, they were still far from being able to cultivate the first stage of the star technique to perfection. After Laura and the others learned the star technique, they also gave it to Kellen and the others. However, Kellen didn't like to learn it as he thought it was too troublesome. Zhao Hai didn't try to force him. To be honest, Zhao Hai had already noticed that the star technique was more suitable for attacking. Kellen didn't like fighting to begin with, so it was fine if he didn't want to learn it. It would be fine if someone else learned it. Laura and the others only gave the cultivation technique to Grimm and the others. They didn't teach them how to cultivate inside. After all, they had only just learned it. Seeing that Laura and the others had completed their cultivation, Zhao Hai immediately called them to the living room. After asking about their progress, he nodded and said, "Good, you've all cultivated well. I've been busy with the matters of the various races in the space these few days. Now that I'm almost done, we should prepare for the next step." Laura looked at Zhao Hai and laughed. "Big Brother Hai, are you preparing to make a move on the winged horse race? I think we should have dealt with them long ago. Those winged horse race fellows, if we don't properly deal with them, they won't be honest." Young Master Zhao smiled. "Of course. In fact, I've also lost my patience with the winged horse tribe. It's just that I promised Jan Yue. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bothered with them. These few days, I've already ordered the undead creatures to attack some of the O'Neill family's scouting teams. I'm slowly luring them to the winged horse tribe. Big Brother Hai, you've already made a move. What was the O'Neill family's reaction?" Zhao Hai frowned slightly. Speaking of the O'Neill family's reaction, it's a little strange. They seem to be very excited. As soon as they see an undead creature, they will immediately chase after it. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, she frowned and said, "This doesn't seem like the O'Neill family's usual style. Haven't they always been very careful? What's wrong this time?" Zhao Hai also frowned and said, "That's right. This time the O'Neill family's reaction is a bit abnormal. I also feel that it's very strange. However, this doesn't matter to us. We just happen to be leading them to the winged horse tribe. We'll know what they want to do when the time comes." The few of them nodded. Zhao Hai turned around and said, "Now I want to go to the Atlan continent to take a look. What do you think?" Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Li Jai and the others were stunned for a moment. Then they couldn't help but smile and say, "Big Brother Hai, are we really going to the Atlan continent? When do we leave?" Zhao Hai smiled. "Let's go now. Have you forgot? I gave Akias a token. It has a lot of maps of the Atlan continent. We can go there directly and understand the Atlan continent." Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said with a weird expression, "Big Brother Hai, don't tell me you're planning to go to the Atlantic continent again." Hearing Laura's words, Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment. Then he shook his head and said, "That's impossible. The situation in the Atlan continent and the Arc continent are completely different. I just want to go there and see what's going on with their Ascension Mecca. Is that place also under Lu Wei's rule? If it's not under Lu Wei's rule, then who's in charge of them? If they're really under someone else's rule, who's the one ruling them? What kind of connection are there between these lower planes? Is this what Zhao Hai wants to know?" Laura and the others listened to Zhao Hai's words quietly. They also understood what he meant. To be honest, they also wanted to know what Zhao Hai had said, as it would affect their future lives. When Zhao Hai saw that the others were silent, he smiled and said, "Actually, we can go out and have some fun in the Atlan continent. The Atlan continent has a large population. As long as we can make some fake identification, we can walk around freely." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Laura and the others' eyes brightened. To be honest, although the environment in the realm was very good, they would feel annoyed if they stayed here for a long time. Besides, they had already visited the few places of the god race. There was nothing to see. It would be good to change to a new environment and have some fun. Zhao Hai looked at them and could not help but smile. "If you guys agree, we'll go take a look. How about that?" Laura and the others nodded. Zhao Hai looked at them and could not help but smile. Then the screen changed and showed the scene of Atlan. The Atlan continent was different from the Arc continent and the god race. It was a world of demonic armors. There were all kinds of demonic armors everywhere, and they had different uses. Each demonic armor had a different use. Some were specially built, while others were specially used for farming. The demonic armors were very detailed. NBSB, to be honest, looking at the Atlantic continent, Zhao Hai could not help but think of Earth. On the Atlan's demonic armor continent, the cars that ran on the ground were like cars. Of course, these cars also used energy converters, which were the same as the demonic armor. However, the energy in the car's energy converter wasn't extracted from the magical crystals of the magical beasts. Instead, the car's energy converter stored electricity. That's right, it was electricity. Zhao Hai had only discovered this after paying attention to the situation in the Atlantic continent. The people here were actually using electricity, and it seemed like they had been using it for quite a long time. The source of their electricity was the same as the power generation on Earth. However, the electricity generated in their power generation was not obtained by burning coal or other things. Instead, they used water power, wind power, and magic arrays as a set. The electricity generated was similar to the situation of the space Durified and improved power generation set, but it seemed to be more advanced than the power generation set that Kellen had modified. After seeing this, Zhao Hai was extremely shocked. He was even more certain that the Atlantic continent was not under Lu Wei's rule. Zhao Hai took note of the few dimensions he knew of. For example, the Arc continent, the demonic realm, and the divine realm. Although people in these places used some magic arrays, their levels were very low. It was impossible for them to form a decent magic array or magic machinery system. Moreover, Lu Wei had been trying to stop that person in his dimension from studying magic arrays. Wasn't the goblin race exterminated because of this? What surprised Zhao Hai the most was that after he looked at the magic array and the 7-star Heavenlock array, he realized that although the 7-star Heavenlock array was much more complicated than the magic array, the 7-star Heavenlock array and the magic array were two completely different systems. No matter how profound the study of magic arrays was, they were completely different from the 7-star Heavenlock array. In the beginning, he had thought that since there was such a big difference between magic arrays and the 7-star Heaven Sealing array, he could slowly study the 7-star Heaven Sealing array when he reached a higher level in magic arrays. But now he realized that he was wrong. The magic array and the 7-star Heaven Sealing array were two completely different systems. They were like two parallel lines that could never intersect. Zhao Hai carefully studied the magic array and the 7-star Heavenlock array. He realized that these two arrays were more like the products of two different cultures. This result shocked Zhao Hai. At the same time, he was even more certain that Lu Wei was not in charge of Atlan. Laura and the others looked at the screen and were shocked. They had never thought that the Atlan continent would look like this. After a long while, Zhao Hai said to Laura and the others, "It seems like this Atlantic continent is not simple. Laura, you guys pay attention to the clothes that the people here wear. Make some clothes according to these." Laura and the others responded and stared at the screen with full attention. Looking at the clothes of Atlanta people, Zhao Hai opened the warehouse to see if he could find the things he needed. In fact, he did find some useful things in the pile of junk in the warehouse. There were a few identification cards used by the magic armored soldiers of the O'Neill family. Zhao Hai took out the ID cards and looked at them. The content of the ID cards was very similar to the ID cards on Earth, except that they were more detailed. There was the user's photo, height, weight, age, birthplace, and even a magic crystal on it. Zhao Hai called a magic armored soldier of the O'Neill family over and found out that this identification card was the identification card that everyone in the Atlantic continent had. The magic crystal also had the function of a bank card, and it recorded how much money one had. On the Atlantic continent, although there were many families, there was only one bank. This bank was jointly controlled by several major families to facilitate the trade and life of the people on the Atlantic continent. Upon hearing the use of this identity card, Zhao Hai could not help but praise. With this identity card, life in the Atlantic continent would be much more convenient. Zhao Hai looked at the demonic soldier and said, "Is he from the Atlantic continent or not? No matter where he is, he just has to bring this identification. Don't you have any currency there?" The soldier shook his head and said, "No, we have currency there. There are gold coins, silver coins, and bronze coins. 1 gold coin is equivalent to 10 silver coins, or 100 bronze coins. People still use this money in their daily lives. The silver on the identity card can only be used directly in some of the businesses directly under the bank. If you want to buy something, you have to withdraw the money from the bank before you can use it." Zhao Hai nodded and sent the demonic soldier back into the hell dimension. He then took the ID card to the universal analysis machine and placed it there. After a series of procedures were completed, a notification came from the analyzer. Discovered a unique identification of the magic machine civilization, which contains a bank card technique. If the host wishes to duplicate this ID, please do so in the universal machine. If the host wishes to deposit money into this ID, the amount will be deducted from the space gold coins. When Zhao Hai heard the beep from the analyzer, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. This analyzer was really a piece of SHT the first time it made something for him. It had to charge him money. This time it was even more outrageous. The money that was deposited into the bank card had to be deducted from the origin space. What the FCK was going on? However, Zhao Hai knew that the analysis machine was right. It was impossible to change it. He had to go to the manufacturing machine and make an identity card for him, Laura, and the others. Each of them had 100,000 gold coins in their identity cards. Zhao Hai did not know the purchasing power of gold coins in Atlan, so he only saved up the middle figure of 100,000. Before Zhao Hai returned to his room with his identity card, Laura and the other girls had already walked out of the room. When they arrived at the all-purpose machine, the moment Zhao Hai saw them, he knew what he was going to do. He immediately told Laura to make clothes. "Did you see the style of the clothes?" Lola nodded. "Look carefully. There's nothing special about their clothes. They're not very pretty." After saying that, he walked to the all-purpose manufacturing machine and chose clothing manufacturing. Then he drew a few clothes patterns and let the manufacturing machine make a few clothes. After the clothes were made, Laura and the others immediately changed into them. Zhao Hai, on the other hand, did not need to change. He was wearing the kind of clothes that were produced in the origin space. These clothes could change shape. As long as Zhao Hai was told the style of the clothes, his clothes could change shape on their own. After they were all dressed, Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Let's go. We'll go take a look at the Atlan continent." Laura and the others nodded. Zhao Hai returned to his room and found a spot on the map that no one was paying attention to. Then he followed Laura and the others to the Atlan continent. As soon as the few of them appeared on the Atlan continent, they looked around. This place was really not bad, and the environment was not bad either. This surprised Zhao Hai. He thought that the people of the Atlan continent had developed a magic machinery civilization and would have a great impact on the environment. However, it seemed like that was not the case. The environment of the Atlan continent was still well protected. The reason Zhao Hai said that was because at their level, they were extremely sensitive to changes in their surroundings. Zhao Hai only needed to take a breath to know whether the environment was good or bad. Laura and the others also looked around curiously. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right, let's go. But don't forget, when we're here, we have to speak Atlanta language." Laura and the others nodded and conversed with each other in Atlanta language. They had already learned the Atlan language for a period of time and were very fluent in it. They appeared in a small map of a city owned by the O'Neill family. They only needed to make a few turns before they appeared on the main street of the city. The main street of the city was bustling with people and cars. Laura and the other girls were looking around curiously. Zhao Hai was also looking around. However, he was not looking for fun. He was looking for a bank. Seeing that there were no banks around, Zhao Hai had no choice but to walk up to a passerby and bow to him. "Sir, may I know where the city's bank is? I've just come from another city and I'm going to withdraw some money." That person glanced at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked too ordinary and there was nothing special about him. However, he had a carefree temperament, which made people have a good impression of him at first sight. Therefore, the person immediately said, "The bank. It's very close. Go straight down this road, then turn right. You'll see it in about 5 minutes." Zhao Hai nodded. After thanking that person, he led them forward. While walking, they looked around. They could see that this was a commercial street with all kinds of businesses on both sides of the road. It was very popular. As they walked forward, they looked around curiously. They chatted and laughed, attracting the attention of the passers-by. They were all very beautiful women, so the number of heads turning was naturally very high. Zhao Hai didn't mind. He just followed them and looked around with a smile. However, he still attracted the envious gazes of the men around him. The Atlantic continent was not a place for monogamy. Here, as long as you had money, you could marry as many wives as you wanted. Therefore, Zhao Hai and the others' identification documents also indicated their relationship. This was also one of the special characteristics of an Atlan identification. Whether you were married or not, and who your wife was, it would be displayed on the identification. After walking for more than 10 minutes, they saw a bank. It was beautifully built. Zhao Hai took a look at it and found the bank's name very unique Magic Armor Bank. Zhao Hai smiled and led them into the bank. The inside of the bank was very grand. The whole lobby was nearly 5 meters high, and the interior decoration was splendid. Inside the bank was a row of counters where many people were queuing up. On the left side of the lobby was a lounge where many people were sitting. On the right side of the hall, there was a room with a line of words written on it, "In the VIP lounge." In front of the lounge, there were 2 beautiful female service staff. Zhao Hai didn't even think and walked straight into the VIP lounge. When the 2 waitresses saw Zhao Hai walking over, they bowed to him and said, "Welcome, sir. Please show your identity card." Zhao Hai smiled and took out an identity card. The waitress took it and looked at it before returning it to Zhao Hai. "I'm sorry, sir. You can't go in. This is not a VIP card." When the people in the hall saw Zhao Hai coming in with a few women and walking straight to the VIP room, they all paid attention to Zhao Hai. Now that they heard the waitress's words, they couldn't help but burst into laughter. "So you're just putting on an act. You want to enter the VIP room. You don't have 1,000,000 yuan in savings, yet you want to enter the VIP room. Where did this idiot come from? I think he tricked those women into coming here, right?" Yeah, I think so too. Beautiful ladies, I think you guys shouldn't follow that idiot. Come with me, I might even be richer than him." Hearing these voices, Laura and the other girls' faces turned red with anger. If not for Zhao Hai's wave, they would have attacked those people. Zhao Hai didn't look angry. Instead, he said to the waitress, "Miss, I know the rules. I'm here to promote myself and my wives to VIPs. I wonder if I should handle this service in the lobby or in the VIP room." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, everyone in the hall was stunned for a moment. Then they couldn't help but look out. They wanted to see if Zhao Hai had brought a few carts of gold coins. Otherwise, how could he have promoted them all to VIPs in one go? However, when they looked outside, they found that there were no other vehicles for escort use except for some private cars. The people in the hall couldn't help but whisper. Although most people still had smiles on their faces, some smart people didn't say anything. There were also storage tools in the Atlantic continent. However, there were not many of these tools. They were usually held in the hands of people with high status. Therefore, even though Zhao Hai did not drive a car to bring gold coins, it did not mean that he could not promote them to VIP. On the contrary, if Zhao Hai was really promoted to VIP, it meant that his status was definitely not simple. Zhao Hai nodded as he led them into the VIP room with the waitress. Everyone in the lobby paid attention to the door of the VIP room as they wanted to know the result. If Zhao Hai really succeeded in upgrading, the staff of the bank would definitely send him out with respect. If he failed, the staff would definitely drive him out. After all, the power behind Magic Armor Bank was great. If Zhao Hai had really lied to them, they would not be polite. The moment Zhao Hai entered the room, he immediately felt the difference. The environment in the room was much better than the outside. There was even soft music playing. They were not sitting on the hard chairs in the hall, but on the soft sofa. Zhao Hai and the others were led to the sofa by the waitress. The waitress immediately served them drinks. After the drinks were served, the waitress bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Please wait for a moment, sir. Our manager will be right there." Zhao Hai nodded. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that the Atlantic continent was like Earth. Even the way they addressed each other was very similar. This caused him to have mixed feelings. Zhao Hai had only taken a few sips of his drink when a middle-aged man walked over. This man was dressed in a very formal business suit. Although it was not very gorgeous, he exuded a shrewd and capable temperament. This man walked up to Zhao Hai and bowed to him. "Welcome, sir. I'm the manager of the bank." "How much money do you want to deposit this time?" Zhao Hai smiled. "I've made a big deal this time. The other party didn't transfer the money to me through the bank. Instead, they gave me some gold bricks. I wonder if I can deposit these gold bricks in the bank." When the manager heard Zhao Hai, he quickly said, "Of course. Please take a look, sir. Deposit the gold bricks in the bank and we will help you convert them into gold coins. There will be no mistakes." "That's good," Zhao Hai nodded. "May I ask where I should place the gold bricks?" "Let's go," Zhao Hai stood up and said. The manager immediately made an inviting gesture. Zhao Hai turned to Laura and the others. "Laura, give me your identity cards too. I'll deposit some money in your cards." Laura and the other girls replied as they gave their ID cards to Zhao Hai. After receiving their ID cards, Zhao Hai followed the manager into the VIP room. The manager was leading the way in a very respectful manner. He now completely believed that Zhao Hai was not a simple person. The manager led Zhao Hai to a sealed room. There were no other facilities in the room except for a magic array. "Sir, please place the gold bricks on the magic array." The manager turned to Zhao Hai and said. Zhao Hai nodded. With a wave of his hand, a large pile of gold bricks appeared beside the magic array. The pile of gold was worth at least 10 million. As soon as the gold brick touched the magic array flashed with a golden light. Following that, a few rows of numbers appeared on the wall opposite Zhao Hai and the others. Zhao Hai didn't know what the numbers meant, but the EXP guy looked at the magic array and said, "Sir, these gold bricks are worth 12,250,000 gold coins in total. Would you like to confirm it?" Zhao Hai shook his head. "There's no need. I'll be very accurate. Deposit 1,000,000 gold coins into each of my wife's cards. Deposit the rest into my card." Zhao Hai handed the ID card to the XP player. The experienced player received it respectfully and said to Zhao Hai, "Please wait outside, sir. I'll send it to you after I'm done." Zhao Hai nodded, turned around, and left. Laura and the others were sitting there, drinking their drinks and chatting. When they saw Zhao Hai, they all looked at him. "It'll be done in a while," Zhao Hai said with a smile. "We'll buy a few good cars and have some fun in the city after we get out." Laura and the others all nodded in response. At this moment, the waitress who had been standing by the side heaved a sigh of relief. She wasn't relieved for Zhao Hai, but for herself. She was glad that she didn't lose her manners in front of Zhao Hai today, and at the same time, she was glad that Zhao Hai was telling the truth. If they were rude to a VIP customer, they would lose their jobs or even worse. Losing their jobs was already a very serious matter for these waiters. One must know that in the entire Atlantic continent, the treatment here at the Magic Armor Bank was the highest. Zhao Hai sat down and took a sip of his drink. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Don't you guys always like good cars? We'll buy a few more this time." Laura and the others all laughed. The waitress, on the other hand, looked at Zhao Hai and the others with an envious expression. These waitresses did not mock Zhao Hai for being a nouveau rich. If such a nouveau rich was willing to do so for her, they would be more than happy. After a while, the EXP guy came back with the ID cards of Zhao Hai and the others. He handed them to Zhao Hai and said, "Sir, it's all done. If there's anything else you need, please let us know. We'll definitely help you." Zhao Hai smiled. "Prepare 10,000 gold coins, 10,000 silver coins, and 10,000 copper coins for me. I'm going out to buy something. I can't go out without some change, right? Please wait for a moment, sir. I'll go and prepare it right away," the manager immediately said. After saying that, he bowed to Zhao Hai and left. After a short while, the items that Zhao Hai asked for arrived. There were 3 big bags of gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins. Zhao Hai waved his hand and put away the gold coins before standing up. The manager followed behind Zhao Hai and the others. The moment they left the VIP room, the people who had not left the lobby all looked at Zhao Hai. Many of them knew the manager and knew that Zhao Hai had been promoted successfully. They couldn't help but look at Zhao Hai with envy. Zhao Hai glanced at them, smiled, and walked out. The manager escorted Zhao Hai all the way to the bank's entrance. Only after Zhao Hai and the others left did the manager enter the bank. After Laura and the others left the bank, she turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, why did you save so much money in your card? We're not buying anything, so they'll benefit from it." Zhao Hai smiled. "Who says we're not buying anything? We've bought a lot of things. We don't even know if we can return the money. Besides, who says that the money will benefit them? It'll be mine sooner or later." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Lola was stunned for a moment. Then she immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. She, Lies, and the others looked at each other and laughed. Of course, they understood what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai must want to throw all the money back. This was not the first time they had done this. It was very normal. Meljin glanced at Zhao Hai and said, "Brother Hai, what exactly do you want to buy?" Zhao Hai smiled. "I have a lot of things to buy. For example, all the books on magic arrays and magic armors in the Atlantic continent. Also, there are all kinds of magic armors, all kinds of cars, and their energy converter makers. As long as it's something that I like, I will buy it." Meljin and the others immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant when they heard him say that. To be honest, after seeing these things in Atlanta, Meljin and the others were very envious. They also wanted to have them. Zhao Hai's words meant that he wanted all the races in the realm to use these things. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile when he saw the look of realization on everyone's faces. "Let's find a good hotel to rest first, then we'll do something else." After saying that, Zhao Hai waved his hand. Laura and the others looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. To their surprise, as soon as Zhao Hai waved his hand, a car stopped beside him. The car was orange in color and wasn't very big. On the car, there were 2 words for rent. There were a total of 3 rows of seats in the car, and it looked good. Zhao Hai opened the door for Laura and the others to get in. Then he sat beside the driver and said in a deep voice, "The best hotel in the city." When the taxi driver heard Zhao Hai's words, he could not help but be stunned. Then his face lit up and he immediately said, "All right, please sit tight, sir." Then he drove forward, turned into a street, and stopped in front of a big hotel. As soon as the car stopped, a hotel staff immediately came over and opened the door for Zhao Hai, then for Laura and the others. Zhao Hai casually threw a gold coin to the driver, who thanked him profusely. Zhao Hai ignored him and walked into the hotel. The person who opened the door for Zhao Hai followed Zhao Hai to the entrance of the hotel and opened the door for him. Zhao Hai threw him a gold coin and entered the hotel. Zhao Hai didn't know if it was in the Atlantic continent's interest to tip, but he still did. He would rather give the wrong tip than not give it. As expected, the hotel staff immediately kept the gold coins and thanked Zhao Hai. It seemed like they were used to receiving tips, but this was the first time they received a gold coin tip after trusting someone. As soon as Zhao Hai and the others entered the hotel lobby, a female attendant immediately walked over and bowed to Zhao Hai. "Welcome, sir. Did you book a room?" Zhao Hai shook his head. "No, we just arrived today. We didn't book a room." "Yes," Zhao Hai nodded. "Get me the best room in your room. I want to ask if my wife and I can stay in the room." The waitress smiled and said, "Yes, please rest assured, sir. The best rooms in our hotel are made up of 10 rooms in each suite. Each suite has its own dining room, living room, conference room, swimming pool, bar, and gym. It will definitely meet your requirements." "That's right, I'll get a room like this," Zhao Hai nodded. The waitress replied and said to Zhao Hai, "Sir, please show me your identity card." Zhao Hai took out his identity card. The waitress registered him and handed him a key. Zhao Hai took the keys. The waiter who led them in led Zhao Hai into the elevator at the side and pressed the button for the top floor. Zhao Hai looked at the button on the top of the elevator. The highest floor was actually the 55th floor, which was not low at all. Laura and the others were watching all of this with curiosity. After Zhao Hai and the others entered the room, the service staff introduced them to each room and the facilities in the room. Then he took the tip from Zhao Hai and left happily. Laura and the others looked around the room curiously. Zhao Hai smiled and didn't say anything. He just walked to the balcony and looked at the city. To be honest, this city really did have the feeling of an international metropolis, and this building was one of the tallest buildings in the city. When you stood on the balcony and looked out, you would have the feeling that you were standing on the top of the mountain, as if the whole world was under your feet. At this moment, Laura and the others had finished their tour of the room. They walked to Zhao Hai's side and Laura said excitedly, "Big brother Hai, this place is not bad. It's so beautiful." Zhao Hai smiled. "It's good that you like it. If you like it, we can stay in a technological background for a few days when we get back. There are also rooms like this there." Laura and the others nodded happily. Zhao Hai smiled but didn't say anything. A big city like this would only be comfortable when there were many people. If there was no one in the city, you wouldn't dare to live in it. It was almost like a ghost city. After walking around the room a few times, Zhao Hai turned to Laura and said, "Let's go. We'll grab something to eat and then go shopping." Laura and the others nodded and followed Zhao Hai out. When they entered the elevator, they found that there was another person in the elevator. Zhao Hai said to the person, "Let's go to the restaurant." The the man answered and pressed the button for the 30th floor. When Zhao Hai came out of the elevator, a restaurant waiter immediately came over and invited Zhao Hai to table. Zhao Hai ordered a few dishes and let him go. Speaking of which, the food in this hotel was really good. After Zhao Hai and the others had their meal, they went to the main hall of the hotel. As soon as they arrived at the hotel lobby, a man in a formal suit walked over and bowed to Zhao Hai. "Hello, sir. I'm the lobby manager of the hotel. How may I help you?" Zhao Hai smiled at the manager and said, "Hello, my wife and I would like to go out and buy a few cars. Can you arrange a few cars for us to get there?" "Don't worry, sir. I'll arrange it for you immediately," the lobby manager said immediately. After saying that, he said a few words to the person beside him and then led Zhao Hai out of the hotel. As soon as they walked out, an extended car drove over. The manager personally opened the car door for Zhao Hai and invited them in. Zhao Hai entered the car and saw that it was indeed a good car. The space in the car was very large and it would not be crowded even if more than 10 people lived in it. There was also a refrigerator, sound system, and other things. Zhao Hai and the others sat in the car and the lobby manager brought the door for Zhao Hai. Laura looked at the car curiously. After a while she turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, I thought the bus we took on the Arc Continent was already very good, but compared to this one, it's far worse." Zhao Hai smiled and did not say anything. In fact, among the group, he had the most complicated feelings. Although he had enjoyed everything he could after transmigrating, he still felt a strange emotion when he arrived at Atlanta. Although Atlan had nothing to do with Earth, it was very similar to Earth in this aspect. The things that Zhao Hai was enjoying today were the things he had enjoyed on Earth. He had never enjoyed it before. On Earth, he was just a good-for-nothing otaku. As long as he saw these things on TV, he would never have thought that he would one day enjoy it. Therefore, when Zhao Hai sat in the car, his heart was filled with mixed feelings. Laura and the rest were exploring the car, while Zhao Hai was looking out of the window. His mind had returned to Earth. Everything in the Atlantic continent had brought back his memories of Earth, good and bad. All of a sudden, Zhao Hai realized that there were some things that one would only realize the good after losing them. Regardless of whether they were good or bad, these things formed his life on Earth. Although there weren't any major events, it was an extremely real and happy life. Laura and the others also noticed that Zhao Hai was not in a good mood today. They stopped talking and laughing and sat beside Zhao Hai. Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, what's wrong? You don't look happy." Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others and smiled. "Nothing, I just thought of something. I should really thank the heavens. He allowed me to meet you guys. Meeting you guys is the luckiest thing in my life." Laura and the others weren't too happy. They knew that Zhao Hai must have something on his mind. Otherwise, he wouldn't have suddenly said all this. Laura looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and asked, "Big brother Hai, what's wrong with you?" Looking at the nervous expressions of Laura and the others, Zhao Hai could not help but feel guilty. At the same time, he put away those unnecessary thoughts in his heart. He understood that every action he took now was not only related to himself, but also to Laura and the others. No matter how much he missed his life on Earth, he couldn't go back. He wasn't the Zhao Hai on Earth anymore. He was Zhao Hai, Buddha, the head of the Buddha family, and the husband of Laura and the others. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai collected himself and looked at Laura and the others with a smile. "I'm really fine. I was just thinking back to the Arc Continent. When I was sent to the Black Wasteland, I never dreamed that such a day would come, hee." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Laura and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Laura smiled and said, "Doesn't this show your ability, Big brother Hai? You've relied on your own hard work to get to where you are today, bit by bit." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly. "It's not me. It's the space. Without the space, I might still be nothing. I might not even have the Buddha family." Laura looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. "No, Big brother Hai, I don't think so. If it was someone else who got the realm, they might not be able to do as well as you. You can say that you've already used the realm to the extreme, and you've been very low-key. Don't forget that the realm didn't have so many magical abilities at the beginning. If it was someone else who got the realm, they wouldn't have been so low-key at the beginning. Big brother Hai, the realm is just a tool, and the use of a tool is limited. In the end, it will decide your fate. And a person who uses tools." Zhao Hai smiled. "That's enough. There's no need to comfort me. I'm very happy that the realm is with me. No matter what the reason is, I'm very happy. All right, let's not talk about this. Have you thought about it? What kind of car do you want to buy?" "Actually, we won't be using this car for long. It's only used here in the Atlantic continent. Once we reach our destination, we'll have to go back. By the time we go back, these things won't be used anymore." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Laura and the other girls understood that he was fine. They immediately started to discuss. Seeing how they were chatting, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. Laura and the other girls were doing everything for him. They would be happy if he was happy. At that moment, the car stopped. The driver got out of the car and opened the door for Zhao Hai and the others. After Zhao Hai walked out, the driver bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Sir, this is the racing car market. There are all kinds of brands of cars here. You can choose the model you like here." Zhao Hai turned around and looked at this racing car fair. It was really magnificent. Being different from the other stores, there were almost no advertisements outside. There was only an old car in front of the door. The entire shopping center was designed in a simple and grand way, just like a noble in plain clothes. Although he was wearing the most ordinary clothes, his noble temperament could not be hidden. Zhao Hai could not help but exclaim, "Not bad. Just by looking at its appearance, I can tell that this shopping mall is not bad. Let's go and pick out a few cars." Lola and the others cheered and ran into the big market first. Zhao Hai also smiled, but he did not run. Instead, he slowly walked into the big market. As soon as Zhao Hai walked into the mall, a service staff came in immediately. She was wearing a dress, not the very sexy kind. Although the dress made her look very beautiful, it was not sexy at all. It only made people feel that she was smart and capable. The waitress bowed slightly to Zhao Hai and said, "Hello, sir. Welcome. Attendant 215 is at your service. Hello, can you show me the cars here?" Zhao Hai smiled. "I want to see the RV first," Zhao Hai said after some thought. "I like to travel around in the RV." Zhao Hai looked around and saw Laura and the others looking at all kinds of sports cars. He had to admit that sports cars were really cool and eye-catching. When Laura and the others saw Zhao Hai walk in, they immediately surrounded him. Laura said to Zhao Hai, "Big brother Hai, I have my eyes on a car. Shall we buy it? If you like it, then buy it." "I'm going to look at the RV," Zhao Hai said with a smile. Laura and the others were stunned and asked RV, "All right, let's go take a look at the RV first." Then they followed Zhao Hai and the waiter into the shopping center. The waitress was a little surprised. Laura and the others were all rare beauties, but these beauties were all related to Zhao Hai. They seemed to be Zhao Hai's wives. This really surprised her because Zhao Hai looked too ordinary. This female service staff did not think that Laura and the others were with Zhao Hai for money. Although Laura and the others were very beautiful, their noble temperament could not be faked. Although this female service staff's clothes made them look very capable, one thing was certain: she did not have the temperament of Laura and the others. Although the waitress was very curious about Zhao Hai, she didn't ask. This wasn't something she should be concerned about. If she talked too much, she would bring trouble to herself. Zhao Hai followed the waiter to the RV1 after a while. Zhao Hai took a look and found that the RV2 here on Atlantic continent was much larger than the RV on Earth. The RV here was not much smaller than a war chariot. This really surprised Zhao Hai. Laura and the others also looked at the camper van in shock. They didn't expect to see such big cars here. They had only seen these cars on the screen. When Zhao Hai saw these cars, he thought of the Atlantic continent. The roads here were much wider than the ones on the Arc continent and Earth. He immediately understood what was going on. It seemed like the magic machinery civilization in the Atlantic continent was much more advanced than on Earth. The waiter walked to a silver RV and said to Zhao Hai, "Sir, please take a look. This is a car manufactured by the O'Neill family, the Power Brand touring car. This touring car is divided into 3 floors. Each floor has about 125 square meters of space. The first floor is a mini parking lot, which is 1.5 meters high. The ground of the parking lot automatically extends and shrinks. If you want to park your car in the parking lot, you only need to extend the ground of the first floor. As long as you park your car on the floor will shrink back into the car. The entire parking lot could accommodate 8 cars. The floor of each car's parking space could extend out independently. You could land from the second floor next to the car you wanted to drive, which was very convenient. The second floor had a living room, kitchen, bathroom, a gym, and a mini swimming pool. All the facilities were complete, and all the seats were made of high-grade magical beast leather, which was very comfortable to sit on. There were 6 bedrooms on the 3rd floor. Each bedroom had its own bathroom, where a simple bath could be done. This was a normal 3-story design. At the top of the car, there was not just a simple roof. There was a small open-air square where you could have a small Lutian party. The windows on both sides of the car could be rolled down and propped up to form a small sun canopy. One could park the car there in the evening and enjoy a picnic. The body of the carriage was made of high-grade copper alloy. Not only did it have a strong impact resistance, but it was also not heavy. The carriage was equipped with a variety of magic arrays. It also used the engine of the chariot, so the horsepower was very strong. Although the carriage was very large, its speed was not slower than ordinary small armored vehicles. The car's tires are made of special rubber, and even ordinary nails can't pierce through them. The body's shock absorption ability is also made according to the standard of a tank, so you won't have a problem even if you run on a rugged mountain road. The waiter explained the car's functions to Zhao Hai and the others while Laura and the others looked at the RV in shock. They finally understood why the RV was called a RV. It was just a simple mobile house. Compared to the RV, the carriages they used on the Arc continent were primitive. Zhao Hai wasn't too shocked. Although this RV1 was bigger and more advanced than the RV2 on Earth, it was still a RV in essence. There was no difference. After the waiter finished his introduction, Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "Are the other cars the same as this one?" The service staff immediately replied, "No, sir. This is the most high-end RV we have in our shop. The others can't compare to this one in terms of function. This car was just launched by the O'Neill family. It's also a limited production." Zhao Hai nodded and said to the waiter, "What's the price?" The waitress's eyes lit up when she heard Zhao Hai's words. She knew that Zhao Hai was interested in the car. She immediately said, "The price of this car is very fair. It only costs 500,000 gold coins. Our company can also help you get the license plate for free. The car will be modified according to your requirements. This is also free." Zhao Hai smiled. "It's not bad. Let's order this car then. Laura, don't you like sports cars? Let's go and take a look. We'll fill up the parking lot." When Zhao Hai and the others left the shopping center, they drove their RV. Zhao Hai had driven a car on Earth before. The cars on the Atlantic continent were much easier to drive than on Earth. Firstly, the roads here were very wide. Secondly, the cars here basically had automatic transmission. Thirdly, almost all the cars here had an anti-collision automatic magic array. As long as you activated this magic array, you would not have to worry about an accident. Of course, you could also turn off the magic array or not install it. Of course, Zhao Hai had installed this magic array. He had also made some slight modifications to the caravan to make it more comfortable. The caravan and the 8 sports cars cost Zhao Hai over 1 million gold coins. However, this also allowed Zhao Hai to understand how hard it was to purchase gold coins in the Atlantic continent. The purchasing power of these gold coins was really strong. Zhao Hai drove back to the hotel, checked out of the hotel, and left the city immediately. He had bought a car in the city and had saved a lot of money. This might attract some attention, and Zhao Hai didn't want that to happen, so he had to go somewhere else. The moment they left the city, Zhao Hai let out a demonic armor pilot from the O'Neill family to drive. Zhao Hai had already bought a map before leaving the city. Their current destination was the next city. After Zhao Hai and the others left the city, they did not immediately enter the realm. They wanted to learn more about the Atlantic continent. The roads here were well built and very wide. Even a large RV like theirs could allow 4 cars to travel side by side on an ordinary bus. At first, Zhao Hai didn't know why they had made the roads so wide. He asked the O'Neill family's demonic armor driver, and only after asking did Zhao Hai understand that the roads were made so wide for the use of sports cars. Although Zhao Hai's RV was very large, it was not as wide as the vehicle. On a road like this, 2 vehicles could run side by side at most, but 3 would not be enough. Zhao Hai and the others looked at the scenery on both sides of the road. The scenery on both sides of the road was really good. There were some trees on both sides. Moreover, the Atlantic continent's environment was not bad either. There were some forests and grasslands everywhere. The scenery along the road was really not bad. Soon, the sky turned dark. Zhao Hai asked the car to stop. They were going to rest in the RV that night. It wasn't that Zhao Hai didn't want to rest in the origin space, but they insisted on resting in the RV. They wanted to feel how it felt to rest in the RV, so Zhao Hai agreed. Meg used the kitchen in the RV to prepare dinner. After dinner, Zhao Hai and the others watched the stars for a while outside the RV before returning to their room to rest. The room in the RV was really nice and very comfortable. Zhao Hai slept with Meg today, and they didn't do anything but sleep together. In the middle of the night, Zhao Hai suddenly woke up because he felt some people approaching him at a high speed. He was stunned for a moment, but he quickly woke up and moved Laura and the others into the space. He entered the space as well and looked at the screen. Zhao Hai felt that the people were approaching very quickly. They did not seem to be driving cars or driving armor. Instead, they were like the warriors from the Ark continent. When Zhao Hai noticed this, he was stunned. He had already learned from the O'Neill family that warriors and mages were not allowed to approach the Atlantic continent's magic armor continent. They were enemies, and it was extremely dangerous for warriors and mages to come to the magic armor continent. He had no idea what these people were trying to do. Soon after Zhao Hai entered the space, some warriors had arrived outside the touring car. At the sight of the touring car, they became stunned. After gathering in front of the touring car, they observed it carefully. One of them then sighed, "What a beautiful car. Boss, what about the people in the car?" These warriors were all dressed in black warrior clothes and carried a sword on their back. Their faces were also covered with black hoods, only revealing their eyes. "Don't cause any more trouble," the other warrior said. "Don't forget our mission. Let's go." "Yes," the warrior replied. He looked at the RV with envy and left with the warrior. Zhao Hai did a quick count. There were a total of 10 warriors. They were very fast and had the strength of grade 7 to grade 8 warriors on the Ark continent. Zhao Hai looked at these people and was stunned. With their strength, they couldn't cause any trouble in the Devil Armor continent. So, what were they here for? Fortunately, these people had been moving along the road, so Zhao Hai had been paying attention to them. Soon, these people entered the city that Zhao Hai had come out from. In the Magic Armor continent, the city had no walls, so the warriors entered the city easily. When they arrived in the city, they immediately walked around the city a few times, then ran to a residential area and entered a resident's house. The resident seemed to be there to receive them. He immediately took them into the house and closed the door. Zhao Hai paid attention to those people. He was a careful person. Before he left the city today, he had driven around almost every place in the city. He had stored the entire city in the space map so he could see their actions. After the men entered the room, they immediately took off their masks. The owner of the room saw them and handed them a document. Good, you're all very punctual. This will be your proof of identity and your place of residence. Remember the mission of the O'Neill family. You must clearly understand what the O'Neill family has been doing recently. The leader of the warriors took the document and quickly glanced through it. He nodded and said, "Don't worry, leave it to us. Let's go." After saying that, he led the few warriors out of the room. Zhao Hai was no longer interested. He let out a long breath, so it was the infighting in the Devil Armor continent. Then it had nothing to do with him. As for the identity of these warriors, Zhao Hai did not need to check to know that they must be deathsworn from a big family in the Magic Armor continent. Although the people here generally used magic armor, there were obviously some things that magic armor could not do. It was not surprising that these big families would train some warriors as deathsworn to do what they were supposed to do. At this moment, a scream came from the room. Then, Laura and the others opened their rooms and ran out in their pajamas. When they came out, they saw Zhao Hai sitting in the living room and looking at the screen. They were stunned. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. "Okay, it's fine. Go back and rest. A few warriors approached our caravan just now. I didn't know what they wanted to do, so I transferred you into the space. You're fine now." Laura and the others still had a look of fear on their faces. When they walked to Zhao Hai's side, Laura asked, "Big brother Hai, what's going on? Why are there warriors in the Armored Demon continent?" Zhao Hai looked at Laura and the others and smiled. "Don't worry, it's really fine. Those warriors might be deathsworn from other families on the continent. The O'Neill family's recent movements have attracted the attention of those families, so they sent people to check on us. It's fine, it's not our fault." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Laura and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. "All right, go back to sleep." After saying that, he moved his hand and the few of them appeared in the RV again. After looking around, Laura and the others didn't pay much attention to it and went back to bed. They were all experienced people. Although they were a bit scared, they quickly recovered. When they woke up the next morning, Laura and the other girls were still full of energy. After breakfast, they set off for the next city. Zhao Hai sat on the roof of the car and looked at the scenery on both sides. It felt really good. Laura sat beside Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, in about 3 hours we will reach the next city. According to the map, that city should be called Yanking City. It's a big city, so we should be able to buy quite a lot of things there." Zhao Hai nodded. "What we need now are all kinds of magic armors and an energy converter production line. In the Atlantic continent, these things can be bought at will. However, we can only buy some civilian magic armors. I'm afraid we can't buy military ones. However, we should be able to buy an energy converter production line, but the price won't be cheap." Lola nodded and said, "The problem is that it's not easy to buy these things in large quantities without being noticed. Brother Hai, I think we should buy all the books we can buy first and then buy other things." Zhao Hai nodded. "Okay, books are the key. It would be best if we go to some secret places and get something that can't be found outside. It's about magic arrays. These things are the most important to us." Laura and the others nodded. Their teachers understood what Zhao Hai meant. It was just like how the top martial arts in the Arc continent were not impressive. There were also some special magic arrays in the Atlantic continent that were not taught to outsiders. If they wanted to get those magic arrays, they would have to go to some special places to steal them. "The most important thing is still about the ascending magic armor," Li Jai said. "But where can I get information about the ascending mech?" Zhao Hai frowned. "It doesn't look like it's going to be that easy. We'll have to keep more cities in the dimension map and monitor them. Let's hope we can get some useful clues." Yanking City was a large city under the O'Neill family's rule. Although it wasn't the O'Neill family's capital city, it was an important industrial base of the O'Neill family. It was also one of the O'Neill family's important cities. This was Zhao Hai's target this time. Although he could easily get what he wanted, he didn't want the O'Neill family to be suspicious. He was going to buy what he wanted with money. As for the money that he had spent, he planned to take it back when he was about to leave. After Zhao Hai and the others arrived in Yanking City, they immediately found a good hotel to stay in. Then Zhao Hai went outside to check out the situation. Zhao Hai had already planned to make a fortune. He wanted to buy those things but did not want to arouse suspicion. There was only one way, and that was to open a company in Yanking City. Zhao Hai went to find out more about the situation, while Laura and the others drove separately to the bookstore to buy books. They bought all the books that they could use and liked. Zhao Hai drove around the city a few times and had a rough idea of the situation in Yanking City. However, it was not easy for him to acquire a company. He was unfamiliar with the people in the place. When Zhao Hai returned to the hotel, Laura and the others had also returned. They had bought a lot of books and clothes. Zhao Hai didn't pay much attention to it. After putting the book away, Zhao Hai and the others sat in the medium and looked at the screen, which was showing the situation in the Golden Bowl continent. Their plan to use the undead creatures to lure the O'Neill family was very successful. In about 2 days, the O'Neill family would be able to find the Winged Horse Tribe's medium. They didn't need to worry too much about that place. Zhao Hai took out the map of Yanking City. Yanking City was indeed an industrial city. There were factories of all sizes everywhere. Perhaps it was because the O'Neill family needed a large number of demonic armor and war chariots, so the businesses of these factories were booming. Zhao Hai frowned as he looked at the situation in the factories. He frowned and turned to Laura. I wanted to buy a factory here so that we can buy the things we need through it, but now it seems that the business of these factories is very good. I'm afraid no one will sell them. In this case, we can only set up our own factories. I'm afraid it won't be an easy task. Lola nodded. She had always been in the business world, so she was very familiar with this place. Although doing business here in the Atlantic continent was different from doing business in the Arc continent, the business was almost the same. It was not easy to set up a factory anywhere. Zhao Hai frowned and turned to Laura. Let's go out. I want to ask the people in this hotel if they can introduce us to anyone who specializes in this. Laura had no choice but to nod. After they entered the room, Zhao Hai immediately had people invite the lobby manager of the hotel. Zhao Hai was still staying in the best room in the hotel, so the lobby manager didn't dare to neglect Zhao Hai at all. As soon as Zhao Hai called for him, he came immediately. Zhao Hai looked at the lobby manager. He didn't look young anymore. His hair was a little white and he had a small beard, but it was very neatly trimmed. Once he entered the room, he bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "What do you need, sir?" Zhao Hai looked at him and smiled. "I'm not from here. I heard that the business of the factory in Yanking City has been very good recently, so I came here to do a factory business. However, I'm not familiar with the people and the place here. I would like to ask for your help, manager. Can you introduce me to some middlemen? I want to buy a factory in Yanking City or set up my own factory. I wonder if you can help me with this." The manager immediately said, "Don't worry, sir. We have a headhunting company that specializes in this. I can contact the best headhunting company for you. Please rest assured, sir." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Then I'll have to trouble you, manager. The price is not a problem, but the person must be reliable and capable. I won't treat you badly after this." The manager immediately bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Sir, you're being too serious. As a hotel staff, I can't accept any compensation. This is against the rules. When do you want to meet the headhunting company?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment. "The sooner the better, but it's getting late. I think tomorrow will do." The manager nodded and said, "Okay. Please rest assured, sir. I will do it in the shortest time possible. As long as the contact is made, I will inform you immediately." Zhao Hai nodded and waved his hand. The manager then left. After the manager left, Laura said to Zhao Hai, "Big brother Hai, is that headhunting company really okay?" Zhao Hai smiled. "Don't worry, I'm sure they can do it. They specialize in this. Shall we go out for a walk? In a city like this, they don't usually rest so early at night. Their nightlife is very rich." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Laura and the other girls nodded happily. Zhao Hai then smiled and led them out. He asked the hotel staff to arrange a carriage for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai wasn't wrong. The nightlife of the people here was really colorful. What made Zhao Hai the happiest was that there was a basketball court here, and he could even watch football matches at night. Zhao Hai noticed that the football game here was very similar to the football game on Earth. Even the rules were very similar. Zhao Hai immediately asked the hotel staff to book a few tickets for him. He was going to bring Laura and the others to watch the game. When Zhao Hai was on Earth, he had never gone to the stadium to watch a football match. When he was on Earth, China football was not worth mentioning. He did not have the chance to go abroad, so naturally he could not go to the stadium to watch a football match. Zhao Hai was actually not a hardcore fan. He could only be considered a fake fan. He knew everything that happened on the field, but he did not have a team he supported. He watched the game for fun. However, Laura and the others had never watched a football match. There was no such thing as football on the Arc continent, and there was no way to organize such a football match on the Arc continent. If they let a person who had never learned martial arts play football, the ball he kicked would be a joke in the eyes of the warriors. If they let a person who learned martial arts play football, they would probably not have the time. If they had the time, they would want to practice for a while more. Laura and the other 10 were also curious. After dinner at the hotel, they took the car arranged by the hotel to the stadium. What excited Zhao Hai the most was that there were two teams competing tonight. One was called Team Red Devil, and the other was Team Red Shirt. Both teams were from Yanking City and were mortal enemies. In the words of Earth, this was a derby in the same city. Zhao Hai and the others had bought tickets from the stands, not the VIP seats. Zhao Hai had always thought that watching the game from the stands was the most private. Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the Atlantic continent at 8:30 p.m., and the game was to start at 9:00 p.m. Laura and the others excitedly followed Zhao Hai into the court. Once they entered the court, Laura and the others were stunned. Although there was still half an hour before the start of the game, the entire court was already occupied by red. The entire stadium was filled with singing. Laura and the others had never seen such a scene before. They were so shocked that they couldn't speak. Zhao Hai had seen such a scene on television before, but it was his first time seeing it in real life. He was a little excited. Soon, Zhao Hai found his seat. Their seats were in the front row of the stands, which was very close to the game. They could see the elegant demeanor of the star players up close. At 9 o'clock sharp, the game started on time. As soon as the game started, the entire stadium seemed to have exploded. Other than the team songs of the two teams, you couldn't hear anything else. You couldn't even hear the people around you clearly. However, as soon as the game started, Laura and the others were a little disappointed. They were all experts and had seen all kinds of powerful warriors and mages. They naturally looked down on the football games of ordinary people. However, under the influence of the atmosphere at the scene, the few of them also saw the different interests. A game of 90 minutes, which was only about 2 hours during the intermission and overtime. Including the fact that they had arrived half an hour earlier, they had stayed in the stadium for less than 3 hours. In these 3 hours, the fans did not stop their singing. The team songs of the two teams were loud and clear from beginning to end, which really made Laura and the others admire them. When Zhao Hai and the others got into the car, Laura couldn't help but rub her ears and say, "It's crazy. Those people are really crazy. Big Brother Hai, they haven't learned battle energy or martial arts, so how can they stand there and sing for 3 hours without feeling tired? And they're all so excited." Zhao Hai smiled. Perhaps this is the charm of football. Hard for us to understand. To them, football may be a kind of faith. Lola said thoughtfully, "Big Brother Hai, do you think we can let the people in the realm play this kind of sport? There's really nothing to play with in the space these days." Zhao Hai smiled. "That won't be easy. Let's not talk about other races. Even the goblins are stronger than the players. How are they going to play? I think we should just forget about it." Laura could only nod her head impatiently. Zhao Hai smiled and didn't say anything. The reason why he came to watch the game today was to let Laura and the others understand the way of life on the Atlantic continent. He also wanted to let Laura and the others live a life that was completely different from the life on the Ark continent. The Atlantic continent was the continent that was the most similar to Earth. Zhao Hai wanted to let Laura and the others know more about the Atlantic continent. This way, they might have more common topics to talk about in the future. This would also make Zhao Hai feel closer to Laura and the others. The next day, after they had breakfast, the lobby manager brought someone to Zhao Hai's room. The manager bowed to Zhao Hai. "Sir, this is the professional manager recommended by the headhunting company. He can help you with whatever you've mentioned." After the manager finished speaking, the man immediately bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Hello, sir. Browell greets you, sir. It's my honor to be of service to you." Zhao Hai looked at this professional manager. He looked to be in his 30s today. He was well dressed, his hair was neatly combed, and his eyes were shining. He looked very smart. As a professional manager, communicating with others was the first priority. However, a person who was too reserved would not be able to communicate well with others, and he would not be a good manager. The manager stood behind Zhao Hai and did not leave. He understood that Zhao Hai had decided whether to hire Will or not. It could be said that Will was still in the interview stage. If he did not pass the interview, the manager would have to find someone else. "Mr. Will, I wonder if the manager has told you about the person's request?" Zhao Hai asked, looking at Browell. "Yes, sir," answered Browell immediately. "The manager has already told me that you want to buy a factory in Yanking City or open your own office. I wonder if Mr. Will has any suggestions." Zhao Hai nodded. Browell said, "Sir, please forgive me for being blunt. I think it's very unwise for you to want to acquire a factory in Yanking City. The business here is very good. No one is willing to sell it. Even those who are willing to sell it will offer a very high price, so it's not worth it to buy a factory now." Zhao Hai nodded. He had already thought of this, so he waved his hand, signaling for Browell to continue. Browell looked at Zhao Hai and continued, "However, if you want to open a factory here, it's possible. Yanking City has always been an industrial city, so there are many factories here. It's not only the O'Neill family that will cooperate with those factories here, but even other families will come here to cooperate. Therefore, it's very feasible to open a factory here. I just don't know what kind of factory you want to open. Do you have any objections?" Zhao Hai looked at Browell. Browell said, "My opinion is that, if you have the funds to do so, it's best to open a medium-sized factory. In Yanking City, the factories are either big or small. The big factories are all controlled by the O'Neill family and some of their vassal families. If you open a big factory, you'll be competing with them for business, and they'll probably use the O'Neill family's power to deal with you. If you open a small factory, you can only take on small jobs. It's very difficult to make money, so it's best to open a medium-sized factory." Zhao Hai listened to Browell's words calmly. There was nothing he didn't understand in Browell's words. It was very straightforward, and he even mentioned some unspoken rules in business. Such unspoken rules could be seen anywhere. Yanking City was an industrial base, and the factories there were very profitable. This was something that almost everyone in the entire Magic Armor continent knew. Moreover, almost all of the industrial bases had some connection with military industries. How could the O'Neill family not control a place like this? Would they be at ease to let outsiders destroy it? Impossible. That would be the same as letting someone else take away his sword. It was precisely because of this that almost all of the large factories in Yanking City were controlled by the O'Neill family. Even if they weren't directly controlled by the O'Neill family, they were controlled by the vassal families that were absolutely loyal to the O'Neill family. Only in this way could the O'Neill family be at ease. After Browell finished speaking, he looked at Zhao Hai quietly. He noticed that Zhao Hai was sitting there with a calm expression, as if he was thinking about his words. Browell couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Although Browell worked for a headhunting company, he didn't actually belong to the company. He was the kind of person who had the ability but hadn't found a chance to display it. The headhunting company knew his capabilities, and after obtaining his consent, they left his information in their own company. As long as someone found a professional manager, the headhunting company would give Browell a chance. Of course, this opportunity wasn't given to just anyone. If they didn't meet Browell's requirements, they wouldn't introduce them to him. This time, it was the manager of the hotel who came to the headhunting company. This hotel was very famous in Yanking City, so the headhunting company did not dare to offend it. Thus, they asked Browell to step in. Browell had been looking for an opportunity to show off his talents, so after being introduced to Zhao Hai by the headhunting company, he came to the hotel with the intention of giving it a try. After thinking it through, Zhao Hai turned to look at Browell and said, "Mr. Will, I would like to ask you how much startup capital I would need if I were to ask you to help me open a factory." When Browell heard Zhao Hai's words, he could not help but be stunned for a moment before he was overjoyed. He had obviously prepared for this question, so he immediately replied, "At least 3 million gold coins, at most 5 million gold coins will do." Zhao Hai nodded and said in a deep voice, "Mr. Will, I am very satisfied with your answer. I can give you 5 million gold coins to let him open a factory for me. I will not directly run this factory, but will let you run it. I will give you 10 of the Beihui's shares. These 10 shares are the original shares. I will not interfere with the management, but sometimes I will help me buy some things through this factory. I hope you can do your best for me. I don't know if you have the confidence." Howell was stunned. Of course, he understood what Zhao Hai meant. Zhao Hai wanted him to pay 5 million gold coins to open a public factory, and then he would not care anymore. He would even give Browell 10 of the shares, and the rest would be given to Browell. He would just sit and wait for the dividends. Was there such a good thing? For a moment, Browell felt like he was in a dream. Professional managers like him, even if they were the managers of the big companies, were only high-level employees. But if it was as Zhao Dai had said, then he was not just an employee, but also a shareholder of the company. No matter which company he was in, 10 of the original shares was not a small number. It was like a pie in the sky. Browell's eyes glowed as he looked at Zhao Hai. "Is what teacher said true?" Zhao Hai smiled. "I never joke about this kind of thing. If you agree, we can sign an agreement right away. Then I will transfer the money to your account and leave the rest to you. I won't care about anything." "How about it?" Browell gave Zhao Hai a deep look and said, "All right, don't worry, sir. Since you trust me so much, I, Browell, will entrust my life to you." Zhao Hai laughed and turned to his manager, "Please help me find a lawyer. I want to sign an agreement with Mr. Will." The manager responded, looked at Browell enviously, and turned to leave. After the manager left, Browell turned to Zhao Hai and said with a smile, "Teacher, why do you trust me so much?" Zhao Hai smiled. "I don't believe you. I believe in myself. I believe in my own eyes and my own feelings. To be honest with you, 5 million isn't a big number to me. If you really dare to betray me, I'll let you know what it means to be better off dead." Browell's eyes narrowed when he heard Zhao Hai's words. He then nodded and said, "I understand what you mean, sir. Don't worry, I won't let you down." Zhao Hai smiled. "You just need to take care of the factory. As long as you don't steal all the money from the factory or cause the factory to go bankrupt, I won't blame you if it's a mistake in normal operations. In business, if there's profit, there's training. This is very normal." Browell smiled. "Just as you said, sir, I'm confident in myself. Please rest assured, sir. With this 5 million in my hands, I guarantee that you'll be able to recover your investment in less than a year. And it'll be after my dividends are deducted." Zhao Hai laughed heartily. "It's good that you have the confidence. If you really have that kind of confidence, then I'll give you an additional 5 of the shares in a year's time. This can be written in the contract." Browell looked at Zhao Hai and suddenly sighed. "I'm really starting to suspect if you're the heir to that big family. Otherwise, why would you treat money like it's nothing? That's 5 million gold coins. You gave me 10, so that's 500,000 gold coins. If you add another 5, that's 750,000 gold coins. 750,000 gold coins. Even a small family can't earn that much money in a year." Zhao Hai smiled. "Money is something that you can never play with. If this 15 of shares can be exchanged for your loyalty and more gold coins, then it's worth it, isn't it?" Browell gave Zhao Hai a deep look and laughed out loud. "If everyone thinks like you, then it'll be much easier for us professional managers." "Not all professional managers are Browells," Zhao Hai smiled. After saying that, the two of them looked at each other and burst into laughter. It took a while for the two of them to calm down. However, they felt a sense of appreciation for each other. Browell looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Sir, I haven't asked you yet. What do you want to buy through the factory?" Zhao Hai thought for a moment. "I want to buy an energy converter production line and some magic armors. Of course, civilian ones will do. It would be even better if I could buy military ones." Browell nodded. "That's not a difficult thing. There are many energy converter production lines on the streets, and most factories have such production lines, so it's not difficult to buy. Magic armor is even easier. I can buy as many of the civilian magic armor as you want. As for military magic armor, I can also buy some, but not in large quantities. Oh, I can really buy military-grade magic armor. What grade is it?" Zhao Hai was stunned. "Anything below the divine level can be bought," Browell said. "However, military-use magic armors are usually bought from the black market, so the price might be a little more expensive." Zhao Hai smiled. "Money isn't a problem as long as you can buy it. But remember, these things can't affect the factory. It's a chicken that can lay golden eggs." "Don't worry, sir," Browell nodded. "I know what I'm doing." As they were talking, the hotel manager walked in with a gentleman. After the manager's introduction, Zhao Hai found out that this man was the most famous lawyer in the city, Li Heng Law Firm. He had come specifically for the agreement that Zhao Hai had mentioned. Zhao Hai didn't waste any time and directly stated the contents of the agreement he wanted to make with Browell. After the lawyer finished writing, Zhao Hai looked at it and found no problems, so he wrote his name. This time he only wrote the two words Zhao Hai and not Zhao Hai Buddha. When he came to the Atlan continent, he had made a fake identity card. On it was the name Zhao Hai, not the two words Buddha. After the agreement was written, Zhao Hai took one, Browell took another, and the other was placed with the law firm. The agreement was officially in effect. Zhao Hai led Browell to the demonic armor bank in Yanking City and went straight to the VIP room. This time, Zhao Hai did not encounter any obstacles. After the waiter in the VIP room took a look at Zhao Hai's bank card, he immediately welcomed Zhao Hai into the VIP room with great enthusiasm. In the VIP room, the lobby manager of the bank came over immediately. He bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Sir, I'm the lobby manager of my line. How can I help you?" Zhao Hai looked at the manager, took out his identity card, and handed it to him. Then he said in a deep voice, "Transfer 5 million gold coins from my identity card to this gentleman's card." Browell also took out his identity card and handed it to the lobby manager. The manager took the two cards and left. In a VIP room like this, who knew how much money was transferred every day? 5 million was not a small amount, but the manager was not at all surprised. After a while, the manager came out with two identity cards and handed them to Zhao Hai and Su Lingyu. He then said to Zhao Hai, "Sir, it's done. What other services do you need?" Zhao Hai didn't answer his question. Instead, he turned to Browell and said, "All right, I've given you the money. The rest is up to you. You can go first. I still have something else to do." Browell replied and turned to leave. After Browell left, Zhao Hai turned to the manager and said, "I want to deposit some money into my identity card. It's gold bricks." Zhao Hai followed the manager to a room inside the bank. He found that this room was similar to the one he used to store gold bricks in another city. It seemed that there was a room like this in Magic Armor Bank. This time, Zhao Hai took out 20 million gold coins and placed it into the magic array. As expected, the lobby manager's credentials were also over 2 million gold coins. Zhao Hai then deposited the gold coins into Zhao Hai's identity card and left. After Zhao Hai returned to the hotel, Laura and the rest immediately said to him, "Brother Hai, are you really going to give Browell 5 million gold coins to open a factory?" Zhao Hai smiled. "Why not? We'll get the money back sooner or later. Besides, opening this factory will only bring us benefits and no harm, right? Besides, we must have made a very serious mistake before this. Now is the time to correct it." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Laura and the others were stunned. She looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and asked, "Big Brother Hai, what mistake did we make?" Zhao Hai smiled. "The most serious mistake we made was that we thought we couldn't return here after ascending. That's for ordinary self-cultivators, but we have a farm. Even if we can't return here, what about the others? There are so many races in our space, and they will all be loyal to us in the future. Why can't they come back here? Don't tell me that in these spaces there aren't any materials that the upper realm needs." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Laura and the others were stunned for a moment. Then they looked as if they had just realized something. It was just as Zhao Hai had said, they had made a huge mistake. People from the world of self-cultivators could not come to the Ark continent because they were from the world of self-cultivators and were affected by the laws of heaven and earth. However, this was not a problem for Zhao Hai. The spatial dimension was not affected by the laws of heaven and earth. So even if they ascended to the world of self-cultivators, as long as the spatial map was still there, they could return to this place at any time. Whether it was the Ark continent, the demonic realm, the god realm, or the Atlantic continent, there were many good things. Most importantly, these good things would all belong to Zhao Hai alone. These three places, not to mention the other good things, just how much gold would there be? With dollars, Zhao Hai could do more things in the realm. How much of an impact would it have on the cultivation world in Zhao Hai? Then no one could really explain it clearly. Laura took a deep breath and calmed herself down. She then turned to Zhao Hai and said, "So, Big Brother Hai, you're saying that you're opening the factory this time to prepare for the future." Zhao Hai smiled. The situation here in the Demon Armor continent is very special. The same is true for the Atlantic continent. If there is one low-level dimension that can stop the underworld, it will be this one. Now, we're spending 5 million gold coins to leave a chess piece here. To us, there are only benefits and no disadvantages. Lola nodded and said, "This is indeed a good idea. 5 million. It's not a loss at all. On the contrary, I think it's very cheap. I just don't know what this Browell's heart is like. I hope he doesn't betray us." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "He won't, and he won't dare to. He's just an ordinary person in the Atlan continent. Perhaps he's very talented in business, perhaps he's very smart, but in the face of absolute strength, all his little tricks are just jokes. If he dares to play tricks with me, I can kill him as easily as turning my fist." Laura nodded. It was just as Zhao Hai had said. Zhao Hai wasn't even afraid of the O'Neill family, let alone Browell. If Browell dared to play any tricks on them, Zhao Hai would kill him in the blink of an eye. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. "The god race's side has been destroyed by us, and it seems like the S-god race will not be on our side. However, this is not a problem. We will place a chess piece here in the Atlantic continent, and when the matters here are more or less settled, we will go to the underworld. In the past, I did not dare to go all out against that skeleton king, but it is different now. My strength is about the same as before, but the world is no longer rejecting me. It is a good time to go to the underworld. If we can place another chess piece there, it would be extremely important to us." Lola nodded and said, "That's true. The underworld is too mysterious. Why do I feel that the skeleton king's position in the underworld isn't very high? Big Brother Hai, what do you think?" Zhao Hai nodded and said, "I feel the same way. It's because of this that I'm very interested in the underworld. In the Atlantic continent, as long as we get the ascending demon armor, we don't need anything else. Even if we need something, it's not something eye-catching. When the time comes, we can go to the underworld." "I want to see what the underworld is like." Lola nodded. She turned to Zhao Hai and said, "We also need to pay close attention to the Winged Horse Tribe's situation. Tomorrow, the O'Neill family will discover the Winged Horse Tribe's continent. At that time, the war should start. Let's go," Zhao Hai said after some thought. "Call Zhan Yue and the others into the space." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Laura was slightly stunned. However, she immediately went to do it. Zhan Yue had been very unhappy these days. His people were not cooperating with him at all. They had agreed to move all of them to the realm, but these days, they kept finding all kinds of reasons to delay it. The elders and high-level members of the Wings race who had agreed with him were also pretending to obey, but Zhan Yue could not do anything to them. Looking at their shameless faces and mouths, Zhan Yue was really angry. However, Zhan Yue didn't want to tell Zhao Hai about the situation here. He knew that if he told Zhao Hai might really be disappointed in them and never care about their affairs again. That would definitely be a disaster for the winged horse race. Although he was very disappointed in his people, he had to endure it for the sake of his race. He had to keep the last trace of hope for his people. Zhan Fang's situation was similar. After Zhao Hai killed Zhan Yifei, it seemed to have aroused the resistance of all the winged horse race. They opposed them for almost no reason. Even with Zhan Fang's prestige, he was now being looked down upon by his people, let alone Zhan Yue. The two of them gathered at Zhan Fang's house to discuss how to deal with the family's affairs. It had been several days since Zhao Hai's first visit to the Winged Horse tribe, but there was still no progress. The two of them were getting more and more anxious, but they couldn't use their strength. At this moment, Zhan Yue suddenly felt his message fish ring. Zhan Yue's expression changed. He turned to look at Zhan Fang and smiled bitterly. "Sir, you're looking for me. It seems that you're very dissatisfied with our actions these days." Zhan Fang was taken aback and then smiled bitterly. To be honest, he was also a little dissatisfied with his own actions. After so many days, less than 100 households had been moved into the space, and these 100 households had a good relationship with the two of them. The others were not moved no matter what. Zhan Yue took out the messenger fish and heard Zhao Hai's voice. "Zhan Yue, Zhan Fang, please come into the medium. I have something to tell you." Zhan Yue looked at Zhan Fang and took out his token impatiently. He then followed Zhan Fang into the space. The moment the two of them entered the space, they realized that they were standing on a huge lotus flower. The two of them couldn't help but be stunned. However, they quickly regained their senses. The two of them looked around and saw that Fei, and Mandingshan were also there. When Zhao Hai saw the two of them, he was slightly surprised. "He's here. Let's go in and sit." After Zhan Yue and Zhan Fang bowed to Zhao Hai, they silently followed him into his room. This wasn't Zhao Hai's room, but a very ordinary guest room. After they sat down, Zhao Hai took out a bottle of wine and a few dishes and placed them on the table. After pouring wine for them, Zhao Hai turned to Zhan Yue and said, "How is it? Things haven't been going well these past few days, have they?" Zhan Yue looked at Zhao Hai in embarrassment. He didn't know what to say. Things hadn't been going well for the past few days. Zhao Hai smiled at him and said, "Don't worry, I don't blame you. When I killed Zhan Yifei, I already thought of this. You don't have to blame yourself. I've called you here today to tell you something." The O'Neill family's armor-clad army will discover the spatial entrance of the Winged Horse Clan in 2 days. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Zhan Yue and Zhan Fang were both stunned. Then their expressions changed. They looked at Zhao Hai and Zhao Hai looked back at them. Fei clapped her hands and said, "This is good news, Zhan Yue. You can use this opportunity to force your people into the space." They didn't want to enter the space before because they thought Sir was lying to them. They thought there were no demonic soldiers. Now that these demonic soldiers have come out, your people will know that you didn't lie. This way they won't object to you arranging for them to enter the space. That's right, but I don't think it'll go so smoothly. Your clansmen will definitely make a move against the devil-armored soldiers of the O'Neill family first. They'll only listen to your arrangements after they know how powerful those devil-armored soldiers are. So I think you guys should be mentally prepared. Zhan Yue and Zhan Fang's expressions turned ugly. They didn't want to use such a method to deal with their own people. Zhao Hai glanced at their expressions. This time he was really disappointed. The two of them were too indecisive, forsaking righteousness at the sight of small profits, cherishing oneself when doing great things. This was referring to people like Zhan Yue and Zhan Fang. They could only be tragic heroes. They might not even be heroes because they did not have the strength of heroes. In BSB, yes, Zhao Hai's plan would cause the winged horse race to lose a lot of people, but don't forget that they died to save more people. Zhan Yue and the others knew this, but they still didn't want to carry out the plan. At this point, they still wanted to bring all of their people into the space. It was hard to tell if they were naive or stupid, or if they were very, very naive. Zhao Hai shook his head and sighed. He turned to Zhan Yue and said, "Zhan Yue, if there's a chance for you to kill a person and beg 10,000 people, will you kill this person?" When Zhan Yue heard Zhao Hai's words, he was shocked. Zhan Yue was not an indecisive person. This could be seen from the fact that he had ordered Zhao Hai to kill Zhan Yifei. However, these days, he had been tormented by the lack of cooperation and trust of his own people. He was on the verge of going crazy. At the same time, he was determined to bring his people safely into the medium. He probably didn't even realize this. It was just a subconscious thought. It was precisely because of this that he was a little against Zhao Hai's idea. However, when he heard Zhao Hai's words, he was stunned. He seemed to have been jolted awake. Zhao Hai looked at him and smiled. "Zhan Yue, don't forget what time it is now. If you hesitate, more people will die. If you don't agree with my plan, that's fine. I just happened to have something to do recently, and I'm preparing to leave the god race's continent. In the future, I won't care about what happens in your race." Zhan jumped to his feet and looked at Zhao Hai with cold sweat. "Please rest assured, sir. I know what to do. Please forgive me for my previous mishandling of matters." Zhao Hai sighed. "Zhan Yu, Fei and Dingshan are people I value very much. In the future, the 3 clans will be handed over to you. I'm not afraid to tell you the truth. It's not just your 3 clans in my space. There are many other clans that I need to take care of. I won't have much time to take care of you in the future. If you encounter any problems, you'll have to solve them yourselves. Don't worry about Fei. He has the least clan members now, so it won't be too difficult to manage them. There won't be any problems at MT. Ding. After all, they moved in as a whole clan, and even the clan leader has agreed. I'm most worried about you. The Winged Horse clan has a lot of opinions about me. If you can't manage them well, they will be a hidden danger when they enter the space. I don't want any hidden dangers to exist in my space, do you understand?" Zhan Yue bowed. "Yes, I understand. Don't worry, sir. I know what to do." Zhao Hai nodded and turned to Zhan Fang. "Zhan Fang, you are the great elder of the Winged Horse tribe. Sometimes you need to learn to be a little tougher. You are in a high position, and if you don't show the aura of a superior, you won't be able to suppress the people below. At this time, Zhan Yue's prestige is not enough. How the Winged Horse tribe will develop in the future will still depend on you." Zhan Fang also stood up and said guiltily, "I'm sorry, sir. I've disappointed you. It's still not too late. You guys should go back and prepare." Zhao Hai shook his head. Zhan Fang and Zhan Yue nodded. Zhao Hai waved his hand and sent them back. After sending them off, Zhao Hai turned to Fei and Man Dingshan and said, "Fei Dingshan, you have to quickly settle down the people in your clan. Do you see that church? I won't be with the god race for a while. I've gone to the Atlantic continent. I want to see what the continent where the O'Neill family and the others live is like, so I might not have much time to come to the space. You have to take good care of your clansmen." When Fei and Man Dingshan heard Zhao Hai's words, they were stunned for a moment. Then they nodded and said, "Yes, sir, we understand. Don't worry, we'll be fine." Zhao Hai smiled. "Of course, nothing will happen in the realm. You will only get better if you stay here. All right, I've explained most of the things here. I won't come here often in the future. If you have any problems, you can solve them on your own, just like in the continent you came from. I don't care about other things." Fei and Man Dingshan were touched by Zhao Hai's words. They understood that Zhao Hai was telling them that he would not interfere with their clan's matters and would allow them to develop freely. This was what Fei and the others had been worried about. After all, they were in Zhao Hai's dimension. This was Zhao Hai's territory. If Zhao Hai wanted to do something to them, they wouldn't even have the chance to object. Zhao Hai drank with the two for a while more before sending them off. After they left, Zhao Hai returned to the villa in the dimension. Laura and the others were waiting for him there. Zhao Hai took a look at the screen. The demon-armored soldiers of the O'Neill family were on the screen. They had already discovered the spatial crack of the winged horse race. At the space crack of the winged horse tribe, there were still guards. These troops were rearranged after the 9 great elders retreated. It was precisely because the 9 great elders retreated that the winged horse tribe thought there was no danger, so they didn't want to enter the space. The O'Neill family had also discovered the winged horse clansmen, but they didn't get close, because this was definitely a big discovery for them. They knew very well that the family was trying to find a large number of enemies, and they had finally found them. Most importantly, another spatial rift had appeared here. The smart magic-armored soldiers knew very well what this meant for the O'Neill family. They even suspected that God was really starting to care for the O'Neill family. The demonic soldiers observed for a while before turning around and leaving. Looking at them, Zhao Hai smiled and turned to Laura. The O'Neill family's people are really careful, but they're right. The winged horse tribe is in big trouble now. Lola nodded. That's right. This time the winged horse tribe is in big trouble. The sooner we settle this, the better we can do other things. Zhao Hai smiled and said, that's right. The earlier we settle the winged horse tribe, the better we can do other things. After we settle the winged horse tribe, we should lure the O'Neill family to the Escod tribe. Hahaha, to be honest, the O'Neill family is quite pitiful. They've been working for us for free. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Laura and the others all laughed. At this time, Kai suddenly said to Zhao Hai, young master, there's a situation in the black mist of the netherworld. Zhao Hai was taken aback. He immediately turned the screen to the black mist of the underworld. As soon as he turned the screen, Zhao Hai realized that the black mist of the underworld was rolling violently. It looked like an angry demon, roaring silently. NBSB Zhao Hai frowned as he stared at the black mist. He didn't know what was going on with the black mist, but he knew that it wouldn't happen for no reason. Something must have happened. Soon, the answer was revealed. A team of skeleton soldiers rode a bone carriage out of the black fog. Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment, then he heaved a sigh of relief. He recognized this team of skeleton soldiers. They were the skeleton kings that he had fought with before. However, Zhao Hai was stunned. Behind this group of skeleton soldiers, there was another group of people. This group of people was a little special. They were skinny zombies with green bodies. Their long nails and sharp fangs revealed their identity. These people were also driving a carriage, but it was a zombie carriage. The carriage was pulled by a zombie, and the shape of the carriage looked like a zombie head with fangs. The car was black, as if it was made of some kind of unknown animal skin. It didn't look very heavy, but it glowed with an iron-green light. When Zhao Hai saw the car, his first thought was that it was made of the skin of a zombie. He was also shocked by his own idea. However, before they could reach their destination, there was another group of people behind the zombies. Zhao Hai immediately thought of a race when this group of people came out, the witchcraft tribe. Seeing these people, Zhao Hai immediately thought of the witchcraft tribe. They were almost identical to the legendary witchcraft tribe. They did not have a physical body. One could only see clouds of black fog floating there. However, within the black fog, a hand would reach out from time to time. In the middle of these liches, there was a very large cloud of black fog. This cloud of black fog was not much smaller than the skeleton car and the zombie car. It seemed that that was where the Lich King was staying. Zhao Hai frowned as he looked at the 3 groups of people. Liches, zombies, and skeletons were the 3 most famous undead creatures. How did they all appear here? What were they trying to do? At this moment, the 3 teams stopped for a moment. Then, the Skeleton King walked out of the skeleton car, followed by the Zombie King. He was a very tall zombie, about 2 meters tall, with golden skin and withered muscles like dried branches. He had a pair of big red eyes, bald head, and fangs that were nearly 20 centimeters long. His fingernails had even reached an astonishing length of about 50 centimeters. It was extremely shocking. A cloud of black mist floated out from the largest cloud of black mist in the Lich team. The black mist twisted in space and slowly turned into a person. It was an old man with white hair and a neatly trimmed beard. He was wearing a magic robe and holding a book in his hand. If one only looked at his upper body, he would definitely look like a kind and educated elder. Unfortunately, his lower body revealed his identity. He didn't have legs and was just a cloud of black mist. When the 3 of them came out, the Skeleton Kings immediately opened their big mouths and roared. However, Zhao Hai was sure that he was only putting on an act. He did not make a sound, but a spiritual wave spread out in all directions like a sound wave. The zombie also opened its mouth and let out a roar. It could make a sound, and this roar was very sharp, like an awl that drilled straight into people's heads. The roar came from the screen as well. Zhao Hai frowned uncomfortably. Laura and the others covered their ears. Even the Lich frowned. After a long while, the Lich said in a deep voice, I say, old bones and you big tusk, can you guys stop screaming? Do you know that your screams are very unpleasant to hear? You're scaring people. If you want to meet civilized people, you have to use civilized ways. Watch me. After saying that, the Lick looked around and suddenly said, "Is the expert who fought with Skeleton here? If you can hear me, please come out. Don't worry, we don't have any ill intentions." Zhao Hai, Laura, and the others looked at the Lick in surprise. From the Lick's words, they were actually here to find Zhao Hai. This made Zhao Hai and Laura feel very strange. What made Zhao Hai feel strange was that the way this Lick spoke was similar to his. Zhao Hai turned to Laura and said, "Laura, don't you think that the old Lick's tone is similar to mine?" Hearing Zhao Hai's words and thinking about the Lick's attitude, Laura and the others couldn't help but laugh. The Lick's tone was really similar to Zhao Hai's. Zhao Hai shook his head impatiently. "I didn't expect there to be people like me among the Liches. I'd like to meet them and see what they're up to." After saying that, Zhao Hai moved and appeared in front of the three teams. The Lick did not expect Zhao Hai to appear so quickly. He was stunned for a moment before he bowed to Zhao Hai. "Lick Campula greets, sir." Zhao Hai also bowed slightly to Capora and said, "Greetings, Mr. Capora and the two of you. I was too presumptuous last time, but I still don't know your names. I'm Zhao Hai." The Skeleton King looked at Zhao Hai and transmitted a mental power to him. "Gulei, Jiangzheng." The Zombie King looked at Zhao Hai and said, his voice was a little hoarse, as if every word he said was very laborious. Zhao Hai bowed slightly to the two of them and said, "This one greets the two of you. May I know what business the three of you have with this one? I don't seem to have any interactions with the three of you, right? Even though I fought with Mr. Guli the last time, it was just a friendly match. May I know why the three of you are looking for me this time?" The Lick King Capora looked at Zhao Hai and smiled. "I've come to find you this time to cooperate with you." Zhao Hai was stunned when he heard what Capora said. He looked at the three of them in confusion and said, "Cooperation? What's there to cooperate with the three of you for?" 1169-1. Capora looked at Zhao Hai and said with a smile, "It seems that Sir is really different from ordinary people. Ordinary people would have shouted to kill us when they saw us, but Sir didn't. This really surprised me." Zhao Hai looked at Capora's expression and smiled. "It's nothing. I'm a black mage and I deal with undead creatures almost every day. I see why you guys are shouting to kill." When Zhao Hai said that, the three of them were stunned. Then Capora turned to the Skeleton King, Gili, and said, "Bonehead, are you sure that he was the one you fought with last time? Why did he say he was a black magician?" Guli also tilted his head and looked at Zhao Hai. He could not understand what was going on either. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Don't be suspicious. I am a black mage, a warrior, and a sorcerer. I also know other types of magic. There is nothing strange about it. At my level of strength, I can change the energy in my body at will." "Aren't you the same?" The three of them shook their heads at the same time. The Lick looked at Zhao Hai and said with a bitter smile, "Sir, you may not know this, but there is only one type of energy in the underworld, and that is dark energy. That is why everyone there, whether they are mages or warriors, uses only one type of energy, dark energy." Zhao Hai nodded and continued, "The three of you haven't told me yet. What exactly do you want to learn from me?" Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Cantor immediately said, "Sir, we really want to work with you this time. But before that, we need to have a good talk with you. Do you agree?" Zhao Hai smiled. "Of course I agree. What's there to disagree with? The three of you, let's not sit here anymore. Let's go down and sit." After saying that, Zhao Hai landed on the ground. He waved his hand and 4 stone stools suddenly appeared on the ground. Zhao Hai appeared on one of the stone stools. Kapla and the others also landed. Guli and Jiangzheng each sat on one stone stool, while Kapla was floating on another stone stool. Zhao Hai wanted to laugh when he saw this. After the few of them sat down, Capra looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Sir, the reason why we're here to work with you is because of that spatial rift. That spatial rift is our hope." Zhao Hai looked at the Lick in confusion. The Lick looked back at Zhao Hai and smiled bitterly. "Sir, as you know, we are undead creatures who have been living in the underworld for a long time. In fact, at the beginning, the undead creatures in the underworld weren't as fond of fighting as they are now. At the beginning, no one fought with the undead creatures in the underworld. After all the undead creatures appeared, they have been wandering in the underworld because we all know that we have endless lives. Why should we fight? We can live in the netherworld for thousands of years, tens of thousands of years, or even longer. In this long period of time, even if we cultivate a little bit every day, we will still become experts in the end, so no one will fight, let alone cultivate in that way." Zhao Hai looked at Capora in a daze. He was now suspecting whether this Lick had gone crazy. Undead creatures didn't like to fight. Would the world of dark creatures be peaceful? Wasn't this Kunzhang's series of nonsense? On second thought, it made sense. The Lick was a ghost, so it was natural for him to talk nonsense. How could you expect him to speak human language? Looking at Zhao Hai's expression, Capora knew that he did not believe him. He sighed softly and said, "Sir, you may think that I'm spouting nonsense, but I'm telling the truth. The three of us are the longest living undead creatures in the underworld. I can't even remember how old I am now. I only remember that when I first woke up, I was just a little Lick. I wandered around the underworld every day and learned from the old liches. I lived happily and happily. The two of them were the same. One was just a little gray skeleton back then. One was just a beginner zombie, and that was when we met. At this point, a look of reminiscence appeared on Campera's face, reminiscing those good times, like an old man reminiscing his childhood. After a long while, Campera sighed and turned to Zhao Hai, but at some point in time, there were more undead creatures born with memories in the netherworld. These undead creatures began to fight with the undead creatures in the netherworld and began to kill them. In the end, they absorbed the energy of the undead creatures into their bodies and turned it into their own energy. Through this method, they sped up their cultivation. Zhao Hai was stunned when he heard what Campera said. Then his eyes flashed as he looked at Campera and said, "You mean the undead creatures that were born in the underworld had no memories at all? They were like newborn babies." Campera looked at Zhao Hai in surprise and said, "Of course. Didn't I tell you? Right, I didn't tell you about it, but this isn't strange. Shouldn't undead creatures not have their memories when they first appear?" Zhao Hai was taken aback by Campera's question. However, he soon realized that Campera was right. Undead creatures didn't have memories in the beginning. Even the low-level undead creatures created by mages didn't have memories of their lives. Only the high-level undead creatures created by mages had memories of their lives. Perhaps it was because this was an act that went against the heavenly Tao that when they created high-level undead creatures, they would have memories of their lives. Mages had to pay a high price. Of course, space was not one of them. He was a cheating machine. Seeing Zhao Hai nod his head, Campera then continued. The appearance of the undead creatures with memories broke the peace in the underworld. The undead creatures that lived in peace were massacred in large numbers and became energy for others. In the end, the undead creatures had no choice but to fight back, and the entire underworld became a huge battlefield. Campula sighed and turned to Zhao Hai. You would never have imagined how brutal that war was. However, it was also because of this that more and more experts appeared in the underworld. What surprised us even more was that the underworld god temple appeared out of nowhere. Many of the undead creatures with memories were the most loyal believers of the underworld god temple. Campera looked at Zhao Hai and continued, "If that's all, then it's fine. But we found out that all the undead creatures that didn't go to the underworld god temple to worship were attacked by the followers of the underworld god temple and eventually killed. On the other hand, all the undead creatures that went to the underworld god temple to worship immediately became the most fanatical followers of the underworld god. They seemed to be controlled by someone." Zhao Hai looked at Campla in bewilderment. He didn't expect the undead creature to be so smart that it could even see through this. It seemed like he had underestimated Campla and the others. Campera did not notice Zhao Hai's expression. He continued, "We didn't want to be controlled, so we joined forces to fight against the underworld god temple. But for some reason, their numbers increased and their strength increased. Fortunately, among the new undead creatures in the underworld, only 2 or 3 of them were born with memories, and the rest didn't. We could still replenish our forces. Otherwise, we would have been destroyed long ago." At this point, Campera turned to look at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, "Even so, we were still slowly falling into a disadvantage. The living space was getting smaller and smaller. In order to escape the fate of being destroyed, we had no choice but to expand. There were a few times when we opened a space similar to the underworld, but we didn't expect that the people in that space were so strong that they eventually repelled our attacks." Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment. He could roughly guess that the dimension that Campera mentioned might be the demonic realm. They were the underworld undead that had invaded the demonic realm before. Campula continued, "After we were forced to retreat, our lives became even more difficult. At the same time, we discovered a secret. The reason why the underworld became like this was because someone was behind it. That person was the one who built the underworld god temple. We don't know who he is, but he is very powerful. He wanted to make him the only true god of the underworld and the god of all undead creatures. Most importantly, he wanted to use this method. He will make the undead creatures of the underworld stronger as soon as possible. Then he will choose the most powerful ones and take them away from the underworld to become his slaves." Zhao Hai suddenly thought of a saying, "raising goo." It was said that in the first generation in Yunnan, China, there were people who raised goo. They put some poisonous insects in a container and let them kill them. The last one to survive would be the goo. The surviving goo would absorb the energy of the other poisonous insects and become the most powerful goo. According to what Campera said, the situation in the netherworld was very similar to that of rearing venomous insects. There were also people who let the undead creatures kill them continuously. Those who one could become experts, become the king of venomous insects and be at his command. Campera stopped for a moment, looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Although we don't know where that person took those tall undead creatures, one thing is for sure. Those undead creatures must have gone to battle with a stronger enemy. We don't want to live that kind of life, so we have been resisting." Zhao Hai nodded. To be honest, he was very impressed with the spirit of Campera and the others. However, he did not quite understand why Campera was telling him this. What did this have to do with their cooperation? Campera looked at Zhao Hai and said with an excited expression, "Just as we were about to be driven into a corner, a spatial crack suddenly appeared in the netherworld. That spatial crack leads here, which undoubtedly gave us hope. Zhao Hai looked impatiently at Capora and said, Mr. Campora, up until now, I still don't understand why you want to work with me. Can you get to the main point? Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Capora laughed in embarrassment. Ah, Mr. Zhao Hai, I'm really sorry. You know that when you're old, you'll always have a lot to say. I'm sorry, I'm really sorry. Zhao Hai sighed impatiently and waved his hand, signaling for him to continue. Kenpola immediately continued, we discovered this continent, but there is no one on it. However, this doesn't matter to us. We just need a place where we can live safely. Zhao Hai nodded and said, then you should be happy. Besides, you don't have to work with me. This is the Ark continent. It's a huge place. You can occupy it as you wish. There's no one here anyway, so you can do whatever you want. Campla smiled wryly. That's what we thought at first, but after thinking about it, we realized that it was wrong. We can hide here for a while, but we can't hide for too long. After all, our enemies are still here. They will find the spatial rift sooner or later. When they come from the spatial rift, we still can't do anything. Zhao Hai nodded his head. To be able to think of this point, Campora and the rest were not stupid. Although this point seemed very simple, many people could not see through it. They would rather enjoy the moment of safety in front of them than think about the huge danger that would follow. However, we did not expect that Sir would accept a batch of liches and agree to move them to another place. This is definitely good news for us. Unfortunately, Sir disappeared after accepting the batch of liches. This has disappointed me greatly. Zhao Hai was stunned when he heard what Campora said. Then his expression changed and he said, Mr. Campora, I'd like to know, how did you know that I've taken in a group of liches? Sir, you're asking this because we liches don't have the ability to physically attack, but we have the strongest mental power and are the most proficient in using it, Campora said smugly. When you took those liches in, they had already passed the news to me with their mental power, so of course I know. I'm still at the place where you took those liches, and I've been waiting for you for a long time. Unfortunately, you didn't appear. Zhao Hai nodded, but then he frowned and said, no, Mr. Cantor, what you said doesn't seem right. The last time I took those liches away, they were born with memories. According to what you said, they shouldn't be with you. Also, they said that the underworld was peaceful, so why did you say that there was a war in the underworld? What's going on? At this point, Zhao Hai's eyes were like cold electricity as he looked at Campora. Cantor sighed. To them, the underworld is peaceful. Sir, not all the undead creatures with memories are bad guys. Some of them want to live an ordinary life, so they formed an alliance and didn't participate in the battle between us. They take care of the undead creatures who don't want to fight, and they're very powerful. That's why neither we nor the undead creatures who are aggressive will provoke them. I happen to have a good relationship with one of the liches, so he told me about this. Zhao Hai nodded. This reason was reasonable. He continued then, Mr. Campora, how do you want to work with me? Sir Capora looked at Zhao Hai and said, we also want to ask you to take us in. I wonder if you would agree. When Zhao Hai heard what Campora said, he could not help but raise his eyebrows and said, Mr. Campora, I don't think this is a cooperation. Could it be that the cooperation you're talking about is for me to take you in? Campla laughed awkwardly. Sir, in fact, we wanted to cooperate with you to deal with the undead creatures from the beginning, but we also know that you probably won't get involved in this mess, so we didn't dare to say it. If you take us in, it's another kind of cooperation. We can work for you and be at your command. Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment. Then he looked at Campora with a strange expression and said, Mr. Campora, I would like to ask you, why did you want to work with me to deal with those undead in the first place? Do you think I have the ability to do so? Campla nodded and said, I think you do. You didn't use your full strength when you fought Old Bones last time, but Old Bones did. What can he do to you? Also, the ship you used to take those liches away wasn't simple either. The lich I'm familiar with said that he even felt a similar aura to the person in the realm of Hades on that ship. So I think you have the ability to deal with those undead creatures. Zhao Hai was taken aback. He did not expect the liches he had taken in to be so sensitive. It seemed that these liches were not exaggerating when they said that they were the race that was most proficient in using psychic energy. When Capora saw that Zhao Hai did not say anything, he could not help but feel a little uneasy. He was really afraid that Zhao Hai would reject him. Zhao Hai looked at Capora's expression and smiled. What if I really want to cooperate with you to deal with the undead creatures? Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Capora could not help but be stunned. Is what teacher said true? Do you really want to work with us to deal with the undead creatures? Zhao Hai smiled. That's right. I want to cooperate with you to deal with the undead creatures. What do you think? Do you guys agree? Capora, Gilly, and the other two exchanged a glance and saw a trace of bewilderment in each other's eyes. They had never thought that Zhao Hai would agree to fight the undead creatures with them. Why did you agree to fight them with us, sir? Capora asked as he looked at Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai smiled. It's nothing. I'm just very interested in the person in the Hall of the Dead. I want to see what kind of person he is. Campula was slightly stunned. However, he still looked at Zhao Hai and said, Is Mister's words true? Zhao Hai smiled. Of course I'm serious. However, we need to plan this carefully. Why don't you and your men come to my place first and we can discuss it? Capra looked at Zhao Hai and said, Sir, where are our old friends? Are they doing well? Zhao Hai smiled. Very good. They are very happy now. All they do every day is study magic arrays. Other than that, they don't have to do anything else. There are also wars. They are very free. Capra looked at Zhao Hai and said, Then can I see them? Sure, Zhao Hai said, but I'll have to call them and see if they're willing to come. You might not know this, but they're completely engrossed in the study of magic arrays. Campra furrowed his brows and said, engrossed in researching magic arrays. Is that really the case? Zhao Hai smiled and said, they're not researching ordinary magic arrays. Mr. Cooley should know that he fought with some Ironmen the last time he came out. Those Ironmen were actually driven by ordinary people. The Ironmen used a large number of magic arrays. What they're researching is the magic arrays on those Ironmen. Those magic arrays are very complicated and profound. In addition, they didn't specialize in magic arrays before, so it wasn't easy to study them. However, they seem to have finally found something interesting, so they spent a lot of time studying magic arrays every day. They've already reached a state of fascination. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Capra nodded his head. In the underworld, if the undead creatures did not find something to do, it would be very boring. For example, Capra had found something for himself to do in the past. Otherwise, he would have been bored to death. Gu Li, on the other hand, was paying close attention to what Zhao Hai had said about the devil armors. When he had fought the O'Neill family's devil armors last time, although he had not suffered any losses, he had not been able to do anything to them either. Gu Li had a deep impression of the combat power of the devil armors. NBSB Zhao Hai looked at them and said, if it's possible, please wait a moment. I'll go and ask if they're willing to come out. Time was something that Campla and the others did not lack. Hence, they all nodded their heads. Only then did Zhao Hai flash into the origin space. Zhao Hai knew what Capra and the others were thinking. From their words, he could tell that they didn't want to submit to Zhao Hai. They just wanted to maintain a cooperative relationship with him, just like the Thunder race and the other two races. They wanted to maintain a cooperative relationship with Zhao Hai, not a master-servant relationship. It was precisely because of this thought that Capra wanted to see how the liches that Zhao Hai had kept in the dimension were doing. It must be known that the liches had chosen to submit to Zhao Hai and become his slaves. However, what Campla did not know was that Zhao Hai did not like their cooperative relationship. Facing such cooperative partners, Zhao Hai would not be polite. He would definitely scheme against them and make them his subordinates. On the contrary, he would give his true subordinates the respect that a friend should have. As soon as Zhao Hai entered the medium, Laura and the others immediately went up to him. She looked at Zhao Hai and said, Big Brother Hai, do you really want to deal with the undead creatures of the underworld? From what Capra and the others said, the person in the temple of the underworld seems to be from the cultivation world. If that person is not Lu Wei, then if we offend him, we'll really be making enemies on all sides when we reach the cultivation world. Zhao Hai nodded. Of course, I knew it would be like this. In fact, I only said this to calm them down. As long as they enter the realm, everything will be fine. To be honest, I don't really want to ascend from the underworld. The underworld isn't a good place. It uses dark energy, and the person who controls the underworld makes the undead creatures kill each other. Then he chooses the stronger ones to become his subordinates and help him fight. If we ascend from there, even if we don't become his enemy, he will definitely be our opponent. Don't forget, those who ascend from the netherworld are all chosen by that person. Whether he will use his own strength to stop us from ascending is still unknown. Laura and the others frowned and turned to Zhao Hai. Big Brother Hai, if that's the case, doesn't that mean that we can only ascend to the Divine Realm or the Atlan continent? Zhao Hai smiled. There's still a long way to go before we can ascend. Let's not be in a hurry. Let's first see what the situation is like with the Ascendant's devil armor on the Atlan continent. If it's possible to ascend there, that's naturally good. If it's not possible, then we can only ascend in the divinity. To be honest, I'd rather ascend in the divinity and be chased by Lu Wei in the cultivation world than ascend to the underworld. Lola nodded and said, the dark energy in the underworld is too strong. I believe the people who rule them won't be any better. Big Brother Hai's decision is right. Zhao Hai nodded. The reason why I agreed to fight the undead creatures from the netherworld with Campera and the others is that I want to learn more about the cultivation world from that person from the netherworld realm. So there's no need to rush. Lola nodded. The liches that Zhao Hai had kept in the space were already in Zhao Hai's space. When Zhao Hai entered the space, he had told Stone to call the liches to this space. They were here. When the liches arrived, they did not look around. The lich leader bowed to Zhao Hai and said, Greetings, young master. May I know why you've called for us? If there's nothing else, please allow us to return to the Wild Dragon Island to study the magic array. Hearing the lich's words, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. All right, there's no rush in researching the magic array. I called you here today because an old friend wants to meet you. He's Capera. He's outside the realm and hopes to see you. When you go, tell them about your situation in the realm. When the old lich heard Zhao Hai's words, he was stunned for a moment. Then he immediately nodded and said, so it's Capra. He's a lick who has always been against the god of the underworld. He's very powerful and knowledgeable. If he can study magic arrays with us, it will be very beneficial to us. All right, Zhao Hai said with a bitter smile. Let's not talk about those magic arrays anymore. Let's go out and meet Campera and the others. After saying that, Zhao Hai waved his hand and left the space with the other liches. Capra was waiting anxiously. They were not afraid of the passage of time before because they had never experienced the feeling of waiting. Now, they were waiting. Waiting was different from the ordinary passing of time. Waiting was the same as the ordinary passing of time. Those people with insomnia certificates would not want to commit suicide. The undead creatures like Capra and the others, who never knew what anxiety meant, finally understood what it meant. However, they couldn't find Zhao Hai or urge him to hurry. They could only worry. When Zhao Hai came out of the origin space, he saw the anxious looks on Campla and the rest's faces. The few liches were right behind him. When Campera saw the liches, he was stunned. Then he happily went up to them and said to the old lich, Charles, you really came out to see me. The Charles that Campla was talking about was the leader of the liches that Zhao Hai had kept in the origin space. Zhao Hai did not interrupt Campla and Charles' meeting. He just stood at the side and watched them. Charles glanced at Capera and said, Capera, why do you have so many problems? Was it his suspicious habit again? Really, I don't want to talk to you anymore. It's your fortune that young master took you in, but you still want to see me. Do you know how busy I am now? I was only halfway through breaking a magic array when you interrupted me. Then Charles turned to Zhao Hai and said, young master, you should send me back. I just cracked a magic array halfway and I really can't leave. If this guy doesn't want to enter the space, then he doesn't have to. Just kill him. Young master, send me back quickly. Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and impatiently. He turned to look at the embarrassed Capera and smiled. All right, Charles, you can have a chat with Capera. If Capera didn't call you that, I wouldn't even know your name. Charles smiled in embarrassment. Young master, you can't blame me for this. Actually, I've already forgotten my name. Other than Campla, almost no one calls me by my name. Zhao Hai smiled and said, all right, you're all old friends. It's natural for you to have a good chat when you meet. I won't disturb you any longer. By the way, this is for you. With this, you'll know how to entertain Capera and the others. I don't know how to properly entertain them. Once Zhao Hai had disappeared, Campula immediately said to Charles, Charles, what do you mean by this? Don't tell me that for the sake of that young master of yours, you're willing to give up on our friendship of so many years. Charles glanced at Capera and said, I say, Capera, I'm doing this for your own good. Don't you know what kind of life you're living in the underworld? The young master is doing you a favor by taking you in, but you're so troublesome and even disturbing me while I'm studying magic arrays. When Campla saw that Charles' expression was not fake at all, he could not help but be a little stunned. He looked at Charles and said, Charles, your young master has left. You don't have to be like this anymore. Why are you still talking like this? Charles looked at Campula and suddenly burst into laughter. Campera, did you think that the young master asked me to speak to you like this? No, you're wrong, you're wrong. The young master gave us absolute freedom and he wouldn't care about us. He only asked us to help him study those magic arrays, but I didn't expect the world of magic arrays to be so vast and profound. I've been completely fascinated by the world of magic arrays. If you didn't see it with your own eyes, you would never believe that magic arrays can do so many things. That is the world that belongs to us. Capera looked at Charles as if he had seen a monster. He suddenly said, Charles, do you remember what it was like when we first met? Charles was stunned when he heard Campera's question. He turned around and frowned. Capera, aren't you sick? Why are you asking me this? Answer me, said Capera, his face turning cold. Charles's expression changed when he saw Campera's expression. Then his face darkened as he looked at Campera and said, are you suspecting me? All right, you idiot, who are you to doubt my ability? Compared to me, you're just an idiot, a complete idiot. Hearing Charles's scolding, Campera's expression softened. He looked at Charles and said, so it really was you. But what happened to you just now? Charles looked at Capera and asked, why do you think so? Are you an idiot? We liches are the most proficient in using mental strength. You actually suspect that I'm being controlled by someone's mental strength. You're a complete idiot. Tell me, what did you say to the young master? Why did the young master allow you to enter the space? Campera didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he looked at Charles. Stop joking, Charles. Do you really think I want to enter the realm? I only said that I wanted to work with Zhao Hai. He took us in and we worked for him. We are equal. Charles's expression changed when he heard what Campera said. You idiot, did you really tell young master that? Campera looked at Charles, who had a drastic change in expression, and said, yeah, what's wrong? We've always been on equal footing with him. I don't want to become his slave. Charles gritted his teeth and scolded, you idiot. You think you're smart. You think you know everything. Do you know how strong the young master is? Do you really think young Master Gu Li used all his strength when he gestured the last time? You're too naive. Let me tell you, not only did young Master conquer the Ark Continent, he also took the Devil World, which you couldn't take down under his command. He even annihilated the Celestial race, which was even stronger than the Devil race. The ship I saw the last time was snatched from a cultivator. The cultivation world is the place where that person from the underworld palace came from. The person from the underworld palace, he's not a high-level dark clan member. He's just a person from the cultivation world. When young master fought Gu Li last time, he didn't use his full strength. He didn't even use 1/10 of his strength because his strength at that time had already reached the critical point of ascension. He was about to ascend, so he didn't dare to use too much of his strength. The reason why Charles knew all this was naturally because Zhao Hai had told him. Zhao Hai wanted to tell Campera his strength through Charles so that they would have a sense of respect for him. Zhao Hai was very clear that even though Campera and the others said that the underworld used to be very peaceful, that was all in the past. After many years of war, Campera and the others had long lost their original calmness. They were now just ordinary undead creatures that liked to fight. It wasn't possible to reason with these undead creatures using ordinary methods. You could only rule them by making them respect you. As expected, after hearing Charles's words, Campera could not help but frown. He clearly did not fully believe Charles' words. He did not believe that Zhao Hai had such strong strength. Charles, we're old friends, Jiang Zheng suddenly said. You saved us back then, but I really can't believe what you're saying. Isn't Zhao Hai afraid of him ascending to heaven by using his power so casually? Charles looked at Jiang Zheng and said, don't try to get close to me. You're just a stinky zombie. I'm too lazy to save you. I'm only saving you because of Campera. I told you that you've underestimated the young master, but you didn't believe me. You don't know this, but after all this time of fighting, the young master is completely afraid of being conquered by the gods, who rule the Ark continent. He has obtained a secret technique from the gods that can compress the energy in his body. It's only about 1/10 of the original, but the purity is about 10 times that of the original. Whether a person can ascend or not depends on the amount of energy in his body, not the purity, so Sir doesn't have to worry about it at all. Let alone simply using his own energy like this. Even if he fights with you, it won't be a problem at all. Also, don't think that just because Sir's energy is less than before, he can't beat you. Sir's current attack power is even stronger than before. I'm afraid that these people can't even defeat Sir's undead army. Sir doesn't even need to do it himself. The reason why Charles spoke to Jiang Zheng this way was because he used to talk to Jiang Zheng this way. He knew that Jiang Zheng was testing him. Seeing how much Charles praised Zhao Hai, Campera could not help but frown and said, don't make Zhao Hai sound so powerful. He has an army of undead creatures, but we don't. Are we afraid of him? Charles was taken aback when he heard Campera's words. He suddenly burst out laughing. Campera, I'm not laughing at you, but how many undead do you have? How many soldiers do you have left? If the forces in your hands were too strong, I'm afraid you wouldn't even want to cooperate with Sir, right? Campera was stunned for a moment, then his expression changed. He snorted and said, it's enough to deal with Zhao Hai. Charles couldn't help but laugh. Is it enough to deal with Mr.? Do you know how many undead creatures Sir has now? Other than the undead creatures, he also has many dark magical beasts and people from the devil realm. You should be very clear about the combat strength of the people from the devil realm. If Sir really wants to deal with you, can you really deal with him? You haven't said how many undead creatures he has, Campera snorted. Why are you so sure that we can't deal with them? Charles looked at Campera and said, you really don't want to give up. Then let me tell you. The number of undead creatures in your hands has exceeded 1 billion, and they are all stronger than the golden skeleton. I haven't counted those who aren't strong enough. Do you still have the confidence to deal with Sir? When Campera, Gilly, and the rest heard Charles's words, they were stunned. Then they said in disbelief, you mean the number of undead creatures in Zhao Hai's hands has exceeded 1 billion? How is this possible? Charles sneered. How is it impossible? You're still measuring Sir's strength with ordinary people. That is wrong in itself. They didn't say anything. They somewhat believed Charles's words. Charles looked at them and smiled. I'll take you to a place. When you get there, you'll understand what's going on. After saying that, Charles took out his token and gently swiped it. A spatial rift appeared beside him. Campera and the others looked at the spatial rift and finally decided to enter it. As soon as they entered the spatial rift, a system announcement sounded in the space. In fact, the reason why Charles had said so much to Campera before was because he had received Zhao Hai's permission. Zhao Hai had agreed to let him do so to bring Campera and the others into the origin space. Zhao Hai had also wanted to use the realm to directly bring them in, but he did not succeed. This was because a notification came from the realm, saying that Campera and the others were intelligent creatures and could not be forcefully taken in. This way, Zhao Hai had no other way. He could only ask Charles to use this method to bring Campera and the others into his space. Even though Campera and the others were identified as intelligent creatures by the realm and could not be directly taken in by the realm, it was still possible to trick them into entering or capture them into the realm. As long as they entered the realm with their special identities, the realm would immediately subdue them. As expected, as soon as Campera and the others entered the realm, a notification came from the realm. This notification was nothing more than the discovery of an abnormal program and the process of subduing it. Zhao Hai realized that as long as the realm said that it could subdue something, there was nothing that it could not subdue. However, after thinking about it, the realm was a completely independent world. This world had its own set of laws, and everything in this law existed to allow Zhao Hai to live a better life. Anything that was disadvantageous to Zhao Hai would not happen in the medium. As expected, the moment Capora and the others were subdued by the realm, Zhao Hai kept them into the villa. Once inside, Capora and the others immediately bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Greetings, young master." Zhao Hai nodded and waved his hand. Gu Li and Jiang Zheng's bodies suddenly changed. Gu Li's body grew flesh and skin, and he became a tall and strong man. Jiang Zheng's flesh and blood also became like a normal person's. However, his skin glowed with a bronze light. His body was still very thin, but his fangs and nails had retracted. He looked no different from a normal person. Zhao Hai smiled at the three of them. "Have a seat. Tell me more about the situation in the underworld. I really want to deal with the person in the hall of the underworld." Campla and Charles were floating in the air. Zhao Hai turned around to look at the three of them and said to Campla, "Capora, why don't you tell us? Is the underworld really as you said?" Cantle nodded and said, "Yes, young master. If we really count them, there are three forces in the underworld. The first is the underworld god's temple. They've gathered most of the underworld's experts. Moreover, they're not only active in the underworld, they're also bent on invading other planes. They're very difficult to deal with. The second faction is us. We also have another name, the Resistance Army, which means that we are resisting the rule of the underworld god hall. The third force is the one that Charles and the others were originally from, called the Freedom Alliance. It's a loose alliance formed by those who don't want to participate in the battle." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "There can't be only a few of you in your organization, right? If you suddenly become my subordinates, will the people in your organization agree? Charles, you've been with me for a while now. Will the people in your organization look for you?" Campula shook his head and said, "Don't worry, young master. The three great factions of the Netherworld are just a very simple calculation. People like us exist in a form of alliance. It is not convenient for us to lead anyone, and we don't belong to each other. Perhaps it is precisely because of this that we have never been a match for the people from the underworld god temple." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's for the best. In a while, bring your subordinates into the dimension. If they want to cultivate, go to the infernal realm. If they don't want to cultivate, I'll help you arrange what you want to do. I don't have time to go to the underworld right now. I'll go there after I'm done with other things." Cantor nodded and said, "Yes, young master." "Young master, the dimensional rift here on the Ark continent was discovered in my territory. No one else knows about it, but if the people from the underworld find out, they will definitely attack the Ark continent. Young master, do you want to make some preparations?" Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Don't worry. As long as they dare to appear on the Ark continent, I will make sure that they will not be able to return. Capora, come with me first. Call all of your subordinates into the origin space. Then you can go and do what you like." Capora naturally did not have any objections. Putting aside the fact that he was now completely under Zhao Hai's command, even if he had such an opportunity in the past, he would have agreed without hesitation. He missed the underworld before it became chaotic. That was the life he wanted. Just like what Capora had said, this spatial rift was his territory. Almost all the undead creatures here were his subordinates. Capora and his team had ordered all the undead creatures to enter the space. Zhao Hai was taken aback at the sight of the undead creatures. Some of them were in human form, some were in beast form, and most of them were in human form. Their strength wasn't bad, and their numbers were out of Zhao Hai's expectation. However, Zhao Hai released the undead creatures back into his boundless space right away and ordered them to move around in the black mist while keeping an eye on the spatial crack. He told them to inform him if any other forces noticed the spatial crack. Campla had already told Zhao Hai that the undead creatures in the underworld were very sensitive to the changes in the black fog. Although there was a lot of black fog in the underworld, as long as the black fog continued to spread to the Ark continent, it would not take long for the undead creatures in the underworld to discover it. By then, they would definitely come here. Zhao Hai was not worried about such a situation. He had asked Campora's men to return to the black fog only to monitor the situation. He did not ask them to block those people and prevent them from attacking the Ark continent. Therefore, Zhao Hai was not in a hurry. After dealing with the matters of Capora and the others, Zhao Hai returned to Yanking City. Browell was still busy with the matter of opening a factory, while Zhao Hai was really free. He had nothing to do in Yanking City. During the day, he would bring Laura and the others around to buy some things that interested him. The rest of the time would be spent on getting a deeper understanding of the Atlantic continent. At the same time, Zhao Hai would also pay attention to the situation of the winged horse race. Ever since the day the O'Neill family discovered the spatial crack of the winged horse clan, they had already started to take action. However, it was clear that the O'Neill family was also very careful. They didn't immediately go to the winged horse clan's space to attack, but instead made a lot of preparations. Zhao Hai looked at the actions of the O'Neill family, but he didn't have any intention of stopping. The O'Neill family's actions were all within his expectations. It was better for them to have such actions, because when the time came, the pressure on the winged horse tribe would be even greater. 3 days had passed without Zhao Hai realizing it. On this day, Zhao Hai had just finished his breakfast and was about to head out with Laura and the others when Browell suddenly came looking for Zhao Hai. Browell was still dressed in formal attire, and his hair was also combed very neatly. Although his eyes were bloodshot, his expression was one of excitement. When Zhao Hai saw Browell's expression, he immediately said, "What's wrong? You seem to be happy about something." Browell nodded in excitement. "Yes, sir, of course I'm happy." The company's registration went very smoothly. It's completely registered now. That's good, Zhao Hai nodded. The next step is to choose a location and build a factory. Do you have any opinions? I've already chosen a place, Browell said with a smile. It'll take some effort to tidy up, but as long as it's done well, it'll be the most suitable place to build the site. Then let's go to the place you mentioned, Zhao Hai said with a smile. Browell nodded and led Zhao Hai and the others out of the hotel. This time, Zhao Hai did not ask the hotel to send a car. Instead, he took his RV and headed southeast of Yanqing City under Browell's guidance. In a short while, Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the periphery of Yanqing City. When they arrived at the inner river, it was a wide river that flowed through Yanqing City. It was also an important water passage in Yanqing City. Many large factories in Yanqing City were concentrated on the side of the river for water transportation. Zhao Hai had been wandering around Yanqing City for the past few days. Naturally, he knew about the Li River. He even found a boat and sailed upstream. Although it looked like he was having fun, he was actually here to see what the factories in Yanqing City were like. He had to admit that the factories in Yanqing City were really good. After a few days of observation, Zhao Hai was sure that the factories in Yanqing City were actually the O'Neill family's arsenal. They produced a large number of demonic armors, parts of the demonic armors, and a large number of energy converters. This place was really important to the O'Neill family. However, Zhao Hai didn't do anything to this place. The O'Neill family was very useful to him, so he wouldn't do anything to them now. Even if he wanted to deal with the O'Neill family, he would have to wait for a chance in the future. When Zhao Hai saw Browell walking over, he furrowed his brows slightly and said, "Will, you're not thinking of taking us to the Wolf Fang Mountain, are you?" Wolf Fang Mountain was a mountain in the southeast of Yanqing City. It was different from the other mountains, which were densely covered with trees. As its name suggested, Wolf Fang Mountain was a mountain on a rock. Moreover, it was filled with strange forests. Although it was on the edge of Li River, it would cost a lot of money to transform it. Browell nodded in excitement. "Yes, we're going to the Wolf Fang Mountain. I'm going to open my factory there." Hearing this, Zhao Hai frowned and said, "I've been to Wolf Fang Mountain. To be honest, if we want to transform the mountain, I'm afraid it will cost a lot of money, right?" Browell smiled. "In fact, everyone has been fooled by the appearance of the Wolf Fang Mountain. I've analyzed it a long time ago. I found that it doesn't cost much to transform it. Compared to its geographical location, the cost of transformation is almost negligible." "Oh, really?" Zhao Hai was stunned. "Tell me more about it." Browell said, "I've noticed Wolf Fang Mountain for a long time. You know, I'm an ambitious man. I've always wanted something important, just like the opportunity you gave me. So I've done a lot of research on Wolf Fang Mountain. In the end, I came to a shocking conclusion. Wolf Fang Mountain is not as bad as it looks." Browell then took out a drawing from his pouch and spread it on the table. Zhao Hai took a look at the map and realized that it was a map of Langshan. However, it was a bird's eye view map, and the drawing was very detailed. Browell pointed at a few dots on the map and said, "Sir, look. Although the strange stones on the Wolf Fang Mountain seem to be messy, there are some rules. We just need to clean up the stones here, and then we can build a factory. Then we can open a way out. The Wolf Fang Mountain can become a qualified factory location. We don't need to care about the other stones at all." Zhao Hai looked at the places Browell pointed out and started planning in his head. He then realized that if he did as Browell said and cleared out all the stones he had drawn, he could really build a factory on Wolf Fang Mountain. The remaining stones would not only not cause any hindrance, but on the contrary, they would become natural decorations for the factory. Zhao Hai turned to Browell and said, "All right, how is it? Do you have enough money? If it's not enough, you can tell me." Browell laughed. "It's enough, don't worry. The Wolf Fang Mountain is ours now. I bought it in your name." The entire mountain only costs 100,000 gold coins. It's really cheap. This surprised Zhao Hai. He looked at Browell in confusion and asked, "Why did you buy the Wolf Fang Mountain?" Browell smiled. "Sir, you don't know, there's a rule in Yanqing City. If we buy land and build a factory here, we'll get some tax concessions. Also, if our company develops well in the future, what if others take a fancy to Wolf Fang Mountain? If we buy the land here, they won't be able to do anything." Zhao Hai nodded. "Not bad, you're very comprehensive. Okay, then we'll do as you say. Remember, if you don't have enough money, come to me. Let's go, we'll go back. You should take a good rest and then think about building the factory. I'm handing it to you, so don't tire yourself out. I won't have anyone to find by then." Browell smiled and didn't say anything. To be honest, these days were the most tiring, but also the happiest days of his life. He finally had the chance to show off what he had learned, and he really enjoyed it. Zhao Hai looked at Browell's expression and smiled without saying anything. A man would never be like a woman who would take care of you in every possible way just because they were concerned about you. To a man, that was almost unimaginable. Even if they were concerned about someone, they would only express it in 1 or 2 sentences. Zhao Hai was such a person. He had high hopes for Browell, and Browell did not disappoint him. Naturally, he was concerned about Browell's health. After all, Browell was not from the Ark continent. He did not cultivate, and his body was not as strong as Zhao Hai and the others. After they returned to the hotel, Browell left, while Zhao Hai and the others returned to the origin space. This was because Heir had just told them that the O'Neill family had made a move. Zhao Hai sat on the sofa and looked at the O'Neill family's army on the screen. The O'Neill family's army could be considered a flood of steel. They had war chariots, cannons, and so many things that one couldn't even see the end of it. In such a battle, let alone taking down a winged horse race, they wouldn't even be at a disadvantage against the Escod race. Zhao Hai looked at the O'Neill family's army and smiled. He turned to Laura and said, "What do you guys think? The O'Neill family is really serious this time. How long do you think the winged horse tribe can hold them off?" Lola smiled and said, "I don't think the winged horse clan's line of defense at the spatial crack can last even a day. You know how powerful the O'Neill family's magic armor army is. In terms of attack power, the O'Neill family's magic armor army is almost equivalent to the great elders of the Protoss who are wearing battle armor. In addition to their war chariots and cannons, these are all sharp weapons." Zhao Hai nodded and turned to Heir. "Heir, record the situation of the O'Neill family's attack from all directions. Then we'll split it up and see how powerful the O'Neill family's magic armors and cannons are." Kai replied. This was a very simple task for Heir, and she only needed to think about it. However, analyzing the combat power of the O'Neill family's magic armored army was not something that Heir could do. It had to be handed over to the all-purpose analytic machine. Zhao Hai looked at the O'Neill family's army and did some calculations. He said in a deep voice, "They will reach the winged horse tribe's line of defense tomorrow. Let's take a rest and watch a good show tomorrow." "Sure," Lola said with a smile. "I'd like to see how the O'Neill family is going to attack this time. I'll go into the origin space first. I wonder how Gu Li and the others are doing," Zhao Hai said with a smile. After Zhao Hai put Gu Li and the others into the boundless space, he asked them to command all the undead creatures in the boundless space. However, to Zhao Hai's surprise, King Feng and Minju were not under their command. Gu Li didn't dare to control them either, which surprised Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai knew about King Feng and Minju's identities. However, he did not know that King Feng and Minju were so powerful that even Gu Li and the others could not command them. However, Zhao Hai did not take it to heart. It did not matter whether Gu Li could control them or not. As long as they were loyal to him, it was enough. Other than Gu Li and the undead creatures from the general orthodoxy, Campla had been studying magic arrays with Charles. Judging from his appearance, he was also fascinated. Zhao Hai went to the Hell Dimension and looked at Gu Li and the others. They were living a good life and had adapted to life there. The environment of the Hell Dimension was very similar to the Netherworld. Cultivating there was no different from cultivating in the Netherworld. Zhao Hai had asked Gu Li and the others if they wanted to do something else, like what Capra did, to research magic arrays or something else. Unfortunately, Gu Li and the others were not willing to. Naturally, Zhao Hai would not force Gu Li and the others. In fact, it was a good thing for Zhao Hai if they wanted to cultivate. The stronger they were, the more beneficial it would be for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had no reason to reject them. Seeing that everything was normal on their side and that the magical formation lab of the Berserk Dragon tribe was also normal, Zhao Hai was relieved. The next morning, Zhao Hai and the others got up early. They didn't stay in the hotel but went out in the RV. They found a place where few people went and parked the RV. Then they entered the medium. They were going to watch a show today. Soon, the situation of the O'Neill family's convoy appeared on the screen. Obviously, they had stopped to rest last night, but even so, they should be able to reach the Winged Horse Tribe's defense line this morning. All right, Zhao Hai turned to Laura and said, "Contact Zhan Yue and the others. Tell them about the situation here. Let them be prepared." Lola nodded, took out a messenger fish, and said in a deep voice, Zhan Yu, did you hear me?" "Yes, sir," Zhan Yue replied immediately. "Do you have any orders?" Zhao Hai took the messenger fish and smiled. "I don't have any orders. I just want to tell you that the O'Neill family's army might arrive at your Winged Horse Tribe's spatial rift at around 9 o'clock this morning. You need to be prepared." Zhan Yue was silent for a while. After a while he said, "Yes, sir, I understand. Don't worry, sir, I know what to do." Zhao Hai acknowledged and kept the messenger fish. Then he turned to look at Laura and said, "Laura, don't you think it was a mistake for me to help the Winged Horse Tribe?" "Why do I feel that Zhan Yue's heart is still heavy?" Lola nodded and said in a deep voice, "That's true. But Brother Hai, you don't have to take it to heart. You know the situation of the winged horse race. Just let them be. They'll be fine." Zhao Hai nodded. "This is the last chance I'm giving them. If they're still hesitating, then I'm sorry. I'll give up on Jian Yue as well. Big Brother Hai, said Li Jai, do you think we should call Hiko and the others to take a look at the situation there? They are absolutely trustworthy now. Zhao Hai thought for a moment and shook his head. Forget it, now is not the time to let them know. The secret of this space, even the devil race doesn't know much about it. It's better not to tell them. Li Jai nodded and didn't say anything. Indeed, the fewer people who knew about the secret of the realm, the better. Although Fei and the others had entered the realm and couldn't leave, it was still better for Zhao Hai and the others to keep the most important secret of the realm to themselves. Sure enough, just as Zhao Hai had expected, the O'Neill family's army had already arrived outside the spatial rift of the Winged Horse Tribe at 9 a.m. With such a large army advancing, the dust that was raised was dozens of meters high. Naturally, it was impossible to hide from the Winged Horse Tribe's defense line of the spatial rift. In an instant, the atmosphere at the spatial rift's defense line became tense. The O'Neill family didn't think about hiding their tracks. They knew that it was impossible to do so, so they drove their cars toward the defensive line at the crack in the open. It was obvious that they were going to use force to pressure the enemy. Using force to suppress others, this seemed to be the stupidest method, but sometimes this was the most effective method. If this method could be described in one sentence, it would be a heavy sword without a sharp edge, great skill without skill. It was like ancient weapons. There were many kinds of ancient weapons, and which one was the most powerful was always a topic of debate. However, it was undeniable that the most powerful weapons in ancient battlefields were heavy weapons, such as maces. No matter what you use to block it, with one strike your entire body will be shattered. What chance do you have? This was the method the O'Neill family was using right now. They used a powerful force without using any tactics. They just charged straight ahead and slowly pressed forward, but it made it impossible for you to resist. In the face of absolute power, any schemes and intrigues were nothing more than jumping clowns. The O'Neill family was clearly aware of this, and this time they were going to use a grand army to deal with the Yama tribe. Zhao Hai looked at the screen. He wanted to see what the O'Neill family was going to do next. At this moment, Meljin suddenly sighed and said, I think I understand why the O'Neill family didn't let go of the undead creatures after they discovered them. Now they're in such a big formation. Zhao Hai looked at Meljin in confusion. Oh, why? Meljin smiled slightly and said, speaking of which, it's all because of you, Brother Hai. When you first met Achaeus, you didn't tell him about the situation on the Ark continent. That's why Achaeus always thought that the Ark continent was peaceful and safe. Plus, you said that the strongest person on the Ark continent was a level 9, so of course, they didn't worry and invaded the Ark continent. However, when they invaded the Ark continent, they realized that the Ark continent was empty. Then they discovered the dark fog of the underworld. They also discovered the realm of the Nephilims, but the black mist of the underworld was filled with undead creatures. They couldn't get in, and there was no one in the realm of the Nephilims either. They came to the Ark continent with confidence, only to find out that there was no one there. Not to mention friends, there wasn't even a single enemy. So they were desperate to find someone to figure out what had happened on the Ark. We finally found the undead creatures in the god race's territory. How could they let this opportunity go? When Zhao Hai and the others heard Meljin's words, they nodded. They also thought that Meljin was right. Meljin glanced at them and continued, other than that, the O'Neill family didn't gain any advantage in the battle against the undead creatures of the underworld. This has a huge impact on their morale, so they're now very eager to use a big victory to boost their family's morale. That's why they can only succeed in dealing with the Winged Horse Tribe this time. Failure is not allowed. Zhao Hai nodded. That makes sense, but that's even better. Hahaha, I'd like to see how the Winged Horse Tribe will react when they see the O'Neill family's attack. Lola smiled. I think they'll use the same method they used on the defense line at the spatial rift in Golden Bull Continent. First, they'll fire a wave of artillery attacks. Then they'll advance side by side with the chariots and the demon armors. Although this method seems a little old-fashioned, you have to admit that it's the best way to attack with the O'Neill family's demonic armor, Zhao Hai said with a nod. The few of them nodded. At this time, the O'Neill family had already set up the nearly 1,000 cannons that they had brought here to look at. They didn't hide anything and just set up the cannons outside the Winged Horse clan's defense line. Even from the Winged Horse clan's defense line, the O'Neill family could see them adjusting the cannons. Contempt, this was blatant contempt. The Winged Horse guards were also furious. Very quickly, a group of 10,000 Winged Horse cavalry rushed over from the defensive line, directly heading for the O'Neill family's artillery position. There were many Winged Horse tribesmen at the line of defense. They had come into contact with the O'Neill family at the Golden Bull space line of defense, so they were very clear about the power of these cannons. Therefore, they had come to attack this time not only to teach the O'Neill family a lesson, but also to destroy the cannons. However, although wishes were always good, reality was cruel. As soon as the small group of winged horse riders flew out from the line of defense, 500 magic armors immediately flew up from the O'Neill family. These magic armors rushed straight towards the small group of winged horse riders. However, the winged horse riders were shocked to find that the speed they were so proud of didn't gain any advantage in front of these seemingly heavy iron men. The 500 demonic armors were like 500 powerful arrows, piercing straight towards the winged horse cavalry. The winged horse cavalry were all people who had experienced hundreds of battles, so they immediately reacted, taking out the blood thunderball javelins that Zhao Hai had given them to counterattack. However, these people still lacked the experience of facing those devil armors head-on, so they were a lot worse in dealing with them. They had just taken out their javelins, but before they could use them, those devil armors launched the bombs equipped on their bodies. These bombs directly exploded in the winged horse tribe's large group. For a time, the entire winged horse tribe's continent was blown up into chaos, and nearly 1,000 people were directly killed. It could be seen how overbearing these bombs were. Just as the winged horse clan's small group was in chaos, those devil armors had already rushed into the group of winged horse clansmen. The energy beams on their bodies shot out repeatedly, and every time the energy beams flashed, it would take the life of a winged horse clansman. With just 2 charges from these devil armors, the winged horse race's small team of 10,000 had already lost several thousand people. The winged horse race's army had instantly collapsed. Right now, it could be said that the morale of the winged horse race's soldiers was low. Zhang Yue and the others had already said that they would move the entire winged horse race away. Moreover, the higher-ups of the winged horse race were afraid that Zhao Hai would deal with them. They had also said the same thing to the ordinary people of the winged horse race. However, they were obviously going back on their word. They said they wanted to leave, but they were still unwilling to leave. In addition, there was a conflict between Zhang Yue and the upper echelons of the winged horse tribe. This caused undercurrents to surge within the winged horse tribe. Naturally, the army was also in turmoil. Under such circumstances, how could they have the determination to fight the enemy to the death? It was precisely because soldiers and generals had no will to fight that they could only wait to be slaughtered when they were faced with the O'Neill family's army, which was stronger than them and also united. In this battle, the winged horse tribe had sent 10,000 soldiers, and the O'Neill family had sent 500 magic armors. The dark horse tribe had suffered close to 7,000 casualties, while the O'Neill family had 0 casualties. It was a completely disproportionate number of casualties. After the O'Neill family repelled the winged horse tribe's attack this time, their cannon array city was already built. 1,000 cannons were already set up, and they were just waiting for orders. With Achaeus's order, the 1,000 cannons heard arrogant roars and balls of fire appeared in the winged horse tribe's defense line. 1,000 cannons carried out an indiscriminate area of effect attack. One could imagine how great the killing power was. The entire winged horse tribe's defense line was almost plowed through. 1,000 cannons didn't just fire 1 round, but 10 full rounds. The winged horse tribe's defense line was cleared more than 5 times by the artillery fire. Under such circumstances, it was almost impossible for those winged horse tribe people to resist. After 10 rounds of salvo, the winged horse tribe's line of defense had completely changed. The high city wall had fallen, and bullet holes could be seen everywhere. The dead bodies of the winged horse and Pegasi tribe could be seen everywhere, and almost none of them were in their prime. Even those who were lucky enough to survive were staring at the battlefield with a dazed look. They were scared silly. This wasn't the end. The O'Neill family's army of chariots and the devil armor troops set off at the same time, heading straight for the line of defense. At this time, some of the winged horse clansmen with good mental fortitude had already turned around and ran away, while those with bad mental fortitude had already gone crazy, running all over the battlefield. The scene was like the end of the world. Zhao Hai looked at the line of defense and sighed. I didn't expect it to be so fast. The vanguard has only returned for 3 hours. 3 hours and the entire defense line has been destroyed. Laura and the others also sighed. To be honest, they now had a new understanding of the O'Neill family's offensive power. This kind of combat power was really terrifying. Zhao Hai turned around and said to Laura, "All right, Laura, send a letter to Zhang Yue and tell him about the situation here. Meg, go and get something to eat. It's time for lunch." Okay, Meg replied and went into the kitchen. Laura took out a messenger fish and told Zhang Yue about the situation at the defensive line. Zhang Yue was also shocked. If Zhao Hai didn't tell him, he wouldn't have believed it. The O'Neill family's army quickly occupied the defense line. They didn't push in. Instead, they cleared out all the enemies at the defense line and rested there. To be honest, Achaeus didn't expect the operation to go so smoothly. They didn't expect the enemy to be eliminated so quickly. Although the attack on the defense line on the Golden Bull continent was also very smooth, Achaeus understood that it was because their original enemy had given up on the defense line. There was nothing for them to show off. But this time it was different. This time their enemy was fighting with the enemy. It wasn't that there were no enemies at the defense line, but there was a large number of enemies. However, they were eliminated just like that. They couldn't be unhappy. However, Achaeus was still a little surprised by the combat power of the winged horse tribe. He didn't expect that these people's combat power would be so weak. He was too weak. They had fought with the undead creatures that had lured them before. Those undead creatures were stronger than the winged horse race in both attack and defense, so Achaeus always thought that the winged horse race was like the undead creatures and had great combat power. But after this fight, he discovered that the winged horse race's combat power was far inferior to those undead creatures. George stood beside Achaeus, looking at the battlefield with excitement. He found himself extremely lucky. He didn't expect the attack to go so smoothly. To be exact, he didn't expect Commander Achaeus to be the one to attack. Although Achaeus was the young master of the O'Neill family, he didn't have any military achievements before and hadn't participated in many major battles. Therefore, he wasn't good at commanding during a battle. Now that the O'Neill family had shifted their development focus to this place, they shouldn't have sent the inexperienced Achaeus this time. However, no one had expected that the O'Neill family's patriarch would appoint Achaeus as the supreme commander again to command the battle. This was a chance for George to show his face in front of Achaeus. Although George had made a very beautiful battle plan during the last battle with the defense line on the Golden Bull continent, the battle plan in the end was almost useless. Although Achaeus valued him very much through that incident, George always felt that he could do better. He felt that if there were enemies at that time, he would definitely be able to destroy them. He was the one who came up with the attack plan this time. So far, the plan had been very successful, which was why George was happy. Just as George was feeling happy, Achaeus suddenly said, "George, you've done well, very well. Your battle plan is very good. Everyone loved to hear flattery, especially a young man like Achaeus." So when he heard George's words, Achaeus couldn't help but laugh and pat George's shoulder. Zhao Hai heard Achaeus and George's conversation. He smiled and turned to Laura. "This George is really a talent. He's deeply known for his way of being an official." "If they knew that all of this was planned by you, Big Brother Hai," Laura said with a smile, "I wonder what they would think." Zhao Hai laughed and said, "I believe their expressions will be very interesting." "That's right, Kai. Did you notice the group of men of sacrifice that ran into the O'Neill family's territory a few days ago? What were they doing now? If the O'Neill family is in trouble now, I think we should help them. After all, a free helper like this is really useful." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Laura and the others all laughed. Kai also laughed and said, "Don't worry, young master. As long as you need it, I can get all the recordings from the past few days and study them." Zhao Hai waved his hand. "Forget it, let them be. For the O'Neill family to be able to become the overlord of the magic armor continent, it's impossible without some power. We don't have to worry about it." Zhan Yue was sitting in his room in a daze. Zhan Fang was sitting opposite him. He had heard the conversation between Zhan Yue and Zhao Hai. His expression was very ugly. He had not expected the enemy to come so quickly. Boom, the table in front of Zhan Yue was smashed into pieces. Zhan Yue stood there with a face full of anger. His eyes were bloodshot as he said, "This is too much. This is really too much." Zhan Fang looked at Zhan Yue and sighed. "It's indeed a little too much." Mr. Zhao Hai was clearly there, but he couldn't help without extending his hand. "It's too much." Zhan Yue turned to look at Zhan Fang. "What are you talking about? Sir has gone too far. Didn't Master tell us in advance? Did Teacher not arrange an escape route for us? Didn't Master do those things for our own good? If I were Teacher, I would have ignored these guys long ago. How could Teacher go too far? The ones I said went too far are those guys. Look at them. They really think they're so important in Teacher's heart. Without them, what would Teacher do? These bastards, the reason why the winged horse tribe has reached its current state and so many people have died is all because of them." Zhan Fang didn't expect Zhan Yue to say that, but on second thought it was just as he had said. Zhao Hai had arranged everything. They just didn't follow Zhao Hai's plan. Zhan Yue looked at Zhan Fang. "Chairman, have you ever thought about it? If we continue like this and really anger Sir, what will happen to us if he really doesn't care about us?" Hearing Zhan Yue's words, Zhan Fang could not help but be stunned for a moment. Then his expression changed. He knew very well that if Zhao Hai really did not care about them, not to mention the O'Neill family, even they would not have an easy time in the future. After all, the winged horse race was not an extremely powerful race. If Zhao Hai really did not care about them in the future, and the S-God race really fell out with them one day, they would not even have the chance to fight back. There was no need to talk about the S-God tribe. Even the O'Neill family members outside were not something they could deal with. Under such circumstances, the only thing they could do was to listen to Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's methods might be a little overbearing, but you had to admit that he was truly doing this for their own good. It would be outrageous if they still didn't do anything. Zhan Fang looked at Zhan Yue in confusion. "Why? Sir doesn't seem to require the clansmen to do anything to him. He just wants the clansmen to enter the space." Zhan Yue snorted. "Chairman, you're too naive. Sir can be good to the Thunder Tribe and the Barbarian Tribe because the remaining people of the Thunder Tribe are close to Heir. Heir would rather go against his own patriarch and bring his people into the space. Therefore, Sir values him very much. The barbarian tribe has moved into the space. This is what Sir wants to see the most. Naturally, he will look up to the barbarian tribe. But what have we, the Winged Horse tribe, done? Among the 3 clans, the one who opposed Sir the most was our Winged Horse clan. Later, those guys pretended to agree with Sir's words, and then they pretended to agree, but then went against it. Let me ask you, if you were Sir, would you forgive those guys? Is there any greater use for our Winged Horse race to Sir? Do you have any reason to save us? At the thought of this, Zhan Fang couldn't help but let out a long breath and nodded. All right, we'll do as you say. What do you want to do? Don't those people think they're strong? Zhan Yue sneered. Didn't they think that Master had been lying to them? Then let them have a good taste of the O'Neill family's cannons. Perhaps they'll only understand how much you've done for us when they realize their mistakes. Hearing Zhan Yue's words, Zhan Fang was stunned for a moment. Then he nodded. He understood what Zhan Yue meant. It seemed that Zhan Yue was really going to teach those disobedient fellows a lesson this time. What should we do next? Zhan Fang asked. Zhan Yue smiled. Get someone to change tables. We'll wait here. Aren't they very strong? I'll see if they'll save me one day. I'll learn from them. If they can drag it out, so can I. What? Zhan Fang frowned. But if we do that, many people will die. Zhan Yue snorted. They asked for it. To be honest, I don't see them as my clansmen anymore. I helped them because they were my clansmen. But what happened after that? What were they doing when I needed their land? I'll tell people that only those who have entered the dimension are our clansmen. If we don't teach the others a lesson, they'll never know who's in charge of this world. Zhan Fang sighed and didn't say anything. He knew that Zhan Yue was angry. To be honest, he was angry too. His people had gone too far this time. Zhan Yue glanced at Zhan Fang, then suddenly said in a deep voice, "Someone, clean up the house and bring me a new table." Someone outside the door immediately responded. Seeing the 2 men from the Yimo tribe walk in, they tidied up the room and brought in a new desk for Zhan Yue to change into before leaving. These 2 people were Zhan Fang's subordinates and were absolutely loyal. Zhan Yue could only trust them now. Only these people were willing to work for Zhan Yue, which was why Zhan Yue was the most angry. His clansmen had sealed off Zhan Yue. Ordinary clansmen didn't listen to Zhan Yue's orders at all. They didn't even come into contact with Zhan Yue. Some clansmen didn't even give them any living supplies. If it weren't for the fact that there were many living supplies in the palace, Zhan Yue and the others might not even be able to eat. Facing such a situation, even if Zhan Yue had a good temper, he would still be angry. What he did was for their own good, but they treated him with such an attitude. How could Zhan Yue not be angry? Seeing that everything was packed, Zhan Yue suddenly said to Zhan Fang, "Chairman, let's go into the medium and have a good meal with Fei, and the others. I haven't been able to eat or sleep well these days. I've been so angry every day that I'm full. Now I'll see who's going to be angry for the next period of time." Zhan Fang had also thought it through. Since things had already developed to this point, there was no point in thinking about anything else. They could only go according to their plan, so Zhan Fang immediately nodded and said, "All right, let's go. I wonder if Fei still has the wine left behind by Sir. If we have to talk about it, the wine left behind by Sir is more delicious." Zhan Yue couldn't help but laugh when he heard that. He took out the token, waved his hand, and entered the space to find Fei. Fei's life was extremely relaxed now. The environment in the realm was too good. Even if you lay at home every day and did nothing, you would not starve to death as long as you went out to find something to eat when it was time. Moreover, there were criminal standards set by the realm, so he did not have to worry about anything. At first, he thought that entering the space would be the same as the outside world. It would take a lot of time to manage his people, but when he really entered the space, Fei realized that he had thought too much. The environment in the space was so good that it was beyond his imagination. It was also because of the good environment in the space that it saved him a lot of trouble. He suddenly realized that managing a race had become easy. Even though Fei could no longer taste the taste of power, he still wanted to see his clansmen live such a life. Such a life was simply too good for his clansmen. In the realm, there was no need to be afraid of desires. Having desires was a good thing, as humans would have desires. If you wanted to live like an emperor, that was fine. As long as you had enough items, you could exchange them at the church. You could exchange for anything you wanted, and there were some things that Fei and the others had never even heard of eating before. And now, Hiko's life was very simple. He could cultivate every day, collect some food, or study some magic arrays or magic potions. Every day was extremely relaxed but very fulfilling. He was very satisfied with this kind of life. The only thing that Fei was worried about was Zhan Yue. Fei more or less knew about Zhan Yue's situation, and this was what Fei was worried about. Fei believed that he knew Zhao Hai well enough. Zhao Hai was willing to let the Thunder Clan enter the realm, and he wouldn't interfere even if the Thunder Clan was about to be exterminated. How would Zhao Hai react to the actions of the Winged Horse race? Fei was really worried for Zhan Yue. Fei was reading in her room when a voice suddenly came from outside. "Fei are you there? I'm here to drink with you." When Fei heard it, it was Zhan Yue's voice. He immediately put down the book in his hand and opened the door. Seeing that it was Zhan Yue and Zhan Fang, Fei immediately said, "How did you find the time to come to my place? Hurry and come in." He invited Zhan Yue into the house. Zhan Yue looked at Fei's house and smiled. "Not bad. You've only been here for a few days and you're already living in such a house." It wasn't strange for Zhan Yue to say that. Fei's current house was indeed very good. It was a villa-like house. It wasn't very big and there were only 5 or 6 rooms in the entire house, but it was very exquisite. Fei couldn't help but smile. "I exchanged my gold coins for this house. In the realm, you can exchange whatever house you want at the church with enough gold coins. This is what I exchanged for." Zhan Yue looked at the house curiously. It was well built. Not only was it beautiful, but the interior decoration was also very good. It gave people a feeling of magnificence, but it was also well refined. It wasn't easy to do that. Hiko and the others were from the Thunder clan and they were tall. It would take a lot of thought to make their houses more beautiful. After Fei invited the two to sit down, he looked at Zhan Yue and said, "Zhan Yue, how come you have the time to come here? Did something happen in your clan again? Do you need my help? If there's a need, I'll just let you know." Zhan Yue shook his head. "It's nothing. Don't get too excited. I came to find you today mainly to drink with you. Just prepare some wine and food." When Fei heard Zhan Yue's words and looked at his smiling face, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. However, he still smiled and said, "Of course it's not a problem to drink, but I think you have something good to tell me. Tell me about it." Zhan Yue smiled. "The O'Neill family's demonic armor troops have made their way to the outside of our Winged Horse clan's space. They've already pushed back the defense line at the spatial rift. The war is about to erupt." If someone else saw Zhan Yue saying all these things with a smile, they would definitely think that he was crazy. No one would say things like their own clan being exterminated with a smile, but Fei was very familiar with the Winged Horse clan's situation. He was very clear why Zhan Yue would act like this. Just a while ago, Zhan Yue had actually come to the medium and asked him to help prepare some fresh vegetables. It was because his people were unwilling to sell them to him. When he heard Zhan Yue say this, Fei was really shocked. He had never thought that Zhan Yue would be so miserable now. He couldn't even eat fresh vegetables. This made Fei extremely angry with the Winged Horse tribe. Fei Zhan Yue, and Mandingshan had a very good relationship. The three of them fought side by side, and that was a friendship of life and death. When Fei heard that his partner had suffered such a great grievance, he almost called Mandingshan over. The two tribes sent troops to deal with the Winged Horse tribe, but in the end he was still stopped by Fei. Hearing Zhan Yue's words, Fei immediately understood what he meant. He looked at Zhan Yue and said, "So the day you can hold your head high is coming, then we should have a good celebration." Zhan Yue laughed. "Get Dingshan here too. Let's have a good drink. I came into the space to avoid my clansmen. Aren't they trying to make me a puppet? All right, then I really won't care about anything. If they have the ability, then let them handle it." Fei laughed out loud. "Good kid, you finally thought it through. Call Dingshan over, I'll go get some food." "I don't have anything good here. I'll go to the church to exchange for some. The food there is very delicious." Oh, Zhan Fang looked at Fei in surprise. "I can exchange for food there." Fei laughed heartily. "Other than the fact that you can't exchange for living people, there are very few things that you can't exchange for there. I'm leaving." With that said, Hiko left the room in a flash. At this moment, Zhan Yue took out the messenger fish and called Mandingshan over. Mandingshan's current life was very relaxed. Although the people of the barbarian race were very warlike, it didn't mean that they were definitely going to bury their husbands. In fact, they weren't stupid at all. They just had a straight temper. In the realm, the barbarian race, the thunder race, and the winged horse race were living together. The three races were no longer separated as clearly as before. In the past, the three races were comrades who fought side by side. Now that they were in the realm, everyone's life was good. Naturally, no one would separate them into different races. Therefore, the place where Manding Mountain lived was not far from Fei-er's place. Not long after Fei-er returned to his room with the exchanged food and wine, Mandingshan arrived. After Mandingshan found out what had happened to the winged horse tribe, he was also happy for Zhan Yue. The few of them were happily drinking wine there, but they didn't know that the winged horse tribe had already made a scene. The winged horse tribe had become like a bird, startled by the mere twang of a bow, since the last time they were attacked by the 9 great elders. Therefore, they had also arranged some monitoring teams at the back of the line of defense. As long as the line of defense was attacked, the people of these monitoring teams would immediately send the news back to the tribe. And these monitoring teams were equipped with news fish. Therefore, the matter of the line of defense being destroyed was sent back to the tribe in a very short time. Many high-level figures in the tribe were also present. He immediately received the news. When those people heard the news, they were really shocked. They didn't think that what Zhao Hai said was true. Someone was really going to invade them. It was just as Zhan Yue had said. These people had really made Zhan Yue a mere figurehead. Every day, whatever happened in the winged horse tribe, he could only sit in the palace and do nothing. It could be said that Zhan Yue couldn't even be considered a puppet. At the very least, a puppet wouldn't be viewed with such enmity by its own tribesmen. and right now, Zhan Yue was being viewed with enmity by the entire winged horse tribe. This wasn't a good feeling. The deputy chairman of the winged horse race, Zhan Finglay, was sitting in his study. There were many other members of the winged horse race in his room. They were all the higher-ups of the winged horse race. Some were members of the parliament, some were generals, and some were the city lords of the various cities in the winged horse race. It could be said that these people were the true rulers of the winged horse race. Zhan Finglay had been Zhan Yifei's loyal subordinate. If he had not kept Zhan Fang in check, Zhan Fang's control over the parliament would not have been reduced so much. After Zhan Yifei was killed by Zhao Hai, he had been the first to suggest the delaying tactic, and he had been the one to take over Zhan Yue. Zhan Finglay looked like he was in his 50s. His hair was a little white, but there weren't many wrinkles on his face. His white hair made him look more like a mature man. When his face was dark, there was always a hint of power. Right now, Zhan Finglay's face was so dark that it looked like water could drip out of it. He looked at the people in the room and said in a deep voice, "Everyone should have heard the news. It's really as Zhao Hai and Zhan Yue said. An army from outer space invaded the winged horse tribe. 3 hours later, they broke through the 200,000-strong line of defense in the spatial rift. Everyone, tell us what you think." The people in the room looked at each other. They really didn't know what to say. The other party's combat power was beyond their expectations. 200,000 people in 3 hours. Even the 9 great elders of the Protos couldn't do this. Zhan Finglay looked at them, and a hint of anger and fear flashed through his eyes. He was afraid of the O'Neill family, but he was also afraid of Zhao Hai. He was very clear on how they had treated Zhan Yue these past few days. It could be said that he had treated Zhan Yue that way because he wanted to push Zhan Yue away so that he could control the entire winged horse tribe. As for what Zhan Yue and the others had said about someone invading the tribe, he didn't believe it at all. However, he didn't expect that someone would really invade the winged horse tribe and that the attack would be so strong. This made him very uneasy. He was very clear that the current winged horse tribe could be said to be in turmoil. The army had no fighting spirit, and they had no fighting spirit. It was impossible for them to resist the invading enemy on their own. They could only ask for reinforcements. Where could they ask for reinforcements? The Esgod race. What a joke. Not to mention how far away the Esgod tribe was from the Golden Bull continent. By the time their reinforcements arrived, the winged horse tribe would have already been exterminated. Even if the Esgod tribe could really arrive here quickly, he would not dare to invite them over. That would be equivalent to inviting a wolf into his house. Although Zhan Finglay was very greedy for power, he was not stupid. On the contrary, his political wisdom was much greater than a rookie like Zhan Yue. He knew very well that with the gods' race destroyed by Zhao Hai, only the Esgod race remained in the divine world. He would not believe that the Esgod race did not have the ambition to expand. Although he had some connections with the Esgod tribe, their relationship was nothing compared to the expansion of the Esgod tribe. If he really invited the Esgod tribe over, it was hard to guarantee that the Esgod tribe would not occupy the winged horse tribe's continent. At that time, even if they were not destroyed by the invaders, they would become slaves of the Esgod tribe. However, if he didn't go to the other god races, there was only one way, and that was to ask Zhao Hai for help. However, Zhan Finglay knew very well that he had offended Zhan Yue so badly that it would be extremely difficult to ask Zhao Hai for help. Even if Zhao Hai was willing to help, Zhan Finglay's good days would be over. It was hard to say if he could even keep his life. Right now, Zhan Finglay was truly regretting his decision. He regretted that he had gone too far. He regretted not following Zhao Hai's advice and entering the boundless space. He really didn't know what to do in this situation. Achaeus stood calmly on top of the war chariot. He looked at the vast space inside. It was like another world. Although he could not see people, he could not see the end either. Achaeus was almost certain that the space was not much smaller than the Ark continent. Although Achaeus' expression was very calm, he was extremely excited in his heart. Another space, another space. So far, they had already found another space here. All of these dimensions added together were probably many generations older than the Atlanta continent. Now, all of these dimensions would have the O'Neill surname. At the thought of this, Achaeus became even more excited. He took a deep breath and slowly calmed his racing heart. However, his eyes were still shining with excitement. George was standing next to Achaeus. He could tell that Achaeus was very excited at the moment. To be honest, he was very excited too. He didn't expect that the space would be so. George knew very well what this meant for the O'Neill family. He would also have a share in this great contribution. George looked at Achaeus and said softly, "Young master, let's go back. It's windy up here." Achaeus turned to look at George and said with a smile, "George, people say that if we conquer this place, how much territory will our O'Neill family have? If we really conquer this place, then I'm sure that our O'Neill family will become the #1 family on the Atlantic continent," George said with a smile. Well said, well said. Our O'Neill family is aiming to become the #1 family in the Atlantic continent." George also laughed along with Achaeus. After a long while, Achaeus finally calmed down. He looked at the winged horse race and snorted coldly. This place will belong to the O'Neill family. No matter who's living here, they only have one choice. Either submit or die. Don't worry, young master, George said in a deep voice. I'm willing to die for the O'Neill family. Achaeus nodded in satisfaction and said, George, you have to do a good job. In the future, when our O'Neill family grows big, we'll definitely send some loyal people to establish some vassal families outside. If you do well, you'll have a place in those vassal families in the future. George's face lit up as he bowed to Achaeus. Yes, young master, don't worry. I will be loyal to you and the O'Neill family. George's words were said very skillfully. He first said that he was loyal to the young master, then he said that he was loyal to the O'Neill family. This meant that he was most loyal to Achaeus. Being loyal to the O'Neill family didn't mean being loyal to Achaeus. Achaeus wasn't the patriarch of the O'Neill family yet, so even if someone said they wanted to be loyal to the O'Neill family, it didn't mean that they were loyal to Achaeus. What Achaeus needed the most right now was the loyalty of others. Furthermore, George had even changed the way he addressed Achaeus. He used to call him young master, but now he was calling him young master. This was also a change in his status. When he called George young master, it meant that George was still under the direct jurisdiction of the O'Neill family. He didn't completely belong to Achaeus, but when he called him young master, it didn't matter. Calling George young master meant that he had become a child of Achaeus' family, and his rise and fall would be connected to Achaeus. Achaeus was very happy. He patted George's shoulder and said, good job. Let's go back and figure out how to conquer this space. George responded and jumped off the chariot with Achaeus. They entered the command chariot that had been specially prepared for Achaeus. The command vehicle was actually modified from an ordinary vehicle. It was not equipped with magic armors. Instead, it was designed as a room so that the commander could study it better like a touring car. Although it was not as comfortable as a touring car, it was much safer. Achaeus returned to the command vehicle, and George followed him in. Now George had become Achaeus' most trusted man. Coupled with George's good tactician skills, Achaeus now valued him very much. When the two of them got into the command vehicle, George immediately poured a glass of water for Achaeus. Achaeus looked at the half-drawn map on the table and frowned slightly. George, look at this map. This map only shows some of the areas we've scouted. We've found some people in this space monitoring them, but they've all been removed by us. I'm sure the people in this space know we're here. What do you think? George looked at the map and said, young master, we don't know much about this space, but from what I can see, the fighting strength of the people in this space is not very strong. We have the ability to deal with them, so I will do as I please. We should not care what the other party does, but think about what we should do. Oh, tell me more about it, Achaeus said, raising his eyebrows. George nodded and said, yes, young master, young master. Our O'Neill family is very strong, stronger than the other party, but we still have to be careful. After all, this is the other party's territory. If we pay too much attention to them, we'll be led by the nose. So what I mean is that we don't care what they're doing. We'll just follow our own plan and move forward step by step. We're not in a hurry to attack. Even if the other party is trying to lure us, we shouldn't attack. We'll be able to squeeze out all of their living space sooner or later, and they'll have no choice but to come out and fight us. Achaeus could not help but frown when he heard George's words, but this way we will need to spend more time to deal with them. This is a very stupid method. George nodded and said, yes, young master. This is a very stupid method, but young master, we are fighting against an enemy that we don't understand at all. We don't know their true combat power, don't know what kind of fighting style they have, and don't even know what their strongest weapon is. The only thing we can be sure of is that they are mainly practicing martial arts and have a kind of flying magic beast. For us, this information is still too little. If we attack rashly, we might suffer losses. If our losses are too great, I'm afraid it will be very disadvantageous to young master. Achaeus was stunned when he heard George's words. Then his expression changed and he nodded. You're right. Although your stupid method is very stupid, it can reduce the casualties of our army to the greatest extent. This is also the safest method. All right, we'll do as you say. However, George did not look happy. He looked at Achaeus and said, young master, I'm afraid that you'll be under a lot of pressure this way, because this method is really slow and seems rather useless. I'm afraid that those people in the army won't easily agree to this method. Achaeus snorted and said, whether they agree or not, we have to do it this way. I'm the commander of this army now. George, don't worry and do what you have to do. You don't have to worry about the rest. You just have to make the battle plan perfect. George replied, but he was still worried. Young master, I think it's better not to be too stiff with those people. Young master is going to be the head of the family in the future. If too many people in the army oppose you, it will be very disadvantageous to you. Achaeus could not help but frown when he heard George's words. He then nodded and said, yes, you're right. It seems that we can't use too violent means. Okay, George, I'll take care of this. You can go and do your things. George responded and turned to leave. He knew that he was only Achaeus' subordinate now. As long as he said what he should do, it would be considered his own efforts. If he acted too excessively, not only would he not gain Achaeus' favor, but Achaeus might think that he wanted to control him, which would be more troublesome. So George had always done his job and did not overstep his boundaries. Achaeus looked at George's back and nodded. This was what he admired most about George. He was very clear about his identity, which was why Achaeus had taken a liking to him. Achaeus stood there and looked out of the car window. He sighed softly. He realized that he had been too naive in the past. He knew nothing and only knew how to take risks every day. However, when he really came into contact with the matters of the family, he realized that it was not an easy thing to manage a family well. Jean Finglay looked at the people in the room. No one was talking, and he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. However, he still said in a low voice, "What's wrong? Don't you have anything to say?" It wasn't that Jean Finglay didn't want to be angry, but he didn't dare to. The winged horse race was in a state of disunity. These people used to be Jean Yifei's loyal supporters. They were only following Jean Finglay because they were unhappy that Zhao Hai had killed Jean Yifei. If Jean Finglay dared to be angry at them, these people would probably turn around and side with Jean Yue. After all, Jean Yue was the clan leader in name. So even if Jean Finglay was unhappy with these people, he could only endure it. At this moment, a representative sitting at the side suddenly spoke. "I think we should talk to Jean Yue and ask him to ask Zhao Hai to help us." As soon as the representative said that, everyone in the hall looked at him as if he was an idiot. One of the generals laughed and said, "Ask Jean Yue to ask Zhao Hai for help. Are you still sleeping? Do you really not know what kind of life Jean Yue has been through, or are you just playing dumb? If you were Jean Yue, would you invite Zhao Hai for us? Plus, even if Jean Yue went to Zhao Hai, he might not help us." The representative glared at the person who spoke and said angrily, "If my method doesn't work, you should at least tell me a way." "Even if I don't have a way, I wouldn't come up with such a lousy idea," the general snorted. "Such an idea will only make us more passive and die earlier." The representative sneered. "You wouldn't have died without my idea, right? I really don't know what's wrong with the winged horse soldiers. Any random cat or dog they call over can beat them up." The general's expression changed when he heard the representative's words. He looked at the representative and said, "What did you just say? You better watch your mouth. Who's the one risking his life on the front line now? It's all because of us soldiers. You parliament members who only know how to sit in your rooms and shout are useless at this time." Well, his words had offended all the council members in the room. Even Jean Finglay didn't look too good. After all, he was the vice chairman and a member of the council. However, Jean Finglay couldn't say anything at this moment. If he really spoke up for the parliament member, he would offend all the generals. If he offended them and forced them to stand by Jean Yue's side, it would be even worse. However, even without him saying anything, the other councilmen were already unhappy. Immediately, another councilman pointed at the general and said, "History, what do you mean? What's wrong with U.S. representatives? You'd better make things clear today." Jean, she snorted coldly. "Get lost. I can't let you useless people argue. If you think I'm wrong, then let's go. We'll go outside and train alone." Only a grandson would dare to go. The room became even more lively. One of the council members straightened his neck and began to curse at the historian. The historian was not easy to deal with either. He began to curse back. In the end, it became a war of words between the council members and the military generals. The entire room was in chaos. Jean Finglay tried to stop them a few times, but it was to no avail. He didn't have the authority to do so, and he couldn't control the situation at all. This situation made Jean Finglay's face even uglier. Boom! There was a loud sound, and the noise in the room stopped. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw Jean Finglay looking at them with an ashen face. The desk in front of him had been turned into a pile of wood. Jean Finglay glared at the people in the room and said in a low voice, "What are you quarreling for? What can you solve if you keep quarreling like this? Look at you, nothing has happened yet, and you're already fighting among yourselves. What can you do? The enemy is right in front of us, and the most important thing is to deal with the invading enemy. What's the use of cursing here? If you can't do anything, don't make a sound." Although he was very angry, Jean Finglay didn't say anything harsh. However, everyone in the room really quieted down. No one was shouting anymore, but no one said anything, which meant that there was nothing they could do. This gave Jean Finglay a huge headache. At this moment, a council member beside him suddenly said, "I think we should go to Jean Yue. Even if he doesn't ask Zhao Hai for help, we can use his connections to ask the barbarian race and the thunder race for help." The moment the representative finished his words, everyone in the room became stunned. Then they started to discuss among themselves. The representative's suggestion was not immediately refuted because many people in the room felt that it was feasible. It sounded ridiculous. They didn't dare to go to Jean Yue and ask him to ask Zhao Hai for help, but they dared to go to Jean Yue and ask the thunder race and the barbarian race for help. It seemed contradictory, but it wasn't contradictory at all. To be more precise, the winged horse race was afraid of Zhao Hai, not him. Without Zhao Hai, it would be impossible for him to sit in that position. At this moment, a general suddenly asked, "Will Jean Yue agree? And could he have already told Zhao Hai about this?" Jean Finglay narrowed his eyes. "Don't worry, Jean Yue won't. It's been so long and he hasn't let anyone into Zhao Hai's dimension. How can he tell Zhao Hai about this? Besides, we're asking him to tell the Thunder and Barbarian tribes about this so that they can send their troops. With Zhan Yue's attitude towards his people, he will definitely do it. As long as we solve the crisis, Zhan Yue won't tell Zhao Hai about this. When the people in the room heard Zhan Finglei's words, they were all slightly stunned. Then they immediately smiled at him. Zhan Finglei was right. With Zhan Yue's personality, he wouldn't ignore something that concerned the entire Winged Horse clan. As long as he invited the Thunder clan and the Love clan, he wouldn't have to worry about not being able to deal with the O'Neill clan. Zhan Finglei looked at everyone. It's definitely not possible for one or two people to talk about this. If we all go together, Zhan Yue will be pressured. He'll have to ignore this. Everyone in the room responded. Zhan Finglei stood up and said loudly, "Let's go and find Zhan Yue. I'll see if he can help." After he finished speaking, he walked out first, and the others in the room hurriedly followed. Everyone walked towards the palace of the Winged Horse clan to find Zhan Yue. In a short while, everyone arrived at the palace of the Winged Horse race. There were no guards in the palace now, and the entire palace seemed cold and quiet. This made the originally beautiful palace look as terrifying as a haunted house. Zhan Finglei also knew that most of the time, they were in the study. He immediately led the group inside. When they reached the study, Zhan Finglei saw two Winged Horse clansmen standing outside. When he saw them, he was overjoyed. He recognized them. They were Zhan Fang's loyal subordinates. If they were here, then Zhan Fang and Zhan Yue would definitely be here. When the two Winged Horse travelers saw Zhan Fang, they couldn't help but look at each other. However, neither of them made a sound. Zhan Finglei walked to the door of the study and said to the two, "Tell Zhan Yue that I'm here." From Zhan Finglei's tone, one could tell that he didn't have any respect for Zhan Yue and Zhan Fang. The two men standing in front of the study looked at Zhan Finglei and the others, and their faces flashed with anger. One of them said, "I'm sorry, Lord Deputy Speaker. The clan leader is not in the study." Hearing the two call him vice chairman, Zhan Finglei's face showed a hint of anger. However, he didn't do it immediately. He looked at the two and said, "He's really not here." The two men nodded at the same time. Zhan Finglei only snorted coldly and went to push open the door. If it was any other time, the two of them would have stopped him long ago. But today, they didn't move at all. They just watched as Zhan Finglei pushed open the door. Zhan Finglei's face changed when he saw the two of them not moving. He looked at the empty study and his expression changed. However, he quickly calmed down and said, "Where did Zhan Yue go?" The two people who were looking at the study shook their heads at the same time. A cold light flashed in Zhan Finglei's eyes. He knew very well that the survival of the entire Zhan Ma family was at stake. He couldn't be polite anymore. He turned to the two and said, "Tell me, where did Zhan Yue go? Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." The two men looked at Zhan Yue. One of them didn't shake his head. Instead, he said in a deep voice, "Clan leader Zhan Yue and the speaker were discussing something in the study room. They disappeared after that, and I didn't see them come out. They might have gone to Mr. Zhao Hai's space." Zhan Finglei's face changed when he heard this. He was most worried that Zhan Yue would tell Zhao Hai about this. He immediately said, "What did Zhan Yue and the others say?" The two guards shook their heads at the same time, and one of them said, "I'm sorry, Sir Deputy Speaker. We really don't know. We only know that the clan leader broke a table in anger and asked us to change the table. Then he disappeared. We really don't know where he went." Zhan Finglei didn't think that the guards were lying. Places like the clan leader's study had been cleaned up. It was impossible to hear anything inside from outside, so it was normal for the two to not know what Zhan Yue and Zhan Fang were talking about. Zhan Finglei looked at the two of them with an ugly expression. "If the clan leader returns, immediately inform me." The two of them nodded, and Zhan Finglei left. When Zhan Finglei and the others left, the two guards at the door couldn't help but smile at each other. They had been loyal to Zhan Fang and Zhan Yue and had been looked down upon by their clansmen. Fortunately, their families had entered the medium. They had gone in to take a look and found that it was really good. They were relieved. However, they had had enough of being looked down upon by their clansmen. So they were really happy to hear Zhan Finglei and the others cry out. Zhan Finglei and the others left the palace with ugly expressions and returned to his study. This time, no one said a word. Their faces were ugly as well. Zhan Finglei looked at them and said, "It seems like Zhan Yue already knows about the situation at the front line. I wonder what he's doing in Zhao Hai's space." The worst case scenario is that Zhao Hai knows about the family's situation and is ready to intervene. Zhan Yue and the others have been brought to the dimension by Zhao Hai for a discussion. The best case scenario is that Zhao Hai knows about the family's situation, but he doesn't intend to intervene. Let's see what the possibility is. Hearing Zhan Finglei's words, everyone fell silent. They really didn't know what kind of situation they were in. Zhan Finglei looked at them and said, "Since the situation is like this, I think Zhao Hai must know about the situation in the clan. No matter what, there is only one thing we need to do now. Everyone, go back immediately and get help for the war. It is better to rely on ourselves than on Zhan Yue. We need to rely on our own strength to block the enemy's attack. Go." When the people in the study heard Zhan Finglei's words, their expressions changed. However, no one said anything. They all bowed to Jean Finglay and turned to leave. Jean Finglay knew very well that it was impossible for them to stop the O'Neill family's attack with their strength. He could only let his people hold them off first, then think of a way to get Jian Yue to invite the Thunder or Barbarian race. If that didn't work, he could only ask Zhao Hai. Jean Finglay was very greedy for power, but he wasn't crazy enough to do so. He knew that this time, the winged horse race had really encountered its biggest crisis. If it wasn't handled well, it would be in danger of being exterminated. It would be either by Zhao Hai or the O'Neill family. At this moment, Jean Finglay suddenly realized that power wasn't that important to him anymore. Whether it was Zhao Hai or the O'Neill family, if they wanted to control the Winged Horse clan, they would first get rid of the higher-ups of the clan. Those who didn't listen to them would be killed. The more prestigious the person was, the more likely they would be killed first. So no matter which group controlled the Winged Horse clan, it wouldn't be good for him. Jean Finglay couldn't help but sigh. He finally understood something. In the face of absolute power, all his little tricks were just courting death. At this moment, the two people standing in front of Jian Yue's door suddenly realized that a spatial crack had appeared in front of them. Jian Yue's voice came from inside. "Come in. It's not safe outside. You don't need to look after that place now." The two of them were taken aback, but they still entered the space obediently. When they entered the space, they saw that they were just outside their house, but Jian Yue was nowhere to be seen. The two of them looked at each other, shrugged their shoulders, and returned to their own homes. To be honest, they had already experienced the various wonders of the space, so they were not too curious. There were also people who were loyal to Jian Yue and Jian Fang. They were also brought into the boundless space as soon as Jian Finglay and the others left. Jian Yue's token obviously didn't have this kind of ability. This was Zhao Hai's doing. Zhao Hai had been paying attention to the Winged Horse tribe's situation these past few days. Now that he saw Jian Finglay and the others' state, Zhao Hai naturally had to take action. Thus, he had brought all of Jian Yue's loyal people into the origin space. Zhao Hai did this because he wasn't afraid that these people would betray Jian Yue and the others. He had discovered a problem. Those who had entered the spatial city wouldn't betray the spatial city even if they left it. It was as if they were under a spell that prevented them from doing anything harmful to the space. Zhao Hai didn't know if this was caused by the realm, but he was sure that it had something to do with the realm. That was why Zhao Hai brought these people into the realm. He didn't want anything to happen to them. Just as Jian Yue had said, Zhao Hai was very emotional. As long as someone was his subordinate, he would forgive them even if they had gone against him in the past. Zhao Hai was the same with the Protoss. The people of the gods' race who had been captured by the spatial city were filled with hatred towards Zhao Hai at first. Zhao Hai also wanted to deal with them. However, when they became obedient, Zhao Hai did not do anything. He could not do it. Zhao Hai had brought all these people into the origin space because he didn't want to be threatened. He hated being threatened, but if Jian Finglay and the others were forced into a corner, they might use these people as threats. By then, they would be in trouble. Not only him, but Jian Yue and the others would be in trouble as well. Zhao Hai really didn't want to get involved in the war between the Winged Horse race and the O'Neill family. He just wanted to see if the Winged Horse race would enter the realm when they were forced into a dead end. If the Winged Horse race was like the Thunder race and didn't want to enter the dimension even if their race was exterminated, Zhao Hai would admire them. However, Zhao Hai would definitely not help them. If they wanted to be heroes, then let them be. That was their choice. Zhao Hai would not interfere. Zhao Hai respected them, but he would not pity them. On the second day after the O'Neill family attacked the Winged Horse tribe's defense line, the O'Neill family's army pushed into the Winged Horse tribe again. They didn't push very fast, but they were very stable, not leaving any chance for the Winged Horse tribe to counterattack. The generals of the Winged Horse race had made some counterattacks. Their counterattacks were actually learned from Zhao Hai, which was guerrilla tactics. They would attack and run. However, the Winged Horse clan soon discovered that their method was completely useless against the O'Neill family's magic armored army. The O'Neill family's magic armored army was even faster than them, and they weren't affected by the terrain in the sky at all. If they wanted to get rid of the other party, they could only rely on speed. In a situation where they didn't have the advantage in speed, using such a tactic against the O'Neill family was the same as courting death. The next day passed under such circumstances. The Winged Horse tribe's army launched a few sneak attacks, but after realizing that they couldn't gain much advantage, they could only retreat to various cities to defend. All the civilians were also transferred at the first moment. When this situation was presented to Jian Finglay and the others, everyone's faces turned extremely ugly. Guerrilla tactics were the last hope for the Winged Horse tribe. If guerrilla tactics couldn't be used, they could only engage in positional warfare with the enemy. In positional warfare, they would be at a huge disadvantage against the O'Neill family's cannons and chariots. The second day passed quickly. During this day, the O'Neill family advanced too quickly, but there wasn't a single Winged Horse tribe member left wherever they passed. Achaeus had made up his mind this time. They didn't want slaves because they didn't know much about the Winged Horse tribe. What they wanted was the territory of the Winged Horse tribe, not the people of the Winged Horse tribe. Therefore, Achaeus didn't have any hesitation when it came to the people of the Winged Horse tribe. He only had one word: kill. Achaeus's approach seemed to be very excessive, but in fact it wasn't at all excessive for Achaeus. What they wanted was territory, not people. If they kept the Winged Horse tribe people, they would have to send people to watch over them. In that case, it would allow his military power to spread out. Therefore, this time he was really ruthless. Wherever he passed, he didn't leave a single person behind. Achaeus wasn't afraid of the Winged Horse tribe's resistance. To be honest, he really hoped that the Winged Horse tribe could send some decent low-level resistance forces. If the Winged Horse tribe didn't have any decent resistance, Achaeus would be even more concerned, because he was very clear that the undead creatures that lured them here at the beginning were very powerful. Those undead creatures were very powerful, but at the critical moment of the Winged Horse race's life and death, those undead creatures didn't appear. This was definitely a huge hidden danger for Achaeus and the others. Achaeus was very clear that the undead creatures were controlled by humans. If the Winged Horse tribe didn't discover that group of extremely powerful undead creatures, it meant that the person who controlled the group of undead creatures didn't appear. If that person didn't appear, it would be a huge threat to the O'Neill family. Although the Atlan continent's people's frontal attack was extremely powerful, their people couldn't stay in the magic armor forever. Once they came out of the magic armor, their strength would decrease by several times. Under such circumstances, if a large number of undead creatures suddenly appeared, it would definitely be a disaster for the O'Neill family to the soldiers who had already come out of the magic armor. Achaeus was no longer the young man who had just commanded the army in battle. After a few incidents, he had slowly matured and started to consider problems. Hence, he attached great importance to the undead creatures. When Jean Finglay and the others heard about this, they had no choice but to go to the palace to find Jean Yue. Unfortunately, they were still not there. This time, even the guards were gone. Jean Finglay's heart turned cold. He didn't know what Jean Yue meant by this, but he knew that his plan to use those people to threaten Jean Yue was no longer feasible. After discovering that Jean Yue had entered the spatial zone and wasn't in the Winged Horse tribe's spatial zone, Jean Finglay had thought of many ways to get Jean Yue to listen to him. He had to contact the Thunder and Barbarian race and get them to send troops to help them. After thinking about it for a night, Jean Finglay finally thought of a way. He wanted to capture those who were loyal to Jean Yue and use them to threaten him. However, he realized that this method was no longer useful. Those who were close to Jean Yue and were on his side had all disappeared. It was no longer possible to find a way to threaten Jean Yue. Facing this situation, Jean Finglay really didn't know what to do. He suddenly realized that if Jean Yue really didn't help them, then the Winged Horse race would really be finished. Previously, they had thought that Jean Yue and the others were just trying to scare them with their words so that they would listen to them. However, at this moment, they suddenly realized that Jean Yue and the others weren't spouting nonsense. What they said was true. If they didn't enter Zhao Hai's space, their Winged Horse race would very likely be exterminated. However, it was too late. Jean Finglay knew that it was impossible to count on Jean Yue now. However, he still had another hope, which was the Escod race. As he thought of this, Jean Finglay immediately took out his messenger fish. This messenger fish was used to contact the Escod tribe. He immediately said to the messenger fish, Elder Unanies, are you there? This Elder Ernies was an elder of the Orc race. He was also an elder of the Escod race who had contacted Jean Finglay. He was also Jean Finglay's last hope. What made Jean Finglay happy was that Elder Ernies immediately replied, Is it Speaker Jean Finglay? What's the matter? Jean Finglay heaved a sigh of relief when he heard Ernies' reply. He immediately said, Hello, Elder Ernies, it's Jean Finglay. I have something to tell you. Right now there is another special race in the God race. They use a huge metal man that needs to be driven. This metal man is extremely powerful and they can fly in the sky. Their attack power is not lower than a God-tier expert. Right now they are attacking our Winged Horse race. I hope that the Escod race can come and save us as long as you beg us. We are willing to pay any price. Jean Finglay's words were too harsh. A vice chairman shouldn't be the one to say such a thing. He didn't have the authority to say it. However, now that Jean Yue and Jean Fang had disappeared, they had no choice but to make this decision. Jean Finglay's words stunned the other party. Jean Finglay anxiously waited for Ernie's reply. After a while, Ernie said in a deep voice, Chairman Jean Finglay, I remember that your Winged Horse tribe has a good relationship with Mr. Zhao Hai, right? Why didn't Mr. Zhao Hai help you this time? Jean Finglay smiled wryly. He didn't think that this person would know Zhao Hai, and from the way he spoke, he seemed to be very respectful towards Zhao Hai. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. NBSB, he had risked his life to avoid Zhao Hai's rule, but now he realized that everyone around him seemed to be related to Zhao Hai. This was a huge blow to them. Of course, Jean Finglay wouldn't tell him the truth. He immediately said, Elder Ernies, it's like this. In our Winged Horse race, the only person who can contact Mr. Zhao Hai is Jean Yue, but he's not in the race right now. He went to visit the Thunder race and the Barbarian race, but we can't contact him, so we can't ask Mr. Zhao Hai for help. That's why I'm asking the S-God race for help. I hope that they can help us tide over this crisis." Zhan Finglei's words were smooth, and he was being cautious. He had never used his identity as the leader of the Winged Horse tribe to ask for help from the S-God tribe. This way, no matter what request the S-God tribe made, he could agree to it. As long as he defeated the O'Neill family, he could totally deny it. He could just say that what he promised was not something that the leader agreed to, and that the leader disagreed with what he promised. This way, he could get away with it. Hearing Zhan Finglei's words, Ernest fell silent again. After a long while, he said, "Speaker Zhan Finglei, I don't have the final say in this matter. I'll have to discuss it with my family before making a decision. Please wait a moment." No matter how Zhan Finglei shouted, there was no reply. Zhan Finglei's heart sank. He was really afraid that Yunus would not care about them anymore. If that happened, the Winged Horse race would be finished. It was not without reason that the S-God tribe had such concerns. They had some understanding of the Winged Horse tribe's situation and the relationship between the Winged Horse tribe and Zhao Hai. This was exactly what they were worried about. Brother Ye, Reihuadoral, and Yeljua were sitting in the main hall of the Orc Palace. There were also many people from the three races in the main hall. These people were all the upper-class people of the three races, and it could be said that all the upper-class people of the three races were gathered in this main hall. If they could rush in and kill everyone here, the S-God race would definitely fall into complete chaos. The reason why these people were gathered here was to study whether they should send troops to help the Winged Horse race. For them, this topic was very heavy. Yaji looked at the people in the hall and said in a deep voice, "Everyone knows what happened. Now let's talk about what we should do." There was a burst of buzzing in the hall. Everyone was discussing, but no one stood up to speak. Everyone was sitting there, talking to the people around them. When Yaji saw this, her eyes couldn't help but narrow. She didn't expect that this seemingly simple matter would suddenly become complicated when it was related to Zhao Hai. Yage turned to Levadoral and Yardo and said, "You two, why don't you talk first and see what we can do about this? I think it's better to hear what everyone has to say," Lehuadorier said with a smile. "To be honest, I really didn't think of how to do this." Yeldo didn't say anything. She just nodded, but she had made her position clear. She didn't want to express her opinion on this matter now. Yaji had expected their reactions, but he still had business to do. He glanced at the two of them and said in a deep voice, "You two, is this matter that difficult to handle? Why don't you tell me?" The people in the audience also noticed the movements of the three of them. The discussion below became even softer as everyone quietly looked at the three of them. The smile on his face disappeared. He was a little angry. He didn't expect Yage to force him like this. This made him a little angry. He realized that Yage was becoming more and more overbearing. She seemed to treat him like a subordinate, which was something he couldn't accept. That's right, Levadoral was a rare good-tempered dwarf. He was also very low-key in his actions. However, no matter what, he was still the leader of the dwarf clan. His status was on the same level as Yaji. How could Yaji treat him with such an attitude? Glancing at Yage, Lateral said in a deep voice, "Didn't you send someone to find Zio Bingya and the others? When they come, they might give us better advice. After all, they've been with Mr. Zhao Hai for a longer time, so they know him better." As soon as these words came out of his mouth, everyone fell silent. What he said had hit the nail on the head. Although the people of the three clans didn't pay as much attention to Zio Bingya and the other two after Zhao Hai had dealt with the 9 elders of the God clan, the opinions of Zio Bingya and the other two were still very important. Zio Bingya and the others had been by Zhao Hai's side for a long time, so they knew his style very well. They should be able to give everyone a good suggestion. Yaji didn't say anything else. To be honest, she didn't really care about Zhao Hai. They had already obtained 12 ultimate weapons. Although Zhao Hai took one, it didn't affect their combat strength. Yaji believed that with their current combat strength, they could deal with Zhao Hai. Don't forget that Zhao Hai didn't dare to confront the grand elders of the 9 great divine families directly. He even had to borrow their hands to join forces with the 3 great grand elders. Only then could he take care of the gods' race. From this, it could be seen that 5 to 6 supreme elders working together would be enough to deal with Zhao Hai, not to mention 12. If all 12 supreme elders used their ultimate weapons against Zhao Hai, he would definitely not be able to deal with them, and it was not impossible to kill him. On the other hand, Luadoral's thoughts were the exact opposite of Yage's. He didn't agree with sending out troops. Luadoral had learned a lot about Zhao Hai from Ladina. He knew that Zhao Hai knew almost all the races under him. It was impossible for Zhao Hai to not know about the situation of the winged horse race. If Zhao Hai knew about the situation of the winged horse race but didn't take action, it could only mean that Zhao Hai had his own thoughts. Therefore, Luadoral believed that they shouldn't send out troops. This might disrupt Zhao Hai's plan. Lehuadorier had never thought of going against Zhao Hai. In his opinion, Zhao Hai had helped them so much and even gave them the ultimate weapon. To them, this was a huge favor. They should have always supported Zhao Hai. Yeldo hadn't thought about it yet. In fact, she still hoped to send troops. The elves had always thought that they were the noblest race in the world. They had been suppressed by the gods all these years, which made the elves feel very aggrieved. Now that the gods had disappeared, they naturally should show their strength. Yurjuo had the same idea as Yaji when it came to dealing with Zhao Hai. In her opinion, they had the power to deal with Zhao Hai. Even if they couldn't kill him, they didn't need to be afraid of him with the 12 ultimate weapons. Besides, Yurjuo also thought of the most important point, which was that Zhao Hai was about to ascend to the immortal world. Zhao Hai had told them before that he was about to ascend. Although this represented his strength, it also exposed his weakness. He could not stay in this space for too long. As long as they could hold him back for a while, the last shackle on them would be gone once he ascended. It was because of this idea that Yeldo agreed to send troops, but she still wanted to be careful and listen to the opinions of Yeheta and the others. She was a careful person. After a while, 3 people ran in from outside. They were the 3 people who had gone to find Zio Bingya, Ladina, and Eheta. Seeing that they had returned, Yaji couldn't help but be excited. She immediately said, Zio Bingya and the others are here. Quickly let them in. The orc among the 3 immediately said to Yaji, I couldn't find Captain Zio Bingya. I went to his house, and his neighbors said that his whole family moved out not long after he returned home. No one knew where they moved to, and it wasn't just him. Almost everyone related to his family moved out. Yaji was stunned, and then her expression changed. She turned to look at the dwarf and elf, and the 2 people's answers were the same. Yeheta and Ladina had also moved away, almost at the same time as Zio Bingya. And like Zio Bingya, almost everyone related to them had moved away, leaving no clues. Upon hearing this, the faces of Yaji and the other 2 changed. Yaji even roared, preposterous. They must have run off with Zhao Hai. They must have. Lehue Dorier's expression was also a little gloomy. However, he was not angry, but rather worried. He realized that the situation was more serious than he had imagined. Zhao Hai seemed to have known something long ago, which was why he had made such an arrangement. However, this news made the people in the main hall look at each other in dismay. They really didn't know what to say now. At this moment, Yaji turned her head and said to the crowd, forget it, let's not talk about this. Let's talk about the winged horse race. There was another buzzing sound below, but Yaji frowned. To be honest, he didn't like this kind of sound very much, and he didn't like everything to be decided by everyone's discussion. However, he couldn't change this situation. After a long while, a human-beast hybrid suddenly stood up. He bowed to Yaji and said, Your Majesty, I feel that we should send out our troops. Right now, the strongest tribe in the entire Divine Realm is our Esgod tribe, and the Winged Horse tribe is considered our former ally. We should send out our troops to help them. At the same time, we can also find out who exactly those people who entered the Winged Horse tribe are. This is to prevent those people from coming to our doorstep in the future. If we do that, we will be too passive. This was a member of the fox race. The fox race had always been known for being cunning. His words were indeed very representative. He first said that they were the most powerful in the divine world. Although he continued to say that the winged horse race was their ally, the meaning of his previous words was to remind everyone that they were the true kings in the divine world. It was time for them to expand. Then he said that the people who dealt with the winged horse tribe were people they had never seen before. In other words, those people were not from the god race. Those people might become their enemies, so they should make preparations early and find out the other party's background first. Although it was only a few short sentences, it said a lot of things. From this point, it could be seen that the Fox clan was really worthy of being called cunning. His words resonated with many people in the hall. After dealing with the god race, the confidence of the S-god race had swelled. At this moment, a dwarf suddenly stood up and said, I object to sending out troops. Everyone knows that the winged horse race, the thunder race, and the barbarian race were the races that followed Mr. Zhao Hai from the very beginning. Mr. Zhao Hai has always taken care of these 3 races. We've received news from the winged horse race that Mr. Zhao Hai has already taken the thunder race and the barbarian race away and sent them to other places. Only the winged horse Fang has been delaying and refusing to leave. For this matter, Mr. Zhao Hai even killed the leader of the winged horse race at the request of Zhan Yue of the winged horse race. It can be said that Mr. Zhao Hai has already noticed the situation at the winged horse tribe. It is impossible for Mr. Zhao Hai to not know that the winged horse tribe has been invaded. It is not in his character for Mr. Zhao Hai to not act even after knowing that the winged horse tribe has been invaded. So I think it is not that Mr. Zhao Hai doesn't know about this matter, but that he doesn't intend to send troops. He may have his own purpose. If we rashly intervene, I'm afraid we will offend Mr. Zhao Hai. This might not be a good thing for us. This dwarf was quite talkative, and he also pointed out the disadvantages of this matter. Just as he said, they had some connections with the winged horse race and were very clear about the situation there. They knew what had happened between Zhao Hai and the winged horse race. If they sent out their troops at this time, they would most likely offend Zhao Hai. Many people in the hall didn't want to offend Zhao Hai because they had seen Zhao Hai's combat power with their own eyes. At this time, another orc stood up and said loudly, "What's there to be afraid of? Don't forget that we now have the 12 ultimate weapons of the divine realm in our hands. Our strength has never been stronger. He dares to do anything to us." These words were like a direct fallout. They had completely thrown aside their alliance with Zhao Hai. However, many people in the hall had such thoughts, especially the orcs and some elves. Many of them had the same thought. At this moment, another dwarf stood up and shouted, "What do you mean by that? Don't forget how much help Mr. Zhao Hai has given us, and now you want to deal with him. Do you even have a conscience?" The beastman snorted coldly and said, "Conscience? Is Zhao Hai really only doing this to help us? Don't forget, he also has a great enmity with the gods' race. Moreover, he originally said that after dealing with the gods' race, he would give us all the ultimate weapons of the gods' race. But now, he only gave us 12 of them and took the most important time-fixing plate. What makes you think that Zhao Hai helped us out of kindness? Zhao Hai has never treated us as an ally from the very beginning. Why should we be polite to someone like him? Why should we feel guilty when dealing with him?" This divine beast clansman had spoken out the thoughts of most of the people who wanted to send out their troops. Just as he had said, they didn't feel much gratitude toward Zhao Hai. In their eyes, Zhao Hai was dealing with the divine race because they had a grudge against the divine race. Helping them was secondary. Levidorel looked at the excited expressions of his tribesmen and couldn't help but sigh. The dwarves were too straightforward, so when they were with other races, they would always suffer a little. Even the orcs, who were also known for their straightforwardness, would have some advantages when interacting with the dwarves. After all, the orcs also had the fox race, which was known for their cunning, but the dwarves didn't. Yeage's face was also gloomy. Although Levidorel didn't express any opinion on the matter of sending troops, Yeage already understood his attitude from the attitude of those dwarves. He didn't agree to send troops. Yeji knew quite a bit about this guy. She was very clear that this guy had always had a good impression of Zhao Hai. It was because of this good impression that this guy didn't want to get involved in the matter of the winged horse tribe. Yelduo was also looking at the scene below. She naturally understood what this meant. She could not help but frown slightly. She had also seen how the beastmen were becoming more and more overbearing. Although she was a little disgusted, Yelduo was very clear that the three major races of the Esgod race could not have internal strife. Once they split up internally, the Esgod race would no longer be able to dominate the divine world. Right now, there were no longer any celestial races in the divine world. The only ones who had the final say were the Esgod race. However, if there was an internal strife among the Esgod race, they would no longer have the final say. First of all, if there was internal strife, the three races would have to keep each other in check, and it would be impossible for them to suppress all the vassal races that the celestial race had conquered. In addition, the vassal races had just broken free from the control of the god race, and they all wanted freedom. At this time, if the Esgod race wanted to suppress them and rule them, it would be impossible to do so without great strength. The vassal races would not give up this freedom that they had obtained after much difficulty. It could be said that there was a power vacuum in the divine realm. To the Esgod race, it was important for them to determine their ruling position at this time. Therefore, they could not afford to have any internal problems. At the thought of this, Yeldo felt that he could not continue to argue like this. She coughed softly. It was not very loud, but everyone below heard it. They also knew that Yeldo had something to say, so almost everyone shut up. Yurjuo's identity was very special. She was the clan leader of the elf clan. At the same time, she was the one who spoke the least among the three foreign clan leaders. Usually, she rarely expressed her opinions. Usually, it was Yeage and Rei Huadorier who discussed. Yurjuo didn't speak most of the time. He only expressed his opinion at the critical moment. Whether it was Yeage or Rei Huadorier, they both attached great importance to her opinion at this time. This time, Yeldo intended to speak first, which was beyond everyone's expectations, so the hall quieted down almost instantly. Yelduo looked at the crowd and said in a deep voice, "It's useless for everyone to argue like this. My opinion is that we should send out our troops. We can use this opportunity to test Mr. Zhao Hai's attitude. He said that he is going to leave the divine realm and ascend. If that's the case, he won't have any thoughts about us sending out our troops. On the contrary, he might be lying. At the same time, the people who attacked the winged horse race this time are using something called the devil armor. He is extremely powerful, and he might pose a threat to our god race. Our Esgod race wants to survive in the god world, so we have to understand our enemy and send out troops." Yeldo explained his reasons one by one. As soon as he heard Yeldo's words, Levidorel knew that the dispatch of troops was inevitable. He couldn't help but frown. Yeldo turned to look at Levidorel and continued, "This time, we have to settle this matter in the shortest time possible. Therefore, I would like to ask the 4 great elders to come forward and send out an army of 20 million. As for the 4 great elders, I think our elf race will send 2, the orc race will send 2, and the dwarf race will not need to send out any. No matter what, our Esgod race's territory still needs sufficient experts to hold the fort. Yaji's eyes brightened when she heard Yeljuo's words. She immediately understood why Yeljuo did that. Obviously, Yaji agreed with Yeljuo's approach. Although Yaji was strong, he was not a fool. He was very clear about the current situation of the Esgod tribe. At this time, there could not be any internal problems within the Esgod tribe. It was also for this reason that he did not stand out and say that the Esgod tribe must send troops. Instead, he called for this meeting. However, the opposition from Levidorl and the others was so fierce, which Yage didn't expect. She thought that this operation was ruined, but she didn't expect Yeldo to suddenly propose such a solution, which seemed to be the best solution at the moment. It was a must for the Esgod race to send out their troops, and since the dwarves were against it, they could choose not to send out their troops. This should be fine, right? This way, the dwarves would have no reason to object, right? Thinking of this, Yage turned her head and glanced at Rivador. The latter nodded and said in a deep voice, "I agree with Chief Yeldo's opinion." Yaji heaved a sigh of relief, nodded, and said, "Good, then it's decided. Now let's discuss the specifics of the military deployment." At this moment, Zhao Hai, who was sitting in the origin space, was also watching this scene. When Zhao Hai went to the Esgod tribe, he had already stored most of the terrain there into the origin space. Although Zhao Hai had only been to the dwarf race's map, the first place he had been to was the territory of the orcs. Back then, he had already released a small cane and stored most of the map of the orcs into the origin space. Thus, he could now monitor any place of the Esgod race as he pleased. Laura and the others were sitting beside Zhao Hai. Their expressions were extremely ugly. When they saw that they were discussing the details of their plan, Laura couldn't help but sneer, "This bunch of ungrateful things." "Big Brother Hai, we must teach them a lesson this time." "Teach them a lesson." Zhao Hai smiled. "Why, isn't that what we wanted to see? If they send out their troops, they will face off against the O'Neill family. We can also see what methods the O'Neill family will use to deal with them. With the current demon armor of the O'Neill family, I'm afraid they won't be able to deal with the great elder of the Esgod tribe. At that time, the O'Neill family will definitely send out even stronger demon armors, and that's what we need to pay attention to." Lola snorted coldly. "They should be taught a lesson. Besides the dwarves, look at the beastmen and elves. I'm annoyed just by looking at them." Zhao Hai smiled. "Don't be anxious. We'll definitely take care of them, but not now. All right, let's not talk about this. Let's inform Zhan Yue about this so that he can be prepared." Laura responded and immediately went to do it. She knew that this situation would be very useful to Zhan Yue. Ever since the O'Neill family had invaded the Winged Horse tribe, the Winged Horse tribe's attitude towards Zhan Yue had changed slightly. They might be able to make good use of this matter to ask the Esgod tribe to help. Zhan Yue had been staying in the medium for the past 2 days. He had to make the people in the clan anxious. Otherwise, they would never know how much he had done for the clan. His messenger fish rang, and when Zhan Yue saw that it was Zhao Hai's messenger fish, he immediately picked it up. Laura also told him about the Esgod tribe's preparations to send out their troops. When Zhan Yue heard Laura's words, he immediately understood what the Esgod race was up to. He had not expected that Zhan Finglay and the others would actually come up with such a stupid move. Zhan Yue put down the messenger fish with an unsightly expression and turned to look at Zhan Fang. Fei Er and Man Dingshan were also sitting there. They were still in Fei Er's villa, so they had all heard what Laura had just said. Zhan Yue turned to look at Fei Er and the rest. He smiled bitterly and said, "Those clansmen of mine really make me worry." "Fei Er, do you have any thoughts?" Fei Er smiled wryly. "What can I think? It's not appropriate for me to interfere in this matter. Otherwise, it will only arouse the disgust of your clansmen. I feel that the reason Sir told you this news is so that you can make good use of it." Zhan Yue frowned slightly. He understood what Fei Er meant, but he really didn't have much confidence in his clansmen. He could make use of this information, but based on the attitude his clansmen had towards him before, it was hard to say how much value this information would have. Zhan Fang looked at Zhan Yue and said in a deep voice, "Clan leader, I think we can really make use of this matter. I think that ever since the O'Neill family started their invasion, our clan members should know that we didn't lie to them. Now that Zhan Finglay and the others are asking the Esgod tribe to interfere, this will definitely arouse the dislike of our clan members. Don't forget, we've just been released from the hands of the god race not long ago, so our clan members will definitely be more against the rule of the Esgod race. The family might accept Mr. Zhao Hai more easily." Hearing Zhan Fang's words, Zhan Yue's eyes lit up. "Okay, then let's do it. This time, even if we can't bring the whole clan into the space, we have to find a way to bring more in. As for those who don't want to come, just let them be." Zhan Fingling had not been doing well these days. She was just a farmer who delivered vegetables to the palace. Her life had been good, but a while ago, Zhan Yue had hired someone to kill the clan leader. In a fit of anger, she stopped delivering vegetables to the palace. Although she had lost a lot of money, Zhan Fingling was not angry. In Zhan Fingling's eyes, Zhan Yue had actually asked Zhao Hai to kill the patriarch. This was equivalent to betraying the clan. That was why she was so against Zhan Yue, not even giving him food. Although Zhan Yue had said before that he was doing this for the good of his clan, that someone was going to invade the Winged Horse clan, so he wanted to move the Winged Horse clan to a safer place, Zhan Fingeling was the same as the other Winged Horse clan members. They didn't believe him at all. But when the O'Neill family really came, Zhan Fingeling believed Zhan Yue's words. But when she returned to the palace, she found that there was almost no one there. Zhan Yue was nowhere to be found. Zhan Fingeling was extremely regretful, so she would go to the palace of the Winged Horse race every day. She wanted to see Zhan Yue again and apologize to him, and ask him to ask Zhao Hai to help the Winged Horse race get through this crisis. However, Zhan Yue didn't appear for a few days. Zhan Fingeling was on the verge of despair. On this day, she entered the palace as usual. There was no sign of life in the empty palace, which made her mood even worse. She was very clear about the lively scene in the palace. Zhan Fingeling walked on unconsciously, looking at the grass and trees in the palace. She thought about what they had done to Zhan Yue. She really regretted it. At that moment, Zhan Fingeling suddenly heard someone talking in the study. She was stunned for a moment, then her face lit up with joy. She quickly walked over to the study. The door to the study was unguarded. Zhan Fingeling slowly approached the study, and soon she heard a voice inside. "Speaker, is this true? Did Zhan Fingeling really ask for help from the S-God race?" Zhan Fingeling could tell that this was Zhan Yue's voice. She would never forget it. However, what shocked her even more was the content of Zhan Yue's words. Zhan Fingeling had sought help from the S-God race. Although it seemed like an ordinary sentence, it made Zhan Fingeling think of many things. She thought back to the time when the gods' race ruled over them. Zhan Fingeling suppressed the shock in her heart and listened quietly. At this moment, Zhan Fang's voice came over. "Yes, clan leader. It can't be wrong. This was something Mr. Zhao Hai told me. Mr. isn't in the firmament for a while, so he can't come to our rescue. However, he's still very concerned about our situation here. From the moment you informed Mr. that there were intruders, he wanted to come back to rescue us. Unfortunately, he was held back by some matters and couldn't come back. However, he did have some contact with the S-God race before. This is especially so for Xiao Bingya and the others who had come into contact with Zhao Hai before. They are now quite influential in the S-God tribe, so Xiao Bingya immediately told Mr. when Zhan Fingeling asked for help from the S-God tribe. Zhan Fingeling listened quietly, but her heart was tormented by two different emotions, regret and hatred. The regret was because of her attitude towards Zhan Yue and the others, while the hatred was directed at Zhan Fingeling. Zhan Fingeling was not young anymore. She had 3 children, and her eldest son was a winged horse warrior who died in battle with the god race. Thus, Zhan Fingeling treasured the freedom of the winged horse race even more. It was also because of this that she was very opposed to entering the realm at the beginning. She thought that Zhao Hai had changed his mind and wanted to rule over them. She would not allow the freedom that her son had exchanged his life for to be lost just like that. Thus, her opposition was very intense. But to be honest, Zhao Hai had been helping the winged horse tribe from the very beginning. Zhan Fingeling knew this. Besides, Zhao Hai had only killed Zhan Yifei at Zhan Yue's request. He had not attacked the winged horse tribe. So her dislike for Zhao Hai was only because Zhao Hai had allowed them to enter the realm. However, Zhan Fingeling was even more disgusted with the S-God tribe. The winged horse tribe had a universal education system, so she was not a foolish person who did not know anything. The moment she heard Zhan Fang say that Zhan Fingeling was asking for help from the S-God tribe, she knew that things were going to go bad. Would the S-God tribe let go of such an opportunity to control the winged horse tribe? Just as Zhan Fingeling was thinking about this, Zhan Yue's voice sounded again. "What is the attitude of the S-God race? Will they send out their troops?" "Yes," Zhan Fang replied. "Xiao Bingya has already told Mr. that the S-God tribe is preparing to send out troops this time. The supreme elders of the 4 corners who possess ultimate weapons will lead the army. 10 million people will be sent to our winged horse tribe." 4 grand elders, Zhan Yue asked. What were they trying to do? Do you want to rule our winged horse race? Zhan Fang's voice came through. This time, the S-God race has also discussed whether they should send reinforcements. Among the 3 major races of the S-God race, the dwarves are strongly against it because they know that Mr. Zhao Hai has a good relationship with us. Thus, Mr. Zhao Hai will not leave us alone. However, the beastmen and elves have strongly requested to send troops. They want to test Mr. Zhao by sending troops. Zhan Yue said, "Test? What do you mean by that?" Zhan Fang said, "Yes, a test." Ever since Mr. Zhao Hai helped them exterminate the Protoss, the S-God race has always believed that they are the strongest in the firmament, and all the other races should submit to them. It's just that they have never found an excuse to deal with the other races. The situation in the firmament is very delicate, and all the vassal races have just regained their freedom not long ago. If the S-God race suddenly makes a move against the vassal races without any reason at this time, this would cause all the vassal zhangs to retaliate, so they did not dare to act rashly. They needed an open and above-board excuse, and Zhan Fingeling's request this time gave the S-God tribe an excuse. However, because of Mr. Zhao Hai, they still had a discussion before sending out their troops. In the end, they decided to send out their troops. If Mr. Zhao Hai interfered when they were sending out their troops, they could retreat. They even said that this was Zhan Finglei's request. If Mr. Zhao Hai doesn't do anything, they can openly occupy our winged horse race. At that time, they will have their Grand Elder as a formation, and it will be almost impossible for us to counterattack. The winged horse race will then become a vassal race of the S-God race. Boom. Zhan Fingling, who had been listening intently to the conversation between Zhan Yue and Zhan Fang, was shocked. However, she immediately realized that Zhan Yue must have broken the table in anger. As expected, Zhan Yue's angry voice was heard. If they dare, Mr. Zhao Hai will not let them go. Zhan Fang's voice carried a hint of helplessness. There's nothing we can do about it. Mr. can't protect us forever. Furthermore, you should know that the S-God race currently controls 12 ultimate weapons. Even Mr. Zhao Hai is not confident in dealing with them. Furthermore, this is Zhan Finglei's request, so they are in the right. There was no sound in the room for a long time. Zhan Yue's voice came after a while, and he said helplessly, seriously, I really don't know what everyone is thinking. What's wrong with going to Sir's dimension? Look at what kind of life the barbarians and the Thunder Tribesmen are living right now. They don't have to worry about food and drink every day. No one cares about them. They just do what they like to do. I've already asked Fei Er. Zhao Hai doesn't care about them at all. They're free to do whatever they want. Mr. Zhao Hai has never interfered. Why do you think they don't like to go into the dimension? Yet you chose to guard this place and wait to become the slaves of the S-God race. Zhan Fang's voice came. It's power, I guess. Zhan Yifei wanted to be the king of the winged horse race, and he had the final say in the entire country. That's why he opposed entering the realm with all his might. You've begged him so many times, but he wouldn't listen. In the end, he even accused you of trying to kill him. You did it for the good of the race, so you asked Mr. Zhao Hai to kill him. But even though Zhan Yifei is dead, the forces he left behind are still there. Zhan Finglei has already taken over all of them. It's sad to say that when I went to fight the God Clan, Zhan Yifei and Zhan Finglei were trying their best to win over the people in the parliament and made me a mere figurehead. Now I have no way to control them. Clan leader, the Winged Horse Clan, is in a very dangerous situation. You have to think of something. Zhan Yue sighed and said, what can I do? I wanted to let my people into the boundless space, but they didn't want to go in. A few days ago, I went to ask the Thunder and Barbarian race for help, but the Thunder race was badly injured because of entering the boundless space. They couldn't help even if they wanted to. As for the Barbarian race, they had just entered the boundless space and haven't settled down yet. It's impossible for them to send troops. The only way now is to let our people into the boundless space, but no one in the race listens to me. What can I do? Zhan Fang said in a deep voice, I think it's better to go into the space and discuss with the barbarians. Let's see how many days they can send out their troops. This is a matter of life and death for our winged horse race. All right, Zhan Yue said, we'll try again. After he finished speaking, the room fell silent. Only then did Zhan Fingling react. She entered the study room with a bunch of doors, but other than a broken table, there was nothing else. Zhan Fingling couldn't help but feel a wave of regret. However, a trace of spirit immediately appeared in her eyes. She had already learned too many things from the conversation between Zhan Yue and Zhan Fang, and these things were really too important to the winged horse tribe. She had to tell this news to more people. One should never underestimate the speed at which a woman could deliver a message. Less than a day after Zhan Fingling left the palace, the entire capital of the winged horse race was already filled with rumors that the S-God tribe was coming to help them, and in fact, to rule over them. It was already too late for Zhan Finglei to suppress these rumors. Moreover, this rumor was still spreading at a flying speed. He believed that in a few days, the entire winged horse tribe would know about this matter. What Zhan Fingling had never expected was that this was just an act by Zhan Yue and Zhan Yan. Zhan Yue and Zhan Fang had no choice but to do this. At the winged horse tribe, almost everyone who was related to them and loyal to them had already moved into the space. Even if they wanted to go outside and spread the news they knew, it was impossible. Under the circumstances where they had no other choice, they could only use this method. The person they had chosen was Zhan Fingling. Both of them knew Zhan Fingling. They knew Zhan Fingling's family situation very well. Although Zhan Fingling didn't sell the vegetables to them, Zhan Yue didn't hate Zhan Fingling because his son used to be Zhan Yue's subordinate. Zhan Yue also knew how much Zhan Fingling desired freedom. It was because he knew this that he was determined to spread the news through Zhan Fingling. There was another reason why Zhan Yue had chosen Zhan Fingling, and that was because of her connections. Although she was only a vegetable farmer, she had once delivered vegetables to the palace, so she knew a lot of people. Some of these people were of high status, and because of her son, she was very close to many people in the city. Through her, he could send out the news he wanted to send in the shortest time possible. Zhan Yue and the others' plan was very successful. In less than 3 days, the entire winged horse tribe knew that the S-God tribe was coming to help them. They also knew that although the S-God tribe was here to help them, They were actually here to occupy the winged horse tribe. The credibility of such a rumor was very high, and coupled with the fact that it was a sensitive period, Jean Finglay and the others realized that their days had become difficult. Even when their family members went out on the streets, people would look at them with hostility. They had never felt this way before, but they had seen it before. In the past, their clansmen had looked at Jean Yue and the others with this kind of gaze. However, the target had now changed to them. Jean Finglay felt as if every day was a year. He was the one who had decided to help the Esgod tribe, and even if he wanted to explain, he couldn't. After all, the Esgod army would be here soon. Jean Finglay wanted to stop the Esgod army from coming, but that was no longer possible. The Esgod race would not let go of this opportunity. The Winged Horse clan was unstable internally, so they naturally appeared even more powerless when dealing with the O'Neill family. However, the O'Neill family was afraid that this was a trap set by the Winged Horse clan, so they still didn't advance quickly. This was good news for the Winged Horse clan. Just as Jean Finglay was in a terrible fix, Jean Yue and Jean Fang suddenly appeared. This time, the two of them had brought a large number of barbarian and thunder race warriors to the Winged Horse race's space. As soon as these barbarian and thunder warriors appeared, the Winged Horse tribesmen were stunned. It wasn't that they didn't expect the barbarian and thunder warriors to appear. In fact, most of the Winged Horse tribesmen knew that Jean Yue had gone to the realm to get help, so they knew that the thunder and barbarian warriors would appear sooner or later. What surprised them was the dress of these warriors. The thunder race and the barbarian race weren't good at forging. Most of the weapons they used were provided by the gods race. However, the two races had to hand over most of the ores produced in their spaces. Therefore, the weapons and armors used by the two races were not good. Especially after the gods race was destroyed, the weapons and armors used by the two races were even worse. However, the armor and weapons of the Thunder tribesmen and the barbarian tribesmen that had just appeared looked pretty good, especially those barbarians. They looked like moving copper and iron monsters. Their armor looked beautiful and thick, which was really a rare good thing. Just as the Winged Horse tribesmen were staring at the Thunder tribesmen and the barbarian tribesmen in a daze, Jean Yue suddenly appeared in the sky above the imperial palace. He shouted, "My tribesmen, I have invited the barbarian and thunder tribesmen to help you move into the spatial zone. I will open the spatial crack in front of the palace. If anyone wants to enter the spatial zone, you can go home and pack your things. If you still don't want to enter the spatial zone, then I will take care of the affairs of the tribe. The spatial crack will exist in the capital for 3 days, and then it will go to other cities. Everyone, please go home and pack your things." For a moment, the entire capital city of the Winged Horse tribe went silent. All the members of the Winged Horse tribe looked at Jean Yue in a daze, and at the same time they were struggling for the last time in their hearts. However, at this moment, someone suddenly cheered and quickly ran back home. Then he quickly packed up his things and ran to the palace gate. This person's action was like throwing a stone on a calm lake, causing a wave of ripples. Then the ripples spread and became bigger, until the entire lake water boiled. Most of the people in the capital ran to their homes and packed up simply. They brought some valuable things and then ran quickly to the palace gate. This situation was beyond Jean Yue's expectations. It was also beyond the expectations of most of the Winged Horse clan's upper echelons. In the past, the Winged Horse clan had been so opposed to entering the space, but now they were all running into the space like crazy. This was really unexpected. In fact, what Jean Yue and the others didn't know was that compared to being killed or becoming slaves, the majority of Winged Horse clansmen would rather go into the realm and explore. At the very least, Zhao Hai had always been very kind to them. Even when they had treated Zhao Hai like that before, Zhao Hai had not taken revenge on them. These Winged Horse clansmen had all received education, and they weren't stupid. Before, they didn't want to enter the space because they thought that they would have a better life and more freedom in their own homes. But when they realized that if they didn't enter the space, they would either die or become slaves, most of them chose to enter the space. Jean Yue and the others hadn't expected this. However, they were very happy that their clansmen were about to enter the realm. Fortunately, his hard work in the spatial zone these days wasn't in vain. He had asked the Thunder and Barbarian race to come forward and help him settle those clansmen who had entered the spatial zone. It could be said that the spatial zone was already on full alert, waiting for the Winged Horse tribesmen to enter the spatial zone. However, they didn't expect that the Winged Horse tribesmen would be so crazy. The reason why Jean Yue and the others weren't well prepared was because they didn't know the current situation of the Winged Horse tribe. Although the O'Neill family's speed of advancement wasn't very fast, they continued to push forward. Almost all the cities they passed by were broken through. After the baptism of artillery fire, there were basically no living people in those cities. Even if there were living people, they were either scared silly or crippled. The O'Neill family wouldn't stay alive. In other words, no one from the O'Neill family would survive after they passed by. Under such circumstances, the Winged Horse race finally felt fear. They were afraid of being exterminated, and they did not want to become the slaves of the S-God race. Now that Jian Yue and the others had suddenly appeared and given them this opportunity, the entire winged horse race naturally went crazy. Zhao Hai was the most familiar with the situation of the winged horse race. He also thought that the winged horse race would enter the realm because Zhao Hai had already discovered that an aura of despair was spreading in the winged horse race. At this time, Jian Yue's appearance undoubtedly gave them hope. Under such circumstances, the winged horse race couldn't help but go crazy. Although Jian Yue and the others weren't fully prepared, Zhao Hai didn't remind them. With the power of that space, it wouldn't be a problem to control the winged horse race. Zhao Hai didn't need to do anything. He was also helping Jian Yue and the others to cover up their lie. He wanted the winged horse race to believe that he was held back by some other matter. Seeing that the winged horse tribe's matters were basically settled, Zhao Hai was relieved. He focused his attention on Yanking City. Now that the construction at Wolf Fang Mountain had begun, the site was almost calm. The next step was to start building the factory. Browell was in charge of all these matters, so Zhao Hai did not have to worry about it. He was more concerned about the O'Neill family's situation and wanted to see how they were reacting. It could be said that the discovery of the Winged Horse Clan's space was definitely a cardiac stimulant for the O'Neill family. They suddenly discovered that they actually had an infinitely large space, and all the resources here were theirs. In the future, the O'Neill family's development would be limitless. However, Zhao Hai noticed a problem. The other families might have already known that the O'Neill family had discovered a spatial rift. Zhao Hai thought that the other families would try to suppress the O'Neill family or take some action after hearing the news. However, to Zhao Hai's surprise, there was no reaction from the other families. Zhao Hai couldn't understand why. Zhao Hai asked Browell about this in a roundabout way, and Browell's reply made Zhao Hai understand why those people had such a reaction. On the Atlantic continent, there were already a few clans that had discovered and conquered another space. They had obtained many benefits from that space, which was also the reason why they would not attack the O'Neill family. This was also an unwritten rule of all families in the Atlantic continent. When a family discovered another space, other families were not allowed to suppress them. This was because these families understood that if they were suppressed today when their family discovered a space, then when their family discovered a space tomorrow, they would definitely be suppressed. This would not benefit these families at all. The situation here in the Armor Continent was different from other places. People on the Warrior Continent and the Magic Continent did not need so many ores. Their cultivation was mainly based on themselves. What they needed was to make armor and weapons. The materials used to make a magic armor were enough to make hundreds or even thousands of armor and weapons. In other words, the consumption of ores and other things in the Armor Continent was several times, or even dozens of times, compared to that of people on other continents. The Magic Armor Continent couldn't provide so many ores, so the resource crisis was inevitable. In the end, if it weren't for the appearance of the space-breaking magic array, the Magic Armor Continent might have fallen into a data crisis. It was because of the appearance of the magic array that allowed the Magic Armor Continent to conquer other spaces and plunder the data of other spaces. This gave the Magic Armor Continent a new lease on life. Therefore, when the family wanted to conquer other spaces, they were not allowed to suppress it, which had become a tradition. Of course, this was only on the surface. It was still possible to cause some small obstacles, but no one would go too far. It was also because of this that no one had gone against the O'Neill family yet. After knowing this, Zhao Hai was relieved. To be honest, he really did not wish for the O'Neill family to be suppressed right now, as that would be extremely disadvantageous to his plans. Right now, Zhao Hai really wanted to see how the intense clash between the O'Neill family and the S-God tribe would be like. As for the people from the S-God race that Zhao Hai paid special attention to, they had already arrived on the Golden Bull continent and were currently rushing toward the Winged Horse race's dimension. They wanted to control the Winged Horse race before all of them entered the dimension. If all of the Winged Horse race entered the dimension, what would they still need the Winged Horse race's territory for? They had yet to have anyone live in the other 10 continents of the God race, so why would they go to the Winged Horse race's dimension? The reason why the S-God tribe had received this news was because of Zhan Finglei's report. When Zhan Finglei heard the news that Jian Yue and the others had released, he knew that Jian Yue would have a plan for the next step. Thus, he reported everything that happened in the Winged Horse tribe every day to the S-God tribe. The S-God tribe knew everything that happened in the Winged Horse tribe's dimension like the back of their hands. Zhao Hai had nothing to say about Zhan Finglei's actions. He had sold the Winged Horse race to the bottom. Zhao Hai really wanted to slap him to death, but he held back in the end. The speed at which the Winged Horse clansmen entered the space was beyond everyone's imagination. They only brought some fine and soft things into the space, and after entering the space, they suddenly found that they only needed to bring some fine and soft things, because in the space, as long as you had gold coins, you could exchange them for anything you wanted. When they entered the medium, they finally believed that Zhan Yue wasn't lying to them. He was telling the truth. It was really good in the medium. With the help of the barbarian race and the thunder race, the villages were built one by one. The winged horse tribesmen who had entered the space also revealed a smile on their faces. Achaeus stood on the chariot with a heavy expression. George was standing beside him. Achaeus turned to George and said, "George, how many days has it been?" "Young master, it's been 3 days," George said in a deep voice. "We haven't seen a single winged horse for 3 days. Even in the cities we've passed, there's not a single winged horse." Achaeus let out a long breath and muttered, "It's been 3 days. George, don't you feel that this situation is very familiar?" When George heard Achaeus' words, he was slightly stunned. Then his expression changed. "Young master, what do you mean?" Achaeus said in a deep voice, "Don't you think the situation here is similar to the situation on the Ark continent and the space outside? The people have all disappeared. I don't know where they went. The Ark continent, the space outside, and this place." George nodded and said, "Yes, master, you're right. The situation here is very similar to the Ark continent, but it's not exactly the same. The people in the Ark continent moved away long before we came in. The people in the space outside also moved away a while ago, but here the people just moved away. If we speed up, we might find out where they moved to. But master, I don't agree with this. No matter where they moved to, I don't care. They all said that they don't want to fight us head-on, so they retreated. What we need is only the ore in this space, but if we chase them, we may encounter an ambush. If this is just a trick to lure us over, then it will be even more troublesome." Achaeus quietly listened to George's words. George had been performing very well during this period of time. He was very qualified as an advisor and a subordinate. Hearing George's words, Achaeus nodded and said, "Yes, you're right, it's a pity. If we could really find out who moved the people from these spaces, it would solve one of our doubts. Forget it, let's leave it at that for now. We have to be careful." George didn't say anything. The army wasn't advancing very quickly. As long as Achaeus didn't order them to speed up, they didn't need to make any adjustments. At this time, Zhan Yue was still trying his best to move people into the space. He had already told the clan members that they only needed to bring a piece of soft material. They didn't need to bring anything heavy or bulky as it would affect their speed. Although they had to start from scratch in the space, they didn't have much use for gold coins. They also needed to use gold coins to buy things in the space, but as long as they were willing to work, they could exchange for things in the space. Because of this, Zhan Yue didn't have to worry about the people's daily lives in the realm. He had already asked Heir. The houses that Heir lived in were very cheap in the realm, and everyone could afford them. If you didn't want to spend money, you could build your own house. That way you could save a lot of money. The speed at which the winged horse tribe was moving into the spatial zone had obviously increased a lot. Although the security work in the spatial zone was very tense, it was still able to cope with it. This was mainly because Zhan Yue and the others weren't prepared enough. They didn't expect the winged horse tribe to be so crazy. Now, Zhan Yue was more at ease. The order in which he had moved his tribesmen was from the spatial rift all the way in. Those who might be in danger had all moved into the spatial rift, and then he moved those who were less dangerous. That was why Achaeus and the others had not encountered a single winged horse tribesman for several days. Just as Zhan Yue was moving people into the spatial rift, the Esgod reinforcements had arrived outside the spatial rift of the winged horse tribe. Right now, the spatial rift was completely controlled by the O'Neill family. They had also built a line of defense there, leaving behind many chariots, magic armors, and cannons to defend it. It was impossible for the O'Neill family to not notice the arrival of an army of more than 10 million soldiers. As soon as they saw this, the O'Neill family's troops guarding the spatial crack immediately sent out reinforcements. The reinforcements were divided into 2 groups. One went straight into the spatial crack to inform Achaeus and the others to return immediately, while the other went straight to the base to ask for help from the family. This defending general was obviously very experienced. As soon as he saw the other side's menacing approach, he immediately made the most correct choice. At the same time, he also adjusted himself and prepared to defend to the death. The Esgod army arrived outside the spatial rift's defensive line and did not rest at all. They immediately launched an attack on the spatial rift. There were 2 main reasons why the Esgod tribe was in such a hurry to attack. One was because Zhan Finglay had told them that the winged horse tribe was moving. The other reason was that they really did not care about the O'Neill family. After Zhao Hai had helped them exterminate the winged horse tribe, these Esgod tribesmen couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. In their eyes, the god race had already been exterminated, and there was no one else in the world who could be their match. As such, they didn't take the O'Neill clan seriously at all. The moment they arrived at the crack, they immediately launched an attack without even taking a break. The O'Neill family immediately retaliated as soon as they started their attack. The first wave of artillery fire was launched. The Esgod race did not expect the enemy's attack to be so powerful. Many of them were killed by the cannon before they could even set up their domains. The firepower of the O'Neill family's cannon was extremely powerful. In terms of offensive power, this cannon fire was even more powerful than a single attack from the demonic armor. The Esgod tribe would definitely be at a disadvantage if they were to encounter it. The Esgod tribe had not expected the O'Neill family's counterattack to be so fierce. Their first wave of attack had been blown away by the enemy's artillery fire. Upon seeing this, the Esgod tribe could not help but pay more attention to the O'Neill family. After retreating, they did not attack immediately. Instead, they slowly retreated a distance and prepared to rest. However, the O'Neill clan would not let them rest like this. The O'Neill clan's people had been fighting with the Winged Horse clan recently, and they already knew the use of that domain. They also knew that this group of people would not be easy to deal with. Thus, after the Esgod tribe retreated, the O'Neill clan's magic armor army immediately came out to attack the Esgod tribe. The demonic armor troops might not be able to fight in the sky for a long time, but they were very strong in short battles. Not only were they fast, but their defense was also strong, and their attack power was not weak either. Thus, the demonic armor troops had launched a lightning-fast battle against the Esgod race. These demonic soldiers turned into bombers, flying above the Esgod tribe at their fastest speed. They then threw down the micro-bombs they were carrying and immediately reversed their course, not engaging the Esgod tribe for too long. The elders of the Esgod race did not expect the other party to be so bold and dare to attack them. Thus, before they could react, the other party had already thrown down the bomb and fled. This made the elders feel a little apologetic. They had underestimated the enemy in the previous wave of attacks. However, the O'Neill family's counterattack this time was clearly a slap in the face in the eyes of the elders. How could they take it? The 4 elders who had come with the team immediately flew out of the team and headed straight for the line of defense in the crack. The general of the O'Neill family saw 4 people coming out of the enemy camp and knew that they were experts. If they weren't experts, they wouldn't have dared to rush up so easily. Therefore, he immediately made preparations. The chariots, magic armors, and cannons were all ready. As soon as the enemy entered their attack range, they would immediately attack. Soon, the 4 great elders entered the O'Neill family's attack range, and the O'Neill family's attack began. The guard didn't let his guard down. He fired 50 cannons at the 4 of them at once. But then, something terrifying happened. The quality of their cannon fire was extremely high. 50 cannonballs with magic arrays were shot at the 4 of them with great accuracy. But at this moment, 4 sets of armor suddenly appeared on the 4 people. Then one of them threw a few punches at lightning speed. A few golden bulls collided with the cannonballs, and before the cannonballs could get close to them, they were directly blown up. Seeing this situation, the general's face sank. He knew that they had met their match this time. He immediately ordered the artillery to prepare. With 56 artillery in a group, they would attack the few of them at the same time. At the same time, the Devil Armor team was also ready to fly and join the battle at any time. The reason why he did not let the Devil Armor squad join the battle at this time was because if they did, their artillery fire would stop. The cannon fire had to be stopped, but not now. There was a limit to the range of the cannon fire, and it could not be too far away. If it was too far, it would be out of range. It could not be too close either, or it would be dangerous. The position where the 4 elders of the Esgod race were at was the most suitable range for the cannon fire. At this time, they naturally would not send Mogia out to participate in the battle. However, the offensive power of the 4 great elders had exceeded the expectations of the O'Neill family. They had only fired 3 rounds of artillery fire, and the 4 great elders had already gotten very close to the defensive line. They were no longer within the range of the artillery fire. At this time, the magic armored soldiers of the O'Neill family had also set off. This was the first collision between the demonic armor and the ultimate weapon of the Protoss. This time the O'Neill family had sent out 50 demonic armors. The combat power displayed by the 4 great elders had already made the O'Neill family very cautious, so they had sent out 50 demonic armors at once to make sure that nothing would go wrong. Even if they couldn't defeat the Protoss, they couldn't let the Protoss destroy the demonic armor. After all, it was very expensive to make a demonic armor. The loss of a piece of devil armor was no small matter for the O'Neill family, especially a piece of devil armor that had reached the god level. The armor devils and the great elders quickly fought. It had to be admitted that the armor devils of the O'Neill family were really outstanding. They cooperated perfectly with each other, and they could change the shape of the armor. Therefore, they had a lot of powerful attacks. The 4 great elders couldn't do anything to them for a while. The 2 sides were entangled, and no one could do anything to the other. This great battle had truly shocked the people on both sides. The O'Neill clan had never thought that they wouldn't be able to kill these 4 people, even after they had sent out 50 god-level armors. This made them extremely shocked. As for the Esgod race, they were even more shocked. In their eyes, the Great Elder was a symbol of invincibility. Other than that freak Zhao Hai, they had never seen the Great Elder suffer any losses. They did not expect that the other party would only send out a few dozen metal men to block the Great Elder's attack. Both sides were shocked. They didn't expect the other side to be so powerful. The O'Neill family had also made full preparations. They had the other devil armors ready to attack at any time, because the O'Neill family knew very well that the devil armors couldn't fight for long. What the O'Neill family did not know was that the great elders of the Esgod tribe could not fight for long periods of time. This did not mean that even though their battle suits were produced by the realm, using them would consume a lot of energy. The battle suits were very powerful, so they naturally consumed a lot of energy. Thus, the great elders of the Esgod tribe could not fight for long periods of time. The biggest advantage of this kind of battle suit produced by the realm was that the user would not suffer a backlash from the battle suit. The previous battle suits required too much energy, and if the user's energy was insufficient, there would be a certain backlash. In other words, if the great elders of the Protoss used the battle suit too much, there would be side effects and internal injuries, just like what had happened to Jin Ben in the beginning. However, the combat suit produced by the realm was different. The combat suit produced by the realm was equivalent to a powerful sword. This sword could greatly improve one's strength, but it also consumed one's physical strength when one used it. Without physical strength, one couldn't hold the sword steadily. No matter how good the sword was, it couldn't be used to kill enemies. However, this sword was different from the past. When you ran out of physical strength, it would stab you instead. Now it wouldn't. When you ran out of physical strength, you couldn't use the sword at most. The sword will not hurt you. Even though the battle suit would no longer cause any backlash, the energy required to use it was still very large. Even the great elder of the Esgod race could not use it for a long time. In fact, this was also a small trick that Zhao Hai had left behind. The battle suits he had given to the Esgod tribe had some flaws compared to the ones they had used themselves. One of the flaws was the high energy consumption. Battle suits that Zhao Hai had used for himself in his spatial dimension had a much lower energy consumption compared to the ones used by the Esgod tribe. Zhao Hai realized that these people from the Esgod race did not feel any gratitude toward him. Instead, they were on guard against him. Naturally, he could not give all the good things to the Esgod race. Wouldn't that be too foolish of him? Zhao Hai was such a person. If you were good to him, he would be good to you. If you were bad to him, then sorry. He would not be polite either. There was no room for negotiation when he schemed against you. The appearance of the analytic machine and the all-purpose manufacturing machine in the realm had also helped Zhao Hai a lot. Although these battle suits were grown in the past, Zhao Hai had still used the analytic machine and the all-purpose manufacturing machine to modify them before handing them over to the Esgod race. Thus, these battle suits were not as good as those in the realm. The four elders of the Esgod race also knew of their problem. Seeing that they could not do anything to the other party, they fought for a while longer before retreating. As soon as the four elders retreated, the magic-armored warriors of the O'Neill family also retreated. To be honest, they had felt a lot of pressure just now. Fortunately, they were all experienced warriors, so they didn't make any mistakes. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Up until now, both sides had a rough idea of each other's combat strength, so no one attacked. The Esgod tribe needed to rest, and it was the same for the O'Neill family. Not only did they need to rest, but they also had to write a report on the situation here and immediately inform their family. In the past, they had never thought that there would be someone so powerful. The four of them were able to block the attack of 50 of their god-level armors. This made them very surprised. However, it was a good thing that there were not many warriors like this on the other side, so they were relieved. However, neither of them knew that Zhao Hai had been watching their battle. He couldn't help but nod his head when he saw the performance of the 50 demonic armors of the O'Neill family. The coordination between the 50 demonic armors was really amazing. Their attack and defense were very well thought out, and they didn't show any signs of panic. This wasn't an easy task. After both parties had returned to their own camp, Zhao Hai turned to Laura and the others and said, "It seems like the Atlan continent isn't that simple. The four great elders wearing their battle armors can't even do anything to 50 god-ranked devil armors. It seems like this god-ranked devil armor is really much more powerful than ordinary god-ranked warriors. Its strength is already close to that of a high god-ranked powerhouse." Laura nodded. "That's right. I really didn't expect the combat power of these demonic armors to be so strong. It seems like the Esgod reinforcements won't be able to do anything to the O'Neill family." Zhao Hai smiled. "Isn't that great? They can't do anything to the O'Neill family, so they'll ask for help from the Esgod tribe. At that time, the Esgod tribe will definitely send people over to help. Furthermore, the O'Neill family doesn't seem to have many true god-grade demonic armors. I just want to know what kind of demonic armors they'll take out to deal with the great elders of the Esgod tribe if they suffer a loss." "The O'Neill family will definitely deal with the Esgod tribe," said Li Jai. "This is for sure. They want to obtain all the territories in the divine world, and the Esgod tribe is a huge enemy in front of them. They will definitely get rid of them. From the way the O'Neill family does things, they are not easy to deal with." Zhao Hai nodded his head. He didn't expect the O'Neill family to be so ruthless. Almost no one survived the cities of the winged horse tribe that they took down. This was what Zhao Hai was puzzled about. Did they really not need slaves? What Zhao Hai didn't know was that in the magic armor continent, when the big families were conquering the different dimensions, they rarely asked for slaves. This was because the different dimensions they were in were mainly martial arts and magic. People like these were rarely conquered. Even if they were conquered, the people of the magic armor continent rarely dared to use them as slaves, because the strongest attack of the people of the magic armor continent was the magic armor. If the people of the magic armor continent took off their armor, they would have almost no combat power. On the other hand, most of the people in the alternate dimension had strong bodies. The people of the magic armor continent couldn't wear magic armor every day, right? If they took people from the alternate dimension as slaves and they were not wearing armor, the consequences would be unimaginable if the people from the alternate dimension suddenly attacked them. Therefore, for their own safety, the people from the magic armor continent almost did not take slaves. In addition, no matter what kind of work was done in the magic armor continent, it was usually done with magic armor. Their work efficiency was much higher than that of ordinary people, so they did not need slaves. The O'Neill family must have more powerful techniques, said Lies in a deep voice. They just didn't use them. Maybe it's because they didn't use them, just like the god race's battle suit. There's a price to pay for using them, so they didn't use them. But if they're forced into a corner, they'll definitely use them. Zhao Hai nodded. Just the S-god tribe alone is enough to make the O'Neill family suffer. Although the armor of the O'Neill family is very powerful, it has a weakness. Once the soldiers are resting, they will have to come out of the armor, and when there is a battle, they will have to put on the armor. Although they have been trained for a long time, and this time is very short, they will still be at a disadvantage when facing a race like the S-god tribe, which can fight as long as they fly. Furthermore, these people from the S-god tribe are all battle-hardened and have rich combat experience. Right now, they are only in such a stalemate because they do not understand the characteristics of the demonic armor. Once they truly understand the characteristics of the demonic armor, the O'Neill family will definitely be at a disadvantage. At that time, they will have no choice but to use even stronger forces. That's right, that's exactly it. That's why I'm sure that the O'Neill family will be using even stronger forces in the future. However, there's one thing that Brother Hai and I need to take note of. Commanding a magic armor in battle is different from commanding an ordinary person in battle. Even if we have magic armor in the future, we will need a good commander. Zhao Hai was stunned when he heard what she said. He had never thought of that, but he had to take it seriously. He nodded and said, "Looks like I'll have to recruit a few undead creatures from the Atlan continent if I have the chance in the future." Undead creatures are smart, but they lack intelligence when compared to humans. Maybe it's because their levels are not high enough. If you want to get a powerful magic armor army, you should bring some people from the magic armor continent into the realm. You can't bring undead creatures into the realm. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, I'll listen to you. I'll pay attention to this matter. Now that the S-god tribe is being held back by the O'Neill family, I believe Akias will definitely return to help. This will give Zhan Yue and the others some time. In a few days, the winged horse tribe will be able to move into the realm, and we can rest assured about this matter." Lola smiled and said, "Brother Hai, have you ever thought about putting the dwarf gods into the dimension? They have a good impression of you, and judging from their actions these few times, their characters are not a problem. It should be good for us to bring them into the space." Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, "We can try this. We can let Ladina try. It'll be great if it works. If it doesn't, it's fine. There are many people in my space now." Laura smiled. "Isn't it better to have more people in the realm? We have dozens of backgrounds now, but less than 10 are actually useful. It's such a waste." Zhao Hai smiled. "Don't worry, take it slow. We'll need it sooner or later. Do you think we should go back to the space and take a look?" Of course, Laura and the others knew what Zhao Hai meant by entering the space. He wanted to go to the Wild Dragon Island and check out the situation in the lab. Of course, Laura and the others wouldn't object to it. They followed Zhao Hai into the space and went to the Wild Dragon Island. The laboratory was in a good state. In order to speed up the laboratory, Zhao Hai had even gotten a few computers from the technology background. He then modified the computers with the all-purpose machine before giving them to Kellan and the others to use. This had increased Kellan and the others' work efficiency. Zhao Hai and the others were having an easy day in the realm, but Akias and the others weren't having it easy. They had already received a request for help from the general at the line of defense in the rift. In the past few days, they had to move slowly because they had to be steady. That was why they were able to receive the request for help in such a short time. When Akias saw the request for help, he was shocked. Akias knew very well that they were in this space. If the spatial rift was sealed, they would be stuck here. This was not a good thing, so Akias immediately called for the generals who had fought with him. These generals were all old-timers of the O'Neill family. They had a lot of seniority, and even the O'Neill family's patriarch had to give them some face. That was why Achaeus usually had to discuss things with these people. After the generals had all entered the command vehicle, Achaeus took out the letter and placed it on the table. He looked at the generals and said, "We just received a letter from Phenia. There is an army outside this dimension and they are attacking us. There are about 10 million of them. What do you think?" Hearing Achaeus' words, everyone was stunned. Then their expressions changed. One of them immediately stood up and said, "Young master, we're in this space right now and there are still enemies here. If we let people block our way back, we'll be surrounded by enemies. That's not good. Young master, we should go back to help immediately." All the generals in the hall nodded. Achaeus also nodded and said, "I understand this situation, but I think we should return in batches. First, we should send a batch of fiend armors back, and the main group will move slowly at the back. This way, even if those people in the space counterattack, the main group will be able to block them at the back. We won't let the army fall into a situation of being attacked from the back and the front. What do you all think?" Hearing Achaeus' words, the battle generals were a little surprised. To be honest, they weren't very convinced of Achaeus before. After all, Achaeus had never commanded a battle. However, after the attack, they were more at ease. Achaeus' command had been satisfactory up until now and he had not made any mistakes. Therefore, they did not raise any objections or show faces to Achaeus. After all, Achaeus would be the head of the family in the future. They could not afford to offend him. However, the rescue plan that Achaeus had proposed this time had impressed them. It wasn't that the plan was outstanding, but rather it was just average. However, for a newbie who had just entered the battlefield, the fact that Achaeus was able to keep his head so calm at this time showed that he was a figure in itself. Therefore, these people were really surprised. This method wasn't like Achaeus' defense. It was usually used on magic armors that were specially used to deliver messages. The magic armors had a few energy converters on them, and the pilot could change the energy converters on the way. This way, they would be faster. Of course, this method wasn't suitable for long-distance raids because it would make the pilot feel very tired and affect their combat power. However, the situation was different this time. They were going to the defense line at the rift. As long as the magic armor arrived at the defense line at the rift quickly, the pilots could rest there for a while and then be ready to fight. Moreover, they were not far from the defense line at the rift, so Achaeus used this method. Achaeus did not return with the devil-armored soldiers. He still had to command the army to retreat slowly. George, on the other hand, had already returned with the devil-armored soldiers. Janue didn't know about the situation with Achaeus and the others. He was moving people to the space city. Fortunately, most of them had been moved. Meanwhile, the S-God camp outside was in a state of panic. Even though most of them were still resting, many of them could not fall asleep. They had not expected that the enemy would be able to block the attack of the Supreme Elder. This had a huge impact on the morale of the S-God army. The S-God army was somewhat similar to the celestial race in the past. They worshipped the Great Elder's power too much and believed in the power of the ultimate weapon too much. In their opinion, as long as the Great Elder brought the ultimate weapon out, there was nothing that could not be solved. This kind of worship was not formed in a day or two, but slowly formed after tens of thousands of years. It was already engraved into their bones. This kind of worship had both advantages and disadvantages. The advantage was that as long as the Grand Elder was present, the army would maintain their fighting spirit and burst out with 120 of their fighting strength. Of course, the disadvantages were also very obvious. Once the Grand Elder had a problem, it would be a fatal blow to their morale. This was what was happening with the S-God army. The Great Elder had appeared, but he was unable to deal with those iron men. This had affected the morale of the soldiers to a certain extent. Of course, the Great Elders had also noticed this situation. Among them, only one was the original Great Elder of the Orc tribe. The other three had become Great Elders later on, and they were wearing the battle armors of the original Great Elders of the God tribe. Compared to the other three Great Elders, the original Great Elder of the Orc tribe had the strongest combat strength. A battle suit was a weapon. Each weapon had different characteristics. If a person only used one weapon in his life, it would be like a part of his body and he could use it well. On the contrary, when you just got a weapon, even if it was really powerful, you couldn't exert the full fighting strength of the weapon in a short time, not to mention a battle suit. The three Great Elders of the Orc tribe and the Elf tribe who had just obtained the battle suits were like this. Although they had obtained the battle suits and weren't weak, they hadn't fully grasped the characteristics of the battle suits. Therefore, their combat power was much weaker than that of the Orc Elder. Naturally, this group of people followed the lead of the Orc Elder. The Orc Elder was sitting in a room with a gloomy face. This room was made with magic. The tables and chairs in the room were all made with magic and covered with a layer of animal skin. However, this condition was good enough for a march in the wild. The Orc Elder looked at the other three elders and said in a deep voice, "The three of you from today's battle situation, the enemy this time is really not easy to deal with. What do you think? The three elders were silent for a while. To be honest, the combat power that the O'Neill family had displayed today had shocked them. They didn't have any good ways to deal with them. The orc elder looked at the three of them and understood what they meant. He didn't blame them. He couldn't deal with the other party, so it was normal for them to be helpless. However, the current situation had to be changed. The orc elder said in a deep voice, "The enemy's main force must still be attacking the winged horse tribe. This is only one of their guards, and it's already so difficult to deal with one guard. If we wait for their main force to return, we'll be in even greater trouble. Therefore, I think we'll have to work hard tonight and launch a night attack on them to see how good their night battle ability is. If their night battle ability is very strong, then we can only attack by force tomorrow. Then we'll have a night battle with them." When the three supreme elders heard him say this, they also nodded. This was also a way. This time, the four of them led an army of 10 million troops out. They had just come into contact with the enemy, so retreating was definitely impossible. It would be too embarrassing if they just retreated like this. Therefore, they could only attack. Seeing that the three of them had agreed, the orc elder said in a deep voice, "It's good that the three of you have agreed. Now the three of you can go and rest. We'll act tonight." The three of them responded, bowed to the orc elder, and turned to leave. After they left, the orc elder called the general of the army. This time, the general was an orc. Of course, the elves also had their own general, so the orc elder invited both of them. When the two of them entered the room and greeted the orc elder said, "I called you here because I have something to tell you. Tonight, the four of us will attack those guys again and try to see if they are used to night battles. When we set off, you will follow behind us. If they are not used to night battles, you will attack immediately. Even if you can't break their defense line, you must make them suffer. The cracked defense line is only so big, so it's useless to send too many people. It's up to you how many people you need to attack." The two of them responded. The orc elder waved his hand and the two of them left. The orc elder also slowly closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing. He had to ensure that he was in his best condition because the other party was very strong, especially those devil armors. They were really good at fighting. The sky slowly darkened, and Achaeus reinforcements had yet to arrive at the defensive line. The entire defensive line was brightly lit, and the energy converter was used to light up the place. There were also many searchlights set up to keep an eye on the outside, in case the Escod tribe attacked at night. The O'Neill family had their own way of dealing with a night attack, but their magic armors weren't as free at night as they were during the day. Their combat power would be affected at night, and that was why they had to defend at night. Nothing happened in the middle of the night, and the Escod tribe did not make a move either. It was only until around 1 a.m. that the four elders got up and rushed toward the defense line. The orcs and elves also chose a team of 100,000 people to follow them. Among these 100,000 people, 30,000 of them were elves, and 70,000 of them were orcs. Among these 70,000 orcs, 30,000 were rats, 20,000 were cats, and 20,000 were werewolves. These were all races that were very suitable for stealth. In the Beast clan, there was no distinction between battle, clan, and race. After one's level passed level 9 and became a divine level expert, the difference in their battle strength would not be too big no matter what race they were. Therefore, in the divine realm, the Beast clan was no longer divided into battle clan, race, and slave clan. As for the 30,000 elves, they were all sharpshooters. Even if they became god-grade powerhouses, they would still focus on different areas of study. For example, some of the elves specialized in sword attacks, some specialized in bows and arrows, and some preferred to use magic. The 30,000 elves who had come out this time were all sharpshooters. Although the O'Neill family's defense was very tight, it wasn't a problem for the four great elders, and it wasn't a problem for the warriors from the other families to move stealthily. The four great elders were very fast, but the warriors from the other families couldn't move too fast, or they would be discovered by the O'Neill family. Their searchlights weren't just for show. The four elders approached the defense line very quickly. The closer they got to the defense line, the easier it was for them to be discovered. The O'Neill family had already set up some early warning facilities here at this defense line. The four elders were able to avoid quite a number of early warning facilities by relying on their keen sense of energy. However, the closer they got to the defense line, the more early warning facilities there were, and their speed inevitably slowed down. Buzz, ear-piercing screeches, accompanied by flashes of red light, rang out in the campsite. In an instant, the O'Neill family's campsite was in an uproar. The battle-hardened veterans in the camp knew very well what this sound and red light meant. It meant an enemy attack. It had to be acknowledged that the god race's understanding of magic arrays was far inferior to the Atlan continent's people, while the S-god race's understanding of magic arrays was even inferior to the god races. Thus, it was naturally impossible for them to notice the magic alarm set up by the O'Neill family. It was already a miracle that the four elders of the S-god race were able to reach less than a kilometer away from the crack. If not for their strong perception of energy, they would have been discovered long ago. As soon as the four great elders of the god clan heard this voice, they knew that they had been discovered. They didn't hide their tracks anymore. They flew up and put on their battle armors. Then they flew toward the O'Neill family's line of defense as fast as they could. Just as they took flight, a few energy beams suddenly shot out from the O'Neill family's campsite. Then more and more energy beams shot toward them. The four elders immediately cast an energy shield on themselves. They ignored the energy beams and continued to rush into the camp. At this moment, 50 magic armors suddenly rushed out of the O'Neill family's camp and flew toward the four great elders. Almost at the same time, all the searchlights in the camp shone in their direction, exposing the four great elders' figures. At this moment, countless arrows suddenly shot out from the darkness. These arrows were not aimed at the devil armors, but at the lamps in the camp. With a few bangs, the searchlights were all blown up. The lights dimmed, and the figures of the four great elders once again disappeared into the darkness. This sudden change stunned the O'Neill family members in the campsite. However, they were also experienced warriors, so they reacted quickly. The O'Neill family members in the campsite immediately set up energy shields, and the Escod tribe members that were attacking them were stunned. They had never seen such energy shields before. It was a white semicircular energy shield. It didn't look like anything special, but when the energy shield was set up, it was like a huge light bulb, emitting white fluorescent light. The Escod race had never encountered such a situation before. To think that the energy barrier could actually glow, this was too unsightly. In fact, the Escod race did not know that it was not a big deal that the energy shield could glow. The O'Neill family was on the demonic armor continent, and they had been fighting with the warrior continent and the magic continent for many years. They were very experienced in dealing with the attacks of such warriors. They also knew their own weaknesses and were thinking of ways to improve them. Just like what the Orc Elder had said, the magic armors of the O'Neill family weren't suitable for night battles. Their combat strength would be greatly affected due to the low visibility. What if the enemy launched a night attack in that case? In the beginning, people only used searchlights. However, after the searchlights were destroyed a few times, and the people of the magic armor continent suffered a few losses, they began to think of other ways. In the last magic array research room, they invented a glowing shield. There was nothing special about the glowing shield. It was just a simple modification to the ordinary defensive magic array and a powerful fluorescent array. However, the amount of energy needed to activate the magic array would also increase. That was the situation at the line of defense at the crack. The moment the light of the defensive magic array shone, the magic armors regained their previous agility and lined up to fight with the four elders. The cannons and chariots in the defensive line didn't stay idle either. From the moment the searchlights were attacked, the O'Neill family knew that there were more than one or two enemies this time. Therefore, they launched a wave of attacks in the direction of the arrows. It was a completely unreasonable attack. No matter if there was anyone there or who was hiding, they would just fire a row of cannonballs. If there were people, they would be unlucky. If there weren't, they would be killed. At most, they had only wasted a few cannonballs. The O'Neill family's way of attacking was a result of their experience from many battles with the people of the warrior continent and the magic continent. All of their soldiers could distinguish the direction of the arrows and even the distance of the arrows, which would serve as a target for the artillery. It wasn't an easy task. Every soldier of the O'Neill family had gone through strict training. The knowledge of the battlefield had been written in the textbooks, and they had to go through repeated training before they could make the most accurate judgment. The Escod army did not expect the O'Neill family to counterattack so quickly and ferociously. Before they could understand what was going on, a rain of cannonballs fell on them, stunning them. The power of these cannonballs should not be underestimated. In the Atlan continent, no matter if it was the warrior continent or the magic continent, they would never lack experts, especially in the military. Whether it was the warrior continent's army or the magic continent's army, their combat power was not inferior to the Escod army. If the weapons invented by the magic armor continent could not harm those people, the magic armor continent would have been destroyed by the other two continents long ago. The O'Neill family's attack was extremely fast. The continuous cannon fire caused the Escod soldiers to suffer a huge loss. This time, they had only sent out 100,000 men to launch a sneak attack. However, they did not expect to be exposed so quickly. This wave of cannon fire had killed nearly 30,000 of their men. At this time, more devil armors flew out of the camp. A part of them pounced on the four elders, while the other part stopped above the camp to guard them. No one patrolled the surroundings, but the artillery shells in the camp were still shooting everywhere as if they were free. After 5 rounds, the artillery in the camp finally stopped. Seeing this situation, the four elders knew that the sneak attack tonight would not be successful. They had already begun to think of retreating. However, at this moment, a series of explosions suddenly came from the direction of the Escod camp. The four elders were stunned when they heard this sound. Then they quickly forced back the demonic armors around them and flew back to their camp. They knew that their camp must have been attacked, and who exactly was it that had attacked? He didn't even need to think to know that they were from the O'Neill family. Thinking of this, they became even more anxious. The O'Neill family's combat power was pretty good. Without them in the campsite, they shouldn't be a match for the O'Neill family. If the O'Neill family sent out a lot of people to attack the campsite would be in danger. By the time the four great elders returned to the camp with the Escod tribe, they discovered that the O'Neill family had already retreated. Although they were angry, they also heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, a group of reinforcements arrived at the O'Neill family's line of defense. It was an entire group of demonic armors, and the leader was George. However, before they reached the defensive line, George and the others discovered that the Escod tribe was attacking the defensive line. The demonic armored soldiers of the O'Neill family wanted to go up and help, but George did not agree to this. They had already been flying in the sky for a few hours, and they were both physically and mentally exhausted. If they joined the battle now, they would not be of much use, and they might even suffer great losses. George did not want to do that, so he led the demonic armor continent troops back to the Escod camp. The Escod camp was not completely dark. There were magic lamps all over the place, so George and the others were naturally able to spot it. When they arrived outside the Escod camp, George did not hold back and immediately ordered for a wave of miniature bombs to be dropped on the camp before retreating. He knew that such an attack would not be of much use against the Escod camp. However, he was certain that the other party would definitely return to provide reinforcements as soon as they saw that their camp was being attacked. As long as those people returned, the crisis at the defensive line would naturally be resolved, and their exhausted army would be able to return to the defensive line to rest in peace. The timely return of George's group allowed the defenders to heave a sigh of relief. They did not have many defenders here, while the other side had an army of 10 million. This kind of pressure gave the defending general a headache. Fortunately, George's group had returned. The lively night passed just like that. The night attack by the Escod tribe this time did not achieve the effect they had expected, and they even suffered some losses. However, in general, they now had a clear understanding of the other party's strength, which would be very beneficial for their future battles. After returning to the camp, the four elders went to rest, and the entire Escod camp slowly returned to peace. Although they had just been attacked, these people were all experienced warriors and did not take it seriously. After cleaning up the damaged areas, they went back to their own work. Zhao Hai sat in his interspace and looked at the screen. The two camps had returned to their usual calm state. Then he turned to Laura, who was sitting beside him, and said, "Looks like we should find someone from the Atlan continent. Commanding the Devil Armor Battle Team and an ordinary army are two completely different things." Laura nodded. "I really couldn't tell. The O'Neill family is actually so powerful. They actually managed to destroy the few attacks of the Escod tribe. From the looks of it, it won't be easy for the Escod tribe to break through the defensive line here." Zhao Hai shook his head. "I don't think so. The O'Neill family has indeed gained quite a bit of advantage, but don't forget that that's because the Escod tribe has never encountered such an attack before. Now that they have a rough understanding of the O'Neill family's attack methods, they will make some adjustments accordingly. With their huge population, I think that the O'Neill family will really be in trouble after tomorrow." Laura frowned slightly. "Will it be like this? The O'Neill family's cannons are very powerful." Zhao Hai smiled. "The cannons are indeed powerful, but they have a unique characteristic. If they are used against enemies who walk on the ground, the firepower of the cannons is extremely powerful. However, the Escod tribe can fly in the sky. As long as they don't use the secret formation to advance, the firepower of the cannons will be greatly reduced." Laura nodded. The Escod race's combat talent went without saying. They were even stronger than the God race. If not for this super combat talent, they would not have been able to withstand the God race's attacks. Previously, they had suffered some losses, but that was because they did not understand the O'Neill family well enough. They did not know much about the demonic armor and cannons. After understanding the abilities of the demonic armor and cannons, the Escod race would definitely come up with a way to deal with them. At that time, the O'Neill family would not have a good time. Seeing that both of them had gone to rest, Zhao Hai was relieved. He turned to Laura and said, "Let's go rest for a while. They won't be quiet tomorrow. We'll watch the show when the time comes." After Zhan Yu moves the winged horse race into the dimension, we'll let Ladina interact with the dwarves, and then we'll go to the underworld. Lola nodded. "Okay, we should go to the underworld and take a look. It'll be good for us to take in more undead creatures." Zhao Hai nodded and led Laura upstairs to rest. Actually, the main reason Zhao Hai went to the underworld was to see who the person in the underworld god palace was. If that person wasn't Lu Wei, then Zhao Hai could confirm one of his conjectures. The underworld, the god world, and the Atlantic continent were all under the jurisdiction of different people from the cultivation world. Choosing to ascend to that plane was equivalent to joining that faction. This was the most important thing to Zhao Hai. As long as he could confirm this, he would have the right to choose instead of being in a passive position. After all, he had offended Lu Wei, an elder of a big cultivation sect. Zhao Hai and the others were resting, but Jan Yuedi wasn't. This time he had been moving people into the space, not just during the day, but even at night. He wanted to move everyone into the space in the shortest time possible. That way, he would be more at ease. The next day, when Jan Yue moved the last batch of his tribesmen into the medium, he finally let out a long breath. Jan Yue didn't make things difficult for Zhan Finglay and the others because of the previous incident. He moved Zhan Finglay and the others into the medium as well. So now, there was no one from the Winged Horse tribe here, except for a few magical beasts that were running around. Zhan Finglay, who had entered the space, wanted to tell the Esgod tribe about the situation there. However, he realized that his messenger fish had lost its function. The moment he entered the space, before he could say anything, he was captured by an invisible force and locked up in a small black room. In that room there were food, drinks, and a place to sleep. However, other than the place where he could eat and drink, there were no other places. They were all black and the surroundings were silent. There was no sound, loneliness and depression. It was as if the entire world had left him. This feeling almost drove Zhan Finglay crazy. He tried to destroy everything he could see. He screamed with all his might, but there was no echo. After his voice came out of his mouth, it disappeared. He wanted to walk around, but he couldn't walk through that 5-square-meter area. He wanted to break through that area, but the energy he shot out could penetrate it, but he couldn't go through it. Just as Zhan Finglay was captured, he heard a voice announcing his crimes. He was guilty of betraying his family and the secret of the spatial realm. Therefore, he was imprisoned for half a month. In the first 5 days, Zhan Finglay vented his anger like a madman. He did everything he could, even destroying the food and water. However, it was useless. After the food and water were destroyed, they wouldn't recover immediately. However, new food and water would appear once in a while, and they would appear at the same time as the 3 meals a day. He wanted to commit suicide, but every time he had this thought, he would find that he would lose his ability to move. Other than his eyes, which could still move, there was no reaction from other parts of his body. He could not move at all. After 5 days, Zhan Finglay finally became more and more obedient. His daily routine was to sit there in a daze, eat something when he was hungry, and drink some water when he was thirsty. Zhan Finglay had thought of going on a hunger strike to kill himself, but he realized that it was useless. When he was starving to the point where he couldn't move anymore, the food and water would slowly mix together, forming a sticky and disgusting mess. He had no choice but to open his mouth. Let that thing enter his mouth. He wouldn't die anyway. Right now, Zhan Finglay no longer had any thoughts of killing himself. He knew that he wouldn't die here, so all he had to do every day was stare blankly into space. Sometimes, he would think about the things he had done in the past. Sometimes, he would let his mind go blank, not daring to think about anything. Only then would he not go crazy. 15 days later, Zhan Finglay found himself among his own people. He didn't know how he was caught, and he didn't know how he got out either. But when he appeared among his people, he cried. For the first time, he realized how cute his people were. They weren't pawns in his hands, but his people. While Zhan Finglay was locked up in the small black room, the battle between the Esgod tribe and the Neil family did not stop. Just as Zhao Hai had predicted, after suffering 2 losses from the Neil family, the Esgod tribe finally understood the Neil family's unique fighting style. Therefore, they made timely adjustments and spread out their formation. Furthermore, their attacks were no longer as concentrated as before. Instead, they were like waves. After one wave of attacks was pushed back, another wave would immediately follow up. In such a situation, the power of the Neil family's cannons was reduced to the minimum. However, their energy beams were not to be trifled with. Coupled with their demonic armors, the Esgod race would not be able to do anything to them for a while. Zhao Hai was relieved to know that Zhan Yue had moved all of his people into the dimension. At the same time, he began the second step of his plan, which was to send Ladina back to the Libra continent and let her meet Rava Dorier. Recently, Lateral had been really annoyed. He didn't want to make an enemy out of Zhao Hai. He was a dwarf, and dwarves were all clear about gratitude and grudges. It wasn't just him, almost all the dwarves didn't agree to send out their troops. Therefore, this time, rather than calling it an alliance of the 3 families, it was more like the elf and orc tribes had sent out their troops. The dwarves didn't send out their grand elders to join the battle, and similarly, they didn't send out their troops. This was Lateral's attitude. He knew that he would offend the orcs and elves, but he still did it without hesitation because he was a dwarf. Lehua Dorier also knew that the moment he decided not to send troops, cracks had already appeared in the alliance of the Esgod race. Furthermore, compared to the elves and orcs who had allied together, the dwarves could be said to be weak by themselves. They would not have an easy time in the future. However, Levadoral was already mentally prepared. Now that the dwarves had 4 sets of ultimate weapons, he didn't believe that the orcs and elves would really dare to fight them. If they really dared to do so, the dwarves wouldn't lack brave warriors. Lateral didn't regret his decision at all. He knew what this would bring to the dwarves, but he didn't make this decision casually. He had thought it through. Unlike Yeage and Yelduo, Lehuadorier did not want to rule over all the races in the divine realm. Although the dwarves had a bad temper, they did not have great ambitions. To them, forging iron was much more interesting than killing people. They only wanted to forge iron and did not want to rule others. This was the most precious tradition of the dwarves. This tradition allowed them to make many friends, and it could be said that this tradition created the dwarves today. Therefore, no matter what, this tradition could not be lost. Although Levodorel didn't agree to Yeage's decision to send out troops, which might bring trouble to the dwarves, he had preserved the most important tradition of the dwarves. He felt that it was all worth it. Levodorel sat in his room, looking at a document in front of him. This document was a report on the recent food crisis of the dwarves. Levodorel knew that the elves and orcs had begun to suppress them. Putting down the report in his hand, he could not help but sigh. He calculated the time and mumbled, at this time, they should have already started fighting with those people, right? What? Lee was stunned. He never thought that he would hear the name Ladina at this moment. This name was not familiar to him before, but ever since he had met Zhao Hai, the name Ladina had been mentioned frequently. However, ever since Zhao Hai had exterminated the gods' race, this name had once again disappeared. By the time he remembered this name and wanted to find the owner of this name, this person had already disappeared. Although there wasn't any direct evidence, she knew that Ladina, Xiao Bingya, and Eheda, the three people who had the most contact with Zhao Hai, had left with him. Unlike Yeage and Yelduo, Lehuadorier did not feel angry when he heard the news. On the contrary, he was thinking about why Ladina and the others would rather give up on their own people to follow Zhao Hai. Why did they do this? In the end, Lehuadorier came to a conclusion. All of this was because of Zhao Hai. It was Zhao Hai's fault. Ladina and the others felt that Zhao Hai was someone worth doing this for. As for this conclusion, Levodorel didn't tell Yeage or Yurduo because he found that the current orc tribe and elf tribe were different from the original ones. In the past, although the elf tribe was arrogant, their pursuit of art was unparalleled. Although the orc tribe was rough, their yearning for freedom was also extremely strong. What he saw was more of the eyes of the god race. That kind of eyes had a name: ambition. No matter if it was the elves or the orcs, they had all been blinded by their own ambitions. Now they had become slaves to their desires and lost their hearts. So Lehuadorier wouldn't tell them about his discovery because he knew that even if he did, they wouldn't listen. This time, the elves had suppressed the dwarves in terms of food, and the dwarves might enter an unprecedented crisis. However, Ravadorier didn't want to admit defeat. The elves had the food that the dwarves needed, and the dwarves also had the weapons that they needed. If you don't give me food, I won't give you weapons. However, she knew that this method wouldn't last long. In the end, the dwarves would be the ones to suffer because humans couldn't go without food. But at this moment, Ladina suddenly appeared. Why did he appear? What was he trying to do? To be more precise, it was what Zhao Hai wanted to do. Lehuadorier knew that Ladina's appearance was definitely because of Zhao Hai. As he thought of this, Levodorel immediately said, "Let him in." The person outside the door responded, and Ladina soon appeared in the room. Ladina bowed to her and said, "Greetings, Chief." Levodorel looked at Ladina and said, "Ladina, Sir asked you to come, right? Tell me, what did Sir ask you to do?" Ladina smiled. "Yes, just as the patriarch said, it was Sir who asked me to come. Sir only asked me to come for one thing. He wants to ask the patriarch to move the entire dwarf race into his space." Lateral's eyes narrowed, but he didn't jump up to berate Ladina. Instead, he gave her a deep look and said, "Ladner, are you still a dwarf?" he asked. Ladina's body trembled slightly, then she nodded with certainty. "I'm a dwarf, and I will always be." Lehuadorier nodded and said in a deep voice, "Then answer me honestly as a dwarf. Will the dwarves have a better life in Mr. Zhao Hai's dimension?" Ladina didn't even think about it and nodded. "Yes, it will be better than now. I promise, as a dwarf, I promise." Levodorel looked at Ladina and was at a loss for words. After a while, he nodded. "Okay, I understand. I'll call all the elders in the family, but maybe Mr. Zhao Hai can come out and meet us. I want to talk to him personally." Before Ladina could speak, Zhao Hai's voice was heard. "I dare not come to see the patriarch." Then Ladina saw a spatial crack appear in front of her. Zhao Hai walked out and bowed to her. "Zhao Hai greets the patriarch." Lehuadorier looked at Zhao Hai and stood up as well. He bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Levodorel greets, sir. Please sit." Zhao Hai smiled and sat on the chair next to him. "Sir, have you been listening to our conversation?" asked Lehuadorier. Zhao Hai didn't try to hide anything. He nodded and said, "Yes, this matter is of great importance, so I didn't pay attention to it. As for why I didn't come to you directly, I hope you can forgive me. I didn't know what your attitude was, so I just wanted to ask Ladina to test your attitude." Lehuadorier nodded his head. He was very pleased with Zhao Hai's honesty. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Sir, why did you allow the dwarves to enter your space? After entering the realm, what will our dwarves get?" Zhao Hai smiled. "I let the dwarves into the space because I like them. Among the three S-god races, only the dwarves think that I am kind to you. I know that the dwarves are still the dwarves in my memory, so I want you to enter the space." Once you enter the space, you will obtain freedom, absolute freedom. You will no longer have to worry about food and use, and you can do whatever you like. Just like the gnomes, Ladina has seen the current state of life of the gnomes. Please ask him to tell you. She turned her gaze to Ladina, who nodded without hesitation and told her about the gnomes' current living conditions. This was also part of Zhao Hai's preparation work. Ever since Ladina and the other two had decided to follow Zhao Hai, he had found an opportunity to bring them and their families into the realm. Then, he had arranged for them to stay on Mad Dragon Island and had them visit various backgrounds. It could be said that Ladina and the other two had a certain understanding of the realm by now. Levidorel listened to Ladina's words quietly. He believed that Ladina wasn't lying because he could hear a hint of excitement and envy in her tone. After Ladina was done, Levidorel sat down quietly and closed his eyes. He didn't say anything for a long time. Zhao Hai looked at Levidorel and didn't say anything either. He just smiled, took out a pot of tea from the origin space, and slowly sipped it. After a long while, she opened her eyes and looked at Zhao Hai. I wonder if you know about the current situation of the dwarves. I didn't know at first, but now I do, Zhao Hai replied with a smile. He pointed to the table in front of Rividor, on which was the report on the food crisis. You're so honest, sir. I won't beat around the bush then. I can't make the decision on my own. Please wait a moment, sir. I'll call all the elders in the clan and make a decision after we have a common opinion. Please go ahead, Patriarch, Zhao Hai said with a smile. Lehuadorier nodded and said loudly, Men, bring all the elders to the conference room. Tell them that I have something important to discuss. A dwarf outside the door responded and turned to leave. Ravador turned to Zhao Hai and said, Sir, please wait a moment. I'm going to the meeting room. Can Ladina come with me? No problem, Zhao Hai said with a smile. Patriarch, this way please. Ladina, you can go with the Patriarch. Yes, Ladina replied and followed the Patriarch out. After the two left, Zhao Hai returned to the origin space and looked at the screen. The dwarves' meeting room was not far from the clan leader's study. Zhao Hai could see what the dwarves were talking about in the meeting room. As soon as Zhao Hai returned to the origin space, Laura and the others immediately went up to him. Laura said excitedly, Big Brother Hai, that's great. I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. I think the Patriarch of the Levidorelian clan has agreed to enter the realm. Zhao Hai smiled and nodded, yes, he seems to agree. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought Ladina with him. Let's get ready. By the way, if they enter the realm, do you think we should arrange a separate background for them, or let them go to the dwarf's Iron Mountain and stay with the dwarves? Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Laura and the others couldn't help but laugh. Big Brother Hai, aren't you a little too impatient? He hasn't even agreed to come in and you've already thought of this. Isn't it better to have thought of it earlier? Zhao Hai smiled. If they agree, it will be too late for us to think about this. Laura smiled and said, okay, then let's think about it. Big Brother Hai, I must give the dwarf gods a separate space. I can't let them live with the dwarves. The dwarves are now living on the Ark continent. They get along well with all the other races there. The development of the Ark continent is also normal. If the dwarves interfere at this time, it will not be good. Yes, said Becky, the dwarves on the Ark continent are still dwarves, but they have developed their own culture. They are different from the dwarves in many ways. If they live together, they might have conflicts. Meljan continued, the most important thing is that these dwarf gods are from the divine realm after all. They still have some pride. If they live with the dwarf race, they may think that they are superior to the dwarf race, but the dwarf race may not necessarily buy it. Don't forget, the last time the patriarchs of the three clans met with Ladina and the others, there was an unpleasant incident. Zhao Hai nodded when he heard the three of them say that. So you mean to say that you're giving the dwarves a separate space? All right, we'll do as you say, but we'll have to choose a good space for them, and we'll have to modify that space a little to make a few more mind veins in it. While they were talking, the elders of the dwarves had arrived at the meeting room. They were all stunned when they saw Ladina. They might not have known Ladina before, but after Ladina met Zhao Hai, they all recognized her. They did not expect Ladina to suddenly appear. After they were all seated, Levidorel said in a deep voice, as everyone can see, Ladina is back. He came to see me on behalf of Mr. Zhao Hai. Mr. Zhao Hai only has one intention, and that is to invite us dwarves to move into his dimension. The dwarves were stunned when they heard this. Then they all exploded. This news was too shocking. Just as they were in a messy discussion, Levidorel knocked on the table a few times and shouted, Quiet, quiet, listen to me. Only then did those elders gradually calm down as they fixed their eyes on Ravador. After hearing his words, the conference room became quiet. Those elders had already gradually recovered their composure as they started to consider his words carefully. Seeing this situation, Lehuadorier said as if he was forging hot iron, everyone should know about the gnomes. They were demoted to slaves by the Protos, and their lives were very miserable. But now that the gnomes have entered Mr. Zhao Hai's dimension, they are living a very good life there. Ladina has personally gone to the gnome's place and asked him to explain it to everyone. In an instant, everyone's eyes were focused on Ladina. Ladina didn't stand on ceremony and repeated what she had said to Rivador. The elders listened carefully from beginning to end, and no one made a sound. When Ladina was done, one of the elders suddenly said, "How do we know if you're telling the truth? Clan leader, this is a matter of great importance to our dwarf clan. I think we should go and see it with our own eyes." Lateral turned to Ladina and said, "I wonder if Sir will agree to this condition." Lateral looked at his clansmen who were packing their things, then at the spatial rift not far away, where his clansmen were constantly walking in. As he thought about what had happened in the past 2 days, he felt like he was in a dream. They followed Zhao Hai into the realm and saw how the gnomes lived. They also saw the space Zhao Hai had prepared for them. Everything went smoothly after that. No one objected to entering the realm. They had seen what the goblins were like before. In the past, they didn't think that the goblins were human, but an intelligent race. They were more like a group of walking corpses, a group of magical beasts without thoughts. They were thin, dirty, and ate anything. Their only purpose in life seemed to be to survive. As long as they could survive, they would do anything. However, when he saw these gnomes in the origin space, he was stunned. He didn't believe that he was looking at gnomes. Every goblin was dressed in nice clothes, washed clean, and decorated their homes. Most importantly, these gnomes had a gentle and refined temperament. Their skin was still green, but no one would associate them with those dirty goblins. This was what it meant to be a scholar. The gnomes were like this. They looked like scholars now, not like the gnomes in the past. The most important thing was the change in the gnomes' spirits. These gnomes seemed to have a kind of energy, a kind of persistence and passion. This was a kind of love for life and persistence in magic arrays, which really shocked Reborn. It was because of the gnomes' behavior that the warriors decided to move their people into the dimension. Moreover, when they followed Zhao Hai to the space that he had prepared for them, they could no longer raise any objections. In that space, there were rice, bamboos, and breadfruit trees everywhere. Other than these, there were also spear trees. Most importantly, there were many mineral veins in the space. These mineral veins were enough for the dwarves to mine. Zhao Hai even showed them the churches that could be used to exchange for items. After seeing the items, they had no more objections. Looking at the state of his clansmen, Levidorl couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Although the dwarf god race had left for many years and had many differences in their living habits, their love for forging was the same. The Balanced Scale Continent was the place with the most various ores in the entire divine realm, and it was the favorite place for the dwarf god race to live. However, after so many years of mining, the dwarves had stored a large number of ores, all kinds of ironware and weapons. It would take a long time to move these things. Fortunately, Zhao Hai promised to help them send these things to the realm, so they were relieved. In general, the relocation of the dwarf gods was very smooth. Although the dwarves were moving, they didn't say anything to the outside world. Anyway, the dwarves usually lived in caves, and nothing could be seen from the outside. Zhao Hai didn't just open one crack in space, but many, so their moving speed was very fast. On the other hand, Levidorl was still paying attention to the war on Golden Bull Continent. Although Levidorl had talked to Brother Ye and Yurjuo on the phone, the two of them had said that the war was going well and that they had won many victories. Levidorl, who had been dealing with these two for a lifetime, heard something different from their words. Although they said that they had won a great victory, they had never said if they had come into contact with the Winged Horse tribe. They had also not mentioned the casualties on their side and the casualties on the enemy's side. All of this was abnormal. Hence, Reborn speculated that the battle at the front line was not going very smoothly. Although they were going to move away, Levidorl still wanted to leave something for the Orc God race and Elf God race. After all, the three races had been fighting side by side for tens of thousands of years. Although there had been some problems recently, they had been allies for tens of thousands of years. It was not easy to give up, so he left the 4 ultimate weapons of his race behind. Zhao Hai didn't object to his decision. After all, they wouldn't have to fight when they reached the Dimensional City. Besides, he had too many things to do with the ultimate weapons, so they were useless to him. The Winged Horse race, the Lightning race, and the Barbarian race had all moved into the boundless space. Now, the Dwarf race was also moving into the boundless space. It could be said that almost all of Zhao Hai's connections in the divine world had moved into the boundless space. He had nothing left to worry about in the divine world. On the Atlantic continent, his factory had already been built. With the construction of the factory, Browell had also bought the items that Zhao Hai needed in the name of the factory. Now, Zhao Hai had already sent those items to the Wild Dragon Island for Kellan and the others to study. After many discussions between Zhao Hai and Browell, they finally named their factory the Wolf Fang Magic Machine Factory. The address was on the Wolf Fang Mountain. The factory had yet to officially start production, but all kinds of processing equipment had been transported to the factory. Once the installation was completed, it could officially start production. Zhao Hai didn't worry too much about these things. He didn't worry about the dwarves moving into the dimension. What he was really concerned about was the Devil World. Zhao Hai had already made his preparations. Once the dwarves moved into the realm, he would immediately set off for the underworld. By now, Capora and the others had completely adapted to life in the realm. However, the black mist on the Ark continent was still under Zhao Hai's control. His control even included a small part of the underworld. The undead creatures that were active in this area weren't only the underlings of Kandura and the others, but also some of Zhao Hai's undead creatures. As long as there were any undead creatures that entered this area, Zhao Hai would be the first to know. But fortunately, such a thing had not happened so far. The people in the Netherworld did not seem to have noticed the changes here. Zhao Hai had already asked Capra about it. The underworld was a huge dimension. Even a lick like him who had lived for countless years had not been able to explore the entire underworld. Therefore, although the dimensional crack on the Ark continent could cause some subtle changes to the black mist in the underworld and be discovered by the undead creatures, it would take time. The underworld was too huge, and it was almost impossible for the undead creatures to notice the changes in the black mist in a short time. Most importantly, the black mist in the underworld seemed to be produced all the time, and some slight changes couldn't attract the attention of the undead creatures. That was why the people in the underworld hadn't discovered this spatial crack yet. However, Zhao Hai also knew that it was only a matter of time. He wanted to take the opportunity to explore the underworld before anyone else discovered this place. He liked to take the initiative. The battle between the Esgod tribe and the O'Neill family was still ongoing. However, just as what Levidorl had thought, the battle was not going very well for the Esgod tribe. They had tens of millions of people surrounding a single line of defense, but they had suffered heavy losses and were still unable to do anything to the other party. So far, the Esgod tribe had already suffered hundreds of thousands of casualties, while the other side's casualties were almost negligible. Even though the Esgod tribe had changed the course of their attacks a few times, their enemies were all experienced veterans. Coupled with the sharp weapons in their hands, the Esgod tribe did not gain any advantage at all. The O'Neill family wasn't in a good situation either. Both the artilleries and the magic armors consumed energy. In such an intense battle, the consumption was even faster. The O'Neill family's artilleries were out of cannonballs, so they could only rely on the magic artilleries and war chariots to resist the enemy. It was also at this time that they suffered casualties. Fortunately, the O'Neill family had made ample preparations for this invasion. They had a sufficient number of energy converters and a small energy converter charging cable, so they didn't have to worry about running out of energy. In the magic armor continent, almost all places used energy converters. It was like an omnipotent battery, and this battery could be used repeatedly. However, it had a lifespan. An energy converter could be used repeatedly at most about 1,000 times, and that was for ordinary civilian facilities. If it was used by the military, the energy converter could not be used more than 500 times. This time, the O'Neill family was very well prepared. Not only did they bring a lot of energy converters, but they also had an energy converter charging cable. This charging cable could charge 100 energy converters at the same time. As long as there was enough energy, 100 energy converters could be fully charged in about half an hour. The material used for the energy converter was magic crystals. These magic crystals were not only found on the armor, but also in some places. Coincidentally, there was a magic crystal mine not far from the spatial crack of the winged horse race. Achaeus and the others had only been able to survive until now because of this magic crystal mine. If they did not have the magic crystal mine and could only rely on the electricity generated by sunlight or water, they would have been wiped out by the Esgod race. Although the battle here was very lively, for Zhao Hai, this kind of battle wasn't worth his attention at all. Both sides were exchanging the same few moves repeatedly. He had seen enough of it. Unless the O'Neill family took out something good, he wouldn't even have the interest to take a look at it. The dwarf clan's relocation was still ongoing. Perhaps it was because they were unwilling to send troops, but the Orc clan and Elf clan had almost no contact with them during this period of time. This allowed the dwarf clan's relocation to not be discovered by the other two clans. Because of the many spatial rifts, the dwarves were able to move faster than the winged horse race. Zhao Hai had already stored the ores and iron that were very important to the dwarves in the spatial rift. The dwarves didn't have to move them themselves, which saved them a lot of time. Rehuadorier did a quick calculation. Their entire clan's migration this time wouldn't even take 10 days, and this result really shocked him. The population of the dwarves was more than that of any single god race. Without such a large population, they wouldn't have dared to challenge the god race. They had been fighting against the god race for so many years. However, with such a large population, they could move into the realm in less than 10 days. This was something that he didn't even dare to think about before. However, he didn't think too much about this problem. He had already handed over the matter of settling his clansmen in the space to Ladina. Ladina had been in contact with Zhao Hai for a long time and had a better understanding of the space. It would be best if he didn't arrange for his clansmen. He was only in charge of organizing the clansmen to move into the space from the balanced scale continent. Time passed day by day, and in just 7 days, all the dwarves had moved into the medium. They were well treated and everything they needed was in the room, so when the dwarves entered the medium, they felt like they were in heaven. They lived here, but they lived in bright houses. They had rice, bread, and wine to eat every day. They could also forge, mine, and do whatever they liked. The living environment here was much better than before. The thing that made the dwarves the happiest was that they could eat fresh vegetables and meat here. When they went to the mine, there would be a special carriage to pick them up. They could take a bath in their own houses, which was something they had never dared to imagine. The dwarves, who didn't know why they had to move and were angry, immediately fell in love with this place. Although they had built the house with their own money, they felt that it was worth it. It could be said that apart from their favorite blacksmithing job, the space could solve everything for them. This was what the dwarves were most satisfied with. In these 7 days, the dwarves had already moved into the dimension, and Zhao Hai was also preparing to head to the netherworld. 3 days ago, the O'Neill family's reinforcements had also arrived. This time the battle was not just at the spatial rift, but outside the spatial rift's defensive line. Both sides had set up their formations and engaged in a huge battle. This time, the Esgod race had once again lost to the O'Neill family, and their total casualties had already exceeded 1,000,000. Faced with such a situation, the Esgod army had no choice but to temporarily retreat. At the same time, they sent Yaji and Yelduo to help. Yaji and the others finally realized that the enemy this time was not easy to deal with. However, they still sent out reinforcements. This time they had sent out a total of 20 million people and 2 great elders. After sending out the reinforcements, Yage and Yeldo suddenly realized that Levadoral had not contacted them for a few days. They were very confused and immediately tried to contact him with the messenger fish, but they didn't get any reply. Yage and Yurjuo didn't quite understand what Levadoral meant. It should be known that the two of them didn't suppress the dwarves very hard before. With Levadoral's character, he wouldn't make things difficult for them at this time. In such a big war, the damage of weapons was very serious, and it was the time when they needed a large number of weapons from the dwarves. If Levadoral dared to cut off their weapons supply at this time, it would definitely cause public anger. However, based on their understanding of Rivador, he wouldn't do such a thing. Yage and Yeldo were worried after trying to contact Levadoral many times but to no avail. They immediately sent 2 small teams to the Libra continent to check, and the results shocked them. There were no more dwarves on the entire Libra continent. All of them had moved away. The scouting team had only found a letter, 4 sets of ultimate weapons, and a large number of various weapons from the dwarves. Other than these, there was nothing else. That letter was written by Rivador to keep Jaeger and Yurjuo. The content of the letter was very simple. It said that he didn't want to live such a life in the divine realm. He also clearly stated in the letter that Jaeger and Yurjuo had changed. The dwarves didn't want to change, so they decided to leave. Those weapons and the 4 ultimate weapons were the last help the dwarves could give to the orcs and the elves. When Yaji and Yurjuo heard this news, they were stunned. It was very clear in Lehu Adorier's letter that they had followed Zhao Hai's footsteps. In other words, the dwarves had been moved to another space by Zhao Hai, just like the Winged Horse clan. Brother Ya and Yurjuo didn't know that Zhao Hai had the final say in the space that the Winged Horse race and the dwarves had moved to. They only thought that Zhao Hai had used spatial magic to move them to another space, just like how he moved the dwarves from the God's realm to the Ark continent. Even so, the two of them could not accept this result. They could not understand what method Zhao Hai had used to convince Rehu Adriel to agree with his words and have the entire dwarves move away. How big of a project was this, and when did Zhao Hai complete it? They actually didn't know about it at all. Yage and Yurjuo were both shocked and angry. They immediately brought their guards and personally came to the Balance Scale continent. They wanted to see if the dwarf race had left on their own or if they had been captured by Zhao Hai. If they had been captured by Zhao Hai, they would find him at all costs and save the dwarf race. Although there were some small conflicts between the 3 clans, their alliance had existed for tens of thousands of years. The 3 clans were like 3 brothers in a family. Although they would have some small quarrels sometimes, they were still blood brothers. Now that one of their brothers had suddenly left them forever, how could they accept it? However, after seeing the situation in the Libra continent, Yaji and Yeljuo kept quiet because there was no trace of a battle here. It could be seen that the people here left very calmly. They didn't bring the heavy things in their homes, but they took away the things that were relatively important to them. They also deliberately left ultimate weapons and ordinary weapons for them. In fact, Yage and Yeldo knew that this would be the result when they heard the news, but they didn't want to believe it at that time. Now they believed it, and their hearts were a little heavy, especially after seeing the letter left by Rivador. They began to recall everything about themselves, wondering if they had really changed. Zhao Hai didn't have time to care about Yaji and Yurjuo's situation. He was preparing to enter the underworld, which required an identity. Zhao Hai didn't want to enter as a human. In that case, all the undead creatures would come to deal with him. Therefore, Zhao Hai needed an identity that allowed him to openly move about in the underworld. After many discussions with Kapla finally remembered a profession that had almost been forgotten by the entire underworld, the Dark Pharaoh. The Dark Pharaoh was also a kind of dark creature. They were mages. They wore clothes, but they were different from ordinary people's clothes. Their clothes would wrap around the whole body, leaving no gaps. Most importantly, the Dark Pharaoh was a kind of dark creature, not an undead creature. It had a heartbeat and the breath of life in its body, but the energy in its body was completely dark. How did the Dark Pharaoh come about? They only knew that the Dark Pharaoh rarely appeared in the underworld. They had not heard any news of the Dark Pharaoh for thousands of years. The Dark Pharaoh class was just right for Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had a heartbeat and an aura of life, but he could change all the energy in his body into dark energy. Most importantly, although dark mages were mages, they had a certain level of close combat ability. Zhao Hai just so happened to meet this condition, so Campla decided to let Zhao Hai pretend to be the Dark Pharaoh. There was another benefit to impersonating the Dark Pharaoh. In the underworld, every Dark Pharaoh that was active in the underworld was a peerless powerhouse. Therefore, no matter how powerful Zhao Hai was, no one would suspect him if he used the identity of the Dark Pharaoh. Zhao Hai also felt that this identity was very suitable for him. He could move around in the underworld as the Dark Pharaoh King, and could even openly take over the territory of Capora and the others. After all, in the underworld, everything was decided by strength. It was normal for Capora and the others to submit to him, the powerful Dark Pharaoh King. Now that his identity had been confirmed, the only thing left for Zhao Hai to do was to learn some of the underworld's etiquette and speech, as well as some other things that he had to pay special attention to from Campla. If he didn't know, he wouldn't have known. There were many races in the underworld. Not only were there undead creatures, but there were also some dark creatures. These dark creatures were creatures like the Dark Pharaoh. Their bodies were full of dark energy. Such creatures could be seen everywhere in the underworld, and they even formed their own forces. They were another major force apart from the three major forces of the undead. Creak, 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 creak. The sound of bones rubbing against each other could be heard, and it traveled far in the black mist. If the black mages on the ark heard this sound, they would immediately know that it was the sound of a large number of skeletons moving. Unfortunately, they were not on the ark continent. They were in the underworld, so it was not strange to hear such sounds everywhere. Rows of gray skeletons were slowly moving forward in the black mist. These were the little skeletons at the bottom of the underworld. Only these skeletons would make creaking sounds when they walked. The higher-leveled skeletons would not make such sounds. In the underworld, these ordinary gray skeletons that wandered around all day without any intelligence had only two uses. One was to be used as cannon fodder, and the other was to be used as food by other undead creatures. Besides these two uses, they had almost no other use. In the netherworld, a new batch of gray skeletons would appear almost every few days. Some of these gray skeletons had a trace of intelligence as soon as they appeared, and they began to kill other gray skeletons to slowly grow stronger. In the end, they became powerful silver skeletons or golden skeletons, while some were killed as soon as they appeared. However, it was obvious that this small group of gray skeletons was under someone's command. They lined up in a neat formation and moved forward slowly. However, those who were not in the black fog would realize that this was an undead army whose end could not be seen. In the middle of this undead army, there was a transparent bone carriage and a mage in a black magic robe. However, his black magic robe had a very special look. It wrapped his entire body inside without a single gap. There were two people standing behind this black magician. One of them was wearing skeleton armor, and his exposed arms were also bones. However, his bones were not quite the same as the other skeletons. His skeleton was almost transparent and looked very beautiful. The other person was a zombie dressed in tattered clothes. He had half-foot-long fangs and sharp nails, all of which indicated his identity as a zombie king. The group was Zhao Hai and the others. They were in the underworld now. The gray skeletons around them were Gu Li's underlings. Zhao Hai planned to bring them into the origin space so that the origin space could help them level up. It was because of this that Zhao Hai had Gu Li's subordinates subdue so many gray skeletons. In the netherworld, no faction would care about the lowest-level gray skeletons. At that moment, Zhao Hai, who was sitting there, said in a deep voice, "Gu Li, how far are we from the three holy cities you mentioned?" Duan Ling Tian asked. Gu Li said in a deep voice, "Young master, we're not far away. We'll reach it in about an hour. 3 holy cities was built by the 3 of us. It's the largest city in this generation. You can see zombies, skeletons, and liches in the city. You can even see some high-level dark magical beasts and a small number of vampires. They live in our city and are under our management. I didn't expect you to build a city in the netherworld," Zhao Hai said with interest. "Are you going to make a deal as well?" Gu Li nodded. "Yes, young master. We need to make a deal as well, but we don't use gold and silver as currency like the humans do. The currency we use is actually soul fire and soul stones." Soul fire. Zhao Hai was taken aback. "I know about soul fire. Every undead creature has soul fire in their body. How can this be used as currency? Also, what's that spirit stone?" Gu Li explained, "You've already told us about the production of the soul fire. Every undead has it. After you kill the undead, you'll get the soul fire. After we get the soul fire, we have two ways to deal with it. One is to absorb it, and the other is to use it to buy something we need. The soul stone is like the magical crystal in the Ark continent, but there are two ways to produce the magical crystal. One is in the body of a magical beast, and the other is a magic crystal mine. In the netherworld, there is only one way for soul stones to be produced, and that is in the body of a magical beast. There are no soul stone mines here, and soul stones are also a type of currency. Zhao Hai was puzzled. Don't you undead creatures become stronger after absorbing the soul fire? Do you need anything else other than soul fire? Gu Li nodded. Yes, young master. We undead creatures do become stronger after absorbing soul fire, but it's very difficult to become stronger after we reach a higher level unless we absorb some high-level soul fire or some soul stones. However, high-level soul fire is generally produced by powerful undead creatures, and it's very difficult to kill such undead creatures, so we need some other things. In the underworld, there were some plants and special ores that could make people more powerful, but these plants and ores were useless to low-level undead creatures. They couldn't even absorb a very high-rank soul fire or soul stone. Therefore, if low-level undead creatures obtained plants or other things that could help high-level undead creatures level up, they would be able to use the high-level soul fire and soul stone. They can be exchanged for soul fire in the city. Zhao Hai nodded. He understood Gu Li's meaning. The underworld wasn't a safe place to stay. Once the undead reached bronze rank, they would gain a certain level of intelligence. At that time, they would need a large amount of soul fire to level up. If they relied on hunting undead to level up, it would be very slow. They might even encounter stronger undead and become food for others. Therefore, if these bronze skeletons with intelligence found a plant that could level up a high-level skeleton, they could bring it to the city and turn the plant that they had no use for into a large amount of soul fire. They could then absorb it and level up. When they reached a high level, they could recruit a large number of subordinates and let them collect the soul fire. Then, they could use the soul fire to buy plants or ores that could level up. Although this seemed very troublesome, it was the safest way in the underworld. Even if you were a golden skeleton, you could encounter a more powerful special technique skeleton at any time and eventually become someone else's food. So it was only true that you had to find every way to level up. If you obtained a plant that could level up a high-level skeleton and were reluctant to exchange it for a soul fire that could level up immediately, you might end up losing both of your talents. What you obtained would also benefit others. Therefore, in the netherworld, there was no such thing as storing things. Once you obtained something, you would immediately use it to increase your level as quickly as possible. This was the way of the king. Zhao Hai turned to Gu Li and asked, "Do you still have laws in your city? If a skeleton enters the city with an item and it's snatched by other undead creatures, won't he get nothing?" Gu Li immediately said, "Just as young master said, there are laws in the city. No matter how low the level of the undead creature is, it can't be killed as long as it enters the city. If it's killed, it will be punished. For example, in the 3 holy cities, if someone kills people in the city at will, the 3 of us will send our men to deal with the undead creatures. If it's strong, the 3 of us will even take action." Zhao Hai nodded and asked Gu Li, "What's your level now? Can you control the situation?" Gu Li said in a deep voice, "Young master, I'm currently a skeleton king. This is almost the highest level a skeleton can reach. Above that is the skeleton saint. There aren't many powerhouses like that in the entire netherworld. The skeleton gods that are more powerful than the skeleton saint only exist in legends. They've never appeared in the netherworld." Zhao Hai nodded and turned to Jiang Zheng. "Jiang Zheng, how do you zombies divide your ranks?" Jiang Zheng immediately replied, "Young master, the classification of zombies is also very strict. The lowest level is the zombie, followed by the mummies, the jumping zombies, the iron-skinned zombies, the bronze-skinned zombies, the clawed zombies, the fanged zombies, the black-furred zombies, the red zombies, the green-furred zombie king, and the zombie king. The level of your subordinate is the green-furred zombie king, which is equivalent to Gu Li's level." Zhao Hai nodded. The underworld's hierarchy was much stricter than that of the Ark continent and the Protoss. Fortunately, they were quite strong. It was no wonder they were the overlords of the underworld. Zhao Hai looked at Jiang Zheng and said, "Jiang Zheng, do you guys need soul flames to level up? Do you zombies also have soul fire?" Jiang Zheng nodded and said, "Yes, young master. We zombies also need soul fire to level up. In addition to soul fire, we also need blood from the blood pool. This blood pool can be seen everywhere in the underworld, and it's not something special. However, after becoming a bronze-skinned zombie, we don't need the blood pool to level up. It's similar to the skeletons leveling up. We need some high-level soul fire or some high-level soul stones." Zhao Hai nodded. Suddenly, he turned his head to look in front of him. Of course, he could not see anything. Zhao Hai realized that in the underworld, eyes were almost useless. Because of the black fog, visibility was less than 10 meters. One's eyes were just a decoration. The only thing one could use was their spiritual perception. Fortunately, Zhao Hai's spiritual power was strong enough to sense things far away. It was not worse than his own eyes. Otherwise, he would have been blind. Zhao Hai felt that the three saint cities were not far away. When he thought of this, Zhao Hai turned to Gu Li and said, "Coolly in the netherworld, you undead creatures rely on your senses to move. What about the dark creatures?" Could it be that they had also told him that spiritual energy was active in the underworld? Are their eyes useless? Yes, young master. In the netherworld, the dark creatures rely on psychic energy to move around in place of their eyes. In fact, the dark creatures in the netherworld don't have eyes, Coolly said in a deep voice. Zhao Hai was stunned. He did not expect the dark creatures in the underworld to be blind. Zhao Hai could not help but ask, "Don't tell me that the creatures in the netherworld don't have eyes. This is interesting." Gu Li replied immediately, "Young master, in the underworld, there are very few creatures that use their eyes to see. The dark creatures don't have eyes, and there is only one type of dark creature that has eyes: vampires. Their eyes are very special. They can see very far in the black fog. Other than them, almost all the creatures in the underworld don't need eyes." Vampires? Interesting. I'd like to see what they look like, Zhao Hai said with interest. Jiang Zheng said, "Vampires are a kind of creature similar to our corpses. They are undead creatures, unlike dark creatures that have heartbeats and breath of life. Vampires don't have heartbeats, so they are undead creatures. However, their level division is very interesting. Their most biological creatures are the dark creatures, vampire bats. They are divided into black vampire bats, red vampire bats, silver vampire bats, and golden vampire bats. After that, they will transform and become the lowest level of vampires. Above that is the vampire viscount, then the vampire count, the vampire marquis, the vampire duke, the vampire prince, and finally the most powerful vampire king." Zhao Hai nodded. After many years of development, the underworld had developed its own ranking system. It had its own civilization, and it might not lose to any other civilization. This made him even more curious about the underworld. As they were talking, Zhao Hai could already feel that they were about to arrive at Three Saint City. To be honest, he was not used to being unable to see with his eyes and could only use his spirit force to sense. "Gu Li, have we arrived?" Zhao Hai turned to Gu Li. "Yes, young master, we're here. Please wait for a moment." Gu Li nodded. After he finished speaking, Gu Li sent a wave of spiritual energy forward. Soon, a few waves of spiritual energy came from the front. Gu Li and the others then continued to move forward. The gray skeletons that Gu Li and the others had subdued were left outside the city. Gu Li and the others walked into the city on their own. When Zhao Hai saw this, he could not help but turn to Gu Li curiously. "Is it okay to leave these gray skeletons outside the city? Why don't I put it in my space?" Gu Li said in a deep voice, "Young master, if you want to keep them in the origin space, you can. If you don't want to keep them in the origin space now, it's fine to leave them outside the city. In a while, my men will send these gray skeletons to a place outside the city and surround them. They won't run away because they were subdued by my men." Zhao Hai finally understood what was going on. The gray skeletons were like livestock in the netherworld. They were captured by Gu Li and the others and kept in captivity. They would be released whenever they needed them. It was an interesting method. Zhao Hai waved his hand. "Then we'll do it according to your rules. There are plenty of skeletons in the underworld anyway. It doesn't matter if we're short on this." Gu Li nodded and directed the skeletons that were carrying the bone carriage into the city. When they arrived at the foot of Three Saint City, Zhao Hai knew how majestic the city was. It was a city that was not inferior to a major human city. The city walls were made of stone, and the glue between the stones was not cement or ordinary clay figurines. Instead, it was a kind of blood-red soil with a strong, bloody smell. The city wall was more than 200 feet high, and the city gate was more than 20 meters wide and more than 10 meters tall. It was square, and the gate was made of bones, which looked ferocious and terrifying. Zhao Hai couldn't tell how long the city wall was, but it was more than 10,000 meters long. There was only one gate on the long wall, and there were no traces of vehicles on the ground. It seemed that there were not many vehicles in the underworld. There were 2 rows of skeletal warriors standing by the city gate. They were all silver-ranked skeletons with long spears in their hands. They did not have any armor on them, but their tall skeletons and weapons that gleamed with a cold light looked quite intimidating. Zhao Hai looked at the skeletons curiously. Although he had known about their existence with his spirit power, he still looked at them with his eyes out of habit. The skeletons stood there motionlessly like statues. Zhao Hai glanced at them and stopped. He immediately used his psychic power to sense the situation in the city. Zhao Hai was stunned when he sensed the situation in the city. He thought that the undead creatures in the underworld shouldn't have any houses in their cities. After all, the undead creatures weren't afraid of the cold or heat. Having a house or not wouldn't make a difference to them. However, what surprised Zhao Hai was that not only were there houses in the 3 holy cities, but there were also many houses. When Zhao Hai scanned the city with his spiritual power, he thought that he was in a human city. The design was very good. Roads were very neat, the ground was paved with stone slabs, and the houses and streets were straight. On the east side of the city stood 3 tall towers, each of which was about 100 meters high. The three towers stood in a triangular formation, overlooking everything in the three holy cities. If you only looked at this place was almost the same as an ordinary human city. However, when you saw the walking objects in the city, you would not think so. There were no normal humans in this city. There were at most some skeletons and zombies, as well as some dark magical beasts, liches, and the like. You would even see some pale-faced vampires in formal clothes walking by from time to time. This was a city made up entirely of undead and dark creatures. Zhao Hai did not notice it at first, but after he scanned the city with his power of the will, he noticed that almost all the houses in the city had different undead patterns engraved on them. In addition to the omnipresent black mist, the entire city looked like a ghostly forest, like the Nine Serenities underworld. However, when the undead and dark creatures in the city saw Zhao Hai's group, they all bowed respectfully. In the underworld, the hierarchy of the undead creatures was very strict. Ordinary low-level undead creatures would have to bow to creatures like Kuli, who stood at the top of the undead creatures. Of course, if the undead creatures belonged to different factions, they wouldn't bow to them but would attack them instead. However, in the three holy cities, Kuli and the others were the true kings. If there was an undead creature in this city that didn't dare to do anything to Kuli and the others, their soul fire would be sucked out and used as food. It was just that overbearing. Gu Li and his group slowly made their way to the three tall towers in the city. That was the tallest building in the city, and it was also where Gu Li and the others rested. Soon, the group arrived at the tower. Zhao Hai got out of the car and went straight into the tower that Campla used to use. At the same time, Zhao Hai called for Campla to come out. It should be known that there were many liches living in the tower. These liches were all Campla's subordinates. It was Campla who had stayed here to watch over the three holy cities' subordinates. If Zhao Hai did not let Campla out, those liches might attack him, which would be very troublesome. By now, Campla was completely obsessed with magic arrays. To him, the world of magic arrays was an incomparably wonderful world. He did not want to waste a single moment outside. Therefore, the moment he was called out by Zhao Hai, he immediately called out all his subordinates and had Zhao Hai keep them in the origin space. Then he ran back into the origin space, no longer caring about how Zhao Hai dealt with these liches. Zhao Hai was getting impatient with Capara's actions. Undead creatures like Capara no longer had any pursuits. To them, who had lived for countless years, power and desires had nothing to do with them. They only wanted to do what they were interested in, and the world of magic arrays just happened to provide them with such things. Although the books were only elementary, they were undoubtedly treasures to Karen and the others who had been fumbling in the dark. Other than the books, Kellen and the others were most concerned about the computers Zhao Hai had given them. The computer's powerful computing power had been a great help to Kellen and the others. However, to Zhao Hai's surprise, Kellen and the others were even better at using the computers than he was. Zhao Hai was also surprised by Kellen and the others' learning abilities. In the beginning, Kellen and the others only knew some basic computer operations, which Zhao Hai had taught them. Later, Zhao Hai had found a few ordinary computer books for Kellen and the others to study. He never thought that Kellen and the others could use the computer better than him. Now, Kellen and the others could already use the computer to perform simple magic array simulations and analysis. This truly surprised Zhao Hai. With the addition of the liches, the progress of Kellen's work was even faster. The knowledge of these liches made Kellen admire them. They also studied some strange things. Most of the time, the opinions raised by these liches were very constructive. Zhao Hai thought for a moment. After he arrived at three holy cities, he no longer needed the liches to deter the undead. The liches were like nerds. They preferred research rather than fighting. Hence, Zhao Hai kept the liches into his origin space and released a large number of skeletons. The undead in the three holy cities didn't know about this change, nor did they care. In the netherworld, an expert was killed by another expert, and his territory and everything else was taken over. This kind of thing happened almost every day, so it was nothing strange. Therefore, when Zhao Hai entered the three holy cities on Gu Li's bone carriage, the undead had already seen him. However, no one reacted in surprise. It was just a change of ruler. The underworld was a world that revered the law of the jungle. Here, as long as you had the strength, you could do whatever you wanted to the low-level undead. If you did not have the strength, your soul fire could only be used as food or currency for transactions. After dealing with the liches, Zhao Hai went to the top floor of the tower, where Capara's room was. The moment he entered Capara's room, Zhao Hai was stunned. He felt as if he had not entered a room for living, but a huge library and museum. The room was huge, probably a few hundred square meters in size. However, there were no chairs or beds in this room. Besides a rather large study room, there were almost no daily necessities. There were rows of shelves as far as the eye could see. Some shelves had some animal skin scrolls, and some shelves had some strange things, such as a dried tree forest, a handful of withered grass, a skull, and an ancient head. Zhao Hai was shocked when he first saw the items. He could not believe that the room of a supreme being of the witchcraft tribe would look like this. Zhao Hai walked to the desk. There was a piece of animal skin on it. He didn't know what kind of magic beast it was. Beside the animal skin was a bone pen. The animal skin had been processed and turned pale yellow. Blood-red words were written on it. After taking a look at the contents written on the animal skin, Zhao Hai realized that it was a notebook-like item. On it was a record of 10 Capera's research. When he saw this research, Zhao Hai did not know whether to laugh or cry. This was because Capera's research was actually poetry. In a place like the underworld, where the law of the jungle was revered, the top existence of the Lick clan was studying poetry. No one would believe this. Zhao Hai put down the animal skin and walked to a shelf. He casually picked up a roll of animal skin and gently opened it. Zhao Hai was stunned when he opened it. When he carefully read the contents of the animal skin, his eyes shrank. The animal hide no longer recorded poems but a type of magic. It was a fire-offensive magic that Zhao Hai had never seen before. Every step, every spell, and every change in hand gesture of the magic were clearly recorded on the animal hide. It could be said that this animal hide had turned an extremely complicated fire-offensive magic into an assembled machine with a blueprint. As long as you followed the contents written on the animal hide, you would be able to assemble the machine. He would definitely be able to use this powerful spell. Zhao Hai studied the first step of the spell carefully. He moved his fingers slightly and began to chant an incantation. When he was done, a 3-leaf boomerang made of the fire element appeared in his hand. Zhao Hai stared at the boomerang in shock. He did not expect the spell to work, and the effect was exactly the same as the one recorded on the animal skin. Zhao Hai was shocked, but he was shocked by the fire element boomerang in his hand. Unlike normal fire magic, the fire element boomerang didn't emit flames. It was obvious that it was a fire element spell. This fire element boomerang didn't emit any flames. It was rich in magic elements and had already turned into a crystal. This made the boomerang in Zhao Hai's hand look like it was made of red crystal. Zhao Hai had never seen this kind of fire magic before. In fact, he had never even thought that such a fire magic would appear. Another thing that surprised Zhao Hai was that the spell was created by a witch from the underworld. In the underworld, the only magic elements that people could use were the dark elements. In other words, a fire magician was a useless piece of trash in the underworld because there was no fire element in the underworld. If he could not use fire magic here, it meant that he would have no combat power at all. Zhao Hai was able to use this water spell because of the spatial dimension within his body. The spatial dimension contained more than one type of magic element, and any new magic in the process of invention required many experiments. No theory could be proven to be an authority without verification, and magic was the same. In the process of invention, any magic had to go through repeated experiments before it could finally be finalized. And this spell called the Fire Crystal Wheel had been successfully researched in a space without fire elements. Wasn't this too shocking? How did Capera do it? Zhao Hai put down the animal skin and took out another one. There was another spell recorded on it. It was a fire spell that was used in conjunction with a bow and arrow. It was called the Fire Arrow spell. Although the name was exactly the same as the Fire Arrow spell of ordinary fire magic, the effect was completely different. This spell also required the user to compress the fire element to a certain extent and then make a crystal rocket. This arrow was almost powerful and could be shot out like a normal arrow. After being shot, once it hit the target, it would explode. Even if it was shot by the opponent, as long as the arrow met a certain amount of resistance, it would still explode. Zhao Hai immediately tried it out, and the result surprised him. The spell was successful once again. Zhao Hai put down the fire arrow scroll and looked at the shelf full of scrolls. He suddenly felt as if he had entered a huge treasure vault. The things on these scrolls were all recorded by Capera after countless years of research. Although there were things like poems, there were also spells like the Fire Crystal Wheel and the Fire Arrow. These spells had the ability to subvert the current magic system. Magic compression was a topic that the mages on the Ark continent had been researching for a long time. People had invented some compression magic in the past because they found that the power of the compressed magic would be more powerful after it was released. However, the research of this kind of compression magic was also very dangerous because magical elements were not easy to control. If one compressed magic, it was likely that there would be an elemental explosion, which was too dangerous for mages. Therefore, the first problem that mages had to solve was how to compress magical elements. Zhao Hai took a look at a few of Capera's hide scrolls. The magic recorded on these hide scrolls were all compression magic, and they were all compressed to the extreme. It could be said that using a fire arrow technique like Capera's research would be more powerful than 100 ordinary fire arrow techniques. The difference in power was more than 100 times. After looking through a few of the scrolls, Zhao Hai noticed a pattern. When these spells were cast, there were a few hand gestures and a few syllables in the incantation. Zhao Hai assumed that these few syllables and hand gestures were the key to the compression spell. At the thought of this, Zhao Hai could not stay any longer. He immediately put everything in the room into his space and sent them to the wild dragon island. Apart from Kellen's magic array lab, there were also many other people studying other things on the island. There was absolute freedom on the island, and one could study whatever they liked. Naturally, there were people studying magic too. Zhao Hai planned to let the people on the island study these things slowly. Other than the animal skin rolls, Zhao Hai had also sent the things that Capra had collected in the house to the origin space. He wanted to see if those things would give the origin space some experience. He also wanted to see if he could find some special ores or the like. These ores might be of great use to him. It was true that there were some good things in Campera's collection, especially the samples of the ores. They could not be found on the Arc Continent or in the Divine Realm. Without exception, all of the ores contained dark energy, which was what cultivators often called yin energy. In the cultivation world, people would habitually divide some items into yin and yang. For example, wood was divided into yin wood and yang wood, stones were divided into yin stone and yang stone, and iron was naturally divided into yin and yang. This was a very simple division, but in the cultivation world, the use of yin and yang was completely different. The netherworld was filled with dark attribute things. In the words of the cultivation world, almost all of it was negative energy of the yin attribute. Some of the things produced here were very precious even in the cultivation world. After clearing the room, Zhao Hai redecorated it. He did it according to his plan. After all, he did not want to stay in the underworld for long. He would return to the medium when there was nothing to do. After setting up his room, Zhao Hai returned to the origin space. However, he did not go to watch the battle between the O'Neill family and the Esgod tribe today. Instead, he took out the Capra beast skin scrolls and looked at them. This time, he did not study the magic in detail, but instead, he categorized the beast skin scrolls. He did not know how long Capra's animal skin rolls had been stored. Some of the things on the animal skin rolls were studied on a whim, while others were studied after he was obsessed with them for a period of time. It was very messy, but he had to admit that some of these things were really useful. Whether it was a magic experiment or other experiments, the results would definitely be different if one person completed it while several people continuously took over to complete it. Everyone's silk path was different, so the research results would naturally be different. Take compression magic as an example. Campera was only one person. After a long period of research, he had grasped the most important points of compression magic. Then, compression magic became very simple for him. However, the mages on the Arc Continent could not do that, because it had taken Capra a few hundred years to grasp the most important points of compression magic. None of the magicians on the Arc Continent could live for hundreds of years. Once the magician passed away, his apprentice might not be able to continue his research. Even if he wanted to continue his research, he might end up on a different path and cause his research to fail. Zhao Hai returned to the origin space and sorted out the animal skin rolls. Then he returned to the underworld and the tower. This time he wanted to gain a better understanding of the underworld. If he stayed in the origin space every day, how could he understand it? As soon as Zhao Hai came out of the medium, Gu Li and Zhang Zheng arrived at his tower. Naturally, Zhao Hai let them in immediately. The two of them were stunned when they entered Zhao Hai's room. They had seen what Capera's room looked like before, but this room was different. There was only one bookshelf in the room with a book on it, a desk, and a chair. On the other side was a resting area with a set of sofas and a coffee table. There were also some daily necessities. The ground was carpeted and a rocking chair was added. Zhao Hai looked at the two of them and smiled. "Take a seat. Shouldn't you be dealing with the matters of the 3 holy cities? How did you find the time to look for me?" "I didn't expect there to be so many good things in Capera's room. By the way, do you know that Capera has studied magic of other elements before?" The two of them nodded. Gu Li said, "I know. There was a period of time when Capera was constantly researching other types of magic. In the underworld, although there are dark elements everywhere, after many years of development, other types of magic can also be used in the underworld. After all, dark magic elements and light magic elements are the most basic magic elements in this world. So now in the underworld, many people use other types of magic elements, but they only use the other side of the other types of magic elements." Zhao Hai could not help but nod when he heard Gu Li's words. He recalled the time when he had taken in the few liches. The witches had used the innate yin fire. It could be said that it was also a fire element magic. However, it was not yang fire but yin fire. Zhao Hai was relieved when he thought of this. However, he was even more curious about the underworld. He did not expect the undead to be so smart. Zhao Hai looked at the two of them and said, "Tell me, is there something you need this time? Have you finished dealing with the matters in the 3 holy cities?" Jiang Zheng said in a deep voice, "Young master, we came to find you this time to tell you that 3 holy cities might have been targeted by someone. After we returned, we asked a few of our subordinates. During the time that the 3 of us were out, there were many undead outside 3 holy cities that were not from 3 holy cities. Some even entered 3 holy cities. Although they are still doing business according to the rules, it is hard to say what they will do in the future." Zhao Hai was taken aback. Then his eyes lit up and he said, "You're saying that someone has started to have ideas about the three holy cities. There might be a war in the three holy cities soon." Jiang Zheng nodded. "Yes, sir. There might be a war here in the three holy cities. We've already arranged for people to investigate. We want to find out who is trying to attack us." Zhao Hai nodded. "Sure, let's fight. What's there to be afraid of? It'll be even better if it's the Nether God Hall. I'll see how strong they are." Jiang Zheng shook his head and said, "The ones who attacked us might not be from the underworld god temple. They might be from the resistance. A very powerful figure has recently appeared in the resistance. He is a vampire king. He wants to unify the resistance and establish a unified country so that they can deal with the underworld god temple together. However, most of the resistance did not agree. I heard that a few of the resistance cities have been occupied by the vampire king." Zhao Hai was taken aback. He had not expected that the internal division of the resistance would not be so united. There were even conflicts. This was even more interesting. Zhao Hai looked at Jiang Zheng and said, "Didn't you say that the vampire king rarely appears in the dimension? Why does it seem like this vampire king isn't worth much now?" Jiang Zheng and Gu Li did not know what to say. However, looking at Jiang Zheng's expression, he might be smiling bitterly. As expected, Jiang Zheng said impatiently, "Young master, there are few experts in our resistance army, and the vampire king is one of them. Without these experts, our resistance army would have been razed to the ground by the underworld god hall a long time ago." Zhao Hai nodded. They also knew that with their current strength, they were at most on the same level as the vampire prince. They were still a grade lower than the vampire king. If the vampire king really came, they would have to be careful. Zhao Hai was well aware of the strength of Jiang Zheng and the others. They were all very strong, and even if they did not have any special weapons, their strength alone was comparable to the great elders of the S-God race. The vampire king was even stronger than them. From this, it could be seen how terrifying the vampire king's combat strength was. Thinking up to this point, Zhao Hai became rather excited. It had been a long time since he had met a worthy opponent. Back in the divinity, when he was fighting the grand supreme elder of the gods' race, he could not use all of his power. Therefore, the battle could be said to have been extremely sullen. In the end, he could only wear his opponent down to death. It was different now. He could use his full strength now. He wanted to try and see how strong he was. That was why he didn't want to use Pluto this time. He wanted to see how strong he was. Ever since he had cultivated the yin-yang star myriad transformation, Zhao Hai's cultivation base had been increasing at every moment. However, the speed of increase was not very fast. After all, the energy cultivated by the yin-yang star myriad transformation technique was the kind of highly compressed energy. It was impossible to increase his cultivation base as quickly as before. This could be considered a weakness of the art, but Zhao Hai didn't take it to heart. He believed that the art was an extremely powerful cultivation technique. Jiang Zheng and Gu Li looked at Zhao Hai's happy face. They had no idea what Zhao Hai was thinking. Gu Li said carefully, "Young master, what should we do if we really start fighting?" Zhao Hai was taken aback. He turned to look at the two of them. He understood what they meant. Now they no longer belonged to the netherworld, but to him, Zhao Hai. Then they were different from before. Originally, they only had one option, which was to fight the vampire king. But now they had another option, which was not to fight the vampire king and to leave the three holy cities. NBSB. Zhao Hai thought for a moment. "Be prepared. We can't give up on three holy cities yet. If the enemy really comes, then we'll fight them." Hearing Zhao Hai's words, the two of them knew what to do. They nodded and went to make arrangements. Zhao Hai stood quietly in the room, but this time he didn't read a book. He wanted to see how Jiang Zheng and the others were going to make arrangements and how they were going to face the enemy. The response came quickly. After Gili and Jiang Zheng returned to their mage towers, they quickly got to work. Groups of skeleton and zombie soldiers appeared in the city and attacked some of the undead. Zhao Hai was sure that those undead were the ones that Jiang Zheng and Gili suspected were sent to scout the city. Sure enough, some of the undead immediately retaliated, but the difference in numbers allowed them to be captured very quickly. Other than the undead that were captured or killed, the rest of the undead were not affected at all, and many of them even stood on the side to watch the show. After capturing the undead, the three holy cities immediately closed the city gates. Zhao Hai then felt fresh blood slowly flowing out from the bottom of the tower. Zhao Hai was taken aback. He immediately thought of the thing Jiang Zheng and the others had mentioned, a blood pool. Jiang Zheng and the others had mentioned that there was a blood pool in the netherworld. It seemed like this was it. 1204 blood power, 2. Zhao Hai looked at the blood like liquid flowing out from the bottom of the tower. However, the blood did not flow randomly. Zhao Hai found that there were some very small carvings on the ground of the three holy cities, and the blood flowed into those carvings. Slowly, a very complicated blood-red pattern appeared on the ground of the city and was slowly spreading toward the city wall. Zhao Hai's figure moved and appeared in Jiang Zheng's tower. Jiang Zheng was sitting in his room on the top floor of the tower. In the middle of his room was a huge blood pool. The blood pool in the blood pool was slowly decreasing. Jiang Zheng suddenly felt someone beside him. He turned around and saw that it was Zhao Hai. Jiang Zheng quickly bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, this is the blood pool." Zhao Hai nodded. "How did you lead the blood pool to such a high place?" Jiang Zheng quickly said, "Young master, this isn't an ordinary blood pool but a blood spring. It's also the main reason why we built the 3 holy cities here. In the underworld, every blood pool is actually a blood spring, but those blood springs can't spray up so high. Our blood spring can." Later, Capra designed this pool to gather all the blood in the blood spring here, and then open a few openings in the pool. When there's no need for so much blood, we'll have to use the blood pool. Just open one of the exits and blood will flow out. Keep the blood pool at a certain level, and once there's a battle and you need to use the blood in the pool to set up a magic array, block the exit and open a few other exits. This way the blood can flow into the magic array and it will work. Zhao Hai nodded his head. This method was not difficult, but it was not easy for Capra to come up with such an exquisite design. Thinking up to this point, Zhao Heima immediately said, "I'll be fine if I take a little of this blood, right?" Jiang Zheng hurriedly said, "Young master, feel free to take it. Actually, this blood is very common in the underworld. We underworld creatures can survive mainly by relying on 2 things. One is the underworld's black fog and the other is the blood pool. In the underworld, blood pools can be seen at the end of the day, so it's not rare." Zhao Hai nodded. With a wave of his hand, a ball of blood immediately flew out of the blood pool. With a wave of his hand, the ball of blood entered the air. As soon as the blood entered the space, a system announcement came from the space. "A large amount of yin-type blood energy has been detected. This blood energy can provide a large amount of energy to the undead creatures. At the same time, it has the power to pollute the yang energy." Although the notification wasn't long, Zhao Hai understood what it meant. The meaning of the notification was very clear. First, the blood had yin attributes. Second, it was a type of energy. Third, the energy could be used by undead creatures. It was very beneficial to undead creatures. At the same time, the blood could also be used against enemies. Zhao Hai remembered that the weapons in the world of self-cultivation were divided into yin and yang countered each other. If a person's weapon was more yang type, it would probably be rendered useless as soon as it was drenched in blood. Thinking about this, Zhao Hai was overjoyed. He didn't expect the blood in the blood pool to be so useful. At this moment, a notification sounded from the origin space, extracting blood energy components. All dark attribute spaces will automatically produce a blood energy spring for the use of undead creatures. Zhao Hai nodded in satisfaction. He believed that the realm would definitely extract the blood energy. The things he had put into the realm before, as long as they needed to be extracted, the realm would not let them go. How could it let go of the blood energy? Jiang Zheng kept looking at Zhao Hai. He didn't understand why Zhao Hai wanted to take some of the blood from the blood pool into the space. However, when he saw Zhao Hai's smile, he knew that Zhao Hai was very satisfied with the blood in the blood pool. He immediately said, "Young master, if you need it, you can take in more. It will recover once the blood pool is filled with the magic array." Zhao Hai smiled. "There's no need. I'm only collecting a little for research. The rest can be dealt with by the space itself. By the way, did you suspect that the people you sent to capture are spies?" Jiang Zheng nodded and said, "Yes, they are all suspected spies. Capture them and kill them now. This will save them from causing trouble in the city when someone comes to attack." Zhao Hai nodded his head. There were no laws in the netherworld. In the 3 holy cities, the words of the 3 holy cities were the law. They could deal with whoever they wanted without any reason. "Have you killed all the undead?" Zhao Hai asked. "Not yet. Is it useful, young master?" Jiang Zheng shook his head. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "Bring them here. I'll put them in my space. Then they'll become our people. We'll be able to ask them which force wants to deal with us." Jiang Zheng was stunned for a moment, then he was overjoyed. He immediately went to pass down the order. Not long after, some skeleton warriors and zombie warriors came in with some undead. Zhao Hai didn't say anything and threw them into the space. After the space subdued them, Zhao Hai let them out. 1205 Blood Power, 3. When the undead came out, they were already Zhao Hai's. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "Tell me, which one of you is the spy who sneaked into the 3 holy cities? Which group do you belong to?" As soon as Zhao Hai's words fell, one of the vampire's companions immediately said, "Vampire Count Eric greets young master." "Young master, these undead are all spies. There are still many spies in the city that have not been captured yet. We are the subordinates of Vampire King Edison." "Yes," Zhao Hai nodded and said in a deep voice, "You go. Lead some people and capture all the spies and bring them to me." Eric acknowledged and turned to leave, while Jiang Zheng also gave out orders to the zombie and skeleton warriors to listen to Eric. Once Eric left the tower, he turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, do you think we should keep all the undead in the city into the dimension and turn them into our own people?" Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment. He had never thought of doing that, but when he heard what Jiang Zheng said, he did have such an idea. After thinking carefully, Zhao Hai nodded and said, "It's not impossible, but it'll be troublesome. After all, the undead creatures are living well. If we capture them and bring them into the realm, they'll resist." "Young master," Jiang Zheng said immediately, although it's a little more troublesome now. As long as we can bring all the undead into the realm, our forces will increase greatly. By then, no matter who attacks us, we don't have to be afraid." Zhao Hai smiled. He had no lack of soldiers. Even if there were more undead in the city, he wouldn't care. However, Jiang Zheng had good intentions. Moreover, having more soldiers was not a bad thing for him. Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, do as you wish. I'll open a spatial rift for everyone in the city, and you can just send them directly into the spatial rift." Jiang Zheng agreed and went to make arrangements. Zhao Hai, on the other hand, had an idea. He opened up spatial rifts all over the city and released a large number of undead creatures to join in. Soon, the sounds of battle could be heard from the 3 holy cities, but Zhao Hai didn't care. With the number of soldiers he had sent out, and the original forces of the 3 holy cities, it wouldn't be a problem to capture all the undead creatures in the city into his space. In order to speed up the capture, Jiang Zheng and Kuli had personally sent out troops. In less than a day, all the undead creatures in 3 holy cities had been captured and put into the medium. The magic array in 3 holy cities had also been completely filled with the blood from the blood pool. The undead creatures that were captured in the dimensions circled around the dimension before being released, but now they were completely loyal to Zhao Hai, and he didn't care about them. He left the matters in the city to Jiang Zheng and Gu Li while he called Eric over and asked him about the vampire king Edison. But to Zhao Hai's disappointment, Eric had never seen Edison before because his level was not high enough. He was a subordinate of a vampire prince, and all his missions were taken from his superior, a vampire marquis. He really did not know much about anything else. The hierarchy in the netherworld was too strict. Take the 3 holy cities, for example. Almost all the undead in the city were not as powerful as Gu Li and the others. Therefore, they would still bow to Gu Li regardless of whether they had been subdued by him or not. Meanwhile, Eric was only a vampire count. His status was below average among vampires. If he was placed in the human race, he would at most be a small noble, slightly stronger than the civilians, but compared to the truly powerful nobles, he was nothing. Eric was only the leader of one of Edison's scouts. He naturally did not have the right to meet with Edison, but he did know a little about the strength of Edison's men. Through Eric's explanation, Zhao Hai had a better understanding of Edison's strength. Without a doubt, Edison was the #1 force in the resistance army. He controlled more than 20 cities, and each of them was no smaller than the 3 holy cities. All the undead creatures that dared to resist him in those cities were killed by him in the end. He then took out the undead creature's soul fire and rewarded it to his loyal subordinates. It could be said that his strength was about 10 times that of the 3 holy cities. Clouds of war art tend to surround. Edison's strength was more than 10 times that of the 3 holy cities. Under such circumstances, Edison would not give the 3 holy cities any chance to attack. However, Zhao Hai could also tell from Edison's actions that he was a very cautious person. His military strength was 10 times that of the 3 holy cities, yet he still sent people into the city to become spies. This in itself showed his personality. It would not be easy to deal with such an enemy. After Eric explained Edison's military strength, Zhao Hai nodded. He looked at Eric and said, "Eric, what kind of attacks do you vampires have?" Hearing Zhao Hai's question, Eric immediately replied, "Young master, we vampires have many ways of attacking. We can use sound attacks, and our hands can grow claws to attack the enemy. We can also use blood attacks and dark energy attacks." Zhao Hai nodded his head. The vampire's attacks were within his expectations. From the moment Jiang Zheng told him that the vampire was a bat, Zhao Hai knew that the vampire's attacks would include sound waves. The vampire's remaining attacks were also within Zhao Hai's expectations. In the underworld, there were 2 types of energy that were the most abundant. One was the dark energy in the black mist, and the other was the blood energy in the blood pool. Vampires had their own complete ranking system, so it was impossible for them not to use these 2 types of energy. It was not a big deal. Zhao Hai turned to look at Eric. "All right, Eric, go rest in the space. Cultivate there. You might become a vampire king in the future." Eric responded and was kept into Zhao Hai's dimension. This was the first vampire that Zhao Hai had taken in. Even though this vampire was slightly different from the vampires on Earth, they had their own similarities. To be honest, after seeing Eric, Zhao Hai felt a sense of familiarity, just like the elegant vampires in the movies back on Earth. Zhao Hai walked to the window. The room's windows were not made of glass. To a lick, it didn't matter if there was wind or not. Besides, there was no wind in the underworld. There was only fog, black fog. Zhao Hai did not install any glass on the tower when he realized that there was no wind in the underworld. He knew that it would be unnecessary to modify the tower if he did that. No one knew what kind of magic array Campera had installed in the room, but the black fog was unable to enter the room. On the roof of the room, there was a magic lamp. The light of the magic lamp was very gentle, just right for people to move around in the house. In fact, standing in front of the window of the tower, you couldn't see anything at all. Except for admiring the constantly changing shape of the black fog, you couldn't see anything. However, the room with this window was more like a room. Of the 3 towers, only the room on the top floor had windows. The other rooms had no windows. This showed that the owners of these 3 rooms had special identities. Zhao Hai stood quietly in front of the window, looking out at the beast-like black fog that was churning nonstop. He could not help but feel a little excited. Zhao Hai was a shut-in back on Earth. He looked timid and introverted, but no one knew that he was like a fire wrapped in ice. To put it in a cliché way, there was a beast hidden in his heart. Although these people usually looked no different from everyone else, that was just their disguise. Their hearts had always been cold. They could even ignore feelings and lives. Only a few people and things could enter their hearts. In fact, things were just like a stone thrown into the lake. Although it would cause ripples, it would quickly calm down. It was because of this indifference that Zhao Hai quickly adapted to life on the Ark continent. He could kill people without hesitation. He could even kill tens, hundreds, thousands, or even hundreds of millions of people. In his eyes, other than the people he cared about, he did not care much about the lives of others. The more they were like this, the more difficult it was for them to settle down. Unless they found something they liked to do, or for some external reasons, they had no choice but to settle down. On Earth, Zhao Hai was like this. He stayed at home because he found something he liked to do, and that was to fantasize. He fantasized about telling the stories he had made up to everyone. This was what he liked to do, so he stayed at home. In fact, Zhao Hai had another thing he liked to do, which was traveling. Unfortunately, traveling on Earth was very expensive, but Zhao Hai didn't have money. It was because of this desire that his favorite car on Earth was not a sports car, but a RV. He liked to imagine that one day, he could drive the RV to every corner of the world. However, on Earth, he could only fantasize about it. At that time, he couldn't even afford a common car, let alone an RV. After arriving on the Ark continent, Zhao Hai had almost everything that he did not have on Earth. He had a warm home, a few women who loved him deeply, and his heart was completely open to Laura and the others. At the same time, he had also gained great power. Coupled with some external reasons, Zhao Hai had seen many things that he could not see on Earth. It was also because of this that Zhao Hai transferred his regret of not being able to travel on Earth to the Ark continent. He wanted to make up for his regrets here. It was because of this thought that he had gone to the Devil Realm, the God Realm, the Atlantic continent, and now to the Underworld. He believed that one day he would go to the world of self-cultivators. In the Netherworld, although his eyes couldn't see the outside world, his spiritual awareness could allow him to see everything outside. This was completely different from the places he had been to before. The feeling of discovering new things made him excited and excited. Zhao Hai slowly closed his eyes and sensed the situation in the city. He had opened up dozens of dimensional rifts in the city. Gu Li and Jiang Zheng were commanding their subordinates to capture the undead creatures into their dimensions. Although they encountered some resistance during the process, they were quickly captured and released by Zhao Hai's army. However, they had become Zhao Hai's subordinates. At this moment, Zhao Hai suddenly felt an extremely powerful mental energy fluctuation coming straight toward Three Saint City. Zhao Hai was slightly stunned, then his eyes suddenly opened. At the same time, his mental energy directly met the mental energy. The other party had clearly sensed Zhao Hai's spiritual power as well, and he charged toward Zhao Hai. Boom, the two's spiritual energy collided in the air silently. Other people couldn't hear the sound of their spiritual energy colliding, but Zhao Hai did. He believed that his opponent heard it as well. This spiritual collision was just a test, but it was also the most dangerous one. If they were disappointed, they would become idiots or even brain dead. This time, neither side gained any advantage. Neither of them retracted their psychic energy. Zhao Hai's psychic energy was like a shield covered in spikes, covering the entire Three Saints city. On the other hand, the opponent's psychic energy was like a net full of hooks, constantly looking for holes in Zhao Hai's psychic energy. Nets and shields usually didn't seem to have any attack power, but when one had thorns on it and the other had barbs on it, they became the most ferocious weapons. It could be seen that both sides were not easy to deal with. Some ordinary undead creatures couldn't sense the mind-power battle this time. They only felt an unprecedented pressure appearing in the sky above the three holy cities, making the undead creatures feel like it was the end of the world. The undead creatures were all intelligent, so they could clearly sense this feeling. The undead creatures that were still resisting Gu Li's capture had almost lost their will to resist. They stood there in a daze and allowed the skeleton soldiers and zombie soldiers to capture them and bring them into the space. Gu Li and Jiang Chen were able to sense the spiritual confrontation this time. It was precisely because they could sense it that they knew how terrifying and dangerous the two people who were fighting were. The spiritual power battle continued, but Zhao Hai wasn't too worried. He had already realized that this spiritual power attack was just a test. If he didn't step in to stop it, this spiritual power attack might just be a warning. The opponent's mind power was very strong, but the distance was too far. Zhao Hai believed that if the opponent were to walk, it would take at least 2 days to reach Three Saint City. No matter how strong the opponent was, it was impossible for him to kill Gu Lei and the others with his mind power from such a distance. However, the other party still raised Zhao Hai's vigilance, because Zhao Hai was very clear that the other party's strength couldn't be underestimated since he could attack 3 saint cities with his mental power over such a long distance. In fact, Zhao Hai could also do this. After all, he had a village of succubi, and the succubi were born with mental power. Zhao Hai could do it, but he couldn't do it as easily as his opponent. Although he had learned the succubus's method of using mental power, he hadn't learned it for a long time and rarely used it. He could do this kind of attack, but he couldn't do it with the same degree of success as his opponent. However, this made Zhao Hai even more excited. He believed that his opponent would not only compete with him in terms of spiritual power, because this kind of battle was too dangerous. Even a spiritual powerhouse like his opponent would not fight to the death with his spiritual power. That would be equivalent to seeking death, because if he was not careful, his spiritual power would backfire, and his opponent would not be able to bear the consequences. If the undead creature had such powerful mind power, it meant that he must be good at fighting. In a place like the underworld, having strong mind power had many benefits, but it was impossible for him to have such strong mind power from the beginning, because his body wouldn't be that strong if he had such strong mind power from the beginning. If that were the case, he would have become food for the undead creatures. In the underworld, every race except for the Lick tribe had very strong bodies. However, the Lick tribe had the strongest bodies because they were immune to ordinary physical attacks. In BSB, Zhao Hai really couldn't wait to fight with him and see how strong he was. The other party also realized that it was almost impossible for him to use his power of the will to warn the undead in the 3 holy cities. The other party's power of the will was not weaker than his, and perhaps he was not as good at using it as him. However, if he attacked forcefully, he would definitely not be in a good position. So after a few probing attacks, he retreated. Zhao Hai retracted his psychic energy as well. However, as he did so, he took a quick glance at 3 holy cities. The situation in 3 holy cities was out of Zhao Hai's expectations. Zhang Zheng and Gu Li had used the mental pressure to capture most of the undead in the city and brought them into the origin space. Only a small portion of the undead remained. However, the undead seemed to have lost their ability to resist and allowed themselves to be captured. This made them feel a lot more relaxed. When Zhao Hai saw this, he immediately said in a deep voice, "Gu Li, Zhang Zheng, come here." Zhao Hai's voice spread far and wide in 3 Saint City. Gu Li and Zhang Zheng immediately responded and quickly rushed toward Zhao Hai's tower. Soon they arrived at Zhao Hai's room. Zhao Hai was sitting in his room. When he saw the 2 of them, he nodded and said, "Have a seat." The 2 of them nodded and sat down. The moment they sat down, Gu Li immediately said, "Young master, I just felt a spiritual power attack." Was it the Vampire King's attack? Zhao Hai nodded and said, "That's right. It should be Edison's mental attack. However, he was only testing the waters this time. You guys don't have to worry. If he's leading the majority of the group, it will take about 2 days to reach 3 Saint Cities. That's enough for you guys to set up." Zhang Zheng and Gu Li heaved a sigh of relief. Although Zhao Hai was present, their respect for Edison had already seeped deep into their bones. Therefore, when they heard that Edison and the others would only arrive in 2 days, the 2 of them were no longer as nervous. Zhao Hai looked at the 2 of them and smiled. "Don't worry. His spiritual power is not weak, but it's not too strong either. Don't worry." Zhang Zheng and Gu Li heaved a sigh of relief when they heard Zhao Hai's words. Other than their innate fear of Edison, they were also worried about Zhao Hai. They were now completely loyal to Zhao Hai, and they did not want anything to happen to him. If Zhao Hai had not said so, they would definitely have asked him to return to the origin space immediately and not fight with Edison. Zhao Hai looked at the 2 of them and said, "I'm not too familiar with the battle tactics in the Netherworld. I'll leave the command to you. You guys go and set up the formation. Remember, 2 days." The 2 of them responded and turned to leave. Zhao Hai smiled and called Laura and the others out. They were only curious about the underworld. When they came out to take a look, they saw nothing but the black fog. They did not want to stay any longer and returned to the origin space. Zhao Hai did not stop them. He could return to the origin space whenever he wanted. He just wanted to see how the underworld was different from the Ark continent. Although the battle between the Esgod tribe and the O'Neill family was still ongoing, Zhao Hai was no longer worried. Right now, the attacks from both sides were not very fierce, as neither side could afford to lose anymore. It was obvious that they were giving up on the battle. However, the higher-grade demonic armor that Zhao Hai had hoped for had not appeared, which made him extremely disappointed. Zhao Hai was also able to enjoy the rare moment of being alone, leaving Laura and the others to watch over the O'Neill family and the Esgod tribe. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. In these 2 days, the spiritual power that attacked 3 Saint City didn't appear again. Zhao Hai knew that the other party knew that such an attack was useless, so he didn't bother to use it. Instead, he prepared to attack directly. Just as Zhao Hai had predicted, 2 days later, Gu Li sensed a large number of undead slowly surrounding the 3 holy cities. Gu Li and Zhang Zheng did not use any of their weapons. In fact, the underworld was a very simple place to fight. They did not have as many high-level weapons as the Ark Continent or the Protoss. Many of the low-level undead only had stones in their hands. They were not strong enough to make their own bone weapons. Zhao Hai didn't move. He stood on top of one of his towers and scanned the surroundings with his power of the will. The entire 3 holy cities was surrounded by undead creatures. Most of them were skeletons, zombies, and a small number of dark creatures, vampires, and liches. Zhao Hai discovered that there were 10 huge campsites in the direction where the spirit attack came from. Unlike the other campsite where the undead creatures were scattered, the campsite was surrounded by thick bones. There were also many tents made from the skin of dark creatures, which made it look more like a human military camp. Gu Li and Jiang Zheng were standing beside Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai turned to them in confusion. Gu Li, Jiang Zheng, I've always been curious as to why there are so many houses in the 3 holy cities. The people who came from the outside have also built so many tents. Are those things useful to you? Gu Li and Jiang Zheng understood what Zhao Hai meant. They were undead creatures. Logically speaking, they didn't need those things, so why did they still need to build them? Sir, Gu Li said immediately, you don't know this, but in the underworld, apart from the black mist and the blood pool, there are 2 other things that pose a great threat to us undead. If the black mist and the blood pool are the source of our power, the acid rain and the wind are the grim reapers that want our lives. Oh, Zhao Hai replied, there's such a thing, tell me about it. Jiang Zheng said in a deep voice, acid rain and strong winds don't happen often in the underworld, but the first time it happens, it will kill countless undead creatures. The acid rain is a kind of black rain that emits a sour smell. This kind of rain is corrosive to our bodies and also has a certain effect on our soul fire. Some low-level undead can die after an hour of acid rain. The violent rain is a special phenomenon in the underworld. The black mist that is usually beneficial to us will become extremely violent in an instant and form a huge vortex. As long as an undead creature is sucked in, it won't be able to come out. Even if it's at my level, if I'm sucked in by a huge vortex, I won't be able to come out. Zhao Hai was slightly surprised when he heard Jiang Zheng's words. Jiang Zheng and Gu Li's strength were at the top even in the divine realm. However, the violent wind was able to kill them. It was clear how powerful the wind was. In fact, when one's strength reached Jiang Zheng's level, some natural phenomena in the natural world would have a very low impact on them. However, they did not expect that there would be a natural phenomenon that could threaten them in the netherworld. It was really a boundless world with all kinds of strange things. Do acid rain and strong winds happen often? Zhao Hai turned to look at the 2. Gu Li and Jiang Zheng shook their heads at the same time. Gu Li continued, it doesn't happen very often. The frequency of acid rain is slightly higher than that of the strong wind. It happens about once every 3 to 5 years without any fixed pattern. As for how many years it takes for a berserk dragon, no one knows. Sometimes it happens very frequently, about once every few months, and sometimes it doesn't even happen once in a few decades. Zhao Hai nodded, so you're saying that your houses and tents are to prevent acid rain. If a strong wind comes, I'm afraid that even an ordinary house won't be of any use, right? Gu Li shook his head. No, young master. Tents can only prevent acid rain. However, the houses in the city will be fine even if they are hit by a strong wind. We can activate the magic array. The magic array can protect the houses in the city from being affected by the strong wind. Zhao Hai nodded. In the Ark Continent, magic arrays usually did not resist natural phenomena. However, in the underworld they did. It seemed like this was all due to the environment. As Zhao Hai was saying something, a calm voice suddenly said, Kampera, Gili, Jiang Zheng, the 3 of you, come out. The voice sounded a little cold, but it was not fast. It gave off a calm feeling, which made Zhao Hai curious. Zhao Hai smiled and turned to the 2 of them. Since we've been called, let's go and take a look. I really want to see what this vampire king looks like. After saying that, Zhao Hai flew out of the tower and headed in the direction of Edison's voice. Gu Li and Jiang Zheng quickly followed. Soon the 3 of them flew out of 3 Saint City and stopped in mid-air. Soon a group of people flew in front of them and stopped about 5 meters in front of Zhao Hai and the others. There were about 20 people in this group. 2 of them were liches, 10 were skeletons, 5 were zombies, and 3 were vampires. Standing in front of these 20 people was a vampire in a black suit with golden patterns embroidered on it. It looked very gorgeous. His hair was very neat and tied with a black ribbon with golden patterns. He was very handsome, belonging to the kind of feminine handsomeness. His face was very white, the kind of pale that had not seen the sun for a long time. His 2 eyes were very special, both red, like 2 red gems. He stood there elegantly, like a natural king who was examining his people. The natural temperament he exuded made people feel inferior. When Zhao Hai was sizing up Edison, Edison was also sizing Zhao Hai up. When Edison first laid eyes on Zhao Hai, his pupils shrank. This was because Zhao Hai had a heartbeat and he had the aura of life on him. However, when he saw Zhao Hai's attire, Edison heaved a sigh of relief. He had already treated Zhao Hai as a pharaoh. However, even as Edison heaved a sigh of relief, he began to pay more attention to Zhao Hai. He knew that the person he had previously competed with in terms of mental strength was Zhao Hai. Edison couldn't help but examine Zhao Hai even more carefully. After looking at Zhao Hai carefully, Edison's curiosity was piqued. In the netherworld, any being who stood at the top of a race would inevitably produce a kind of pressure. That was the majesty of a king. Ordinary undead creatures would submit to this kind of pressure, or they would be killed. However, after fighting Zhao Hai once, Edison realized that Zhao Hai did not have such a powerful aura. What was going on? This made Edison very confused. After sizing up Zhao Hai for a while, Edison said, "Who are you? Where's Capora?" Zhao Hai smiled. "I'm Zhao Hai. Capora is not here. He went somewhere else." Edison looked at Gu Li and Jiang Zheng, who were standing behind Zhao Hai like guards. His expression changed slightly as he said in a deep voice, "Jiang Zheng, Gu Li, what's going on?" Jiang Zheng looked at Edison and said in a deep voice, "We have already submitted to Mr. Zhao Hai, and so has Capora. If you have anything to say, you can speak to Mr. Zhao Hai." After saying that, he shut up and didn't say anything. Edison looked at Zhao Hai in surprise. He did not expect Zhao Hai to be able to subdue the three of them. Edison had known them for a long time. He was very clear that the three of them were considered unusual in the resistance. What they wanted was not power, but freedom. Therefore, the three of them would never join any party, much less bow their heads to anyone. Now that they had suddenly submitted to Zhao Hai, Edison was really surprised. Edison looked at Zhao Hai for a while before saying in a low voice, "Fine, whatever you say. It's the same as talking to you. Zhao Hai, I think you know the current situation in the underworld, right?" "I know a little," Zhao Hai nodded. Edison nodded and said, "It's good that you know. The reason why our resistance army has never been able to defeat the underworld god hall is because the people there are a whole. They only have one leader, while our resistance army is a pile of loose sand. We can't fight at all. Under such circumstances, it's only natural that we're at a disadvantage if we go against them. As such, our resistance army has to unite and form a whole. Only then can we defeat the underworld god hall." NBSB, Zhao Hai nodded. "That makes sense, but what does this have to do with Mr. Edison leading an army to surround the three holy cities?" When Edison heard Zhao Hai's words, his nose almost went crooked from anger. Of course, he would not believe that Zhao Hai really did not know what was going on. Zhao Hai was obviously playing dumb with him, and that was what made Edison angry. It was obvious that the underworld did not have any qualified politicians. After hearing Zhao Hai's words, Edison could no longer hold back. He looked at Zhao Hai and said coldly, "Submit to me and make me king or die." Zhao Hai looked at Edison's expression and suddenly laughed out loud. "Why didn't you say that earlier? Why are you talking so much nonsense? But there's one thing I've said wrong. Why should we submit to you, and not you submitting to me?" As soon as Edison heard Zhao Hai's words, his ruby-like eyes glowed red. Then two fangs protruded from his mouth, and his expression turned extremely ferocious. He opened his mouth and let out a sharp howl. As soon as his eyes changed, Zhao Hai used a shield to cover the three of them. At the same time, all the undead creatures in the three holy cities were recalled into the origin space. These undead creatures were all released from the boundless space and had been marked by the space. If Zhao Hai wanted to put them back into the boundless space, he could do it with just a thought. As soon as Edison opened his mouth, a transparent energy wave was emitted from his mouth and headed straight for Zhao Hai's group. This was the vampire's signature move, the sound wave attack. The sound wave shot straight towards Zhao Hai, who was only 5 meters away from Edison. To experts like Edison and the others, such a short distance was nothing. They would probably be able to hit their opponent in the blink of an eye. This time, the sound wave attack was even faster. However, just as the sound wave was about to reach Zhao Hai, a transparent barrier suddenly appeared in front of him. The barrier was still spinning rapidly, so all the sounds that were aimed at Zhao Hai were absorbed by the barrier. When Edison saw that his attack had not achieved the desired effect, he immediately extended his hand to attack Zhao Hai. Long nails had already grown out of his hand. The nails were shining with a blood-red light and looked extremely sharp. A sword suddenly appeared in Zhao Hai's hand, and he swung it at Edison's hand. Both of their movements were extremely fast, and Edison didn't have time to change his move. However, he didn't want to change his move. He reached out and grabbed Zhao Hai's sword, but Zhao Hai didn't move. Instead, he continued to swing his sword at Edison's hand. The moment Edison's hand touched Zhao Hai's sword, there was a loud explosion. Zhao Hai's sword burst into flames, and his sword disappeared. That sword was a fire energy sword that Zhao Hai had conjured using Capora's compression magic. However, in order to not arouse Edison's suspicion, the fire energy that Zhao Hai used was the yin fire in the underworld, not the yang fire that was produced in the space. Zhao Hai knew very well that the sunfire in the dimension was more effective in dealing with Edison. However, there was no sunfire in the underworld. If he used it, Edison would start to suspect his identity. If things went wrong, the entire underworld would know about the dimensional crack. That would affect Zhao Hai's plan, so he did not use the sunfire. Edison clearly had some qualms about the yin flames. He pulled back his hand, then stretched it out. A cross blade appeared in his hand. The cross blade was silver-white in color, and the hilt was in the shape of a demon with its wings spread out. The edge of the sword was in the shape of a standard cross, which looked gorgeous but ferocious at the same time. The body of the sword was not straight, but like a snake's body, which was in the shape of waves, looking very strange. When Zhao Hai saw this, he extended his hand and a sword appeared in his hand. This sword was different from the swords that people usually saw. This sword was curved and the arc was very large. It looked like a curved knife, but it had two blades. As soon as the two took out their weapons, they immediately clashed. There was a clang as one or two strangely shaped swords collided, but no sparks were produced because there was no fire element here. The two of them separated as soon as they came into contact. Edison looked at the curved sword in Zhao Hai's hand and said in a deep voice, "Where did you get your weapon? Where did you get your weapon from?" Zhao Hai asked with a smile. Edison snorted coldly. With a leap, he pounced towards Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai also pounced towards Edison. Zhao Hai's figure quickly caught up with Edison's. The two swords swung out at the same time. Clang, 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 clang. The swords in the hands of the two men had already clashed countless times. Soon the two of them rolled into the black mist. Only the sound of their swords clashing could be heard, but their figures could not be seen. When Edison's men saw that the two of them had disappeared, they couldn't help but look at Gyuli and Jiang Zhang. The two of them knew what they were thinking when they saw the undead's expressions. Gyuli immediately drew his sword, and Jiang Zhang's nails extended out. Edison's men, on the other hand, screamed and pounced on the two of them. General Cooley was at a complete disadvantage in terms of numbers. Just as the two of them were panicking, a large group of skeletons appeared beside them without a sound. These skeletons immediately returned to the battle and blocked the attacks from Edison's men. Edison's men were also shocked when they saw the skeletons. They realized that these skeletons were obviously not their match, but they were in a battle formation and had great teamwork. They had no way to deal with these skeletons. Upon seeing this, Edison's subordinate immediately let out a sharp cry. This cry was not just to disturb the enemy, but to summon his subordinates. Following their shrieks, the undead surrounding the three holy cities began to move. They all screamed and pounced towards the three holy cities. In the eyes of Edison's subordinates, the forces of the three holy cities would not be able to withstand their attacks. Moreover, Cooley and the others were outside the city, so the magic array in the city had not been activated. It seemed that the three holy cities were about to fall. However, the idea was beautiful, but the reality was extremely cruel. Under their gaze, countless skeletons suddenly rushed out of the three holy cities. Combat power of these skeletons was very strong, and the number was far beyond their imagination. Soon, they found that their army had suffered a loss. Such a change shocked them. This was something that Edison's subordinates had never expected. They really didn't know that so many troops had come from the three holy cities. The battle in three holy cities had sunk into a state of anxiety. Zhao Hai and Edison's battle had also entered a state of white heat. It was impossible to see their figures clearly. The two of them had raised their speed to the maximum, and the swords in their hands were dancing rapidly. Sword lights enveloped the two of them, and the sound of swords clashing was like popping beans. There was no pause. The two of them didn't use any other moves except for their swords because they were too far away and their swords were dancing too fast. They couldn't divert their attention to use other moves because they could feel that if they were distracted, they would be stabbed or killed by the other's sword immediately. For experts like them, it would be a big trouble if they were even slightly injured by the sword, because the other's chi and jin had invaded their meridians from the balance, causing serious internal injuries. For experts like them, even a small cut from the opponent's sword could be fatal. They were very clear that if the opponent's sword pierced their skin, it would be equivalent to breaking their protection. Chi jin of the opponent would enter their bodies, and the final result would be that their internal organs might be shattered by the opponent. The two of them didn't dare to be distracted at all. They brandished their swords with all their might like two perpetual motion machines, not daring to leave any chance for the other. At this moment, a skeleton suddenly appeared between the two of them. The two of them were stunned at the same time. Then they quickly retreated to the sides. They held their swords and looked at each other. At the same time, they felt a wave of fear in their hearts. The two of them didn't feel anything when they used all their strength to attack. However, when they separated from each other, they could feel that they had used up about 40 of their energy. For experts like Zhao Hai and Edison, this amount of energy consumption was too terrifying. The two of them knew that they had been too engrossed in the fight just now. They could no longer feel anything. They only knew how to wave their swords, and wave their swords non-stop. It was as if they were possessed. If it wasn't for the skeleton's sudden appearance, the two of them would have died of exhaustion. He would die from exhaustion. In the eyes of some people, this was something that would never happen to an expert. However, very few people knew that the stronger one was, the easier it was for them to die from exhaustion. Just like Zhao Hai and Edison, once they met an evenly matched opponent, they didn't dare to be distracted, especially in that quick fight just now. If any one of them was distracted, the final result would be that they would be killed by the other person. Therefore, all their attention was focused on the opponent. They could only instinctively mobilize the power in their bodies. They didn't know how much power they had used or how much power they had left. Under such circumstances, if there was no external force to stop them, they would find that they were completely exhausted by the end of the fight. They would die from exhaustion. Even someone as strong as Zhao Hai would not be able to escape such an ending. The reason for this was because Zhao Hai had underestimated Edison. Edison's level was one level higher than Gu Li and the others, and Gu Li and the others were already equivalent to high god rank powerhouses. If they were in the divine realm, Gu Li and the others would be grand elders. With just one more step, they would be able to ascend. In other words, if Edison was in the divine realm, he would have already ascended. After ascending to the world of self-cultivators, Edilin could be considered a true self-cultivator. Although Edison had yet to ascend, his strength was already considered a self-cultivator, almost the same as Zhao Hai's. Although the energy in Zhao Hai's body was very solid, it was also very difficult for him to replenish the energy in his body. The energy in Edison's body was not as condensed as Zhao Hai's, but the amount of energy in his body was similar to Zhao Hai's. Moreover, the high-intensity battle between him and Zhao Hai had prevented his energy from being replenished in time. In other words, the energy in their bodies was not enough to make ends meet. If it wasn't for the skeleton interrupting them, even God would not be able to save them when they were exhausted. The two of them felt the situation in their bodies and felt a lingering fear. The skeleton had appeared just in time. Of course, Edison couldn't possibly know how the skeleton appeared, but Zhao Hai knew that it must have been Laura and the others who had discovered his condition and released the skeleton. Thinking of this, Zhao Hai's love for Laura and the others deepened. Of course, this battle was not without its benefits. This battle had allowed Zhao Hai to gain a deeper understanding of martial arts. He realized that the people on the Arc continent and the divine realm had all fallen into a misunderstanding. This misunderstanding was none other than the domain. Zhao Hai used to think that the territory power used by the warriors of the Arc continent and the divinity was a very powerful power. Not only was it powerful, but it also had strong offensive and defensive powers. It could even absorb the energy of heaven and earth for its use. As Zhao Hai grew stronger, he used his realm power less and less. He always felt that his realm power couldn't fully display his strength. After the fight with Edison, Zhao Hai finally understood why he had that feeling. It was because he had developed his domain in the wrong direction. The territory looked good as it could attack, defend, and recover health. However, it was because of these characteristics that the territory couldn't use all its power on offense. It might seem like nothing, but in a battle it was too deadly. Take Zhao Hai as an example. He used his realm, which required a certain amount of power to maintain. In addition, he had to consider the changes of the realm, so he couldn't use 100 of his power on offense. In addition, the attack of the realm was the same as the realm. Every attack was very powerful, and the energy of each attack was huge. It looked very powerful, but the lethality was not satisfactory. If the power of the territory could be concentrated on one attack, the lethality exerted by the territory attack would be at least twice as high. It was just like the battle between Zhao Hai and Edison. Zhao Hai's every sword strike was at its fastest speed and with the most destructive power. Edison was the same. Zhao Hai was certain that his first sword strike could easily tear apart a high god's domain and kill the high god. Other than the difference in levels, the main reason for this was the domain. The domain had divided the power of the high god. It was like if you were to turn a piece of metal that weighed 1 jin into a 1-meter square sheet of metal and make it into a knife. Would the attack power be the same? There was no doubt that the iron used to make the knife could easily pierce through the iron sheet. This was the difference. These thoughts flashed through Zhao Hai's mind like lightning before he focused his attention on Edison again. Edison was too terrifying. Zhao Hai did not dare to be careless. Without him using his spatial powers or the power of the Hades, Zhao Hai could only fight him to a draw. Edison felt the same way as Zhao Hai. When he was fighting Zhao Hai, he had noticed that Zhao Hai was not very familiar with the use of his own strength at the beginning. That was why he had the upper hand in the beginning. However, as time went on, Zhao Hai became more and more familiar with the use of his strength, and eventually they were on par. It was also because of this tie that he and Zhao Hai were in a dangerous situation at the same time. At the beginning, he was able to handle the situation with ease, but in the end, he had no choice but to concentrate. He no longer had the mood to pay attention to the energy in his body. The two of them were 100 meters apart, standing quietly. Although they couldn't see each other, they could clearly feel each other's every movement. It could be said that they could even feel each other's hair moving. Neither of them attacked. In fact, both of them had some concerns now. The battle just now made both of them know how powerful the other party was. To use an old saying, the two of them were fighting a wolf with a hemp stick, and both of them were afraid. Edison's mental energy was locked onto Zhao Hai. Of course, he knew that Zhao Hai's mental energy was also locked onto him. Edison felt a little bitter in his heart. He did not understand when such a powerful pharaoh had appeared in the underworld. Furthermore, he had heard that Lao Wang had always favored the fighting style of mages. Why was this pharaoh so strong in close combat? Neither of them dared to put away their swords easily because they had been locked on by the other. Once they put away their swords, they would likely be attacked by the other's lightning-like attacks. Not to mention putting away their swords, the two of them didn't even dare to speak. Although they weren't competing in martial arts, they were competing in terms of momentum and patience. If either side spoke first, their momentum would leak and they would be at a disadvantage. This was the most dangerous battle Zhao Hai had ever experienced since he became a disciple. Every step he took was filled with fear, and any wrong step would lead to his death. However, the two of them also knew that their battle could only remain like this. The outcome of the battle would not depend on the two of them, but on their subordinates. When two fighters fought each other, especially two fighters with great power, territory, and subordinates, their fights were not only about two people but also about their overall strength. Whoever's subordinate could kill the opponent's subordinate would be able to overwhelm the opponent with his imposing manner. For instance, when a king of a big country met the king of a small country, because his country was more powerful than the opponent, he could naturally overwhelm the opponent with his imposing manner. Even if the other party was stronger than him, he would still lose to him in terms of aura. A king, wherever he went, represented not only himself, but also his country. Edison's momentum was very strong because he was confident that his men would be able to deal with the people of the three holy cities. He had been dealing with the people of the three holy cities for a long time, so he was very familiar with the strength of the three holy cities. Although the strength of the three holy cities was not bad, it was still far from his level. He believed that as long as he kept Zhao Hai busy, his men would be able to take care of the three holy cities very quickly. Zhao Hai's momentum would be suppressed, and he would win. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's aura wasn't any weaker than his. Edison was confident in his subordinates, but Zhao Hai was even more confident in his subordinates. How many subordinates did Edison have? No matter how many, they couldn't exceed 1 billion. On the other hand, Zhao Hai had more than 1 billion undead creatures under his command, and they weren't weak either. It shouldn't be a problem for him to take care of Edison's subordinates. Moreover, when Zhao Hai was observing the undead creatures surrounding the three holy cities with his mental power, he discovered a problem. The undead creatures didn't seem to have learned how to use battle formations and battle tactics. They didn't seem to know how to use battle tactics at all. The undead creatures just stood in a mess outside the three holy cities without any order. Even Zhao Hai, who wasn't good at commanding, would laugh his teeth off when he saw the undead creatures. On the other hand, Zhao Hai's men were very familiar with battle formations. With the leadership of Lies and Meljin, it was too easy for them to deal with the undead creatures that were in a state of disunity. Even though the underworld was completely covered by the black mist, Zhao Hai was still worried that the spatial screen would be affected. After all, the spatial screen could not see too far into the black mist back on the Ark continent. However, after entering the underworld, the dimension seemed to have adapted to the black fog. The images of the underworld on the screen were still very clear. Because of this, Zhao Hai was not worried at all. He believed that Lies and the others would be able to take care of Edison's men. They had also noticed Zhao Hai's situation, but they didn't expect Edison to be this strong. Zhao Hai's life had always been smooth with the help of the realm. He hadn't encountered too many dangers. Even if he did encounter a little danger, Zhao Hai would resolve it with ease. It didn't cause him any real harm. NBSB, the most dangerous time was the first time he fought with Lu Wei. Zhao Hai was almost killed, but in the end he gained great benefits. But this time it was different. Zhao Hai had truly met an opponent, an incomparably strong opponent. Of course, Lu Wei's true form was much stronger than Edison's. Unfortunately, Lu Wei's true form would never reach this place, so Edison was the strongest opponent they had ever met. When Zhao Hai was fighting with Edison, they didn't see what was going on. Their realms weren't high enough, so they didn't notice anything. However, someone else did. This person was none other than Heir. Heir was now one with the space, and the space was completely dependent on Zhao Hai. Therefore, no one knew Zhao Hai's situation better than Heir. Therefore, when Heir noticed that Zhao Hai's energy was uncontrollably leaking out of his body, she knew that he was in danger. Therefore, she immediately told Laura and the others about this situation. In the end, Laura and the others came up with an idea, which was to use the spatial ability to suddenly place a skeleton between the two of them. This way, the rhythm of the two would be disrupted, and the two of them would naturally separate. Their plan was very successful, but they didn't expect that after the two separated, they would stand there motionless. Neither of them spoke, and they both stood there with their swords like two statues. Laura and the others were dumbfounded when they saw this. However, they also understood that Zhao Hai's danger had not been eliminated. However, they did not know what to do in this situation. The few of them were anxiously pacing around the room when Meg, who had been quiet all this time, suddenly said, "Sister Laura, do you think we should invite my grandfather over to take a look? My grandfather is already a deity-level expert, and he has gone through hundreds of battles throughout his life, so he is extremely experienced in battle. If we ask him to come and take a look, he might be able to find a way." Hearing what Meg said, Laura couldn't help but be surprised, and then she said with a happy expression, "Right, how could I forget? Quick, ask Grandpa Green to come and see what's going on." "Yes," replied Meg. She immediately turned around and left. Not long after, Grim and Merlin arrived at the spatial villa. The two of them had been cultivating on the Berserk Dragon Island. When they heard that something had happened to Zhao Hai, they immediately rushed over. Unlike Kellen and the others, Grim and Merlin preferred to cultivate. Therefore, other than managing the wild Dragon Island, they would cultivate on the island. They had also found their own entertainment in their cultivation. As soon as Grim entered the house, he asked, "What's wrong? What was going on? How is young master?" Laura and the others saluted Green and immediately explained the situation. They then showed Green the screen. Because Zhao Hai was very respectful to the two of them, Laura and the others were also very respectful to them, as if they were their own elders. After listening to the introduction, Green looked at the situation on the screen and didn't say anything for a long time. When Laura and the others saw Green's expression, they couldn't help but feel nervous. "Grandpa Grim, how is it?" Grim looked at the screen and said in a deep voice, "Young master and that vampire should be using their chi to lock onto each other. Neither of them dares to act rashly. Any subtle movement may cause the other to strike like a thunderbolt. Although the two of them are no longer competing in strength, it is not easy at all. On the contrary, it may be more dangerous. In order to break this situation, the previous method can't be used anymore. Now the only way to win is to suppress the vampire with momentum. Li Jai Meljin, immediately command the undead creatures in the realm to kill all the subordinates of the vampire in the shortest time possible. Then the soldiers will surround Zhao Hai and the vampire. Only in this way can the young master suppress him with his momentum, and we will win." As soon as they heard Grim's words, Becky and Meljin responded immediately. Then the image on the screen changed, and the situation in the three holy cities appeared. The three holy cities were currently in a heated battle, but in general, three holy cities had the advantage. No matter what, three holy cities had the advantage in military strength, so dealing with Edison's men was a piece of cake. However, Lies and the others didn't command the undead creatures to fight, as they thought it was unnecessary. They were very clear about the strength of the undead creatures, and even without their command, it wouldn't be too difficult for them to deal with the enemies. After all, the undead creatures under her command were experienced, intelligent, and had learned battle formations. Even if they didn't command, nothing would happen. However, things were different now. After hearing from Grim that Zhao Hai would not be in danger if he defeated Edison's men as soon as possible, both of them did not hold back. They immediately started to command the undead creatures to attack. Zhao Hai's undead creatures were good and had learned battle formations. However, they were in the middle of a battle and there were many things that they couldn't see. However, it was different for the girls. They were sitting in the space and watching the screen. It was as if they were playing chess by themselves. They could control the whole situation and make changes at the first moment. Moreover, it wasn't the first time that Lies and Meljin had used such a commanding method, so they were very used to it. Moreover, they were in a hurry to rescue Zhao Hai, so they didn't hold back. They commanded the undead creatures to attack Edison's men with all their might. Although Edison's undead creatures were strong, they didn't know how to use battle formations. In addition, they were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers and were suppressed by Lies' group. Now that they were under her command, the undead creatures couldn't resist. Right now, the group wasn't in the mood to capture the undead creatures and bring them into the realm. They immediately started killing them. In a short time, a large number of Edison's subordinates were killed, and their soul fire was collected by Lies. Although these undead creatures were all Edison's subordinates, they weren't his direct subordinates. Therefore, Edison wouldn't feel anything even if they died. Only some vampires were Edison's direct subordinates. Once those vampires died, Edison would sense it immediately. However, because Edison was a vampire, vampires had a high status among the undead creatures. Vampires wouldn't do something as dangerous as charging into the enemy lines on a ship. Those vampires were hiding behind, so naturally, not many of them died. Edison naturally didn't know about the situation in three holy cities. As for Zhao Hai's undead creatures, they were his direct subordinates. Zhao Hai would sense the death of every undead creature, but he didn't care. He had too many undead creatures under his command. It was impossible for a battle like this to not have casualties, so he didn't care about the feeling. Right now, Zhao Hai and Edison's chi were locked onto each other. They didn't care about the outside world at all. Although they were both strong and could know what was happening on the battlefield, by using their spirit power, neither of them dared to be distracted. The situation in three holy cities had become completely one-sided with the commands from both Becky and Meljin. The undead that were fighting against Gully and General Zheng could sense the danger in three holy cities, but it was impossible for them to help even if they wanted to. They were already trapped there. Zhao Hai and Edison did not even hear the screams for help. They only had each other in their eyes. All the efforts of Edison's men had been in vain. The battle continued. Laura and the others had already counted the number of undead creatures under Edison's command. Of course, the level of these undead creatures varied, and some of them weren't even silver. They couldn't create their own life weapons, so they could only hold something like a stone. Even if they were weapons, these undead creatures couldn't cause any damage to Zhao Hai's undead creatures. On the other hand, there were less than 200 million silver-ranked undead creatures under Edison's command. This wasn't a small number in the underworld, because Edison had more than 20 cities under his control. In addition, he had killed a large number of undead creatures in the process of conquering these cities, so the strength of his subordinates had increased rapidly. However, these 200 million undead creatures didn't stand a chance against the undead creatures in the realm. This was because there were 1 billion high-level undead creatures in the realm. One side had the advantage of numbers, one side had a small army, one side was well-trained and had a battle formation, while the other side was a pile of loose sand. Under such circumstances, it would be unreasonable if Edison's men didn't lose. However, the undead creatures weren't afraid of death, so it wasn't as easy to deal with them as it was with the ordinary human army. On the other hand, Becky and Melgen had calmed down completely. They were commanding the undead creatures and constantly changing their formation to surround and kill Edison's men. The number of undead creatures under Edison's command was decreasing. At this moment, Edison also sensed that a few of his vampire subordinates had been killed. However, Edlin was a man with a strong will. His heart was as hard as iron and stone. He remained unmoved. His chi was still locked onto Zhao Hai, and he was not affected much. In fact, Edison's intuition was wrong. The vampire's underlings weren't killed. Instead, they were captured and brought into the origin space by Lies and the others. Right now, Lies and the others had gained the upper hand, so it wasn't a problem for them to kill or capture the remaining undead creatures. Besides, they could also tell that Zhao Hai wouldn't be in any danger for a while. Therefore, the two of them didn't hold back and started to wipe out Edison's underlings as long as they could. He put all of them into his space. Green watched the fight between Lies and Melgen, but he did not say anything. Although he was worried about Zhao Hai, he could tell that Zhao Hai was not in any danger. Moreover, when Lies and Melgen were commanding the battle just now, Grimm could see that their commanding level was really good. He did not need to worry about this at all, so he was relieved. Laura and the others didn't say anything as they knew that both Lies and Melgen knew what they were doing. Besides, it would be a pity if so many high-level undead creatures were killed and turned into soul fire. Seeing that Edison's men were getting fewer and fewer, Laura also said in a deep voice, "We're almost there. Melgen, you stay here and command the undead creatures to take care of Edison's men. Becky, you command the rest of the undead creatures to slowly approach Brother Hai. Grandpa Grimm, what do you think we should do next?" Lola nodded and turned to look at Lies. The latter nodded as well. She knew what to do. She immediately followed Green's instructions and drew out a portion of the undead creatures. Then she called Gili and Jiangzheng over and asked them to lead the undead creatures to Zhao Hai's aid. Zhao Hai and Edison were still in a confrontation. At this moment, General Gu Li led a large group of undead creatures and slowly appeared behind Zhao Hai. The undead creatures behind them formed a neat Rubik's Cube formation. This Rubik's Cube continent was made up of nearly 100 million undead creatures. As they moved forward, they covered the sky and the earth, giving off an immense pressure. In a split second, Zhao Hai already knew that the undead creatures were coming. His aura couldn't help but grow stronger, almost by several times. Zhao Hai and Edison were competing in terms of aura. Naturally, Edison was the first to notice the change in Zhao Hai's aura. He did not understand why Zhao Hai would have such a change. At that moment, he finally noticed Gu Li and Jiangzheng slowly approaching from behind Zhao Hai. As soon as he noticed Gu Li and Jiangzheng, Edison's expression changed drastically. A crack appeared in his mind, and with the help of his chi, Zhao Hai immediately noticed the crack in Edison's mind. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up and he shouted out like a spring thunder, "Kill." He swung his sword at Edison. Edison's face turned extremely ugly. He knew that he had lost today, but he did not know if he could escape from Zhao Hai's hands. Edison knew that this was not the time to retreat. If he did, Zhao Hai's momentum would only weaken. Under the influence of the momentum, Zhao Hai's attacks would only become more ferocious. At that time, he would not even know how he died. Zhao Hai, on the other hand, did not think too much about it. He was at the peak of his momentum as he swung his scimitar at Edison. However, Edison was at a disadvantage this time. All he could do was defend himself without being able to retaliate. Zhao Hai's scimitar danced even faster, while Edison was groaning in pain. He knew very well that he was probably going to die this time. However, he still had a trump card that he hadn't used yet. It was just that he didn't want to use it unless it was absolutely necessary. When Zhao Hai was attacking with all his might, he noticed that Edison's sword moves were not chaotic even though he was panicking. He was defending his own door, and Zhao Hai was unable to do anything to him for a while. Zhao Hai was a smart man. He immediately understood that Edison must have a life-saving method. That was why he was not afraid. Zhao Hai could not help but pay attention to Edison. Edison didn't know that his plan had been discovered by Zhao Hai. He was still trying his best to defend against Zhao Hai's attacks. In an instant, the two of them had exchanged more than 1,000 blows. Gu Li and Zhang Zhang only saw the two of them being surrounded by a whirlwind. They couldn't even see their figures. Only then did they realize the difference in strength between them. At this moment, Zhao Hailing's eyes suddenly lit up. The sword technique in his hand changed. He no longer used speed to fight. Instead, he slashed out with his sword. It was extremely slow, as if there were thousands of heavy objects hanging from the sword. However, Edison's expression changed drastically when he saw this attack. This was because he realized that although Zhao Hai's attack was extremely slow, it seemed to contain a myriad of changes, sealing off all his escape routes. The only thing he could do was to block this attack with all his might. With that thought in mind, Edison's eyes flashed. Zhao Hai's move had triggered Edison's ferocity. He raised the snake sword in his hand and blocked Zhao Hai's curved sword. However, Edison didn't see the cunning look that flashed across Zhao Hai's eyes. With a ferocious expression on his face, Edison tried to block Zhao Hai's sword. However, the moment his sword clashed with Zhao Hai's, he knew that he was in trouble. Zhao Hai's sword didn't contain any force at all. It was as if he had used all his strength to punch into the air. The feeling of using the wrong force made Edison's blood boil, and he almost spat out his breath. However, this wasn't the end. Under Edison's terrified gaze, the curved sword in Zhao Hai's hand suddenly turned into a soft whip. On the head of the soft whip there were some small hammers. Edison used his sword to block the attack. Just as the tip of the whip touched him, the head of the soft whip drooped down and the hammer head struck his back. Bang, bang. Edison felt the blood power in his body churn. He could no longer control it and spat it out. At this moment, the whip in Zhao Hai's hand changed its shape again. This time, it turned into a tiger's tail whip and lashed out at Edison. Seeing Zhao Hai's relentless attacks, a hint of panic finally appeared on Edison's face. However, it was quickly replaced by a ferocious expression. He glared at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, "Zhao Hai, I'll make you pay 100-fold for what you did today." Blood escape. After he finished speaking, blood spurted out from his body. The blood turned into a huge blood ball and started spinning. The blood ball spun faster and faster and became smaller and smaller. At this time, Zhao Hai's whip also hit the blood ball. However, the blood ball was like a water ball. When Zhao Hai's whip swept across the blood ball, it was like drawing a blade to cut off water. It had no effect. Right in front of Zhao Hai's eyes, the ball of blood became smaller and smaller. In the blink of an eye, it had completely disappeared in front of Zhao Hai. At this moment, Gu Li and Zhang Zhang came to Zhao Hai's side. Gu Li said, "Young master, this is a special technique of the vampire race, blood escape. Only vampires above the rank of Marquis can use it. The higher the rank of the vampire, the further they can escape. However, this blood escape technique has a great impact on their bodies. Edison used blood escape this time, and we don't know how far he escaped. However, if he doesn't rest for 8 to 10 years, I'm afraid he won't be able to recover." "That's right, but it's a pity that he still managed to escape." Zhang Zheng nodded. Zhao Hai suddenly smiled and said, "Don't worry, he won't be able to escape. You guys stay here and clean up the mess. I'll go and take care of him. Remember, bring all the undead creatures into the origin space. Don't waste them." The two of them responded, but Zhao Hai only smiled. In fact, he was not talking to the two of them. He was talking to Becky and Meljan. 100,000 miles to the east of the 3 holy cities, a huge ball of bones suddenly appeared on a mountain of bones. Then the ball of bones churned and slowly turned into a person. This person was none other than Edison, who had just fought with Zhao Hai. This bone mountain was also a special thing in the underworld. It was made of bones, and no one knew where these bones came from. There were big and small bone mountains. The big ones could stretch for hundreds of thousands of miles, forming a huge mountain range, while the small ones were just a small hill. This place was usually the birthplace of skeletons. No matter how strong the skeletons were, they all came out from the bone mountain. However, there were no skeletons that were too strong on the bone mountain. As soon as skeletons were born, they would leave the bone mountain immediately. Therefore, there were only some newly born gray skeletons here. Edison appeared here because there were no strong existences here. Even if he was seriously injured, there would not be anything that could threaten him. Edison's current situation was extremely bad. His face was ashen and blood was dripping from his mouth. He looked extremely miserable, but his expression was extremely fierce. As soon as he appeared, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Then he screamed, "Zhao Hai, just you wait. When I recover, I'll definitely take revenge 100 times over." "Why wait so long? I'm here," a gentle voice suddenly said. The voice was very soft, but it sounded like thunder to Edison's ears. He was all too familiar with this voice. It was the voice that had forced him to use blood escape to escape. Edison's spirit power swept in the direction of the sound and saw Zhao Hai standing there. Zhao Hai's face was ashen. If he wasn't so badly injured today, he would have immediately used the blood escape technique to run away. Unfortunately, he was heavily injured today. If he used the blood escape technique again, his strength would be greatly reduced. He might even drop a level. That was not something he wanted to see. Thus, Edison stopped and looked at Zhao Hai firmly. How did you get here? No one in this world can catch up to the blood shield. Zhao Hai smiled. I'll tell you the answer to this question after you become my subordinate. I won't waste time talking to you. Submit to me. As Edison looked at Zhao Hai, all sorts of thoughts flashed through his mind. He did not admit that he was not Zhao Hai's match. However, Zhao Hai had Gu Li and the others on his side today, and they had overpowered him. That was why he had lost by half a move. If there was no external help, the two of them would at most be tied. He was really unwilling to submit to Zhao Hai just like that. However, he was now seriously injured and could only use 20-30 of his 100 power. Fighting Zhao Hai under such circumstances was simply courting death. He could neither run nor fight. Under such circumstances, submitting to Zhao Hai was his only choice. He did not want to become someone else's food. Moreover, after submitting to Zhao Hai, he could deal with Zhao Hai after he recovered from his injuries. As long as Zhao Hai was not on guard against him, he was confident that he could launch a sneak attack on Zhao Hai and heavily injure him in one move. Then he could kill Zhao Hai and turn his soul flame into food. At the thought of this, Edison couldn't help but bow to Zhao Hai. Edison is willing to submit to you, sir. Zhao Hai knew that Edison was up to no good when he saw his expression change. However, Zhao Hai didn't expose him. No matter how many plans Edison had, he would never have thought that he had the realm. As long as he entered the realm, all his plans would be useless. Edison's heart skipped a beat when he heard Zhao Hai's words. He did not expect Zhao Hai to know special techniques. If that was the case, he would have to find a good opportunity to attack Zhao Hai in the future. Otherwise, if Zhao Hai used the special technique to escape, he would have no place to chase after him. However, on the surface, Edison still said respectfully, "Yes, then I'll have to trouble you, sir." Edison didn't understand why Zhao Hai still didn't want to sign a contract with him. However, even if Zhao Hai did, he wouldn't be afraid. He had accidentally learned a secret technique that could dissolve a contract without the person who signed it finding out. It was because of this guarantee that Edison had agreed to submit to Zhao Hai. This method of dissolving contracts was created by a lick. The lick was very special. He seemed to have been born even earlier than Campera, but he had never liked training. He had only done some research. However, because he had lived for too long, his strength was very strong. In addition, he liked to do a lot of research, so he had to try out many spells and other things personally. Thus, his combat power was stronger than Edison's expectations. However, the lick didn't like to fight with people. He would ask Edison to help him find something he needed for his experiments. He also promised Edison that as long as Edison helped him find that thing, he would teach Edison a spell. Edison couldn't beat the lick, so he had to agree. However, he didn't expect that after he found the thing for the lick would teach Edison the method of dissolving contracts. At that time, Edison didn't believe him. But back then, Edison wasn't very strong and was only a vampire marquis. Later, he was forced to sign a contract with an even more powerful vampire. That was when he thought of this solution. He tried it as a last resort and didn't expect it to really work. He used a sneak attack to kill the even more powerful vampire and absorbed his energy. That was how he achieved what he had today. Right now, Edison wanted to use the same method on Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai knew that Edison had his own thoughts. He said all those things just to make Edison believe that he had completely trusted him. Only then would Edison let down his guard and be tricked into Zhao Hai's space. With Zhao Hai's current strength, he could easily bring Edison into the origin space. However, Zhao Hai was afraid that Edison would self-destruct if he was too anxious. If that happened, he would lose a powerful subordinate. Therefore, Zhao Haining decided to spend more effort to trick Edison into entering the origin space. Zhao Hai looked at Edison and said, "All right, Edison, come to my side. I'll bring you back to 3 holy cities. You're injured now, so I won't sign the contract with you. That will affect your recovery. When we reach 3 holy cities, I'll sign the contract with you after you've recovered." Zhao Hai knew very well that if he didn't mention the contract, it would make Edison suspicious. If he said that, Edison wouldn't think too much about it. As expected, after Zhao Hai said that, the last bit of doubt in Edison's heart disappeared. He nodded and walked to Zhao Hai's side, looking as honest as he could be. Zhao Hai looked at Edison with a smile. With a wave of his hand, he brought Edison into the realm. As soon as Edison entered the realm, a notification sound came from the realm. Discovered a vampire. This vampire is disloyal to the host. Subduing successful. This vampire is seriously injured. If you treat a wound, you will be deducted 1 million gold coins. Zhao Hai realized that the realm was calling these magical creatures more humanly now. For example, in the past, the realm would call skeletons robot-like objects. Now they were called skeletons and vampires. It seemed that the realm had really evolved. "Treat his injuries immediately," Zhao Hai said in a deep voice. The space's voice once again rang out, "Treat your injuries immediately." Another 1,000,000 gold coins were deducted from Zhao Hai's pocket dimension. A blood-red liquid enveloped Edison. The liquid slowly entered Edison's body, and his aura returned to how it was when he first saw Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai nodded and looked at Edison. All right, you can go and cultivate first. I'll look for you in a while. Zhao Hai waved his hand and sent him into the infernal realm. At this time, Laura and the others also came out of the house. Zhao Hai saw that Green and Merlin were also here. He could not help but be surprised. He immediately went up to Green and said, "Grandpa Grimm, Grandma Merlin, why are you here? Did something happen?" "It's nothing, young master," Grimm replied with a smile. "It was Laura and the others who called me over. When you were confronting Edlin just now, Laura and the others didn't know what to do, so they called me over." Laura laughed. "You should really thank Heir for this. It was Heir who noticed that something was wrong with your situation. That's why we released a skeleton to interrupt you. Otherwise, it would have been really dangerous. Young master is too polite." "This is what I should do," Heir said with a red face. Zhao Hai smiled and did not reply. He turned around and said, "All right, everyone, let's not stand here and talk. Let's go into the floor." Then he led everyone into the villa. After they sat down in the villa, Zhao Hai turned to Green and the rest. "Grandpa Green and the others are here today. What do you think we should do next? Tell me everything." Laura thought for a moment and said, "Big Brother Hai, the underworld is very important to us. As long as we can control the underworld, we will have an endless source of soldiers. So we must fight for the underworld. I think our next step will be to start with the resistance. We should control the resistance first." Laura and the others had already explained the situation in the underworld to Grimm and Merlin, so they were not completely ignorant of the underworld. Hearing Laura's words, Green nodded his head and said, "I think Laura is right. The underworld is really important to us. I think it's even more important than the Divine Realm and the Arc Continent. If we really ascend in the future, we will face all kinds of battles in the cultivation world. Having the underworld as a source of soldiers is very important to us. After all, there are ores and other things in other places, but a source of soldiers like this is very rare." Zhao Hai nodded. "The underworld should be controlled, but I don't want to control it now. We've already offended the legend of weapons. If we ascend to the God Realm or the Arc Continent, we'll definitely be hunted down by Lu Wei. Moreover, we haven't found the Ascension devilish armor in the Atlan Continent yet. If that armor is useless to us, we can only ascend here in the underworld. I'll definitely be hunted down, and I don't want to encounter such a situation." The few of them nodded, but Merlin frowned and said, "Young master, I think we should take over the Netherworld first. If you want to subdue the rebellion army now, you've already offended the person in charge of the Netherworld. Since you've already offended him, it's better to offend him to the end. Moreover, the Netherworld doesn't look like a good place to go. In the future, even if you ascend to the Immortal Realm, it's better than ascending to the Netherworld. You might encounter Lu Wei's pursuit when you ascend to the Immortal Realm, but young master, you've already fought with Lu Wei a few times and have some experience. Moreover, with the spatial zone, even if we can't beat him, we can still run. Moreover, Lu Wei is in the cultivation world. Young master, you've also learned about the situation in the cultivation world from Lu Wei's remnant soul. However, it's different in the Netherworld. If we were to ascend here, it would only be more dangerous if we were to ascend to a completely unfamiliar place instead of the cultivation world. So I think that we should still ascend to the God world or the Atlan Continent. It's best if you don't ascend here in the Netherworld." When Zhao Hai heard Merlin's words, he could not help but be stunned. He had never thought about this question. He had always thought that ascending from the underworld was no different from ascending from the God's realm. Now that he heard Merlin's words, Zhao Hai could not help but come to a realization. The Arc Continent and the God's realm were still in the same large space. However, before the God's realm changed the sky, earth, and sea rules of the Arc Continent, these two spaces were very different. If the place where the underworld ascended to was NBSB, if Lu Wei's cultivation world was two independent spaces within the same space, then Zhao Hai would not need to use the information he had about the cultivation world. This was not a good thing for Zhao Hai. Laura's and the others' expressions also changed. They had not expected this either. It seemed that the old ginger was spicier than the old. In terms of experience, they could not catch up with the old people like Green and Merlin. These old people had experienced many things, so their thinking was more meticulous. Lola nodded. "Grandma Merlin is right. Brother Hai, it seems that we should really control the underworld. Even if we get chased by Lu Wei in the cultivation world, it's still better than going to a completely strange place." Zhao Hai nodded and said, "All right, then we'll take over the underworld. We'll start with the resistance. Now that Edison is one of our people, we can let him stand in the light and slowly take over the resistance. Then, we'll focus on dealing with the Underworld God Temple. Once we take care of the Underworld God Temple, the Freedom Alliance will no longer be a threat." "That's possible," said Clint with a nod. "However, the Freedom Alliance is more like the Underworld God's Temple. Over the years, the Freedom Alliance has been able to deal with both the Resistance and the Underworld God's Temple. I have to admit that they have their own methods. If we act too aggressively, the undead from the Freedom Alliance will treat us as a threat. It's not impossible for them to ally with the Underworld God's Temple." Zhao Hai nodded. "Okay, I know what to do." Grandpa Grimm, Grandma Merlin, don't rush back yet. I'm going to the underworld to deal with some things. I'll be back for a meal. Grimm agreed with a smile. Only then did Zhao Hai appear at the three holy cities in a flash. At the same time, he called Edison out. As soon as the two of them appeared at the three holy cities, Gu Li and Jiang Zheng came up to them. The two of them bowed to Zhao Hai at the same time and said, "Greetings, young master. Let's go to the tower. I have something to say." Zhao Hai nodded. The three of them responded and followed Zhao Hai to his tower. Edison's eyes flashed red as he stood up and bowed to Zhao Hai. "Yes, young master. Don't worry, young master. I'll do a good job." Zhao Hai nodded and said in a deep voice, "I'll release your subordinates in a while, but not the liches. They have things to do. Kuli and Jiang Zheng will do their best to cooperate with you. I won't meddle too much in the underworld's affairs. This is your territory, so it's more convenient for you to come out. However, you have to produce results. Do you understand?" Edison nodded and said, "Yes, please rest assured, young master. I know what to do. However, young master, may I ask, where did those liches go? Is the lick very important to the young master?" Zhao Hai was taken aback. He did not expect Edison to ask him a question. However, Zhao Hai understood the meaning behind Edison's words. His eyes lit up as he asked, "What do you mean by that? Could it be that you know that there are powerful liches there?" "Yes, young master. I know of a powerful lick, but I don't know if he's still there." Edison nodded and said. Then Edison told Zhao Hai how he met the lick and how the lick taught him how to dissolve the contract. Zhao Hai was taken aback. Then he smiled and said, "No wonder you were willing to submit to me from the start. It turns out that you had this intention. Not bad. By the way, tell me how to dissolve your contract." Edison didn't hesitate and immediately said, "Yes, young master." After explaining, Edison told Zhao Hai the method to dissolve the contract. Zhao Hai listened calmly to Edison's method of resolving the contract. This method was truly amazing. It was actually derived from the contract. After hearing about this spell, Zhao Hai couldn't help but sigh. This was a talent. This was a talent. Zhao Hai wasn't worried that Edison and the others would use this spell and betray him. It was impossible. The method used by the space had nothing to do with contract magic. Not to mention this contract-breaking spell, even the laws of the world would not be able to change the submission of the space, because the space was not under the control of the laws of the world. After Edison finished speaking, he stood there and did not say anything else. After a while, Zhao Hai let out a long sigh. "It's really amazing. Ha ha ha, not bad. Edison, where did you meet that lick? How about this, you guys settle the matters here first, and then Edison, you will take me to find that lick. I will definitely make that lick my subordinate." "Yes, young master. Don't worry, I know what to do." Edison nodded. Zhao Hai nodded and waved his hand. Edison and the others turned around and left. Zhao Hai stood up and looked at the black mist outside the tower. He smiled and said, "I didn't expect the netherworld to bring me such a surprise." After saying that, his figure moved and returned to the space. In the space, Meg and Merlin were preparing dinner. Laura and the others also went to help. Although their cooking skills were not good, they had shown their sincerity. Green was sitting in the villa, watching the O'Neill family and the S-God race fighting happily on the screen. When he saw Zhao Hai return, Green immediately stood up and said, "Young master, you're back. NBSB Grandpa Green, have a seat. Let's have a few drinks today. I'll call my father-in-law and Stone over later. It's been a while since we've had a proper gathering." Zhao Hai smiled. Green naturally didn't have any objections. Zhao Hai immediately sent an undead creature to call for reinforcements. He didn't take in many people, just Stone, Wood, Karen, Su Weiniang, and Shunyi. These people were all considered Zhao Hai's family, so Zhao Hai gathered them all. After a short while, everyone arrived. Zhao Hai and Green briefly explained the happenings in the underworld to them. Wood and Stone looked regretful. They had always wanted to adventure with Zhao Hai, but unfortunately they were not strong enough. Green still had to train them, so they would talk about it after they finished their apprenticeship. The food prepared by Merlin and the rest was ready very quickly. Zhao Hai and the rest also came to the dining room. After everyone had sat down, Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. "It's been a long time since we've gathered together. It's not easy to have a meal together today." "What are you saying, young master?" Grimm laughed. "We're the ones who failed to live up to expectations. We can't help you." NBSB Zhao Hai smiled. "It's not that you're disappointing, but our enemies are getting stronger and stronger. All right, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's eat. I believe we can defeat all our enemies." At this moment, Laura looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Big brother Hai, there's something I don't understand. How did you find Edison?" "He used the blood escape technique and flew over 100,000 miles away. How did you find him so quickly?" Zhao Hai looked at Laura and smiled. "Have you forgotten what my weapon is? It's a blood staff. When I changed the blood staff from a curved sword to a soft whip, I made a needle-thin spike at the tip of the whip. This spike only touched Edison's body, so Adeline didn't notice it. However, this spike provided him with Edison's location, so I was able to find him at the first moment." Things seemed to be very mysterious, but as long as one lifted that mysterious veil, everything would no longer be mysterious but very simple. However, when Laura heard Zhao Hai's words, she even admired him. This was not blind admiration, but because of Zhao Hai's ability. Don't forget, Zhao Hai was in the middle of a fierce battle with Edison. In a battle like this, it was rare for a single person to notice anything else. However, Zhao Hai was able to notice Edison's reaction and even made preparations in advance. This was definitely an amazing act. Green nodded and said, "Young master, you did well. In the face of such an enemy, we need to be calm. At the same time, we can't let such an enemy escape. If they escape, we will fight back fiercely when they recover. We can't let such an enemy go." Laura and the others all nodded. Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. "All right, let's not talk about this anymore. It's not that big of a deal. Come, let's eat." Green and the others did not dwell on this issue. They started eating. After a few bites, Zhao Hai suddenly turned to Green and said, "Grandpa Green, how's Stone and the others' training going?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai's question, Stone and the others looked at Green with excitement. This question was too important for them. Grim glanced at Stone and the others and said in a deep voice, "Not yet, young master." Although Stone and the others have reached the high god level with the help of the space, they still lack actual combat experience. When they face an enemy, they may make the wrong judgment. However, I plan to arrange for them to go to the hell space for actual combat training in the near future. As long as they pass the training, they can work for young master. Hearing Green's words, Stone and the others were all excited. They had never gone through actual combat training before, so it could be said that they had very little actual combat training. Even Su Weiniang and Shunny had the same experience. The two of them had only learned the techniques of killing people, not the techniques of killing undead. Killing and killing the undead were completely different. To kill, you might only need to cut their windpipe or pierce their heart, but it was useless to kill the undead. The undead had no windpipe or heart. Even zombies like Jiang Zhang had windpipes, but they were not fatal. Space cutting their windpipes would not affect them at all. And among them, the one who had the greatest influence was Shunny. Shunny used to be an assassin, and what he wanted was to kill with one strike. He was also an expert in hidden weapons, and he used hidden weapons to kill. However, his hidden weapons were the most useless against the undead, because even if he hit the undead with his hidden weapons, the undead would not die. So this kind of combat training was very necessary for Shunny. However, to Shunny and the others, this was indeed good news because the actual combat training meant that they could work for Zhao Hai. This was too crucial for them. Hearing Green's words, Zhao Hai nodded his head and said, "There's no hurry. Let them get used to the battle suits first. Only by wearing those battle suits will they not die easily." Suddenly, Shi Tou stood up and said to Zhao Hai, "Young master, I have a request." Zhao Hai was stunned. He looked at Shi Tou and said, "Just say it. There's no need to be so polite with me. No matter what kind of request you have, I'll agree to it." "Young master, I beg you," Shi Tou looked at Zhao Hai. "If I die in battle one day, I beg you to turn me into an undead. I'll still be by your side." Young master Blockhead stood beside Stone and said, "I have the same idea as my brother. If I die in battle one day, please turn me into an undead creature." Su Weiniang and Shunny also stood up and said the same thing. Zhao Hai looked at the four of them and his face darkened. "All right, you guys, sit down. What do you mean by dying? Do you think I'm lacking a few people who will risk their lives? Those undead creatures, which one of them won't risk their lives for me? Do I need you? Remember, don't say such silly things in the future. You're my family, my family. How can you say that you want to die or live? Your mission is to live well with me." Grim looked at them and said, "All right, you guys sit down. Don't say whatever the young master doesn't like to hear. The young master now has more than 1 billion undead creatures. Each of these undead creatures is no worse than you guys when they fight. Why are you guys following him? Sit down." After the meal, Grim left with Stone and the others. Zhao Hai, however, did not immediately head to the underworld. Instead, he sat in the dimensional villa and watched what Edlin and the others were doing. Edlin and the others were now dealing with the matters of the 3 holy cities. In fact, there was nothing else to deal with here in the 3 holy cities. Edlin was currently gathering his original subordinates and returning to the cities he originally controlled to stabilize the situation. Edison's approach was very smart. He had developed too quickly and too smoothly, leaving behind some hidden dangers. Now was the perfect opportunity to get rid of these hidden dangers. Only then would he be able to hand over a complete force to Zhao Hai. Most importantly, Edison had to stabilize the cities before he could find the time to bring Zhao Hai to find the lick. This was the most important thing. The undead creatures in the underworld didn't notice the changes in the 3 holy cities. It was impossible for them to know that the changes in the 3 holy cities could almost change the structure of the entire underworld. By now, Edison was completely loyal to Zhao Hai. Even if that spell was useful, he had no intention of using it. He only wanted to do something that would benefit Zhao Hai. Edison could tell that Zhao Hai placed a lot of importance on the lick that he mentioned, even more so than Zhao Hai himself. Although Edison did not know why, he knew that it would be more beneficial for Zhao Hai if he handled this matter well. Therefore, he had to complete this task as soon as possible. However, it wasn't that easy to find a way to solve this problem. They had to first settle the matters in 3 holy cities and the cities in Edlin's previous server. In the underworld, there was almost no rebellion after a city was subjugated. The hierarchy in the underworld was too strict. It was a hierarchy that was engraved in the bones of the undead, and no undead dared to defy it. However, this did not mean that the conquered cities were not in danger. For example, in the cities that Edison had conquered, Edison would definitely leave one or two high-level undead to guard them. That was the only way to ensure the stability of the cities. On the other hand, Edison's opponents wouldn't just stand by and watch Edison's actions. After Edison left, his opponents would most likely make a move on the cities that he had captured and snatch those cities from Edison's hands. In the underworld, there were more than one or two experts like Edison. There were many experts like Edison. Even within the resistance, there were a few experts like Edison. In fact, Edison was not the strongest in the resistance. He was the most powerful. Although there was only one more word, the meaning was completely different. Edison was extremely powerful in the resistance. In other words, he was a hawk. He wanted to unify the resistance and then fight the underworld god temple. Of course, if there was a hawk faction, there would be a dove faction. The resistance of the dove faction believed that it was best to maintain the status quo. The two factions had never been at peace, but Campera and the others belonged to the carefree faction. The so-called carefree faction was actually a faction of the middle. They did not join any faction. They remained neutral and only guarded their own territory. Once the people from the Hall of the Dead attacked, they would immediately throw themselves into the war. To them, there was no distinction between the Hawk faction and the Dove faction. They only wanted freedom. There were more than 100 cities in the underworld that were under the control of the resistance. On the other hand, there were thousands of cities under the control of the Underworld Hall. That was dozens of times more than the number of cities under the control of the resistance. If it were not for the fact that the resistance had so many experts, the Underworld Hall would have already unified the entire underworld. Edison was only a representative of the Hawk faction in the rebellion army. Putting aside the fact that he had conquered so many cities and that there would be people from the Dove faction who would oppose him, even some people in the Hawk faction were eyeing the cities he had conquered covetously. Hence, Edison's current rear was not stable. Zhao Hai had complete faith in the abilities of the realm. Edison was subdued by the realm, and as long as he was subdued by the realm, he would never betray it. Hence, Zhao Hai didn't suspect anything about Edison mobilizing the undead creatures because there was no need to. Edison had already left the 3 holy cities and was leading the other undead creatures to the cities that he had previously conquered. In the next month, Edison led the undead creatures to conquer the cities he had conquered before. It sounded awkward, but it wasn't at all in reality. In the cities that were conquered by Edison, only the strongest undead creatures were conquered. The ordinary undead creatures in the cities weren't. They were still free. This time, Edison led an army, but it wouldn't be an easy task. As long as the undead creatures were in the cities, they would be captured and sent to Zhao Hai's realm to become his subordinates. As a matter of fact, Zhao Hai didn't expect Edison to use such a method. Edison had captured all the undead creatures in the cities he conquered and brought them into his origin space. This allowed the number of undead creatures in Zhao Hai's origin space to increase by several times within a month. In other words, the number of undead creatures in Zhao Hai's origin space had reached a shocking number of billions. Of course, not all of the billions of undead creatures were in the boundless space. Most of them were still in the underworld, but they had already pledged their loyalty to Zhao Hai. With the addition of these undead creatures, the cities that Edison had conquered could be said to be impregnable. If other undead creatures arrived at these cities at this time, they would discover a very strange phenomenon. The undead creatures in this city didn't trade like in other cities. Instead, these cities were more like machines that were running at full power. The undead creatures would go out and find things that they thought were valuable, bring them to the city, and hand them over to the city's manager, who would then give them some rewards. They couldn't possibly know that this idea was Zhao Hai's. After seeing Edison's method, Zhao Hai copied the method he used in the realm and applied it to the undead creatures. By the time all the cities had been dealt with, more than a month had passed. During this time, the battle between the S-God race and the O'Neill family in the celestial world had ended. It was hard to say who had won, but in terms of casualties, the O'Neill family had won. The casualty ratio between the O'Neill family and the S-God race had reached a shocking 1 in 10,000. However, the O'Neill family had not won. It was not that easy to train a pilot of the devil armor. It was countless times more difficult than training a soldier in the divine realm. It was precisely because of this that even though it seemed like the O'Neill family had repelled the S-God tribe, they no longer had the ability to expand. They could only defend the Golden Bull continent and occupy the space where the Barbarian race, Winged Horse race, and Thunder race were. Even so, the O'Neill family didn't suffer any losses. They wanted the resources on the Golden Bull continent, and now they had gotten what they wanted, even though the price was huge. However, there was a very strange phenomenon in the Atlantic continent. As long as you had money, you would never lack people to work for you. You could even buy people. In fact, slavery had already been eliminated in the Atlantic continent. No one was allowed to buy or sell people. However, with this rule in place, from the moment the Atlantic continent discovered and conquered the first alternate dimension, it had existed in name only. In the end, the Atlantic continent had no choice but to amend the law. The people of the Atlantic continent could sell their characters, but the person who sold them must be from another dimension. The people of the Atlantic continent were prohibited from selling their characters. Once they were discovered, they would be severely punished. This order from the Atlantic continent was almost equivalent to recognizing the existence of slavery. This was because the people of the Atlantic continent were not much different from those from other dimensions. As long as they were given the identity of a person from another dimension, they could be sold at will. However, this situation had always been hidden in the dark by the Atlanta people and was rarely seen in the open. Therefore, people could see that the Atlantic continent was still peaceful, with freedom and democracy still being the main theme. However, no one knew how many dirty deals could be carried out in the dark. It was precisely because of this that the O'Neill family wasn't afraid that no one would come to the Golden Bull continent to develop. In fact, the ores they obtained from the Golden Bull continent were enough for them to buy more people and train more demonic armor pilots. However, this would take time. The O'Neill family did not have the ability to attack the Escod tribe, and the Escod tribe did not have the ability to attack the Golden Bull continent. For a while, the Golden Bull continent actually became peaceful. However, this wasn't the result that Zhao Hai wanted to see. He had always wanted to see the higher-grade demonic armor of the O'Neill family, so he didn't participate in the battle. It wasn't that they didn't participate in the battle, but that they didn't exist. Zhao Hai had learned from his surveillance of the O'Neill family's patriarch that there was a piece of devil armor that was even more powerful than a divine-level devil armor. However, this kind of devil armor was equivalent to the god race's ultimate weapon in the O'Neill family, and they wouldn't take it out and use it easily. The intensity of the battle with the Escod tribe this time was something that the O'Neill clan leader had never expected. Therefore, he did not bring the even more powerful demonic armor to the Golden Bull continent at the beginning. When he realized how intense the battle was, he immediately brought the demonic armor from his clan. However, it would take time to transport the demonic armor to the Golden Bull continent. Just as the Escod tribe realized that the O'Neill clan was difficult to deal with and had no choice but to retreat, the O'Neill clan suddenly retreated. The O'Neill family's even more powerful armor had yet to be transported to the Golden Bull continent. It was precisely because this demonic armor had not arrived that Zhao Hai's wish to see it perform was dashed. However, Zhao Hai was not in a hurry, as he knew that the Escod race would not let the O'Neill family develop on the Golden Bull continent without doing anything. The O'Neill family would not let an enemy like the Escod race go and not destroy them either. Thus, a war between them would happen sooner or later. At that time, the O'Neill family would definitely use that demonic armor. At that time, he would still be able to see. For example, a god-level magic armor with an energy converter could last up to 6 hours in ordinary combat. If it was in a high-intensity combat, it would need to change the energy converter in 4 hours. This piqued Zhao Hai's interest. He wanted to see what kind of energy block the O'Neill patriarch was talking about. It actually had such powerful energy. The return of peace in the divine realm had also relieved Zhao Hai of one of his worries. He began to pay full attention to the underworld. The 20-odd cities controlled by Edison were basically all under his control. All the undead creatures in the cities were under his command. He only needed to wait a few more days for everything to be arranged. After that, Edison could bring Zhao Hai to find the mysterious lick. Zhao Hai was very curious about the lick. He really wanted to know what the lick looked like, but he wasn't in a hurry. He knew that now was not the time to be in a hurry. The lick couldn't follow them anyway. Zhao Hai had already asked Edison. Edison said that the lick's location was in a very secretive place in the Freedom Alliance. It was very difficult for ordinary undead creatures to discover that place, and there wouldn't be any danger. Hence, the lick basically wouldn't leave that place. With Edison's assurance, Zhao Hai was even less anxious. If he wanted to unite the resistance, he would need a stable base. Therefore, stabilizing the territories that Edison had conquered was extremely important to Zhao Hai. 1 month and 10 days later, Edison finally finished dealing with all the cities under his control. Each city was guarded by 1 or 2 experts like Cooley, and the other undead creatures had all become Zhao Hai's subordinates. Therefore, the cities weren't in any danger. After everything was settled, Zhao Hai and Edison left for the Freedom Alliance. They were going to find the powerful lick. Zhao Hai sat calmly in Gu Li's bone carriage. The carriage wasn't carried by ordinary human-shaped skeletons. Instead, it was carried by 4 huge bone beasts flying in the sky. These 4 huge bone beasts looked like humans as they had 4 limbs. However, their long and sharp fangs revealed their identity. They were undead creatures transformed from 4 giant apes. Zhao Hai sat in the car. There were already tables and chairs made of bones in the car. Tables and chairs were covered with animal skin, making them very comfortable. There were 2 glasses of red wine on the table, and Edison sat opposite Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai looked at Edison and smiled. Edison, you have to learn to have good taste. Try it. This is the best red wine in the realm. Since Edison had spent more time with Zhao Hai, he was no longer as fearful as before. He had become more at ease. Of course, his loyalty to Zhao Hai had not changed. However, he had found some of his true self. After all, Edison was a king and a smart person. Although he had been subdued by the space did not erase his memories. He was only completely loyal to Zhao Hai. Edison picked up the glass of red wine and took a sip. Then he put down the glass and said with a smile, "Not bad, it's very good. In the past, in the netherworld, we could only drink the blood from the blood pool or the blood of magical beasts. It always tasted the same, so it was boring." Zhao Hai looked at Edison and said, "Don't you vampires live off blood? Do you have any other choice?" Edison laughed and said, "Young master, you don't know much about us vampires. In fact, we vampires are also a type of undead. When we vampires were first born, we were indeed vampire bats, but we were very weak at that time, so we could only rely on the blood in the blood pool to survive. Because we drank too much blood, we slowed down and became undead. Blood can provide us with energy, but after we officially became vampires, we became undead. You can directly absorb the black mist's energy to survive. You will only drink blood when you are injured or when you want to drink blood." Zhao Hai nodded his head. The vampires in the underworld were different from those on Earth. This made Zhao Hai realize that he was living in a completely different place from Earth. The standards on Earth were not suitable here. After all, vampires on Earth only existed in legends. Those were just the fantasies of most people. However, the vampire sitting in front of him was a living, real vampire. This time, the 2 of them came out to look for the lick that Edison had encountered. They didn't bring anyone else with them. Of course, Zhao Hai had brought all his subordinates with him as well. After all, he had the realm, and all the undead creatures had entered the realm. Edison looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Furthermore, at my level of strength, I no longer need to drink blood. I only need to absorb the black mist. That's enough to give me an endless amount of power." Zhao Hai nodded with a smile. "That's right. The black mist in the underworld is quite mysterious." "Oh right, how far are we from the Freedom Alliance's territory?" Edison scanned the surroundings with his mind power and continued, "It's not far. We'll reach the Freedom Alliance's dry bone city in about half a day." Zhao Hai looked at Edison curiously. "Edison, I've always been curious. How do you people from the netherworld keep track of time? And how do you tell when it's a day?" Edison laughed and said, "Young master, there are many ways to keep track of time in the underworld. Everyone is different. Furthermore, time is of no use to the undead here, so no one will deliberately keep track of time. It is very easy to tell how a day passes. The main thing is the concentration of the black fog. When the black fog is the thickest, it will be a black dot, and when the black fog is the thinnest, it will be daytime. We use this method to keep track of time." Zhao Hai nodded. He knew that the undead creatures in the underworld had the best understanding of the changes in the black mist. They could sense the changes in the black mist even if it was just a slight change. Hence, it was not an overstatement for them to calculate the time in such a way. Zhao Hai also used his spirit to look outside. Then he sighed and said, "I didn't think that there would be plants growing in the underworld, but those plants look so strange. It's the first time I've seen a plant that looks like a bone." Zhao Hai had gained some understanding of the underworld over the past few days. The underworld was a strange place. There were many plants in the underworld, and they all looked very strange. Some of them were completely black. Although they had leaves, they were black as well. They were not dark green, but pure black. Some of them were pure red, like blood. The strangest plant that Zhao Hai had seen was a plant that looked like a bone. The trunk of this plant looked like a thick bone, while its branches were thinner bones and its leaves were pieces of bone. In short, the whole plant was like an art piece made of bones stuck together. It did not look like a living plant at all. When Zhao Hai first saw the bone plant, he thought it was fake. However, he soon realized that it wasn't. The bone plant had roots, and when he put it into the space, there was a notification sound. According to the notification sound, this was a high-level mutated plant that might be of great use in the future. The space didn't tell him what this plant could be used for, only that it was a mutated plant. Zhao Hai's level wasn't high enough. He still didn't know the use of this plant. Hearing the notification from the realm, Zhao Hai knew that the bone-like plant was something good. Zhao Hai's level was not high enough to see it, so it must be something good. That was the rule of the realm. What surprised Zhao Hai the most was that this bone-like plant had to grow on the mountain of bones. If it was in another place, it would not grow anymore. Zhao Hai had no choice but to go outside and put a small mountain of bones into the dimension. He didn't expect that the moment he put the mountain of bones into the dimension, a notification would come from the dimension. It said that he had perfected the hell dimension. Not only did it increase the level of the dimension, but the mountain of bones could also grow on its own. If it grew a little more, it would be able to produce skeletons on its own. This was definitely a pleasant surprise for Zhao Hai. He never expected the realm to have such a function. He immediately collected another mountain of bones, but to his surprise, there was no notification from the realm this time. The mountain of bones didn't seem to be of much use either. It didn't produce any skeletons either. Zhao Hai gave up when he realized that this wasn't going to work. However, he was now even more curious about the things in the underworld. When Edison heard Zhao Hai's words, he smiled and said, "Yes, there are a lot of strange things in the underworld. Actually, there are not many bone-like plants in the underworld. When the undead see those plants, they will eat them immediately because they can increase the level of the undead." Zhao Hai nodded. He had no idea that the plant had such a special use. However, Zhao Hai had already given the order for the undead to go around the city and collect anything they saw. Edison looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, there aren't many plants in the underworld. However, every single one of them is extremely useful. Most of the dark creatures in the underworld don't live by eating plants. Although they are also living creatures, they can absorb soul fire and live on the blood in the blood pool. Perhaps it is because of this that their bodies produce soul stones." Zhao Hai nodded. It was not without reason that the dark creatures could survive in the underworld. After a long period of evolution, the dark creatures had evolved to the point where they were most suitable for living in the underworld. They had no eyes and they could drink the blood from the blood pool, which was extremely poisonous to other races. They could even absorb soul flames. It was obvious that they did all this for survival. In the underworld, soul flames and blood from the blood pool were the most suitable for living. They were the easiest food to obtain. According to Edison, there were not many plants in the underworld. Zhao Hai believed that the underworld was not suitable for the growth of plants. Even the mutated plants that Zhao Hai had seen were difficult to survive in. The two of them chatted as they walked forward. Unknowingly, Zhao Hai's spirit sensed a city in front of them. Eddie noticed it as well. He used his spirit to scan the city and turned to Zhao Hai. "Young master, Dry Bone City is just up ahead. It's one of the most important cities in the Freedom Alliance. Should we go there and rest?" In fact, with their strength, they didn't need to rest, but Zhao Hai wanted to see Skeleton City, so he nodded and said, "All right, it's good to rest there. I'd like to see what's the difference between Dry Bone City and Three Saint City." Edison laughed and said, "It's definitely different. Dry Bone City is one of the more important cities in the Freedom Alliance, while Three Holy Cities is just one of the less important cities in the Resistance. Three holy cities were built by Capra and the others, and their location is rather remote, so they're not very important. However, it's different in the Freedom Alliance. The Freedom Alliance has dealings with the Resistance and the Underworld Temple, so their cities are larger. There are also many undead trading here. There are even some undead with very high status, so there are inns here. This is very rare in the Netherworld." When Zhao Hai heard Edison's words, he was stunned. There are inns in the Netherworld. "This is the first time I've heard of this. Interesting. I should go and take a look to see if there are any good things in this city." Edison laughed. "That's hard to say. Sometimes we can really find something good, but the chances are very low. After all, most of the things in the underworld are not good." As they spoke, the bone carriage arrived at Dry Bone City. The situation of Dry Bone City was similar to that of the Three Holy Cities. The only difference was that the city walls were higher and the city gates were larger. However, there was only one main gate and no secondary gates. There were no traces of vehicles on the ground. It was obvious that there were no ordinary vehicles in the underworld. Although there were people guarding the gates of a city like this, they would not collect taxes. This was much more open-minded than some human countries, because the undead did not collect taxes at all. When Zhao Hai and Edison drove the bone carriage into the city, the undead guarding the city gate couldn't help but take a second look at them. It was obvious that they didn't often see people of this caliber coming to Dry Bone City. In the underworld, almost all the undead that knew that they were in the city to trade were intelligent. In other words, the undead were essentially similar to humans. They thought the same way and traded like humans, but they had their own way of doing things due to the difference in their living environment. Zhao Hai and Edison entered Dry Bone City. Edison seemed to know a thing or two about the place. Once they entered the city, he immediately led Zhao Hai to a single-story house. Upon reaching the house, Zhao Hai took a closer look at the houses. They were all made of stone, and the soil used in the middle was the same blood-red color. Zhao Hai already knew that the soil was made from the blood in the blood pool and the soil from push. However, it was extremely sticky. What surprised Zhao Hai the most was that the roofs of almost all the houses in the underworld were made of bones. The undead of the underworld seemed to have the ability to use bones as they pleased. This was the first time Zhao Hai had heard of someone using bones to make a roof. What surprised Zhao Hai even more was that the roofs made of bones were not leaking at all. They were also very strong. It was unbelievable. Zhao Hai and Edison entered the hotel. As expected, everything in the hotel was made of bones. What surprised Zhao Hai even more was that the owner of the hotel was a lick and a few skeletons were working there. As soon as the two of them entered the hotel, the lick immediately floated over and bowed to them. "Welcome to the Skeleton Hotel. May I know if you two are looking for a room?" Although the hotel looked ordinary on the outside, it was very spacious inside. The lick led Zhao Hai and Eddie to a room and pushed the door open for them before leaving. Zhao Hai looked around the room. It was an ordinary suite with 3 rooms, a living room, and a bathroom. There was a small blood pool in the bathroom, which really surprised Zhao Hai. After looking around the room, Zhao Hai sat down on a chair made of bones. The chair was not bad. It was even covered with animal skin, making it quite comfortable to sit on. After Zhao Hai sat down, Edison stood beside him and said, "Young master, I'm afraid we won't be able to rest for long. The city lord of Witherbone City will definitely come to visit us." "What?" Zhao Hai was stunned. "You know the city lord?" Edison laughed. "I wouldn't say I know them, but I've only met them twice. There are 5 castellans in Dry Bone City, 3 of whom are liches, and the other 2 are skeletons. Their strength is similar to coolies, and the most common troops in the city are liches and skeletons. I've been to Dry Bone City twice before, and once I made a deal with the castellan and bought a batch of high-level soul fire from him. They can sell large quantities of high-level soul flames here." Zhao Hai asked. Edison nodded and said, "Yes, your Freedom Alliance has a lot of high-level soul fires here. Of course, they won't have any soul fires that are too high level, but it won't be a problem for them to reach the level of the Golden Skeleton. Whether it's US or the people from the Underworld God's Temple, we can buy a large number of high-level soul fires here to improve the strength of our subordinates." Zhao Hai nodded. He never thought that the Freedom Alliance would do business like this. Interesting, these guys were simply warmongers. Just as he was thinking about this, a voice suddenly came from outside, "But Lord Edison has arrived. Uli would like to see Lord Edison." Zhao Hai turned to look at Edison. Edison smiled and said, "He's a city lord of Dry Bone City. The old boss of this inn is one of the city lord's men." Zhao Hai nodded and waved his hand. "Please come in, City Lord Uli," Edison immediately said in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, a person floated in from outside. This person was a lick. Zhao Hai noticed that his strength was slightly weaker than Campera's, but not by much. As soon as the lick entered, he saw Zhao Hai sitting there while Edison was standing. This made the lick slightly stunned. Before entering the room, the lick would not dare to use his power of the will to check the room. If he did, Edison would think that he was hostile. This was also a rule in the underworld. If you wanted someone to be neither friend nor enemy, it was best not to use your power of the will to check the room. It might cause a conflict. The lick was stunned for a moment, but he quickly regained his senses. He looked at the 2 of them and bowed to Edison. "Greetings, Mr. Edison." "Greetings, sir. May I know who this sir is?" "I'm Mr. Edison's friend." Zhao Hai quickly stood up and returned the greeting. "Nice to meet you, City Lord Uli." Uli hurriedly returned the greeting. Edison was just being polite when he asked Uli to take a seat. Uli had always been floating, so he didn't need to sit at all. However, Uli still floated to a chair. After they sat down, Uli immediately said to Edison, "May I know why Mr. Edison has come this time? Is there anything I can help you with? Please feel free to speak." Edison smiled and said, "You don't have to worry about it this time, City Lord Uli. My friend and I were just passing by. My friend hasn't been to the Freedom Alliance today, so I brought him here to take a look. We don't need anything." When Uli heard what Edison said, he could not help but look at Zhao Hai with a strange expression. Although he was not as strong as Edison, he still had good judgment. He could tell that Zhao Hai's strength was not any weaker than Edison's. Of course, based on Zhao Hai's appearance, he had also treated Zhao Hai as a pharaoh. However, Uli didn't expect a powerhouse like Zhao Hai to have never been to the Freedom Alliance. Then where was he before? Could it be that he had the strength he had today by relying on his own cultivation bit by bit? It was unbelievable. Edison glanced at Uli. He knew what Uli was thinking, but he did not explain anything. Explaining too much at this point would only make him look guilty. Moreover, with Edison's status, there was no need for him to explain anything to Uli. Edison looked at Uli and smiled. "Did you get any good stuff recently, Master Uli?" "Although we're just passing by, my friend has a hobby of collecting strange things. I wonder if you have any good things with you right now." Uli's eyes lit up when he heard Edison's words. Zhao Hai, on the other hand, was shocked by Uli's reaction. He had always thought that liches were like Kampla and the others, people who only wanted to research something. However, looking at Uli now, he looked more like a merchant no matter how he looked at him. This was really out of Zhao Hai's expectations. Uli immediately turned to Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, "Sir, you've come at the right time. I've received 2 good things recently. I wonder if you're excited to see them." Zhao Hai was stunned when he heard Uli. He turned to Uli and said, "Oh, really? I'm very interested. When can I see it?" Uli knew Zhao Hai was a hoarder when he heard what he said. He had seen people like Zhao Hai more than once. In fact, many high-level undead in the underworld were hoarders, so it was not surprising. "Anytime," Uli replied immediately. "Anytime, as long as you have the time." "Now then," Edison said, "City Lord Uli, we still have things to do. We can't stay for too long. Let's go and take a look now." Uli didn't come by car this time, so Edison invited Uli to his car. Of course, they wouldn't be so stupid as to serve Uli red wine. It was impossible to produce that kind of red wine in the underworld. If Zhao Hai took it out, it would only arouse Uli's suspicion. In the netherworld, there was no such thing as treating people to a drink. There was a way of treating people to a meal by sucking their soul fire, but very few people would do it. especially not in front of experts like Edison and the others. Zhao Hai finally saw how impressive Yu Li was. He started praising the bone carriage as soon as he got on. He praised the bone carriage so much that it would make anyone dizzy. However, Zhao Hai did not look down on Yu Li because of this. On the contrary, he became even more interested in Yu Li. This Yu Li was definitely born to do business. He was slick in dealing with people and had a way with them. He could definitely become an amazing businessman. Edison didn't know what Zhao Hai was thinking, but Zhao Hai looked down on him. After all, Edison wasn't a businessman and he didn't want to be one, so it was normal for him to look down on Uli. They looked down on people like Yuli. In their eyes, strength was everything. They didn't like people like Yuli. The difference in living environment would cause people to have different views on things. Zhao Hai was from Earth. On Earth, businessmen were very powerful. A good businessman was definitely a talent. Not to mention on Earth, even on the Ark continent, the aristocrats were businessmen. It could be said that they were businessmen, and the real big businessmen on the Ark continent were also very powerful. However, Zhao Hai was currently in the Netherworld. In the Netherworld, people only believed in strength. Everything else was illusory, and only strength was real. Hence, merchants like Yu Li were the least welcomed here. Although Yu Li was quite strong, Edison still looked down on him. From Edison's point of view, if Yu Li used his time as a merchant to train, he would probably be even stronger now. They soon arrived at a tall tower in the city. Zhao Hai noticed that almost every city in the underworld had a tower like this. Needless to say, the people who lived in the tower were all at the level of the city lord. They got off the car at the tower and quickly entered it. As soon as they entered Uli's tower, Zhao Hai felt the difference. There were many rooms in the tower, and the overall layout was not much different from that of Kampla's tower. However, the decoration here was much better than that of Kampla's tower. Of course, almost all the decorations in the tower were made of bones. There were all kinds of bones of different colors. It looked like walking on a devil's altar. However, Zhao Hai knew that the people in the underworld regarded bones as an indispensable part of their lives. To them, bones were a material that could be used, just like how humans regarded trees. Yuli quickly brought the two of them into a room in the tower. Zhao Hai was stunned as soon as he entered the room. The room was like a huge warehouse, filled with things. Zhao Hai looked at the items. They were really comprehensive. There were all kinds of things, from a small piece of bone with a special color to a huge skull that was bigger than a human. Zhao Hai walked around the room and looked at the items he had, including the largest skull. However, Zhao Hai did not immediately tell him what he wanted. Instead, he turned to Uli and said, "What's wrong? You only have these things here." When Uli heard Zhao Hai, he quickly said, "Of course not. This is only one of my storage units. There are many more storage units. If you're not satisfied, you can go inside and take a look. Let's take a look inside first. I hope I can find something that I'm satisfied with." Zhao Hai nodded. Yuli brought Zhao Hai to another room. The items in this room were similar to the other one. Zhao Hai could not help but feel a little disappointed. However, Yuli said that he had many more rooms, so Zhao Hai could only continue to look through them. It was not until the 8th room that Zhao Hai suddenly saw something. It was a small beast made of bones. It looked like a tiger, but it had a single horn. It looked mighty and lifelike. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up when he saw the small beast. Although he did not know what it was used for, he had a feeling that this small beast was not ordinary. When Yuli saw Zhao Hai's attention on the little creature, he was taken aback. He had kept the little creature for some time, but in the Netherworld, people only valued power and had no taste for art. As a result, the little creature had not been sold. Yuli did not think much of it either. He thought it was something made by the undead who had lived longer. He did not pay much attention to it and just left it there. However, he did not expect Zhao Hai to be very interested in it. Zhao Hai picked up the beast and examined it carefully. The beast was made of bones, but he didn't know what kind of bones it was. It was heavy, and he felt like he was holding a metal trinket. Zhao Hai looked at it for a while before putting it down. He turned to Uli and said, "City Lord, we don't need to be polite. Take me to see all of your warehouses. After I've seen them, I'll make a list for you as long as it's something I like. I want everything on the list. Of course, you have to give me a real price, but if you name a random price, then I won't accept anything. To tell you the truth, I've taken a fancy to many of the things in these warehouses." Zhao Hai could not help but smile when he heard Yuli's words. He realized that no matter which dimension he was in, the nature of a merchant was the same. A fake 1 to 10 method would be used no matter where he was. Zhao Hai did not expect Yuli to have so many warehouses. There were as many as 15 of them. After looking through all of them, Zhao Hai immediately made a list for Yuli. Zhao Hai had asked for quite a lot of items this time. Out of the 15 warehouses, Zhao Hai had asked for nearly 2,000 items, which was almost 1/5 of all the items in Yuli's warehouse. Yuli was very excited. He really didn't expect to make such a big deal. This was the biggest deal he had ever helped in his life. Zhao Hai used low-grade soul fire and low-grade soul crystals to pay for the items. Yuli would not object to this. On the contrary, Yuli was very much in favor of this transaction, as it would allow him to earn more money. Although low-level soul fire and soul crystals were the common currency used in the underworld, They were also the most sought-after items, so their value was incomparable. For example, Uli could use his power and the convenience of Skeleton City to sell some of his goods to Zhao Hai and obtain some low-level soul fire and soul crystals. He could then use the soul fire and soul crystals to buy more goods and sell them. This way, even if he didn't do anything, he would make a lot of money just by making the difference in price. This was Yuli's goal. The reason why Zhao Hai was so generous was that these two items could be produced in the origin space. When Zhao Hai first brought the soul fire and the soul crystal into the space treated the two items as energy. The space could extract the energy from the two items and make them into this type of energy. It could even optimize the two types of energy. In other words, it could turn the low-level soul fire into high-level ones and the low-level soul stones into high-level ones. When Zhao Hai heard the notification, he knew that he had no shortage of money in the underworld. He could buy anything that caught his eye. Zhao Hai had paid Yuli 200,000 low-grade soul stones for these 2,000 items. Yuli was overjoyed, and he kept the items that Zhao Hai had bought into his origin space. Yuli was rather envious of Zhao Hai's ability to store things in his dimensional storage. There were not many dimensional storage equipment in the underworld. Only those with high status had them. Although Yuli's status was high, he did not have any dimensional storage equipment. Hence, he could only be envious. When the items were stored in the realm, two other things caught Zhao Hai's attention, aside from the plants that were unique to the underworld. The first was a huge skeleton. It was the skull-like skeleton that Zhao Hai had seen in the first warehouse. The realm's notification surprised Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai's level was too low to check the history of these skeletons. This surprised Zhao Hai. He didn't expect the skeleton to be of such high quality. He carefully put the skeleton away. The second item that caught Zhao Hai's attention was the small beast made of bones. When Zhao Hai put the small beast into the origin space, he heard a notification from the origin space. Beast-shaped battle armor for dark attribute creatures and undead. This armor can enhance the attack and defense abilities of undead and dark attribute creatures. Any dark attribute creatures and undead can use it. This armor can be vegetated. After vegetating, you can add this armor seed in the spatial store. This armor seed is a special seed for black soil. Does the host want to turn this armor into a plant? If user agrees to convert this armor into a plant, 100,000 gold coins will be deducted from user. Zhao Hai was stunned when he heard the notification. He didn't expect the bone beast to be a battle armor. In other words, this little beast was a battle armor like the 12 constellation armor, and it was a battle armor for the undead. This was definitely good news for Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai didn't show it. His face was still calm. After the deal was done, Zhao Hai turned to Yuli and smiled. City Lord Uli, I didn't expect you to have so many good things here. Good, very good. I'm very satisfied with this deal. City Lord Uli, can I ask you for a favor? Yuli was also very satisfied with the deal this time because he could make a lot of money this time. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, he immediately said, "Please tell us, sir. We'll definitely help a big customer like you." Zhao Hai said, "I like all kinds of plants from the underworld. I want all the underworld plants you can get. I also like those huge skeletons and those small beasts made of bones very much. You know, I'm a pharaoh. We pharaohs are very tasteful. Those small beasts are very delicate and look like works of art. Therefore, I want as many small beasts as you have. The same goes for those huge skeletons. I want to see if I can assemble those skeletons and turn them into my servants. If I have a few of those servants, it would be very impressive, don't you think so?" Uli listened to Zhao Hai's words in a daze. He was completely dumbfounded. He did not expect Zhao Hai to make such a request. To be honest, this request was not difficult for Uli. Although there were not many plants in the underworld, Dry Bone City was one of the Freedom Alliance's important business cities. It was not difficult for him to collect plants from the city. The skeleton that Zhao Hai had mentioned was nothing special. In fact, many people had the same idea as Zhao Hai, but none of them had succeeded. The skeleton seemed to be dead, and it was impossible to put souls in it anymore. Therefore, the skeleton had always been kept as a collection, not of much use. Yuli had never seen a small beast made of bones before. He only had one, and he had never heard of anyone else having one. It could be said that these were the hardest to get. However, this wasn't a problem for Yuli. He was a qualified businessman, and he would do anything as long as it was profitable. So when he heard Zhao Hai, he immediately said, "Okay, don't worry, sir. I'll definitely fulfill your request. However, I wonder when you'll come to get these things. For example, those plants will die if you bring them to me, and sir doesn't come for a long time." Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, "How about this? I'll come here once a month, and as long as you bring me anything I want, I'll take it all. But I have to make this clear. I don't have any requirements for the plants and skeletons because you can tell if they're real or fake at a glance. However, I have requirements for the small beasts made of bones. I think you've seen those small beasts before, City Lord Uli. Not only are they exquisitely made, but they're also much heavier than ordinary beast heads. The most important thing is that the shape of the little beast doesn't look like it's from the underworld, so Lord Uli, you must be careful when you take in the little beasts. I don't care about the shape. You can take any shape, but the workmanship and materials must be the same as the little beast today. Otherwise, I don't want them. As a pharaoh with status, it's going to affect my image if I buy some inferior products. Yuli was taken aback by Zhao Hai's words, and a strange glint flashed across his eyes. He had been planning to find some undead to make those little beasts and sell them to Zhao Hai, but he didn't dare to do so after hearing Zhao Hai's words. Yuli had never seen the bones of those little beasts before, so he couldn't make a replica even if he wanted to. However, Yuli did not show it. He nodded immediately and said to Zhao Hai, "Don't worry, sir. I, Yuli, am a man of my word when it comes to business." Zhao Hai nodded and said to Yuli, "Then it's a deal, City Lord Uli. Let's have a happy cooperation in the future. It's been a pleasure working with you," Yuli said to Zhao Hai. After that, the two of them laughed out loud. They were very satisfied with the result. Zhao Hai sat in the bone cart with a glass of red wine in his hand. He took a sip, closed his eyes, and said softly, "Edison, are you curious as to why I was so interested in that skeleton and that small bone beast?" Edison was confused. He did not understand why Zhao Hai would agree to a business contract with Uli. A skeleton like that was not a strange thing in the underworld. Even if the small creatures were rare, they should not be valuable, right? Was there a need to sign a contract? These words had been stuck in Edison's heart for a long time. They had already left Skeleton City, and Zhao Hai and Uli had naturally signed the business contract. However, Edison did not think that the contract was necessary. Hearing Zhao Hai's question, Edison immediately returned to his senses. He looked at Zhao Hai and said in a deep voice, "Yes, young master, I don't understand why you're doing this. Although the space has already produced soul fire and soul crystals, it's not good for you to waste them like this." Zhao Hai's eyes were still closed. He waved his hand gently, and Edison felt another set of clothes on his body. Edison was stunned. He looked down and realized that he had put on a set of armor. The armor was made of bone, but it was very light and not hard at all. It felt very comfortable on his body. Edison was stunned for a moment. Then he looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. He did not understand what Zhao Hai meant by that. At that moment, Zhao Hai waved his hand again. There was a sudden wave in front of Edison, and a mirror-like object appeared. Edison took a look at the mirror and saw a man in it. His face was a little pale, but he was wearing a mighty and extraordinary set of bone armor. The bone armor covered the entire body of the man, and there was not a single spot that was exposed. Although his face was still exposed, it was because he had not removed his mask. Most importantly, Edison found the armor very familiar. Edison quickly realized why the armor looked so familiar. It was because he was the one wearing the armor and the pale-faced person was him. The helmet on the helmet was a tiger's helmet, and there was a sharp horn on the top of the helmet. It looked exactly like the little beast that they were looking at. Edison immediately understood that the armor was made from the craft of the little bone beast. While Edison was still examining the armor, Zhao Hai suddenly said, "Go and try it out, Edeline. See how this armor is." "Okay," Edison replied and turned around to exit the bone carriage. He then disappeared into the black fog. Zhao Hai was not in a hurry. He held onto his red wine and sipped it unhurriedly. After a while, a series of explosions came from the black fog. Slowly, the sounds of the explosions disappeared, and Edison's figure returned to the bone carriage. Zhao Hai opened his eyes and looked at Edison. "How is it?" Edison touched the armor on his body as if he was touching his lover's skin. When he heard Zhao Hai's question, he quickly replied, "Young master, this armor is great. It increased my strength by about 20, and it also increased my defense and speed by about 20. It's great." Zhao Hai smiled faintly. He knew very well how difficult it was to level up at his level, especially in the underworld, a place that belonged to the lower realm. Not to mention, it was a 20 increase. It was precisely because of this that Edison was so happy. Zhao Hai smiled. "Now you know why I bought those statues. Remember, if you ever find something like that again, you'll buy it no matter how much it costs." "Yes, young master, I understand," Edison immediately replied. Zhao Hai waved his hand, and the armor on Edison's body disappeared. In its place was a pendant. It was tied with a thin bone chain, and the design of the pendant was exactly the same as the statue of the small bone beast that Zhao Hai had bought. However, the statue was even smaller than before. After putting the small pendant around Edison's neck, Zhao Hai looked at him and said, "Edlin, I'll give this set of armor to you. When you want to use it, just inject a trace of energy into the pendant." Edison couldn't wait to try it out. He injected a bit of power into the pendant, and the bone armor quickly appeared on his body. When he wanted to remove it, he only needed to think about it to remove it. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "All right, there's nothing to be proud of. If your fighting strength increases, it'll be good for me too, right? In the future, if you encounter anything, you don't have to personally take action. Let's go, where is the lick you mentioned?" Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, Edison immediately scanned the surroundings with his spirit power and directed the 4 undead creatures to fly in one direction. Zhao Hai did not care about the direction of the bone carriage. He turned to Edison and said, "How many days will it take for us to reach the lick?" Edison did some calculations and turned to Zhao Hai. We'll be there in 2 days, but the place we're going to is where the lick is. I don't know where he lives, I've never been there. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I'm not concerned, just take your time. You'll find it eventually. All right, take a good rest, there's no rush. Edison nodded, but lowered his head and fiddled with the little pendant as if he loved it so much that he could not let it go. Zhao Hai didn't mind. He told Edison to come back to his origin space. Today, he had received quite a lot of plants from his origin space, so he had to take a good look at them. Although the skeletons were good stuff for Zhao Hai, he couldn't use them now, so he didn't care about them. To him, the plants were the most important. Most importantly, Zhao Hai had to discuss with Heir about the bone armor. The bone armor could enhance the combat strength of the undead creatures, which Zhao Hai had the most in his possession. If the combat strength of all the undead creatures could be enhanced, it would be great news for Zhao Hai. However, Zhao Hai didn't have a lot of black soil. Even if he planted bone armors on the black soil, he didn't know how long it would take to grow enough bone armors. Zhao Hai entered the origin space to discuss this matter with Heir. However, as soon as he entered the origin space, he froze for a moment, because Laura and the others were looking at the big skeleton. The skeletons that Zhao Hai had collected were not complete. Many of them were incomplete, but even so, Zhao Hai still kept them. He just didn't expect Laura and the others to be fiddling with them. Although Laura and the others weren't repulsed by the undead and had even gotten used to using them often, this was the first time they had seen such a skeleton up close. When she saw Zhao Hai enter, Lola immediately said to him, Big Brother Hai, come and take a look. This skeleton is so special. It's even tougher than the skeletons of the undead creatures in the boundless space. It's amazing. Zhao Hai was stunned when he heard Laura's words. He quickly walked to the skeleton. The skeleton was not complete. It only had the skull and ribs. The rest of the skeleton was missing. Originally, when Zhao Hai collected these skeletons, they were all stained with mud. They did not look eye-catching at all. Other than the slightly larger heads, there was nothing special about them. But now, the skeleton was different. It had been washed clean and turned white. It wasn't an ordinary pale white color, but like jade, emitting a white light and looking very beautiful. Zhao Hai walked up to the skeleton and took a closer look. He noticed something special about the skeleton. There was a scratch on the chest of the skeleton's rib. Although the scratch was not very big, it was very clear. From the position of the scratch, it seemed to be where the heart was. Zhao Hai looked at the ribs and found that they were all intact. There were no scratches at all. Zhao Hai's pupils shrank. Then the staff in his hand turned into a sword. Zhao Hai swung the sword at the skeleton. With a clang, the sword bounced off the skeleton. However, there was not a single mark on the skeleton. Zhao Hai's move was out of Laura's expectations, but the result was even more unexpected. Zhao Hai was also shocked. He knew that he had used 60 of his strength, but the skeleton was still intact. Not a single mark was left on it. This was enough to show how strong the skeleton was. Zhao Hai used 80 of his strength to try again, but the result was the same. At the sight of the result, Zhao Hai waved his hand and put away the skeleton. Then he entered the room with Laura and the others. After sitting down in the house, Zhao Hai turned to Laura and the others. Not only these skeletons, but have you noticed that there are scratches on the skeletons? And those scratches aren't ordinary scratches, they're from sharp blades. In other words, these skeletons were killed when they were alive. You saw it just now. I used all my strength to cut down these skeletons, but I couldn't leave a single mark. These skeletons have been here for so many years, but they're still so hard. However, they were still killed by someone. In other words, there was an existence stronger than them who killed them. It seems that this matter isn't simple. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Laura and the others were stunned. Then their expressions changed. However, Laura immediately said, There's nothing to worry about, Big Brother Hai. Just like you said, these skeletons have existed for who knows how many years. Their enemies from back then should no longer exist. There's nothing to worry about. Zhao Hai sighed. Of course, there's nothing to worry about in the underworld. The strongest person in the underworld is only about the same level as Edison. However, I suspect that these skeletons didn't come from the underworld in the first place. If these skeletons are also from the cultivation world, then we'll have to reevaluate the strength of the people there. Add 1224 Kai, gradually maturing one. Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Laura and the others were stunned for a moment. Then they frowned. They understood what Zhao Hai meant. In the netherworld, experts were almost undying because they were undead. Judging from the hardness of the skeletons, it was enough to prove that they must have been powerhouses when they were alive. Such powerhouses wouldn't die easily, whether they were undead creatures or other races. In addition, it was impossible for such powerhouses to appear in the underworld, which meant that these skeletons didn't belong to the underworld. If it didn't belong to the underworld, then it could only belong to a realm that was even more powerful than the underworld. As far as Zhao Hai knew, the only realm that was stronger than the underworld was the cultivation world. If these skeletons belonged to the world of self-cultivation, Zhao Hai would have to reevaluate the strength of the world of self-cultivation. When he was testing the skeletons, he had used 80 of his strength in his second strike. With his current strength, 80 of his strength was not weak. but even so, he still didn't leave a single mark on the skeleton. Wasn't this enough to prove the strength of the skeleton? Laura and the others had never thought that Zhao Hai would think so far ahead. Now that Zhao Hai had explained it, they finally understood this point, which made them feel a wave of fear. What do you mean, Brother Hai? Lola asked, frowning. NBSB, I don't mean anything, Zhao Hai said with a bitter smile. Even the realm can't evaluate these skeletons, much less us. I just gained a new understanding of the cultivation world. Laura and the others understood Zhao Hai's meaning. They knew too little about the world of self-cultivation. It was useless to think about it here, so they could only try to increase their strength. Zhao Hai let out a long breath and decided not to think about it for now. Just like what Laura and the others had said, it was useless to think about it now. They could only follow their own plan step by step. Thinking about it would not solve any problems. Kai-er, Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, have you ever calculated how the star constellation armor will be affected if this bone armor is planted in the realm? Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Kai-er smiled and said, young master, actually, we already have a lot of star constellation armors here. Don't underestimate the production of the realm. Although it's not a lot a day, it's a lot in total. Besides, the land in the realm that can accelerate time can also be upgraded. I've upgraded the land into black soil, so we can plant these armors there too. In this way, the production of star constellation armors will increase greatly. Don't forget that the land can be upgraded over time. It can greatly shorten the planting time. Zhao Hai was stunned. The time-accelerated land can be stacked with the black soil. Would that affect the growth of those medicinal herbs? I'm planning to plant some aged medicinal herbs in the time acceleration area, not just to speed up the growth of the crops. Kai-er smiled. Don't worry, young master. Because the time-accelerated area appeared later, it's naturally stronger than the black soil. There's no actual conflict between the two areas. The black soil only speeds up the growth of crops, but the time-accelerated area accelerates the entire area's time. There's no conflict, and the phenomenon of the plant stopping growing at a certain rate won't happen in the black soil area either. You must also respect the laws there. These words almost confused Zhao Hai. However, he finally understood what Kai-er meant. The time-accelerated area could be stacked with the black soil. The result of this stack was that if crops were planted in the time-accelerated area, the black soil and time-accelerated effect would be stacked, while humans would only enjoy the time-accelerated effect. Zhao Hai said happily, okay, we'll see what you can do. Plant more bone armor and star constellation armor. Oh right, that flower we can't tell its level. You have to take care of it too. Set the place where it grows as a time-accelerated area. Kai replied, yes, young master, I understand. Don't worry, young master. In fact, I've already planted the star constellation armor in the time-accelerated area. Almost all the demon armies in the demon world have been equipped with the star constellation armor. Young master, you don't have to worry. When Zhao Hai saw this result, he was stunned. Then he realized what he had done and felt embarrassed. Laura and the others looked at Zhao Hai with a strange expression, which made Zhao Hai even more embarrassed. Zhao Hai really didn't have any feelings for Kai-er. He was just too excited and didn't think too much about it. However, after seeing Laura and the others' expressions, Zhao Hai realized that his actions just now had been a little impetuous. However, Zhao Hai also realized that Laura and the others weren't angry at him. This made Zhao Hai feel at ease. However, he also noticed that Kai-er seemed to be becoming more and more mature. When Zhao Hai had first met Kai-er, although Kai-er had been very strong and had lived for many years, he had still been like a child. He had liked to fool around everywhere. However, he hadn't realized that Kai-er had become more and more mature, and her body had grown bigger and bigger. She had even started to feel shy. 2 days passed by quickly. Zhao Hai did not stay in the boundless space for the entire time. In fact, he spent most of his time in the bone carriage, observing the underworld with Edison. The two drank and chatted. They had a very comfortable time. 2 days later, Zhao Hai and the others appeared at the corner of a bone mountain. It was a huge bone mountain. It could be said to be a mountain range. Zhao Hai and the others were at the foot of this bone mountain. Zhao Hai sensed the bone mountain. It was probably thousands of meters high. There were some low-level skeletons wandering around the mountain. However, these skeletons didn't seem to have any consciousness. They only knew how to walk around the mountain. Some of them were killing their own kind and absorbing their soul fire to become stronger. AI Daimyu used his spiritual power to scan the mountain before turning to Zhao Hai. Young master, it's here. I met the Lick here. He's very powerful, and even I don't have the confidence to defeat him now. Zhao Hai nodded and glanced at the man. He said in a deep voice, let's go. Shangtong, let's go and find him. I hope everything goes well and we can find him as soon as possible. He commanded the undead creatures to climb up the mountain. Soon, Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the top of the mountain. The little skeletons did not dare to get close to Zhao Hai and the others. Although the little skeletons did not have any intelligence, they instinctively felt that Zhao Hai and the others were not people they could mess with. Zhao Hai had been scanning the mountain with his spirit power all the way. He wanted to see if there was anything that he had brought into his space. Unfortunately, he didn't find anything useful on the mountain. Although there were some plants growing on the mountain, they were all from his space. They weren't very tall. Although Zhao Hai was a little disappointed, he didn't take it to heart. After all, the bone-shaped plant was something that could only be found by luck. He didn't need to take it to heart. When he reached the top of the mountain, he looked behind the mountain. Behind the mountain of bones, there were endless mountains of bones, as if there was no end. Seeing this, Zhao Hai could only smile bitterly and impatiently. He turned to Edison and said, "Edison, do you know which direction the lick is in?" Edison laughed bitterly and replied, "I don't know, young master. I was too weak at that time and didn't dare to stay here for long. I left after completing the deal with the liches." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said impatiently, "It seems like we'll have to look for her bit by bit. Let's go back to the origin space. If we're going to look for her by ourselves, we don't know when we'll find her. I'll go and prepare." Zhao Hai led Edison into the origin space and placed the cane outside. He split the cane into needle-sized fragments and sent them flying in all directions. This was the fastest way Zhao Hai could think of to find the lick. He believed that as long as the lick was still in the mountains, he would be able to find him. After entering the origin space, Edison went straight to hell. He wasn't used to Zhao Hai's origin space because there was too much sunlight. Although he wasn't afraid of sunlight, it still made him feel very uncomfortable. Zhao Hai returned to the origin space and carefully observed the map on the screen. The screen was divided into countless small boxes. Each box was a picture sent back by a small needle on a cane. There was nothing special about it except for the mountain of bones. However, Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. Since things had already come to this, there was no point in panicking. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't let the needles fly too fast. On the contrary, he slowed down the speed of the needles. He didn't want to miss out on something as good as the bone plant just because the needles flew too fast. The mountain of bones was simply too big. Zhao Hai did not believe that there would not be many good things on such a huge mountain of bones. To Zhao Hai, the mountain was like a primitive forest on Earth. There would always be some natural treasures. Zhao Hai's thoughts were correct this time. Soon, a few of the images gave Zhao Hai a few good things. Among them were the large skeleton and the bone plant that Zhao Hai wanted. Zhao Hai didn't hold back. He put all the plant's skeletons into his space, along with some strange things, such as a rusty iron sword and a broken leather shield. It wasn't that Zhao Hai liked to pick up junk, but it was because they were too rare in the underworld. The weapons used by the undead creatures in the underworld were all made of bones. The high-level undead creatures used weapons that were detached from their own bodies. Items like iron and leather shields were almost non-existent in the underworld. They weren't produced in the underworld either. Zhao Hai wanted to find out where they came from. However, to Zhao Hai's disappointment, the rusty swords and shields did not provide him with any valuable information. After the analysis of the all-purpose analytic machine, the materials used to make the swords and shields were not good either. They could be said to be of no value. Zhao Hai had no choice but to throw away all those things again. A broken sword like that, any one of which he could take out now, was better than that. What was the use of keeping it? He was not the king of junk. At first, Zhao Hai didn't know how big the mountain of bones was. However, an hour later, he had a better idea. After an hour, none of the small needles he had released had reached the end of the mountain of bones. He couldn't see the end in any direction. This surprised Zhao Hai. Although Zhao Hai had slowed down the speed of the small needles, the slowing down was relative. Compared to the integrity of an ordinary person's flight, the speed of the small needles was very fast. Even with this speed, he still couldn't find the end of the mountain of bones. The size of the mountain of bones was beyond Zhao Hai's imagination. Laura and the others were also attracted. They did not expect the mountain of bones to be so huge. Zhao Hai had already collected 10 of the bone plants in his origin space. It was not a small number. In the netherworld, it was not easy to find the ancient guts. Zhao Hai had put nearly 1,000 of those skeletons in his space. Besides the human-shaped skeletons, he also put some beast-shaped skeletons in his space. The quality of the skeletons was the same as the human-shaped skeletons. Zhao Hai was surprised when he first discovered the orc skeletons. He never thought there would be other orc skeletons that were similar to the giant skeleton. When he put the skeletons into the origin space beeped again, but it told him that he did not have the right to know what the skeletons were. This made Zhao Hai even more curious about the underworld. He knew that there were more secrets in the underworld waiting for him to uncover, but Zhao Hai didn't mind. He had made up his mind to put the mysterious bones into the origin space first. They might be useful in the future. 5 hours had passed. The needles had reached the mountain of bones from both the east and the west sides. They didn't find anything suspicious. However, the bone plants and skeletons in Zhao Hai's interspace had increased. They had not reached the end of the southern area yet, but they did not find anything special there. They could not even see any traces of ordinary skeletons. Zhao Hai couldn't help but feel a little nervous. He didn't know if the lick was still in the mountain of bones. If the good lick was still there, then he would be able to save himself some trouble. If he wasn't, then he would be greatly disappointed. Another hour passed. Zhao Hai was the only one who was still there. Laura and the others had gone to rest. Zhao Hai was drinking tea and reading a book out of boredom. He would occasionally glance at the screen. At that moment, there was a sudden change on the screen. Zhao Hai was stunned and immediately put down the book in his hand. He focused all his attention on the screen. The other small images on the screen had disappeared, and only one image remained. Zhao Hai took a closer look and saw a field on the painting. That's right, it was a field. It was on the Mountain of Bones and was about 10 mu in size. There was a fence around the field and some plants were planted in it. Some of the plants were things that Zhao Hai had never seen before. Most importantly, the land under the field was not a land that Zhao Hai knew of. It was a land made of broken bones. The land was covered with tiny bones. The biggest one was only the size of Zhao Hai's fingernail, while the smallest one had already been reduced to bone powder. The land wasn't very large, but it was still quite big for Zhao Hai. Most importantly, the place where the land appeared really surprised Zhao Hai. In the underworld, there was no such thing as Tian. The undead creatures of the underworld relied on the blood-sucking black mist and the blood in the blood pond to survive. They didn't need to farm. This was the first farm Zhao Hai saw in the underworld, and it was probably the only one in the entire underworld. Zhao Hai was excited. He knew that he had found the place. He asked Needle to stop and looked at the field carefully. To his surprise, he saw the bone plant and some other plants that he had never seen before. Of course, there were many that he had seen before. These plants were planted in different areas and looked very neat. Zhao Hai took a closer look at the field. Other than the plants, there was nothing else. He then ordered the needles to move forward. However, he had moved the needles that he had placed on the east and west sides of the field to do a carpet search around the field. Soon, Zhao Hai found a cave on the Mountain of Bones. The cave was not very big, and the entrance seemed to be only big enough for one person to go in and out. However, the entrance of the cave had obviously been tidied up. In front of the entrance, there was a flat land. The flat land had been paved with stones and was very smooth. Zhao Hai knew that they were almost there. He didn't call for Laura and the others. Instead, he flashed out of the space and called for Edison. When Edison came out and saw the cave, he immediately understood what was going on. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, you think this is the place?" Zhao Hai smiled. "We'll know if it's here or not once we try. Shout twice, but don't use your spiritual power to scan it. We don't want them to think we have bad intentions." Edison turned to the entrance of the cave and said in a deep voice, "Is anyone there? Is there anyone inside?" The entrance was still the same and there was no sound. Edison shouted again, "Is there anyone? Edison has come to visit." As soon as he finished speaking, a voice came from the cave. "Edison. This name is a little familiar. I think I've heard of it there." The sound was getting closer and closer, and then a lick appeared at the entrance of the cave. This lick didn't look young. He had a head of white hair and a lightning white beard. He was wearing a robe, giving people a feeling of a sage. His lower body was also a cloud of black mist floating in the air. When the lick saw Zhao Hai and Edison, he was stunned for a moment. He only glanced at Zhao Hai for a moment before turning to look at Edison. He frowned and said, "I think I've seen a vampire like you somewhere before. I can't quite remember." Edison turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, this is the senior." Then he turned to the lick and said, "Senior, you don't remember. I was fortunate enough to meet Senior outside the mountain before and even helped Senior find a blood butterfly flower. Senior even gave me a magic spell as a reward." When the lick heard Edison's words, he was stunned for a moment. He then frowned and thought for a while before nodding. There was such a thing. It seemed to be more than 1,000 years ago. At that time, you were only a marquis, right? Now, he has become the Vampire King. Not simple, he can become the Vampire King in such a short time. Zhao Hai didn't know whether to laugh or cry. 1,000 years was a very short period of time for the old lick. If other intelligent creatures heard this, they would be furious. Edison bowed to the lick and said, "That's right. Senior, you still remember me. It is my honor. I am the Vampire Marquis from back then." The old lick nodded and looked at Edison. "What are you doing here? Right, who was this person?" "With your status as the Vampire King, you actually called him young master. It seems that he is not simple." After saying that, the lick looked at Zhao Hai with his bright eyes. Zhao Hai took a step forward and bowed slightly to the lick. "I've heard Edison mention Senior a while ago. This one truly admires Senior Jai, so I've come to pay him a visit today. Edison and I have been looking for him for a long time." The lick looked at Zhao Hai and said, "You're here to visit me. Why?" Zhao Hai smiled. "Please join us, Senior. I've set up a magic array laboratory that specializes in magic arrays. I need someone as wise as you to join us." The lick frowned and said, "A magic array. However, it's been a long time since I've researched magic arrays. Right now I'm researching soul fire. I'm no longer interested in magic arrays." Zhao Hai quickly replied, "Senior, please wait a moment. I'll show you something, and I'll ask you to decide after you've seen it." With that, Zhao Hai flipped his hand and a laptop appeared. Very few of Zhao Hai's subordinates had laptops. Only Kellen's test room had them. The others didn't have any. They rarely even saw one, let alone use it. For instance, Edison had never seen a computer before. The laptop that Zhao Hai had taken out was not switched on. It was a very good laptop with a pure metal cover and looked very beautiful. Edison and the lick did not understand why Zhao Hai would suddenly take out such a strange box. They looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai smiled and opened the top of the laptop, revealing the desktop. The old Lick and Edison were both stunned as they had never seen such a thing before. Zhao Hai swiped a few times on the touchpad and opened a document. This document contained research notes on the demonic armor. There were magic arrays, battle scenes of the demonic armor, and three-dimensional drawings of the demonic armor. The old Lick and Edison's eyes widened in surprise. This was the first time they had seen such a magical item. They had only fiddled with it for a few hundred times, but pictures and words had already appeared on its surface. Zhao Hai didn't show the Lick the battle scenes of the demonic armors. Instead, a 3D image of the demonic armors appeared on the screen. The 3D image was still spinning in the computer, and Kellen and the others were explaining the battle. Zhao Hai turned the computer to the old Lick and said, "Senior, please take a look. This is the thing. We accidentally found a spatial crack, and there are many of these things there. These things have very strong combat power. They are full of magic arrays, and most of them are magic arrays that we have never seen before. In fact, even without Zhao Hai's explanation, Kellen's voice had already explained some of the characteristics of the demonic armor. Even after Kellen had finished explaining, the old Lick was still staring at the computer in a daze. Zhao Hai returned with the computer, and the Lick finally came back to his senses. He looked at Zhao Hai and said, "Is there really such a thing? How's his combat strength? Please take a look at this and you'll understand." Zhao Hai nodded. After saying that, he played a video of the battle between the demonic armor and the Esgod tribe. This video was created with the help of Heir, and it was edited to show the battle process of the demonic armor very well. It was not just the old Lick, even Edison was staring at the scene intently. On the scene, the demonic armor was fighting against 1,000 enemies, charging around the Esgod army, and the Esgod army could not do anything to him. However, Edison and the old Lick did not agree with this. In their opinion, the combat strength of the Esgod tribe was really not that great. Zhao Hai looked at their expressions and said in a deep voice, "Do the two of you think that the strength of those who fought against the armor devil is not that great? But what I want to tell you too is that those people are not weak. Moreover, this devil armor is driven by people, just like a car, and the people driving the devil armor are ordinary people with no strength." When the two of them heard Zhao Hai's words, they could not help but be moved. They naturally knew very well that if an ordinary person was driving this kind of devil armor, it would be very impressive. Zhao Hai continued, "If we can really break the magic array on the armor, even if we don't use this spell, it will be very beneficial to us. We have already broken some magic arrays. These magic arrays have different uses. However, if we use these magic arrays on weapons, we can make them undergo a qualitative change." Zhao Hai then opened a text file. Not only were there words, but there were also various images of magic arrays. Some of them had already been deciphered, and the uses of the magic arrays were recorded in detail. However, most of them could not be deciphered. In fact, Zhao Hai had been plotting against the Lick when he took out the computer. He knew that people like the Lick would be fascinated by new things, so he took out the computer. As expected, the Lick was curious about the computer. Coupled with the magic arrays in his computer, Zhao Hai didn't believe that the Lick wouldn't be tempted. As long as he made a move, Zhao Hai could trick him into the origin space. Once he entered the origin space, everything could be discussed. The Lick was obviously attracted to Zhao Hai's computer. Not only was he attracted to the computer, but he was also attracted to the magic arrays on the computer. Since Zhao Hai was looking at the computer, he snatched the computer from Zhao Hai's hands and carefully studied the magic arrays on the screen. It took a while for him to finish looking at the magic array. When he finished looking at the first magic array, he didn't know how to look at the next one. By then, he had sobered up a little. He turned to look at Zhao Hai and said with fire in his eyes, "What else? What about the other magic arrays? I want to see it." Zhao Hai smiled. "Of course you can. However, the magic arrays in this computer are not complete. As long as you are willing to join us, I can let you see other magic arrays." The Lick was stunned for a moment, and his expression changed. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, "If I join you, can I study other things besides these magic arrays?" Hearing the Lick's words, Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile. "Sure, don't worry, Senior. We have absolute freedom over there. No matter what you like to research, we won't interfere." The old Lick nodded and turned to look at the field in front of him. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, "But what about my fields? The plants there are all things I need." NBSB Zhao Hai smiled. "Don't worry, Senior. I have all the plants you have here. You can have as many as you want. Don't worry." The one in the Lick's arms looked at Zhao Hai and said, "I can have as many as I want. This is impossible. It took me a few thousand years to open up this piece of land. I come here every day to see those plants. How can you have them all?" The Lick looked at Zhao Hai. He felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't put his finger on it. However, on second thought, he knew how to cancel contracts. Even if Zhao Hai had set him up, it wouldn't be a big deal. He nodded to Zhao Hai and said, "All right, then let's go to your place to take a look." He had to admit that the Lick had been alone for too long. He knew too little about the sinister nature of the human heart and easily believed Zhao Hai's words. Zhao Hai smiled and said to the old Lick, "Senior, I know spatial special techniques. I can use a spatial channel to take you to our place. It will be much faster this way. What do you think, senior? The lick was stunned for a moment. He looked at Zhao Hai with shining eyes and said, you know spatial special techniques. That's great, show me. Although Zhao Hai did not know what the lick meant, he still did as he was told. He waved his hand and a spatial crack appeared beside them. Zhao Hai then said to the lick, senior, please. The old lick's eyes glowed as he looked at the spatial crack and muttered, it's really a spatial special technique. It's really a spatial special technique. This is great, this is great. After saying that, he rushed into the space without hesitation. Zhao Hai heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the old lick enter the realm. At the same time, the realm notified him that the lick had surrendered. He turned around and followed Edison into the realm. The old lick was already waiting for Zhao Hai. When he saw Zhao Hai enter, the old lick came forward and bowed to Zhao Hai. Greetings, young master. That's right, Zhao Hai nodded and smiled. What's your name? My name is Gimradin, young master, the lick replied. All right, Jim, Zhao Hai nodded. What have you been researching all this time? Young master, Jim said, I've been studying soul fire recently. I want to add the soul to something that doesn't have a living creature. It's like a sword, but it's a shield. Zhao Hai was stunned when he heard that. He was moved as well. He had learned from the netherworld that soul fire was equivalent to a human soul. Jim's research on adding soul fire into a weapon was the same as adding a weapon spirit into the weapon. This was an impressive research. Zhao Hai immediately said to Jim, how's the research going? Any results? Jim shook his head. I don't have many results yet. My research time is too short and I lack some drugs. The drugs I grow are not enough. How long have you been researching this method? Zhao Hai asked. Young master, Jim said, embarrassed. I've only been researching this method for a short time. It's not even 1,500 years. Zhao Hai couldn't help but roll his eyes when he heard that. Less than 1,500 years. You call this short. Then how long would that be considered long? How could this be? He was afraid that by the time he developed this method, his bones would be beating like drums. Jim shook his head. No, in the past 1,500 years, I've spent most of my time collecting those plants. I've only managed to collect all of them in the shortest time possible and successfully plant them, so there are no results yet. Zhao Hai nodded and said, I'll have Kai send you to the Wild Dragon Island in a while. You can do your research there. There are many liches there, and you can do your research with any lich you're interested in. I'll deal with the medicinal materials you mentioned. From now on, you just need to focus on your research. Let me know if you need anything, Jim replied happily. Zhao Hai said in a low voice, Kai, come out quickly and send Jai Mu to the Wild Dragon Island. Arrange a place for him to stay. By the way, Jai Mu, do you have anything else you need to bring from the underworld? Jim immediately said, young master, I still have a lot of beast skin scrolls and bone books in the underworld. Those things are the results of my research over the years. You must help me keep him in the space. Zhao Hai laughed out loud. Don't worry. I promise I'll put him in my space. You can't refuse him even if you don't want him. Jim replied happily, that's great. But young master, I'm also very interested in that devil armor. If there's a chance, I want to combine the soul fire with those devil armor. I think it'll be an amazing thing. Zhao Hai was stunned when he heard Jim's words. He looked at Jim in disbelief. He had never thought that Jim would have such an idea. Combining the soul fire with the devil armor. What would it make? Transformers. Oh my god, this world is crazy. Zhao Hai took a deep breath to calm himself down. He nodded and said, all right, if you like to research, then research it. Go on. At this time, Kai had also arrived and brought Jai Mu away. Zhao Hai and Edison returned to the underworld. Zhao Hai first went to Jim's cave. The moment he entered, Zhao Hai was stunned. It was a small cave on the outside, but it was a cave with a whole new world inside. The cave was divided into 3 areas. One was Jim's laboratory. It was a huge cave with a few hundred square meters in size. There were some things that could be used for experiments in it. Most of them were made of bones. When Jim was doing these things, he had really put in a lot of hard work, and these things were done very meticulously and beautifully. Zhao Hai kept all the items in the ring. Although the ring could provide Jim with better lab equipment, most of them were made of glass. However, he still kept the items because he didn't know if they would be of any use to Jim. After checking out the laboratory, Zhao Hai went to the second area, which was Jim's study room. There were not just 1 or 2 study rooms, but 5 in total. The first room was not smaller than the laboratory. It was a few hundred square meters in size and was filled with shelves made of bones. On the shelves, there were some animal skin scrolls and some bone books. The bone book was an inferior type of book used in the underworld in the past. This kind of book was written on the bones with a carving knife, then punched holes in the bones, and threaded the bones with lines made of animal skin. It was a bit like the bamboo slips used in ancient China. From the number of books in Jim's study room, it was clear how much research they had done. Zhao Hai took a look and realized that Jim's study room was much more formal than Capara's. Capara's study room was very casual when it came to storing things, while Jim's study room was divided into many small areas. There were magic areas, magic arrays areas, martial arts areas, bone classification areas, and so on. It was very formal. He even hung a label on each area, and on the label, he wrote down the general content of each sheepskin, just like the books in the library. Zhao Hai was very appreciative of Jim's approach. It seemed that in the field of research, Jim was much more rigorous than Campera. After storing the items in the 5 study rooms into the medium, Zhao Hai and the others arrived at the 3rd area. This area was even more impressive. There were 15 caves in total, each of which was larger than a study room and more than 1,000 square meters. It was truly huge. Most importantly, Zhao Hai had no choice but to acknowledge the items in this warehouse. Jim's foundation had been built for many years, and he was indeed rich. Anything he took out was better than what Zhao Hai had seen at Uli's. Most importantly, Zhao Hai saw 2 large warehouses full of skeletons. Not only were there human-shaped skeletons, but there were also beast-shaped skeletons piled up there. Zhao Hai did a rough calculation and found that the skeletons in these 2 warehouses were more than 2,000 of these skeletons in total. Zhao Hai put all of them into his space, and with the existing skeletons in his space, he now had around 5,000 skeletons. Apart from the skeletons, Zhao Hai was also happy to find a few small bone beasts. There were as many as 8 small bone beasts. Although 8 small bone beasts didn't seem like a lot, to Zhao Hai it wasn't a small number. Moreover, Zhao Hai had never seen these small beasts before. He didn't know what kind of magic beasts they were, but Zhao Hai was still very happy. He kept these bone beasts in the space, and the space had indeed produced seeds. What a great harvest! This was definitely a great wealth. Zhao Hai didn't expect Jim to have so many good things in his collection. Other than the big skeleton and the small bone beasts, there were also many plants. Of course, these plants were all processed and prepared to be used as medicinal herbs. Zhao Hai didn't like these things. He only had feelings for living plants. After all, living plants could increase the experience of the space. After putting everything into the space, Zhao Hai and Wang Yao walked out of the cave and headed to the herbal field. Zhao Hai had a rough idea of the herb field. There were more than 20 different types of plants. They were the most complete collection of plants Zhao Hai had ever seen in the underworld. Half of them were not found in his inner space. Zhao Hai looked at the plants and turned to Edison. Edison, do you recognize these plants? Edlin smiled bitterly. Young master, you've really asked. I don't recognize a large piece of these plants. I really don't know where old Mr. Jim found them. Zhao Hai smiled and said, I can see that he has put a lot of effort into this field. It's no wonder. If the others in the underworld knew that you have so many plants here, they would go crazy. All right, let's not think too much about it. We have to put the whole field into the origin space. It's safer to do so. Edison nodded as well. Zhao Hai took a closer look at the 10 acres of herbal field. It was obviously impossible to put all of them into the origin space at once. He could only do it bit by bit. Fortunately, the plants were divided into small pieces by Jim according to their species, so it wasn't too difficult for Zhao Hai to put them all in. After taking a closer look at the bone field, Zhao Hai calculated the distance and opened his hand. A space crack appeared and he kept the field of bones into the space. Zhao Hai moved the field into the hell dimension as soon as he put it away. There was a mountain of bones there anyway, so it should be fine. As soon as he took out the bone field, he heard a notification from the space. Discovered special attribute field, exclusive to darkness attribute crops. All darkness attribute crops can be planted on this field. The special characteristics of this field are the same as black soil. Because the host has introduced special attribute fields, the space has been upgraded to level 102. The host hopes to work hard. Zhao Hai was stunned for a moment, then he was overjoyed. He never thought that there would be such a good thing. He didn't expect that the bone field that Jim created could be classified as a field with special attributes. Zhao Hai had never heard of this before. However, this was definitely a good thing for Zhao Hai. This field was equivalent to black soil, and he could grow all kinds of dark attribute crops on it. It was equivalent to him having an extra piece of black soil for no reason. With that thought in mind, Zhao Hai quickly moved the entire plot of land into the boundless space. When he did so, the voice from the boundless space stopped ringing. Zhao Hai didn't pay much attention to it, as he knew that it was a unique feature of the boundless space. The same thing would only ring the first time it was received. The second time it would no longer ring. After storing the 10 acres of bone fields into the medium, Zhao Hai brought Edison into the medium. After returning to the medium, Zhao Hai told Edison to return to the hell dimension and called Kai out. When Kai saw Zhao Hai, she was a little embarrassed. Her face was red as she said, "Young master, what's the matter?" When Zhao Hai saw Kai-er's appearance, he couldn't help but have a headache. However, he immediately nodded his head and said, "There's something." "Kai-er, can we expand the bone fields?" Hearing Zhao Hai's words, Kai-er immediately understood what he meant. She immediately nodded her head and said, "Yes, young master. The bone farm space's black soil is different. The space's black soil has all attributes, so it can grow any kind of crops. However, the bone farm is dark attribute, so only dark attribute crops can be grown. Moreover, this farm is brought in from the outside, so it's under our control, so naturally it can be expanded. However, if you want to expand it, you need a mountain of bones. This farm must be built on the Mountain of Bones, and there must be a blood pool nearby. Although there are a few bone mountains in the space, they aren't big. If you want to expand them, young master, you'll have to take in a few more. All right, leave it to me. I'll get it done immediately. Zhao Hai nodded. After saying that, Zhao Hai reappeared in the underworld in a flash. He put the mountains of bones that Jim used to stay in into his space. Zhao Hai, of course, wouldn't put the entire mountain into his space. He only put the few mountains that were in the innermost area, where the skeletons didn't move. Even so, it was already quite a lot. Zhao Hai did some calculations. There were enough bone fields for 10,000 mu on the Mountain of Bones. It was enough for Zhao Hai's use. Only then did Zhao Hai stop. 10,000 mu of land was not a small number. With the land, Zhao Hai could plant the bone armor and the plants he had obtained from the underworld there. It would not take up the space in the other fields. The land could be used to grow other things. It was a huge space for Zhao Hai. Once Zhao Hai was done with all these matters, he brought Edison over to the 3 holy cities. Zhao Hai decided to stay in the 3 holy cities and leave the rest of the matters to Edison. After all, Edison's reputation in the underworld was much higher than his. Both the Resistance and the Freedom Alliance knew of his existence. He was probably one of the top figures in the underworld god's temple. When Zhao Hai returned to 3 Saint City, the happiest people were, of course, Gu Li and Jiang Zhang. The two of them liked to stay by Zhao Hai's side. Furthermore, Zhao Hai staying in 3 Saint City meant that they had the best relationship with him. How could they not be happy? However, Zhao Hai did not care about what they were thinking. He only gave Edison an order to quickly unite the Resistance. This mission was not easy, but it was perfect for Edison because he had wanted to do it for a long time. As expected, Edison was very suitable for this job. Coupled with the fact that he had sufficient power, he was able to conquer the underworld at a very fast pace. Within 5 days of Zhao Hai's return to 3 Saint City, he heard that Edison had conquered another city. This result surprised Zhao Hai, but he was also a little disappointed. Edison was very strong, but he was too strong. It was not a good thing for him to be so ambitious. By doing so, he would only be pushing himself against the entire Resistance. Zhao Hai was sure that if he had not appeared, Edison would not have ended up well. Putting aside how many people in the Resistance wanted to be united, even the people from the Underworld God Hall would not want to see Edison unify the Resistance. If that happened, it would be even more difficult for them to deal with him. Do not assume that the fellow at the Underworld God Temple would not use such schemes. Perhaps the ordinary undead at the Underworld God Temple would not, but do not forget that there was still a fellow who had come from an unknown plane living in the Underworld God world. Even if the undead did not know how to use such schemes, would he not know how to use the ultimate Tao? With so much resistance, it would be almost impossible for Edison to unify the Resistance. However, things were different now that Zhao Hai had appeared. Not only was Zhao Hai powerful, but he also had a military force. A lot of military force, which was enough for Edison to unite the rebellion army in a short time. Just as Zhao Hai had expected, after Edison conquered another city, the rest of the Resistance formed an alliance and prepared to fight him. Edison was the general, and he was prepared to wipe out all the forces that opposed him in one fell swoop. At this moment, news came from the Underworld God Hall that they were about to attack them. Edison was extremely impatient, but this outcome was within Zhao Hai's expectations. If the Underworld God Hall did not take this opportunity to interfere, they would not be the Underworld God Hall. Under such circumstances, the Resistance had no choice but to stop their civil war and form an alliance army to fight against the people from the Underworld God Temple at the front lines. Naturally, Zhao Hai would not remain at the 3 holy cities this time. He had followed Gu Li and General Zheng to the front lines. The front lines of their confrontation with the Netherworld were located on both sides of the Blood River. The Blood River could be said to be the only river in the underworld. No one knew where it came from, let alone where it flowed to. The water in the river was the same as the blood in the blood pool. The widest part of the river was 10 miles, and the narrowest part was about 5 miles. No one knew how deep the river was, but they knew that there was something rare in the underworld in the river, the Blood Ghost Beast. The Blood Devil Beast had always lived in the Blood River. Even the people of the underworld did not know whether the Blood Devil Beast was a dark creature or an undead, because the form of its existence was too strange. No one knew what these blood devils looked like, but they would attack anyone who flew above the Blood River. They would appear in different forms every time. Sometimes they looked like bats, sometimes like tigers, sometimes like dragons, and sometimes like humans. However, no matter how they changed, they all had one thing in common. They were blood red and easy to recognize. Moreover, when they were touched by the space, their bodies could instantly liquefy, turning into a river of blood and returning to the river of blood. This would allow them to avoid most of the damage. Ever since the legends of the underworld started, no one had ever heard of anyone killing a blood ghost beast. Perhaps someone had killed it, but no one knew, because they would eventually fall back into the blood river and become a part of it. The blood devil beast's attack power was very strong. The attack power of a single blood devil beast was even stronger than that of the golden skeleton. It was almost as strong as that of the crystal skeleton. Most importantly, the power of the blood devil beast came from the blood river. As long as the blood river continued to flow, the power of the blood devil beast would not be exhausted. No one knew how many blood devil beasts were in the blood river. The blood river was like a natural barrier that separated the resistance from the Nether God Hall. Without the blood river, the resistance would have been wiped out by the Nether God Hall. Every time the Nether God Hall attacked the resistance, they would first have to pass through the blood river. It was because of this that the resistance was able to withstand the Nether God Hall's repeated attacks. The two banks of the blood river had become huge military camps. Fafa did not prepare any military camps because the troops here did not set up any military camps at all. The few tents and carriages were occupied by people of high status. The ordinary undead were just standing or lying there. Zhao Hai used his spiritual power to scan the area. There were at least a few billion undead on both sides of the river, and the number was still increasing. Of course, the number of rebels was small. In order to not attract too much attention, Zhao Hai did not give all his forces to Edison. That would be too eye-catching. Edison's reputation in the Netherworld was still very great. Almost everyone in the Netherworld knew how many people he had under his command. However, he suddenly had over 1 billion powerful subordinates. How could the undead not be suspicious? This was the reason why Zhao Hai did not hand over all his men to Edison. He did not even touch many of the undead creatures in the cities that Edison had conquered. This was a hidden force, so Zhao Hai would not reveal all his cards. The number of undead creatures that had been subdued by the realm had exceeded 6 billion. The reason why there were so many was because Zhao Hai had also kept some low-level undead into the realm. That was why the number of undead in the realm had skyrocketed. However, not all of the undead stayed in the boundless space. Zhao Hai still let them out. They moved around the city they were originally in, searching for useful things for Zhao Hai. There were only about 500 million high-level undead creatures following Edison. This was already a very powerful force for the resistance. It should be known that these 500 million undead creatures were all high-level undead creatures, and their combat power was comparable to the special technique skeletons. The special ability skeletons were second only to the crystal skeletons, and above the crystal skeletons was the Skeleton King, which was at Gyuli's level. The skeletons led by Edison were only 2 levels lower than Gyuli, and such strength was definitely not to be underestimated. Zhao Hai was still sitting in Guli's car. His current position was part of Edison's camp. No matter what, the 3 holy cities had been conquered by Edison. This was something that the resistance army knew. Zhao Hai belonged to the 3 holy cities, so naturally he could only stay in Edison's camp. Right now, Edison and the others had gone to a meeting. Zhao Hai did not join them because there was no need to. He took out a blood needle from his staff and gave it to Edison. This way, he would be able to know what Edison and the others were talking about. In fact, the content of the rebellion army's meeting was very simple. Compared to the war between humans, the war in the Netherworld was also very simple. They almost did not pay attention to tactics. They just rushed forward like a swarm of bees and started fighting. The victory and defeat of the war were decided by the strong. The low-level skeletons were just used as cannon fodder. As such, the war council in the Netherworld was very simple. They only allocated the areas that each person had to defend and how the others would reinforce if one side was in trouble. There was nothing else. There was one advantage in the underworld. There was no need for logistics in war because the undead creatures didn't need to eat, armor, weapons, or even a place to live. By now, Edison and the rest had already assigned their positions. Just as Zhao Hai had expected, Edison had been assigned the most dangerous position. This was something agreed upon by all the undead that had participated in the meeting. Even Edison could not change that. However, he did not look too good. When Edison returned to the bone carriage, his expression was still extremely ugly. He bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, those guys have gone too far. I really want to destroy them." Zhao Hai smiled. "Forget it. What's so overboard about it? Those guys just want to use the Underworld God Hall to suppress you. It's your fault for being so popular recently." Edison snorted coldly. "These guys, they are not thinking about how to deal with the Underworld God Temple, but they are thinking about these things." If the resistance army had been united earlier, things would not have ended up like this. Zhao Hai smiled but did not reply. He only said in a low voice, "Edison, go and make your preparations. It's very likely that our line of defense will be the main offensive force of the Underworld God Temple." When Edison heard what Zhao Hai said, he was stunned. He looked at Zhao Hai in confusion and asked, "Young master, why do you say that?" Zhao Hai smiled. The timing of the Nether God Hall's appearance is too coincidental. Although many people in the resistance have joined forces to deal with you, with your strength, there's still a great chance that you can defeat them and unify the resistance. This is not what the Nether God Hall wants to see, so they'll definitely think of a way to prevent you from unifying the resistance. They're naturally very clear about your defenses, so they'll attack your area with all their might to make you suffer the most losses. If you suffer more losses, you'll naturally lose the ability to unify the resistance. The resistance will still be a pile of loose sand and will still not pose any threat to them. When Edison heard Zhao Hai's words, he was stunned. He had never thought of such a situation before. However, Edison did not dare to disobey Zhao Hai's orders. He immediately responded and led his team back to his defense area. Naturally, Zhao Hai followed them. However, Edison had gone out to lead the army, so only Gu Li and Zhao Hai were left in the bone carriage. Gu Li looked at Zhao Hai, who was drinking his tea, and said in a deep voice, "Young master, will it really be as you said? Will the people from the Nether God Hall really do that?" Zhao Hai put down his teacup and smiled. "You'll know when the time comes." Zhao Hai closed his eyes and let out a long breath. Naturally, Gu Li did not want to disturb Zhao Hai when he saw his reaction. Soon, they arrived at the area that Edison had been assigned to. The river of blood in this area was very narrow, only about 6 miles in length. It was also because of this that this area was the most dangerous. The narrower the river was, the less likely they were to be attacked by the bloodsucker. Naturally, the chances of being attacked were also higher. It could be said that the people who were assigned to defend this place for the first time had suffered great losses in the end. Many specters with skills like Kuli had died in battle. When Zhao Hai and the others arrived at this area, Edison and Jiang Zheng entered Gu Li's bone carriage. They were naturally here to see Zhao Hai. Although Edison's underlings were now Zhao Hai's underlings, Zhao Hai still had the best relationship with the three of them. The other undead creatures weren't qualified to meet Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai saw that Edison had arrived and smiled. "What's wrong? All set up." Edison laughed and said, "We don't need any arrangements. We can just lead them here. When the war starts, the madam will be in charge. That will save us a lot of trouble." "By the way, young master, have you thought about putting some bloodsucker beasts into your space?" Zhao Hai smiled. "Of course we have to, but not now. We are at war. If we do it now, it will cause too much of a commotion and attract the attention of the other party. It won't be too late to do it after the war." Edison nodded his head. He knew what Zhao Hai meant. This was indeed not a good time to collect the blood ghoul. Gu Li glanced at the other side of the blood river and let out a long sigh. He said in a deep voice, "Just you wait. Sooner or later, the entire underworld will be young masters." Zhao Hai smiled. "All right, that day is still early, so we don't have to be in a hurry. Let's talk about this war first. In this war, you guys aren't allowed to use the bone armor unless it's extremely dangerous. The bone armor can be considered a trump card in our hands, and we can't let anyone know about it. Also, we can't use our full strength when we fight. We have to let the undead that we haven't subdued be used as cannon fodder and make them look like we've suffered heavy losses. This way, others will have no choice but to come and help us. If the Hall of the Underworld really has come for us, then they'll definitely retreat when they see that we've suffered heavy losses. That way, our losses won't be too heavy, and at the same time, will cause the other members of the resistance to suffer heavy losses. Their strength will also be greatly reduced, and once the Hall of the Underworld retreats, our chance will come." Gu Li and the others were not stupid. They had just not come into contact with these schemes before. However, now that Zhao Hai had explained it so clearly, they naturally understood what he meant. They responded excitedly, and Edison immediately ran out to make arrangements. Zhao Hai looked at Edison's expression and could not help but smile. He had to get his hands on the underworld. It was extremely important to his future development, which was why he was so concerned. Compared to the underworld, Zhao Hai was not too concerned about the Atlantic continent. This was because he had obtained almost everything he needed there. For example, the production line for energy converters, various civilian magic armors, the ratios of various metals, and so on. As long as it was something that was on sale in the Atlantic continent, Zhao Hai had already obtained it. The rest were some items that were classified. Those things would take time to get. Hence, Zhao Hai was not too concerned about Atlan and left it to Browell to handle. In fact, ever since the factory was built, Zhao Hai had not been too worried. All he needed to do was to pay for it and leave the rest to Browell. Browell was very happy with this situation. He was an ambitious man. He wanted a factory that was completely under his control, but he didn't have the money to open it. Now that Zhao Hai had given him this opportunity, he was naturally very happy. Even though Browell felt that Zhao Hai was always being mysterious, he did not ask further. Zhao Hai had already gained Browell's loyalty through his actions. Even if Zhao Hai revealed his identity now, Browell would not betray him. This was the saying, "A wise man will die for his bosom friend." Zhao Hai was also aware of the situation at Browell's place, so he gave Browell absolute control over the factory. Now he rarely went out of Atlanta. However, things were different in the underworld. There were too many things in the underworld that Zhao Hai needed. The undead, no matter how many there were what Zhao Hai needed. In addition to the plants from the underworld, what Zhao Hai needed the most was people like Jim from the underworld who loved to research. They could often create miracles, just like what Jim was researching, which was to add souls into weapons. It was also because he had discovered the research of Campora and Jim that Zhao Hai had placed more importance on the underworld. To Zhao Hai, the underworld was simply an endless treasure vault, a treasure vault that belonged only to him. coolly did not go out. There was no need for him as Edison and the others were outside. He was looking at the area that the resistance was guarding and laughed. These guys thought that they had schemed against us, but in the end, they were still schemed against by young master. Heh, wouldn't it have been fine if they had become young master's subordinates earlier? Zhang Zheng said in a deep voice, young master, I think we should take action now. Almost all the experts in the resistance are here. Their rear will definitely be empty. If we send troops to attack their rear now, we can occupy the city they are in very quickly. Zhao Hai smiled and shook his head. It's not time yet. We have to wait until the battle is over. If we attack their base now and they find out, the entire line of defense will probably collapse. At that time, the Hall of the Underworld will take the opportunity to attack. This is extremely disadvantageous for us, so don't worry, take it slowly. Yes, I'm sorry, young master, I was too impatient. Jiang Zheng nodded. Zhao Hai smiled. It's nothing. It's good that you have such a thought. This means that you've put in the effort. Not bad. All right, get ready. I think the people from the Underworld God Temple are running out of patience. Jiang Zheng and Gu Li immediately responded when they heard Zhao Hai's words. They turned around and left the bone carriage. They had also noticed that the people from the Hall of the Dead on the other side of the Blood River had already begun to prepare. They would probably attack very soon. Zhao Hai used his spirit power to scan the other side of the river and flashed into the origin space. The others were also looking at the screen, ready to command the undead creatures to fight. Zhao Hai looked at them and said, Lies, Meljin, when you are giving orders, be careful. Don't put too much effort into it. Don't let the other party find out that we are using a battle formation. That might arouse the suspicion of the other members of the rebellion army. This time we must show weakness. Even if the 500 million undead creatures are sacrificed, we must still show weakness. Do you understand? Of course, they understood Zhao Hai's words. The two of them agreed, and only then did Zhao Hai relax. He gave a few more instructions before returning to the underworld. At this time, the attack of the underworld God Hall had begun. Zhao Hai sat in the car calmly with a cup of tea in his hand. The tea was produced in the interspace and had a very fragrant smell. The tool he used to drink the tea was very special. It was not a teacup, but a small teapot. This kind of small teapot was specially used to make tea. Since cups were not allowed, one could only drink tea directly from a teapot. Zhao Hai used to like this way of drinking tea. Therefore, after the teapot was produced in his interspace, Zhao Hai used the all-purpose machine to make a small teapot like this for drinking tea. Gu Li and Jiang Zheng were standing in front of him. The three of them were standing outside the bone carriage, which was parked about 2 miles away from the Blood River. In front of them was the undead army led by Edison. When Zhao Hai first came out, he had already explained his plan to Edison. Edison understood Zhao Hai's intention and stopped commanding the undead creatures. Just like before, he allowed the undead creatures to freely kill the enemies. And now, the undead from the Underworld God Temple on the other side of the river were also attacking. They had to get through the Blood River before they could get here. Zhao Hai wanted to see what the Blood Ghoul was like, and why a river like this could be the biggest obstacle to Underworld Palace's unification of the Underworld. Under Zhao Hai's gaze, a large group of undead flew up from the Underworld God Temple's team. These undead did not take any formation, and simply charged towards them like a swarm of bees. Soon, the undead were above the Blood River. At that moment, the water in the Blood River seemed to suddenly boil. Bubbles emerged from the bottom of the Blood River one after another, as if the entire Blood River was boiling. When the fastest undead were halfway through the River of Blood, a red figure suddenly flew out of the river. The figure was very fast, like a red arrow, shooting straight at the undead. The flying speed of the spirits was not considered slow. The weakest of them was at least as strong as a golden skeleton, but compared to these red figures, they were far inferior. Immediately, a large number of spirits were shot by the red figures and fell from the sky. The undead that fell from the sky immediately sank to the bottom as soon as they entered the Blood River. They didn't cause any waves at all, and the blood shadows that shot into the air slowly revealed their true colors. Just like what Edison and the others had said, these blood ghouls did not have any fixed shape at all. They were all affected by ghosts, but their first appearance was different. Some were in the shape of tigers, some were in the shape of wolves, some were in the shape of octopuses, and some were in the shape of crocodiles. Anyway, they had all the shapes that you could imagine, and they were also in different sizes. Among these blood shadow ghosts, the least were the humanoid blood ghost beasts. However, Zhao Hai noticed that although the humanoid blood ghost beasts were the least, they seemed to have the highest status. There were many other blood ghost beasts gathered around each humanoid blood ghost beast. As soon as the blood ghoul beasts stopped moving, they immediately pounced on the rest of the undead, who immediately began to fight back. However, as soon as the two sides started fighting, Zhao Hai understood why they were said to be unkillable. Their bodies were basically liquid, and they could change their shape at will. They could be soft or hard. When they were soft, they were like water, and when they were hard, they were like ice. They had extremely powerful attacks. Zhao Hai took another sip of his tea and gently closed his eyes. He muttered, "No wonder the Blood River can be the biggest obstacle for the Underworld God Hall to unify the Underworld. These blood ghouls are really good at fighting. If we keep them in the medium, we'll have another way to attack in the future." Gu Li and Jiang Zheng were also watching the battle on the Blood River. When they heard Zhao Hai's words, they turned to look at him. Gu Li said in a deep voice, "Yes, young master. These blood ghouls are very powerful, and they seem to be divided into levels. Those humanoid blood ghouls are the strongest among them, and their attack power is almost equivalent to the crystal skeleton's level. They are very difficult to deal with." As Gu Li was speaking, the humanoid blood devils made their moves. These humanoid blood devils had different fighting styles. Some of them stood at a distance and kept waving their arms, but when they waved their arms, the blood in the river of blood would fly up and attack their designated targets. They were actually controlling the blood in the river of blood like mages controlling magical elements. The other blood ghouls in human form extended a mass of blood from their bodies and used it to transform into the weapons they needed. They then went forward to fight. The first wave of undead from the Underworld God Hall that reached the Blood River were not experts. Under the attack of the blood ghouls, they were quickly annihilated. This was beyond Zhao Hai's expectations. After the blood ghouls killed the spirits, they immediately returned to the Blood River. The river returned to its calm state, as if the blood ghouls had never appeared. As soon as the blood ghouls entered the Blood River, a large number of undead flew up from the Underworld God Hall. Zhao Hai also noticed that this batch of undead was of a higher level than the previous one. This time, the undead were flying even faster. When they reached the middle of the river, there were still no blood ghouls coming out of the river. When the fastest undead had flown 3/4 of the way, the blood ghouls rushed out again. Zhao Hai could tell that the Temple of the Underworld had taken advantage of the time difference. The blood ghouls in the River of Blood had a time difference between their attacks. After one attack, they would retreat back into the River of Blood. However, there was a time difference between their retreat and their next attack. The people of the Temple of the Underworld had taken advantage of this time difference to send a large number of specters across the River of Blood. Zhao Hai knew that this was the experience that the Underworld God Temple had gained at the cost of countless undead. However, even if they charged over, it was not over. What awaited them on the other side of the Blood River was an army of undead. Edison immediately commanded the undead to charge at the Underworld God Temple undead that had crossed the River of Blood, and the two sides immediately began to fight. Apart from vampires, the undead rarely bled, just like zombies. Skeletons didn't even have blood, so in this war you couldn't see blood splashing at all, but the intensity was no less than any human war. At this time, the army of the Underworld Temple on the other side of the river was also constantly crossing the river. Although the bloodsucker beasts could cause some trouble for them, it was impossible to completely stop them. Therefore, more and more undead were crossing the Blood River. Zhao Hai stood there without moving. They had brought 500 million undead with them this time. Even if the people from the Hall of the Dead wanted to kill all of them, it would not be an easy task. However, Cooley and the others were already getting nervous. They were ready to fight at any moment because the level of the Underworld God Temple's undead was getting higher and higher. Seeing this, Zhao Hai could not help but smile. With a wave of his hand, he grabbed a large rock that weighed 1,000 jin. With a wave of his hand, the large rock turned into a stone chair. At this moment, Zhao Hai put away the teapot. The people from the Nether God Hall were already attacking, and it would be too conspicuous if he held the teapot. Zhao Hai sat there, calmly watching the battle in front of him. He seemed to be at ease. At this moment, several powerful psychic energies swept toward them from the other side of the river. When Zhao Hai sensed these psychic energies, he could not help but raise his eyebrows. He knew that the experts of the Underworld God Hall had finally arrived. Zhao Hai was not in a hurry. He also used his spirit scan to meet the attack. The two's spirit power collided in the air. There was a loud boom. The black mist 100 meters in front of Zhao Hai fluctuated. It was clearly affected by the collision of their spirit power. Gu Li and the others also noticed this situation. They also used their spiritual energy to meet the attack. Both parties had not even met yet, but their spiritual energy had already been properly compared. After the two sides' spiritual power clashed a few times in the air, they also retreated. A spiritual power battle was not a good thing. It was too dangerous, even 100 times more dangerous than a close combat. Therefore, they all withdrew their spiritual power. In a short while, the experts from the Hall of the Underworld also flew over the River of Blood. To these experts, the River of Blood could only cause them some trouble. It could not really stop them. There were a total of 10 experts from the Underworld God's Temple who had flown over. 2 of them were on par with Edison in terms of strength. One of the 2 spirits was a skeleton, while the other was a lick. Other than these 2 experts, the other 8 were no weaker than Cooley and the others. Edison led his subordinates, Gilly, and the others to face the undead. Zhao Hai, on the other hand, did not intend to make a move. Although the people sent by the Underworld Hall were strong, Edison and his group were not pushovers either. With the strength of Edison and his undead subordinates, they should be able to handle the undead. there was no need for Zhao Hai to make a move. Although it hadn't been long since Zhao Hai last fought with Edison, Zhao Hai's current strength had completely surpassed Edison's. If Edison were to fight with Zhao Hai now, he would probably not last more than 50 moves. With the help of the space, the Tao Lotus, the Golden Core, and the Mind Power Minion, Zhao Hai's cultivation speed was increasing every second. Although the speed was not very fast when he did not deliberately cultivate, it was still increasing all the time. Therefore, Zhao Hai's strength was much stronger than before. In addition, Zhao Hai's body had already absorbed a lot of energy. Because he hadn't fought enough before, he couldn't use all the energy in his body, which was why he was forced into such a difficult situation by Edison. However, after the battle with Edison, Zhao Hai was able to use his energy even more skillfully. As a result, his strength had naturally increased by a large margin. Now, people like Edison could no longer be of any help to Zhao Hai. He needed stronger opponents. It was precisely because of this that Zhao Hai did not plan to intervene this time. In any case, Edison and the others were more than enough to deal with the people from the Underworld God Temple, so it did not matter if he intervened or not. Edison looked at the two people from the Underworld God Temple in front of him. He no longer doubted Zhao Hai's words. In the past, there had only been one expert of the same level as him who had attacked his territory. This time, however, there were two of them. More importantly, he recognized both of them as undead. They were both famous experts from the Underworld God Temple. It seemed like the Underworld God Temple was really prepared to suppress him so that he would not be able to unite the resistance. Edison looked at the two of them and said in a deep voice, "Wumo Zugu, I didn't expect you two to join hands this time. Why? Do you think you can kill me by joining hands?" Edison, how could we have such a thought? Bloodbone laughed strangely. We took such a big risk to attack you this time, but we also know that we can't kill you with our strength. But as long as we seriously injure you, everything will be easy to deal with, right? What Bloodbone said made sense. The risk he was talking about came from the Blood River. He didn't know what was going on there. The attack just now was only the most basic attack. There were more advanced blood ghouls, but these blood ghouls would not attack under normal circumstances. After many years of experimentation, the Temple of the Underworld had finally concluded a rule. If a king-level master wanted to cross the Blood River, he might not be attacked by the king-level blood ghouls in the Blood River. However, if two or more king-level masters were to cross the Blood River, it was likely that they would be attacked by the king-level blood ghouls. Moreover, the number of king-level blood ghouls attacking them would be about twice that of the king-level masters who wanted to cross the river. However, a king-level master would pass through every 10 miles to avoid being attacked by the king-level blood ghouls in the Blood River. This was also the reason why the Resistance army could defend for so many years. Because of this situation, the Resistance only needed to place a king-level expert every 10 miles or so to keep watch. There was no need to worry about multiple king-level experts attacking them. Of course, even if two king-level masters were passing through the same place at the same time, they might not necessarily be attacked. The probability of being attacked was only about 50. In other words, it was indeed dangerous for the Blood Bones and the Witch to attack Edison together. There was a 50 chance that they would be attacked by 6 to 8 king-level bloodsucker beasts on the River of Blood. Of course, there was also a 50 chance that they would successfully pass through. It was obvious that they were lucky this time and passed. However, if there were 3 king-tier powerhouses from the Underworld God Temple attacking Edison at a fixed rate, the chances of them being attacked by the king-tier blood devil beast on the River of Blood would increase to about 80. If there were 4 king-tier powerhouses, the chances of them being attacked would increase to 100. In other words, if there were 4 god-tier powerhouses crossing the River of Blood together, they would definitely be attacked by the king-tier blood devil beast. It was precisely because of this that underworld gods didn't dare to let more than 2 gods cross the river at the same time. Even if there were 3 of them, the 80 chance of being attacked was simply too high. As long as a king was attacked on the River of Blood, they would either die or be injured. Most of them would die, and the few that were injured would be severely injured. Even if they managed to escape with their injuries, they would need a long time to recover. Because of all these reasons, Bloodbone said that they were taking a risk to attack Edison. It would be very difficult for 2 king-class experts to kill a king-class expert. At most, they would only be heavily injured. Hence, Edison wasn't afraid of these 2. Yes, if Edison fought with these 2 guys, he might get injured and need to recuperate for a long time. However, he could return to the realm. As long as he returned to the realm would treat his injuries. He would be as good as new in a matter of minutes, so he naturally wasn't afraid of getting injured. Edison looked at Bloodbone and Witch and coldly snorted. Those fellows from the Netherworld God Hall are all people who only know how to play tricks. Don't you all just not want to see the Resistance army being unified? I'm also telling you, I will definitely unify the Resistance. The Lick glanced at Edison and snorted coldly. You'd better think about how you're going to survive today. After saying that, the Lick's body slowly faded and finally blended into the black mist. The crystal-like bone armor on the skeleton's body also slowly turned blood red. Then a broadsword with a ghost's head and a thick back appeared in Bloodbone's hand. The shape of a fierce ghost on the hilt looked like it could fly up and bite at any time. This broadsword was also blood red in color. The back of the broadsword was very thick, giving off a very heavy feeling. The hilt was very long, allowing one to hold the broadsword with both hands. This blood-red broadsword with a ghost's head could be seen at a glance. It was an extremely powerful guy, and its attack power couldn't be underestimated. A spirit's weapon was usually conjured from its own body. This had almost become an instinct of the spirit. As long as it reached silver rank, it could conjure a weapon from its own body. The hardness of the weapon was proportional to the level of the spirit. After Bloodbone took out his big sword, he let out a strange laugh and attacked Edison. His attack seemed to be a signal for the high-level undead that followed him to attack Edison's subordinates. There were only two people who didn't move. One was Cooley, and the other was General Zhang. Although Gu Lei and Jiang Zhang weren't considered true king-level experts yet, just like Edison, they were only half a step away from that level. The two of them hadn't made a move yet because they were prepared to deal with the two king-level undead together with Edison. One should not assume that the Lick was fine just because he had disappeared. In fact, it was a Lick's trick. Once they disappeared into the black fog, no one would know where they were until the moment they attacked. Hence, Liches were not only powerful magicians, but they were also the most powerful assassins in the black fog. Liches were almost immune to physical attacks, so they would usually hide in the black fog and attack their enemies. Because they were immune to physical attacks, the heavens also took away their ability to attack from the inside. They could only command the black fog or use magic to attack their enemies, but even so, no one dared to underestimate them. Edison also took out his snake sword and fought with Bloodbone. This was not the first time the two of them had fought each other, so they were very familiar with each other's strength. Although the fight was very lively, they did not use their full strength. Edison had to spare some energy to guard against the Liches, while the Bloodbones had to spare some energy to guard against Cooley and Jiang Zhang. After all, Cooley and Jiang Zhang's strength was also known in the underworld god temple. Bloodbone was only curious. He did not know where Capra, who was always with Cooley and General Zhang, had gone. It was precisely because he could not find Capra that Bloodbone was even more careful. After all, Capra was a Lick. If he was hiding in the black mist, Bloodbone would have to be even more careful. Zhao Hai sat there lazily. He had no interest in a battle like this. He knew that the Lick hidden in the black mist was there and was not a threat to him. Wu Mo and Bloodbone also noticed Zhao Hai. After all, Zhao Hai didn't hide himself. He was just sitting there like a spectator, but this made him even more eye-catching. Everyone was fighting to the death, and it was hard for him to not attract attention. Zhao Hai didn't feel anything, but maybe it was because he was too arrogant that the witch was unhappy. The witch didn't attack Edison and instead slowly floated towards Zhao Hai. He moved very slowly, as if he was afraid of attracting Zhao Hai's attention if he made too big of a move. This was one of the characteristics of Liches. Although they could blend their bodies into the black mist, they were not real black mist. Therefore, if they made too big of a move, it would cause fluctuations in the black mist and they would be discovered. Thus, they were very careful and slow in the black mist. Zhao Hai couldn't help but smile when he saw that Wu Mo was about to attack him. Then he immediately told Gu Lei and Jiang Zhang where Wu Mo was and asked them to attack Wu Mo. Gu Li and Jiang Zhang were Zhao Hai's summoned creatures, so Zhao Hai could communicate with them in his mind. That was why he could tell them where Wu Mo was. Although Gu Li and Jiang Zhang were known for their physical attacks, that did not mean that they were incapable of magical attacks. When one's strength reached their level, they would be able to switch between physical and magical attacks at will. Gu Li's weapon was a double-edged sword, while Jiang Zhang's weapon was his nails. After receiving Zhao Hai's instructions, they immediately charged at Wu Mo. Wu Mo wanted to attack Zhao Hai, but he didn't expect Gu Li and Jiang Zhang to spot him. Moreover, they were so accurate in finding him. Wu Mo only felt the danger after both of them attacked. He immediately let out a strange cry and set up a magic shield in front of him. At the same time, he dodged to the side. However, he had exposed himself this way. Gu Li and Jiang Zhang immediately chased after him and attacked him relentlessly. Edison and Bloodbone also noticed the situation here. Looking at Gu Li and Jiang Zhang, Edison knew that Zhao Hai must have made a move. Bloodbone, on the other hand, was puzzled. He did not know how Gu Lei and Jiang Zhang had discovered the witch. He thought that Kapla had told Gu Lei and Jiang Zhang about the witch's location because he no longer knew its location. In fact, everyone in the underworld knew that the best way to deal with a Lick was to let a Lick deal with a Lick. Since two Liches were hidden in the black fog, they could discover each other. Therefore, using a Lick to deal with a Lick was the best way. It was because of this common sense that the Bloodbone thought that it was Campera who had discovered the witch. However, this made him even more worried because only Gyuli and Jiang Zhang were attacking the Lick. Campera's figure had not appeared, and this had become a thorn in his heart. In a battle between experts, one side could go all out, while the other side had to be careful. In this situation, the outcome was obvious. In an instant, Edison's attacks became more powerful, while Bloodbone could only passively defend. Although Edison had the upper hand, his men weren't so lucky. To be honest, Edison's men weren't weak. They weren't much weaker than Cooley's group. However, they were facing people who were on the same level as Cooley. Although they had the advantage in numbers, they weren't superior in terms of quality. For a moment, they were at a disadvantage, and the undead soldiers below were in an even worse situation. Although there were many of them, their defense area was only so big. In addition, these undead creatures were produced in the underworld. Although they had been subdued by the realm, they had never been under the command of Lies and Melgen, so they did not know much about battle formations. Therefore, they could only fight in a chaotic battle like a swarm of bees, without any order. Under such circumstances, they were facing an endless stream of underworld god temple undead creatures, and they were at a disadvantage for a moment. Zhao Hai didn't make a move. This was what they had discussed before. Zhao Hai could feel it too. There were many people on both sides of the Blood River using their spiritual power to observe the situation. However, Zhao Hai had already wrapped himself in a layer of spiritual power, making them feel like he was a rock. This was not a difficult task for Zhao Hai. After all, he had all kinds of elements in his dimensional space. It was unlike the underworld where all the other elements were gone except for the dark element. Zhao Hai had used the earth element from his space to wrap himself up. If one were to use their spiritual power to examine him, Zhao Hai would look like a rock. Zhao Hai knew that the Temple of the Underworld's attack on the other areas would not be too intense, as their main target was Edison. They wanted to greatly weaken Edison. As such, the people they had sent to the other areas should be to hold him back so that he would not be able to help. This was also the reason why the majority of the resistance wanted Edison to be in trouble. They would think of all sorts of ways not to help Edison. Now that the Underworld God Hall had given them this excuse, they were naturally willing to go with the flow. When it came to dealing with Edison, the Underworld God Hall and the resistance had actually come to a tacit understanding. Zhao Hai had already expected this outcome. This was exactly what he wanted the people from the Underworld God Hall and the resistance to do. Recently, Edison had been developing too quickly, and this had alerted the resistance and the Underworld God Hall. Resistance had already begun to form an alliance to deal with Edison. This would slow down the pace of the resistance, and this was a good opportunity for the Underworld God Hall's resistance to let down their guard. It could be said that other than Edison, Gu Li, and Jiang Zheng, Zhao Hai was prepared to sacrifice the rest of the undead creatures. Only when these people died would the others completely let down their guard against Edison. That was their only chance. The battle was getting more and more intense. Of the 8 undead that Bloodbone and the wizard had brought, only 4 were left. Of the 40 experts that Edison had brought, only about 20 were left. Of the 500 million undead that had been modified by the space, only about 300 million were left. There was no blood on the battlefield, but there were broken bones and stiff corpses everywhere. They were all zombies that had completely died. On the battlefield, a large number of soul fires were floating. These soul fires were left behind by the dead. The soul fires near the Blood River had already entered the Blood River. It was unknown whether they had been eaten by the Blood Devil beasts or had become new Blood Devil beasts. The other soul fires were also slowly floating towards the Blood River. How could Zhao Hai let go of this opportunity? With a wave of his hand, all the soul flames were kept into his boundless space. These soul flames weren't low-level, and they could be used as nourishment for the undead creatures in the boundless space. In the battle between Edison and Bloodbone, Edison had the upper hand in all aspects. Although after such a long battle, Bloodbone was almost certain that Capra had not followed him and had already used all his strength, Edison had already gained the upper hand. It was almost impossible for him to move back. If their strengths were equal, it would be very difficult for him to move back when he was at a disadvantage. Gu Li and Jiang Zheng's situation of besieging Wu Mo was not bad either. Both parties were now on par. Gu Li and Jiang Zheng only had a slight advantage, but it was impossible for them to defeat Wu Mo in a short period of time. Zhao Hai wasn't in a hurry. These undead creatures had much stronger endurance than humans. If they continued fighting like this, it would take a few days. Nothing much had changed. Zhao Hai entered the medium in a flash and decided to let them fight on the outside. Zhao Hai was now certain that the resistance would not let Edison die, as his strength was clear for all to see. If Edison died, the Hall of the Underworld would be the biggest beneficiary. On the other hand, the resistance would not gain anything from it. Instead, they would lose a powerful person. The people from the Hall of the Underworld would not do something like that. They only wanted to suppress Edison. He didn't want Edison to die, so Zhao Hai wasn't worried about his safety. When he entered the hell space, he saw that Laura and the others weren't watching the battle on the screen. Instead, they were looking at the bone field in the hell space. A large number of dark plants had already grown in the bone field. Of course, most of them were bone armors, followed by bone plants. Although he didn't know what this bone plant could do, Kai also knew its importance, so there were many of them. Laura and the others looked at the bone field in high spirits. As they chatted, Zhao Hai walked to their side and said, "What are you talking about? Why didn't I watch Edison's battle?" Laura and the others turned to look at Zhao Hai. As for Li Jai, she pouted and said, "What's the point of watching? Look at their battle situation. I'm afraid they won't be able to produce any results without a few days. Let them fight. We can't be bothered to watch." Zhao Hai smiled bitterly and said, "I'm also a little annoyed, so I came in. Why are you guys here? I thought you guys didn't like the environment here. To be honest, apart from the undead creatures, very few people would like the environment here in hell, even Zhao Hai." Laura smiled and said nothing. "I just wanted to see what this bone field looks like. This way we can have a better idea. If we have the opportunity in the future when we encounter similar fields, we can bring them into the space and add new fields to the space. We can help the space upgrade." Zhao Hai smiled. "Forget it. This kind of thing is hard to come by. Let's go. Let's go back. There's nothing to see here." Laura and the others nodded and followed Zhao Hai back to the villa. Zhao Hai then brought them to the Wild Dragon Island to see how Jim was doing there. As soon as Zhao Hai arrived at the Mad Dragon Island, he went straight to Jim's lab. Jim had his own lab, and he had already placed all the things he needed in it. Although Jim was also studying magic arrays now, his research direction was different from that of Campla and the others. He studied magic arrays to serve his dream of adding soul fire into his weapons, not just to study magic arrays. Zhao Hai didn't say anything about this. He said that he would give these people absolute freedom. They could research whatever they wanted. Zhao Hai wouldn't care. Jim was also very happy here. Everything he needed was here, and the test material he used was also made of high-end glass. This was much easier than before. Most importantly, there were many things in his research project. If he had to study them bit by bit, who knew how long it would take him to study them? However, it was different with Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai had a lot of research materials on other liches, and many of them were what Jim needed. Therefore, Jim didn't have to study them by himself. Sharing information was what he welcomed the most. Other than that, Jim had also found many liches and other races who were interested in his research and had formed a small laboratory. Now Jim was in high spirits and was very happy. Zhao Hai was relieved when he saw this. As long as Jim liked the life here, it was fine. Then Zhao Hai went to the Devil Realm to take a look. It had been a while since Zhao Hai had been in the Devil Realm. This time when he, Laura, and the others arrived, they were stunned. They really thought that they had come to the wrong place. This was the Devil Realm, which was simply the elf forest. Zhao Hai had long discovered that the people of the Devil World had reached a crazy level for plants. In their eyes, any plant was good. Therefore, plants could be seen everywhere in the Devil World. However, Zhao Hai had never thought that they would be so crazy. Now, in Devil Armor, there were almost no buildings as far as the eye could see. All kinds of plants were there. Even the outside of the houses of the Devil people were covered with vines, making them look simple and natural. Zhao Hai didn't know what to do in this situation. What made Zhao Hai not know whether to laugh or cry was that it wasn't just the commoners of the Devil World who were like this. Even the great Devil King's palace was like this. Zhao Hai really didn't know what to say. When Zhao Hai arrived at the Demon Palace, the Great Demon King and the Demon Dragon King were dealing with some documents in the palace. They wanted to take charge. Ever since he entered the realm, only the people of the demon race could make Zhao Hai feel at ease. This was because Zhao Hai found that the demon race had never been so united before. In the past, they might have had some conflicts in the demon world. However, to the demon race, the conflicts were for the sake of land, population, and survival. Now in this realm, they were fighting for the land, population, and survival. They didn't need to fight for those things to live well, so no one was fighting anymore. Although they still looked very fierce, their crime rate was lower than any other race. Zhao Hai was also very surprised by this situation. He really didn't expect that the demon race, who had always been said to be the synonym of warlike and evil, would be so easy to get along with. When the Great Demon King and the Demonic Dragon King saw Zhao Hai, they immediately invited him into the house. At the same time, they sent someone to prepare some food and wine. Zhao Hai looked at the two of them and realized that they were slightly chubby, but they looked much better than before. Zhao Hai could not help but smile. "Not bad. It seems like the two of you are doing well. You've gained weight." Zhao Hai looked at them and smiled. "All right, let's cut the formalities. Your Majesty, I'm here to discuss something with you. I can see that you demons like plants very much. How's your understanding of plants? Is there anyone who wants to become a pharmacist?" Hearing Zhao Hai's words, the Great Demon King's eyes lit up. "Sir, do you want to recruit some pharmacists to work for you? That's great. Many of our demon race people want to become pharmacists, and they also have a good understanding of the characteristics of plants, so they can now make their own potions." Zhao Hai was stunned. "Was it? How about this? You pick out 100 people, and I'll bring them to the Wild Dragon Island where they can learn about pharmaceutics. If they're interested in other things, they can also learn about other things." The Demon King nodded immediately and said, "Don't worry, sir. That's not a problem. Not to mention 100 people, even 10,000 or 10,000 people will not be a problem. But sir, I have one more thing to ask of you. I hope you can agree to it." "Why are you being so polite with me? Just say what you need, Zhao Hai said with a smile. The Demon King said to Zhao Hai, sir, you know that there is also the Strength Demon race among us. The Strength Demon race is not a smart race. They are very talented in fighting, but it is very difficult for them to learn how to make medicine. However, there are many Strength Demon people who want to learn how to forge. I hope you can find a good teacher for them. When Zhao Hai heard what the Demon King said, he couldn't help but be stunned. Then he fell into deep thought. He wasn't against the power demon race finding a teacher. On the contrary, he was happy to help them. However, the Demon King's words made Zhao Hai think of something else. There were so many races in the space, and each race had their own specialty. However, not everyone liked what they were good at. Even if most people liked it, not everyone liked it. For example, some people in the elf clan didn't like crafts. They liked other things. However, it would be very slow if they were to rely on their tribe to develop like this. It would be easy for them to go down the wrong path. However, the wisdom of these people could not be underestimated. Many of their ideas were very helpful to Kellan and the others. Before, Zhao Hai only wanted the people in the spaces to live a good life. He only gave them things that he could afford to give. He didn't pay attention to the education of the people in the spaces. Zhao Hai was like a kind fisherman. He wanted to help others, so he gave away all the fish he caught. However, he didn't think about teaching these people how to fish. This wasn't a wise move. You can't teach a man to fish just by teaching him to fish. The saying was passed down from generation to generation in China, but Zhao Hai only remembered it now. He had been neglecting the education of the races in the realm. The problem of education that Zhao Hai was talking about was not a problem of education in a single dimension. In fact, in any single dimension, education for everyone was implemented, so there was no problem with education at all. The problem with education that Zhao Hai was referring to was the problem of education standards. It was like the magic circles taught in the Atlan continent. It was completely different from the magic circles taught in the Arc continent. One was like 1 plus 1, while the other was like a higher number. There were many different races in Zhao Hai's interspace, but their civilizations were different and developed in different directions. If they were allowed to develop freely, the gap between them would slowly widen. This was not what Zhao Hai wanted to see. He wanted to see the races in the interspace develop freely and in a balanced way. Right now, Zhao Hai could bluntly say that in all of his spaces, Mad Dragon Island was the place where he could find the best teachers for almost every subject, whether it was in terms of martial strength, magic power, magic research, art research, and so on. This was because some of the experts from various races had gathered here. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up at the thought of this. He thought of something. If he asked Heir to calculate the most important things in each subject, then make a book and distribute it to the various dimensions, wouldn't he be able to achieve the goal of unifying all space civilizations? Now that there were schools in each space, wouldn't it be better to let the people from each space go to those schools and not learn everything from the space? If he were to find some more geniuses in those schools, Zhao Hai could even bring him to the wild Dragon Island to further his studies. That way, there would be more and more talents on the island, which would be of great help to his future. While Zhao Hai was thinking about how to build a super joint college that could cross dimensions, the great Demon King was in a hurry. He did not expect that his seemingly simple request would make Zhao Hai think for so long. When the Demon King first entered the realm, he was very independent. He could haggle with Zhao Hai. But now, things were different. He had been in the realm for a long time and had been modified by the realm. He was worried about Zhao Hai. It was not an unreasonable request to let the Strength Demon race learn blacksmithing, because he knew the dwarves were also in Zhao Hai's realm. Zhao Hai could have asked the dwarves to teach the Strength Demon race. This was not a problem. However, Zhao Hai had been silent for a long time. The great Demon King couldn't help but feel nervous. He was afraid that this matter would violate Zhao Hai's taboo and harm his interests. On the other hand, Laura and the others knew Zhao Hai very well. They knew that Zhao Hai must have thought of something, which was why he was acting like this. Thus, Laura turned to look at the Demon King and smiled, "Your Majesty, don't worry. Brother Hai must be thinking of something else. It's not about the blacksmith." You can rest assured. Hearing Laura's words, the Demon King heaved a sigh of relief. At this time, Zhao Hai had almost finished sorting out his thoughts. He looked up at the Demon King and said, "Your Majesty's suggestion is really good. I've thought about this problem before. Now, there are many advanced things in my space. Whether it is magic or battle energy, there are many advanced things. It's just that everyone is learning their own things, so their standards are not the same. Your Majesty's suggestion just now reminded me that we can unify the schools in each space and produce a batch of unified teaching materials. This way, we can reach the same standard. In terms of teaching, schools will definitely emphasize on different things. For example, the dwarf race's school will definitely teach blacksmiths the best. We can gather all the people who want to learn blacksmithing, regardless of their race or space, and let them teach them together. They will mainly learn blacksmithing and then learn other things. As for the demon race's school, they should teach various combat skills the best. In this way, we can bring those who want to learn combat skills to your school. The elves can teach art so that each space can have its own characteristics, but at the same time the level can be unified. What do you think? Although Zhao Hai had said a lot, the people present were all smart people. They immediately understood what Zhao Hai meant. Their eyes lit up and they nodded at the same time. The great demon king even said happily, "Good, sir's idea is good. In the devil world, other than some battle skills, we are lacking in many other aspects. In the devil world, we didn't have the chance to learn it even if we wanted to. Now that we have the chance, we can't learn it. Sir's great." Laura also nodded and said, "Don't worry about the teaching materials. We have too many advanced things in our hands now." Lick's research over the years really didn't go to waste. There are many magic theories that don't exist in the current few dimensions. We can write books and distribute them to the various schools to improve their magic and martial arts skills. Zhao Hai smiled, "That's right. As long as we raise their magic level, the level of the entire space will go up. Let everyone start. If everyone works together, it will be much better than a small group of us working hard. However, we shouldn't take out things that are too profound for now. Even if we do, they won't be able to understand. We have to do it bit by bit. After all the schools are united, we can choose some genius students from these schools. Once they've completed their studies, we can send them back to school to teach. That way, the standard of the entire continent will slowly be the same as that of the wild Dragon Island. Only then will the realm be able to develop faster and better." "Good, that's great, that's a great idea. Ha, that's great." When the great demon king heard Zhao Hai's words, he immediately stood up and kept stomping on the ground. It was obvious that he was very excited. There was a reason why the great demon king was so excited. After they entered the medium, although their lives were better and they didn't have to worry about food and clothing, the great demon king realized that the demon race seemed to have forgotten a lot of things. Now many of the demon race people didn't want to improve, and they only wanted to eat their fill every day. This was the reason why the great demon king was so worried. A race that didn't want to progress was destined to be eliminated. The great demon king knew this very well. He was worried that if the demon race continued to develop like this, they would be driven out of the realm by Zhao Hai one day. However, Zhao Hai's suggestion was too important to him. It solved his urgent problem. When the great demon king found out that the demons had lost their drive to improve, he had been thinking of ways to improve their competitiveness. After some investigation, he found out that it was not that the demons had lost their drive, but that the current education conditions of the demons had not reached the ideal level. Take the strength demon race as an example. In the past, the strength demon race valued combat skills the most because there was danger everywhere in the demon world. If you didn't learn combat skills, you would be courting death. However, in the space there was no danger. Learning combat skills was useless. Therefore, many strength demon race people wanted to learn blacksmithing. Although blacksmiths required high skills, strength was more important. Strength and strength were not lacking in the strength demon race. They were not stupid. It was just that he was not interested in potions. If it was on Earth, even if the people of the strength demon race didn't want to learn magic arrays and pharmaceutics, they could only grit their teeth and learn. If they didn't learn these, they wouldn't have money, and without money, they wouldn't be able to survive. However, it was different in the space. In the space, even if you couldn't learn these things, you wouldn't starve to death. So they lived a life of eating and waiting for death, and naturally, they couldn't have any initiative. On the other hand, the demonic realm did not have much research on other subjects. It was almost impossible to teach the demonic people subjects that interested them. Even when it came to pharmaceutics and magic arrays, they could only study them from books. They were much worse than the goblins and the Ark continent. However, Zhao Hai's suggestion had solved his problem. Members of the devil race could choose to study whatever they liked. Even if they couldn't study in the devil realm, they could go to other spaces to study. Most importantly, Zhao Hai's suggestion was also a competitive one. One should not forget that the best students could go to the Wild Dragon Island to further their studies. This was definitely a great opportunity for those who were in the devil realm. As a matter of fact, almost all the races in Zhao Hai's dimensional space knew about the existence of the Wild Dragon Island. Even the Protos, who had a grudge against Zhao Hai, knew about the existence of the island. This was also the effect that Zhao Hai wanted. He wanted to turn the Wild Dragon Island into a holy land in his dimensional space. This would be beneficial for him to rule the dimensional space. In fact, the gods' race didn't have much hatred for Zhao Hai anymore. They had already accepted their fate. What else could they do? Now that they were here, their lives were in Zhao Hai's hands. They had no choice but to accept their fate. In addition, there was food and shelter in the space, and no one had to pay taxes. The proto-civilians suddenly realized that their living standards had not deteriorated. On the contrary, they were even better than the Protos. In any place, the lives of civilians were not easy, just like the Protos. The Protos wanted war and to conquer other spaces, but to fight, they needed logistics. People needed food, weapons, and armor. All of these were money, and where did this money come from? A portion of them came from the vassal spaces, while the other portion naturally came from the commoners of the immortal realm. It was precisely because of this that the commoners in the divine realm had to pay taxes, and the taxes were not low either. However, there was no such problem in the space. No one would pay their taxes. Every bit of their labor could be exchanged for what they wanted. This was the motivation. In addition, there were still many wars in the divine realm, and many people died. Thus, people had slowly become used to dying in war. It was just that they had died in the process of conquering others before, but now they were dying in the process of being conquered. The proto-citizens quickly discovered the benefits of the realm. Although it seemed like no one was managing the realm, everyone who lived here was bound by the laws. The laws of the realm were very complete, and each law had a corresponding punishment. The most severe punishment was confinement. That dark, sealed space had become the nightmare of all the races who made mistakes in the space. No one wanted to go there. No matter how strong a master was, as long as they were locked up, they would feel that it was better to die than to live. It was because of this restriction that no one in the space dared to make mistakes. Such restrictions not only prevented people from making mistakes, but also allowed them to forget their hatred. There were no conflicts around you, and everyone lived a peaceful life. Some hardworking people even improved. Under such circumstances, you would quickly forget your hatred and only look forward to a better life. This was the situation in the realm. If you were a person who only remembered hatred, then you would spend a lot of time cultivating, waiting for the day when you could take revenge. However, you would find that your neighbor did not cultivate. He worked hard every day, and when he had something to use, he would exchange it for better things to make his life better and better. Watching others live better and better while you could only meet the standard of eating your fill every day, would you feel good? No, of course not. Therefore, you have to spend more time to work hard and make your life better. Slowly, when your life is better, your hatred will fade away. The people in the divine realm quickly discovered that in some particularly good areas, various books began to appear in the churches there. In those places that held grudges, the churches did not have these books. This difference made more God race people become more honest. After all, avenging their ancestors was just hatred, and their race had to continue. For their children, they could only let go of their hatred. The reason why the Protoss knew about the existence of Mad Dragon Island was because of those books. In order to let the Protoss have a better understanding of the realm, the books that Zhao Hai gave them were all specially made. Some of the books were about the Bu de family, the Ark Continent, the war between the Ark Continent and the Protoss, and some other things about the realm. This was to let the Protoss understand why they had come to such a state. It could be said that this kind of introduction was very useful. It should be known that there were not only people from the Golden Bull celestial race in the God Clan space, there were also many other celestial races. After the introduction of those books, the other celestial races would shift their hatred to the people of the Golden Bull continent, and even to the high-level people of the celestial race who had already died. People were like this. When they realized that their enemy was too powerful and they couldn't take revenge, they would subconsciously shift their hatred. Zhao Hai seized this mentality and shifted the hatred of the Protoss. Zhao Hai and the great demon king discussed the construction of the college. After that, they returned to the villa and made some arrangements for Kai-Er. He had Kai-Er prepare a set of standard textbooks. Then Zhao Hai went to each of the dimensions to discuss the construction of the United College with the other races. All the races in the boundless space, except for the Thunder race, Barbarian race, and Winged Horse race, had been in the boundless space for a long time. This time was enough for the boundless space to change them. Even if it couldn't completely change them, it was enough to make them no longer hate Zhao Hai. As long as they didn't hate Zhao Hai, they wouldn't object to the establishment of the United College, because it was a good thing for their future generations. Just like that, Edison and the others fought to the death in the underworld. On the other hand, the realm was filled with joy and glory. Of course, Zhao Hai did not forget about the undead race in the realm when he established the academy. There were many of them in the realm, and since they all had their own consciousness, their intelligence was no worse than that of ordinary people. Hence, Zhao Hai had classified them as a separate race. Zhao Hai raised the status of the undead to set an example for the people in the realm. Since the undead were the most loyal to him, Zhao Hai raised the status of the undead to let all the races in the realm understand that as long as they were loyal to Zhao Hai, they could live a better life, even if they were undead. This seemed ridiculous, but it caused a lot of backlash in the realm. Not only in the Ark, but in the demonic realm, there was never a lack of black mages. They had always treated the undead as slaves, slaves with no thoughts. Now Zhao Hai suddenly treated the undead like ordinary people. This was a huge blow to the people in the realm. Zhao Hai didn't know what to say, but he soon realized that he had underestimated the intelligence and potential of the undead in the realm. Although the undead in the space were absolutely loyal to him, they had their own ideas after gaining intelligence. No one would be unwilling and remorseless when they were treated as a slave. They only wanted to make sacrifices for that person, so it was normal for the undead to be a little lazy. However, Zhao Hai's action of raising the undead status had won the hearts of all the undead. The undead were already loyal to Zhao Hai, and now they were even more loyal. They wanted to do things for Zhao Hai and increase their strength. It was completely different from the past where they did not care if they increased their strength or not, and their cultivation was only based on Zhao Hai's orders. Now they really wanted to improve. It was precisely because of this stimulation that the potential of many undead was stimulated. Their strength had increased. Zhao Hai didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he heard the result. He didn't expect that his intentional action would bring him unexpected returns. Zhao Hai had spent 7 days in the boundless space to deal with these matters. In fact, he didn't have to do much in these 7 days. The matter of teaching materials was handed over to Heir, and Heir was even more thorough. She put Zhao Hai's request, the situation in each space, and the books on magic and martial arts in Zhao Hai's hands into the Universal Analysis Machine, so that the Universal Analysis Machine could help him create the most suitable teaching materials for the space. Although this would cost him some money, to Zhao Hai, it was nothing. As long as the things were done well, that was enough. After the all-purpose analysis machine had produced the most suitable teaching materials for the space, Heir had the all-purpose manufacturing machine use the first set as a blueprint to start mass-producing teaching materials. This way, the problem of teaching materials would be solved. Zhao Hai didn't have to worry about the construction of schools in the various dimensions, as they had their own schools. Even places like the dwarves, which didn't have schools before, could build their own schools as long as they agreed to Zhao Hai's proposal. Therefore, Zhao Hai didn't have much to do. In just 7 days, the framework for the entire United College had been set up. Zhao Hai was relieved and returned to the Netherworld once again. The battle in the Netherworld had ended 5 days ago. As Zhao Hai had expected, Edison's subordinates had suffered heavy losses. Other than Edison, Gyuli, and Jiangzhang, only 16 of the 40 high-level undead subordinates had survived. The army of 500 million undead had only 100 million. To others, Edison had suffered a great loss this time. It would take many years for him to recover to his previous strength. The resistance was relieved, and so was the underworld. Therefore, the battle against Edison was hastily ended. However, Edison's team did not come back empty-handed this time. Bloodbone and Witch, the 2 masters of the underworld god temple, had been captured and severely injured. It could be said that Edison had won the battle between the 2 high-leveled experts. Edison did as Zhao Hai said. After returning to his territory from the battlefield, he did not expand. Instead, he kept a low profile and put all his effort into defense. Seeing Edison's reaction, the people in the resistance army were relieved. This was exactly what they wanted. They didn't want to see Edison continue to expand. Now that Edison was being honest, it was for the best. Those people wouldn't have the ability to take back the cities under his control. After all, Edison wasn't injured this time. With a king-level expert like him in charge, no one would dare to lay their hands on Edison's cities. Although Zhao Hai had been learning about the United Academy in the realm for the past few days, he was still very concerned about the underworld. He was relieved to see that Edison had done a good job with his arrangements. This was exactly the result he wanted. However, now was not the best time to unite the resistance. After the war, the resistance was still on guard against Edison. It was impossible to attack now. Hence, Zhao Hai had ordered Edison to keep a low profile, as well as all the cities under his control. This was to let the people of the resistance be at ease. Once they had let down their guard, it would be time for Zhao Hai to make his move. When Zhao Hai returned to the underworld, he discovered that there were many high-level undead in the city controlled by Edison. These undead seemed to be doing business in the city, but they would wander around the city. However, they did not cause any trouble. It was as if they were just observing the situation. Of course, these people's movements could not be hidden from the undead in the city. After all, the undead in the city were Zhao Hai's subordinates. Zhao Hai also knew that these people they were all scouts sent by the other forces in the resistance army. Edison was currently waiting for Zhao Hai in 3 holy cities. The reason why he had not returned to the origin space and had remained in 3 holy cities was because he needed to oversee the place. At the same time, there were many things to deal with after the war. Because of all these reasons, Edison had not entered the realm for a while and had remained in 3 holy cities to keep watch. Edison's actions were to serve as a deterrent to the other forces in the resistance army. If Edison and Gyuli were to separate, there was a high possibility that many people in the resistance army would gather a large number of experts to attack the 3 of them. In the opinion of the resistance army, as long as they killed the 3 of them and obtained their soul flames, they could use their soul flames to create another 3 experts. The reason the resistance would not let Edison die at the hands of the underworld god temple was so that the people of the underworld god temple could obtain Edison's soul fire and create an expert to deal with them. However, they could kill Edison and then use his soul fire to create an expert with no ambitions. This wasn't Zhao Hai's wild guess, but it was very likely to become the truth. The people in the resistance army had always been afraid of Edison's strength and ambition. Coupled with this incident, they wanted to kill Edison even more. This time they had really offended Edison. They knew that as long as Edison wasn't an idiot, he would know that they had been tricked. With Edison's temper, he would never let them off. In order to prevent Edison from taking revenge on them in the future, they naturally wanted to kill him first. This way, they would never have any future trouble. It was precisely because of this that Edison had to stay in 3 holy cities. With Edison, Goulet, and Jiang Zheng together, those who wanted to plot against them would have to think carefully before doing anything. When Zhao Hai arrived at 3 holy cities, he noticed that the situation there was not looking good. Not only were there many people from other forces scouting the city, but they were also very arrogant. They could be said to be tyrants in the city, but Edison had been holding back. As soon as they saw Zhao Hai, Edison and the others immediately gathered in Zhao Hai's tower. Zhao Hai glanced at Edison and saw that he did not look too good. Of course, it was not because he was injured, but because he was angry. Zhao Hai could tell what Edison was thinking with one look. He smiled and said, "What is it, Edison? Do you feel very angry?" Edison snorted. "Young master, I really want to go out and destroy those guys right now. Look at how arrogant they are. They really think I'm easy to bully." Zhao Hai smiled. "You 3 idiots. I told you to keep a low profile, not to endure." In a situation like this, if you don't teach them a lesson, they will only become more and more arrogant. They might even suspect that you are planning something big, so the more you need to kill their pride. As long as you don't expand, they won't do anything to you. Upon hearing Zhao Hai's words, Edison's eyes lit up. He turned to Zhao Hai and said, "Young master, please wait." After he finished speaking, he flew out of the tower's window. Not long after, a series of rumbling sounds came from the city. It was obvious that Edison had killed those arrogant guys. Zhao Hai looked at Edison's expression and smiled. He didn't stop Edison. Just like what he had said, if Edison acted too weak now, it would only make the resistance overly suspicious. Therefore, Edison had to be even more aggressive at this time. With his strong performance, those people would think that Edison was rebelling against his will. As long as Edison didn't expand, those people would be completely at ease. Soon after, Edison flew back. His complexion was much better, but he still bowed to Zhao Hai and said, "I'm sorry, young master. I didn't do the things you arranged." Zhao Hai smiled and waved his hand. "No, you did well, really well. You're not to blame for this. You've never experienced something like this before, so you don't know how to deal with it. Sit down, let's discuss what we should do next." After they sat down, Zhao Hai said calmly, "This time our plan was extremely successful. We've managed to hide it from the Underworld God Hall and the Resistance. What we need to do now is wait. Wait for a suitable opportunity, then we can send out our troops to officially unify the Resistance." Edison nodded and said, "That's right. From the looks of the current situation, the Resistance has been fooled by us. The Underworld God Temple will not be attacking us for a while. This period of time is enough for us to do what we want." Zhao Hai smiled. "That's right," Hong Ling said. "We'll use this time to subdue the entire Resistance army before we make our next plans. Since both sides have just retreated, I don't want to go to the Blood River to collect the Blood Fiend beasts. What we need to do now is to keep the map of all the forces in the Resistance army in the realm. When we're ready to attack, we can send our troops to their city at any time. This way, not only will we have the advantage of surprise, but we can also do it in a short time. Seal off any news of our attack." Edison and the others nodded. Even though they had some understanding of space, it was still too little. In this aspect, they had to listen to Zhao Hai. "Young master, what should we do now?" Edison asked Zhao Hai. Zhao Hai thought for a moment and said, "We don't need to do anything now. What you need to do now is to control the city market in your hands. If anyone dares to cause trouble in the city, you must deal with them ruthlessly. The more you do this, the less the other party will suspect you. This is your character. You are a little overbearing and unreasonable. If you suddenly keep a low profile, those guys will have wild thoughts. Do you understand?" "Yes, young master, don't worry, I understand." Edison nodded. NBSB Zhao Hai nodded. "It's best if I don't show up for the time being. If I do, those guys will be on guard. It'll be very bad for our future plans." Edison laughed and said, "There's no need for you to do anything, young master. We can't even handle such a small matter, then wouldn't we be too useless?" "Young master, don't worry, just leave this matter to me." Zhao Hai nodded. "Okay, then I'll leave this to you. I'll take care of the matter of putting the map into the origin space. You guys just do what you have to do." Edison responded and Zhao Hai waved his hand. Only then did Edison and the others leave. Once they had left, Zhao Hai took out his staff and separated countless blood needles from it. He then sent them flying out. Although the blood needles were small, they could be used like a magic staff. They could store the map of the underworld into the medium, and this was the effect Zhao Hai wanted. Most importantly, Zhao Hai did not dare to release anything too big, such as the token. This was the underworld, and almost everything here could use psychic energy, especially liches. Once they became invisible in the black fog, it would be very difficult to find them. If he used something too big and was discovered by the underworld's undead, it would be troublesome. After releasing the blood needles, Zhao Hai was relieved. He would leave the underworld to Edison and the others. Zhao Hai did not plan to do too much. Now, Zhao Hai really wanted to keep the bloodsucker in the medium, but he knew that it was not the right time. Although the underworld god Temple's army had retreated, Zhao Hai was very clear that there were many undead creatures monitoring the blood river. If he went there to subdue the bloodsucker, it would definitely attract the attention of the resistance army and the underworld god Temple. That would not be a good thing for Zhao Hai, as it would cause a lot of inconvenience to his future operations. As such, Zhao Hai had nothing to do in the underworld. He returned to the origin space and began working on the matters of the United College with Laura and the others. He had been busy for half a month. During this time, Edison and the others had been trying their best to control the cities under his control. Edison had more than 20 cities under his control. In the past, every city had at least one expert on Gilly's level. However, Edison had suffered too many losses in the battle with the underworld god Hall. He did not have as many experts under his command, so many cities did not have experts on Gilly's level. This was extremely disadvantageous to Edison's rule. The other members of the resistance army could use this opportunity to take over those cities, so he had to deal with this matter properly. However, now that Edison had Zhao Hai's backing, he did not have to worry too much about manpower. Currently, Zhao Hai had more than one high-level undead-like coolie in his boundless space. Zhao Hai had casually given Edison 10 undead-like coolie, and that was more than enough for him. Zhao Hai could have sent more undead-like coolie to help Edison, but he did not do so because it would only make the resistance pay more attention to Edison. To the resistance, it was possible for Edison to raise the level of 10 undead like Galena. After all, Edison controlled more than 20 cities. With Gully and the rest's many years of accumulation, it was possible for them to raise 10 experts. However, it would be hard to say if there were more. Although the addition of the 10 high-level undead had helped Edison recover a little, the people from the underworld still felt that Edison was only good at defending the city and not good at attacking. There was nothing to worry about. It was because of Edison's actions that the people of the resistance army were relieved. In their opinion, Edison had used all his resources to create 10 masters to help him control the situation. It was impossible for Edison to expand now because he had used all his resources to create those 10 masters. He would no longer have the ability to create more golden skeleton-level undead armies. Without an army, he could only rely on these few masters. Edison did not have the ability to expand. This was exactly what Edison wanted. He had also noticed that after Zhao Hai had sent him those 10 experts, the number of spies from the other factions had decreased significantly. The markets under his control had also returned to normal. On the surface, it seemed like those people no longer dared to cause trouble because of the presence of experts, but in reality, it was because the people from the resistance no longer treated Edison as a threat. Even though he knew this would happen, Edison still felt a wave of anger. When had he ever been looked down upon like this? Even Zhao Hai treated him with respect. How dare those bastards from the resistance treat him like this? How could he not be angry? Half a month had passed, and Edison finally managed to stabilize all the cities under his control. At that moment, Zhao Hai suddenly called him into his origin space. Although Edison did not know why Zhao Hai had called him into the origin space, he did not delay and immediately returned to the origin space. Once he entered, he realized that Gu Lei and Jiang Zheng were there as well. Even Capra and Jim, who he had not seen for a long time, were there. Gu Li and Jiang Zheng were just like him, with a puzzled look on their faces. However, Capra and Jim were not the same. They were both looking at Zhao Hai with excitement. Zhao Hai looked at the two of them and smiled. He then turned to Edison and said, "Edison, Gili, Jiang Zheng, I've called you here because something major has happened that concerns the undead. I've asked you to be witnesses to the birth of this historical moment." Edison and the other two looked at Zhao Hai in confusion. Zhao Hai smiled and said, "On this day, every Spectre College in Hell was completed. On this day, there will be teachers, students, and a large number of specters from the demon, human, dwarf, and elf races who will be studying at the Spectre College. At the same time, there will be students studying at the college in other dimensions. You can say that from today onwards, you specters will have the same status as other races. You can go to school like ordinary people. I don't want to fight every day." Boom! Zhao Hai's words were like a huge bomb that blew up Edison and the others. Although Edison and the others had the same intelligence as humans, they had never thought that they would be treated the same way as humans one day. It was because of their intelligence that they knew that it was impossible to treat them the same way as humans. Undead would always be undead. They would only be treated as aliens, demons, and tools by other races. However, they had never treated them as a creature or a race. It was because they did not want to become a tool for others that they had rebelled against the underworld realm and formed the resistance army. However, they were eventually subdued by Zhao Hai. Although they were loyal to Zhao Hai, the flame of freedom in their hearts had been extinguished. However, at this moment, Zhao Hai told them that the undead could go to school. They could have teachers from other races, go to other academies, and sit in classrooms with other races. This kind of opportunity and treatment was something they had never dreamed of. Edison and the others all stood there in a daze. They felt as if their soul fire was about to fly out of their bodies. They never thought that Zhao Hai would call them over for this matter. After a long while, Edison came back to his senses. He looked at Zhao Hai with an excited expression and said in a trembling voice, "Young master, is what you said true? Are you really going to build a school for us?" Jim chided, "What do you mean by building a school for us? It's already been built." "That school was built right under Campera and my eyes. How can it be wrong? I asked you to come back today so that you can watch those people enter the school." Edison and the other two were stunned for a moment. Then the three of them laughed out loud at the same time. However, Zhao Hai could hear a hint of heartache in their laughter. Edison's intelligence was not any lower than a human's. It was also because of this that they understood the status of the undead race in the various dimensions. What Zhao Hai did today was equivalent to him officially acknowledging their identity and the existence of their race. How could they not be happy? It took a while for the three of them to calm down. Zhao Hai looked at the time and turned to Capera. "Let's go, it's almost time." They all nodded and looked at Zhao Hai excitedly. Zhao Hai smiled and called for Laura and the others. In a flash, they appeared in the hell. To be honest, this hell space wasn't very suitable for building a school because it was too dark. It was like an enhanced version of the underworld. How could a place like this be suitable for building a school? However, Zhao Hai still decided to build the school here, because to the undead in the realm, the hell space was their real home. The comprehensive Spectre College was built on a mountain of bones. The mountain was the one Zhao Hai put into the space to farm. The bone farm was built on the mountain, and the comprehensive Spectre College was built on the outermost mountain. There was a huge ball of light standing above the school. The ball of light would change its brightness according to the time outside. This was Zhao Hai's idea. He had thought of this when he selected the teachers from the human, demon, elf, dwarf, and goblin races. The teachers had to be carefully selected. They had to have no ill will towards the undead and be able to adapt to life in hell. It wasn't difficult to find such people. Humans, demons, elves, and dwarves all wanted to study and focus on their own fields. Such people wouldn't leave their homes for a year or a few years. They could be considered otakus in another world. It wouldn't be a bad idea to have such people teach at the Comprehensive Spectre College, even though the environment in hell wasn't very good. However, the environment at Spectre College was definitely the best in hell. It was comparable to other dimensions. As long as the students could stand silent void, everything would be fine. The undead that Zhao Hai had selected to study in other realms were carefully selected. The academies they would be sent to were carefully selected. It could be said that Zhao Hai had put in a lot of effort to make the undead officially become a member of the realm's large family. When Zhao Hai and the others appeared at the Spectre College, they were stunned. The mountain of bones where the college was located had been surrounded by the undead. No one made a sound or moved. Everyone stood there quietly and looked at the college. The construction of the Comprehensive Undead Academy was done by Zhao Hai using the blueprint of the all-purpose construction machine. The main material was bones. Almost all the common facilities in the school were made of bones. The walls, houses, tables, chairs, and beds were all made of bones. Other than that, the rest of the things were not made of bones. Things like cups and bowls were all daily necessities. Even so, the entire Spectre College was a little eerie and terrifying. However, it had a different kind of beauty. After all, it was designed by the all-purpose manufacturing machine. The college was divided into 4 parts: a field, a teaching building, a laboratory, and a dormitory. The 4 areas were simple, but there were many buildings. Spectre College could accommodate 50,000 teachers and students. It was a huge school. The teachers from different races had arrived at the school and settled down. However, they still had to attend the opening ceremony. They were already at the school gate before Zhao Hai arrived. When they saw the horde of undead outside the school, even the scholars who were dedicated to their research and were not disturbed by external things felt their scalps tingle. At this moment, Zhao Hai arrived. The moment he saw the undead, he knew what they were thinking. Zhao Hai was not scared at all. He had been dealing with the undead every day. They were all his subordinates. What was there to be afraid of? Not to mention Zhao Hai, even Laura and the others weren't scared. Don't forget, Lies and the others were in charge of fighting the undead every day. Laura was also watching the battle from the side. Under such circumstances, how could they be afraid of the undead? As soon as Zhao Hai arrived at the entrance of the college, the undead surrounding the college knelt down almost at the same time. They kowtowed to Zhao Hai before standing up again. It was all on their own accord, not organized by anyone. Zhao Hai didn't expect this either, but he accepted the bow. After the undead stood up, Zhao Hai looked at them and said, "The undead race has been by my side since the day I stepped out of the world. They are my most loyal comrades, my most loyal subordinates, and my sharpest sword. However, the undead race has never been recognized by people. You seem to be a forgotten race. Today, I established this academy and gave the undead race an equal status to the other races. I want to tell you that in my heart, you have never been forgotten. You will always be my most trusted subordinates. From today onwards, your undead race will be the same as the other races in this dimension. You can come here to learn and learn what you like. You can also go to other dimensions to learn what you think is useful. Hence, I hereby announce the official establishment of the comprehensive Undead Academy. There was no applause. The undead were quietly watching the school and listening to Zhao Hai's words. The soul flames in the eyes of many undead skeletons were trembling slightly, showing their excitement. After Zhao Hai finished speaking, all the undead knelt before Zhao Hai. They kowtowed 3 times before standing up. Although the undead did not say anything, Zhao Hai knew that the comprehensive undead college would become the sacred ground for the spatial undead. After the undead stood up, Zhao Hai said in a deep voice, "All right, the first batch of students will enter the school now." Soon, the first batch of students who had been selected to attend the school walked into the school. When they walked up to Zhao Hai and the teachers, they would bow to them before entering the school. The first batch of undead was 20,000 people. Other than the teachers from the various races, there were also some higher-level undead teaching in the school. These undead were also the teachers that had been trained. One day, they would appear in all the academies in the space and become teachers for the students of the various races. Most of the undead teachers were liches, and some were skeletons, zombies, and vampires. Liches were good at research, and many of their research results could be learned by other undead and races. As for vampires, skeletons, and zombies, after many years of evolution, they had established their own system. This system might not be suitable for all races, but it had its own unique way of teaching students. The students checked into the college, and the gate slowly closed under the gaze of all the specters. It was impossible to leave the college after entering. Even if all the specters outside went out to fight, the students and teachers had to stay in the college and wait for their graduation. Zhao Hai and the others entered the college after the gate was closed. The undead refused to leave. Spectre College was too important to them. Just as Zhao Hai had said, it had become their sacred place. It was not until 2 hours later that the undead slowly dispersed. Zhao Hai and the others were already sitting in the conference room of the school's teaching building. In the conference room, other than Zhao Hai, Laura, Capra, Jim, and Edison were also sitting. The rest of the people were the teachers selected by the various races. Zhao Hai wanted to hold a meeting with these teachers today to see if they had any other needs. Although the teachers came from different races, they were extremely respectful to Zhao Hai, so they all sat there obediently. A dwarf stood up and said, "Sir, we don't have many requests. I'm here to teach forging. I hope that we have enough iron." Zhao Hai smiled and said, "Everyone, don't worry. In this aspect, the academy will definitely provide you with everything. In terms of living, the food and necessities you eat and use will definitely not be any different from your families. After working here for 3 years, when the students of this field graduate, you can choose to go home. I will definitely not stop you." Zhao Hai did not expect it to be so simple. He looked at them and said, "If you have any conditions, please state them. I will definitely satisfy everyone." The dwarf laughed and said, "Sir, you're thinking too much. We just want to find a place to study our own technology. We don't pay much attention to other aspects. Please rest assured, sir. As long as you supply us with the materials for our experiments, there won't be a problem." Hearing the dwarf's words, Zhao Hai couldn't help but laugh. "Okay, I'm relieved to hear that. Don't worry, I'll definitely not miss out on anything that you use in school. Please don't worry. All right, class is about to start, so I won't waste any more of your time. Please leave." All the teachers stood up, saluted Zhao Hai, and left. As soon as the teachers left the conference room, Camper and Jim stood up as well. They were also teachers in the school and would teach students here, so they had to go to class. The two of them bowed to Zhao Hai and followed him out. After they had left, Zhao Hai turned to look at Edison, Gilly, and the rest. "How is it? From now on, this school will be the Undead Races School. Gradually, students of other species will come here to teach. I know that this means a lot to the undead race, so I brought you here to bear witness to this moment." Zhao Hai smiled. "All right, don't make it sound so serious. I know what you've been doing in the underworld. You've done well. I think the resistance has completely let down their guard against you. It's time for us to make our move." When Edison heard Zhao Hai's words, he could not help but smile. "I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Sir, tell me, when will we act?" Zhao Hai smiled. "It will be soon. Now you have to tell me everything about the resistance. How many experts like you are in the resistance? How many cities are there?